I Became the Rich Second Chapter 503 to Chapter 586. Munanji, Wang Haoren's heart skipped a beat when he saw the name mentioned in Bian Suwen's message. After the incident that day, he had chatted with Xiao Wanwan and asked about the identity of the woman. Wang Haoren found out that the woman's name was Munanji, and she was very close to Bian Suwen. The person that Bian Suwen mentioned was definitely the woman that Xiao Wanwan had tricked. After figuring out these words, some of the doubts that lingered in Wang Haoren's heart were resolved. Qin Fan had said yesterday that he would meet a beauty when he was close to a peach blossom. Wang Haoren naturally understood that the so-called peach blossom could not be Feng Xuansu. After all, the two of them already had a layer of husband and wife. He was very curious about who the beauty he would meet was. From the looks of it, it was most likely Munanji. However, there was a big problem. Munanji was with Bian Suwen, and he had Feng Xuansu. If he met her, he would be in big trouble. Could this be considered a peach blossom? This was more like a shock. "Who are you texting?" Feng Xuansu asked curiously when she saw Wang Haoren fiddling with his phone. "My classmate," Wang Haoren replied without changing his expression. After that, he added, "A man." Feng Xuansu was secretly delighted. "Since you're in such a hurry to explain to me, it seems like you care about me a lot. Why are there so many ancient clothing stores here?" As they walked, Feng Xuansu caught a glimpse of some shops by the side of the road. It's just a common phenomenon in scenic spots. They provide clothes for tourists to take photos. They're making money from tourists. Wang Haoren knew that Feng Xuansu had stayed in Fengxi Mountain for a long time and felt that the phenomenon in the city was a little strange. That was why she asked. "Is it very expensive?" Feng Xuansu's gaze stopped at the clothes in the shops. "Money is a small matter. If you're interested, you can give it a try." Wang Haoren could see through her thoughts. There were some tourists around the Muwang Pavilion scenic spot, and there was no lack of people in ancient clothes wandering around. It was nothing strange. "Then let's go together," Feng Xuansu suggested. "Okay." Wang Haoren agreed. If he changed his clothes, if he met someone he knew, it wouldn't be so easy to recognize him. Wang Haoren glanced around and walked into a shop that looked more luxurious. The ancient clothes sold in these shops varied in quality. Those of inferior quality looked strange and uncomfortable to wear. He didn't lack money, so he naturally wanted to choose clothes of good quality. The clothes in the store could be rented or bought. God knows how many times those rented clothes had been worn by others. Wang Haoren naturally chose to buy new clothes. There were all kinds of clothes in the shop, and there were even dragon robes. However, the dragon robe was too silly to wear, so he didn't want to wear it. He casually looked around and chose an ancient scholar outfit that suited his temperament. He even paired it with a square hat and a folding fan. He wore a square hat to cover his short hair, so he didn't look that out of place. The folding fan could be used to cover one's face at critical moments to avoid being recognized by acquaintances. It was very practical. Feng Xuansu chose a light pink hairpin dress. The two changed their clothes in the changing room in the shop. After Wang Haoren paid the bill, he walked out of the shop with Feng Xuansu. Feng Xuansu had just walked out of the shop when she suddenly stopped. She turned in circles on the spot, and the hem of her dress fluttered slightly before slowly falling down. "Does it look good?" That dazzling look made Wang Haoren's heart burn. Just as he was about to answer, he suddenly heard the sound of a car losing control and crashing into the roadside guardrail. He turned around and found that the male driver couldn't care less about the car. Instead, he looked at Feng Xuansu. Similar scenes of small accidents due to absent-mindedness played out in the surroundings. For example, bumping into trees while walking, and suddenly being immobilized while walking, and so on. And the culprit that caused these things to happen was Feng Xuansu. She was indeed the female lead with all kinds of characters. Who else could be attractive to her? Only Tantai Yaoyue could compete with her. Wang Haoren sighed inwardly, and then he felt refreshed. Because this femme fatale beauty in front of him was his wife. No, according to Feng Xuansu, she should be called his wife. Speaking of which, the matter with Feng Xuansu had been delayed for a long time. Should it be put on the agenda, but how could he confirm his relationship with her without causing a fire in his backyard, pretending to sleepwalk in the middle of the night and then waking up the next day to deny it. Yes, yes, yes. Wang Haoren put away his thoughts and replied to Feng Xuanzu. So perfunctory. I don't think you think I'm that good looking. Feng Xuanzu looked very bitter. Is this still perfunctory? Do you want me to tell you that my blood is boiling and I'm indomitable? Wang Haoren secretly complained. He bowed and pointed in the direction of Mu Wang Pavilion. Let's go over there and take a look. Not long after the two of them left the clothing shop, Bian Suwen and Mu Nanji, who had finished rowing, came to the shop that Wang Haoren had just visited. Let's go inside and take a look. Bian Suwen suddenly suggested. Okay. Mu Nanji did not object. The two of them walked into the clothing shop to take a look. Bian Suwen was in a good mood. She wanted to change her clothes and take some photos as a memento. After walking around, Bian Suwen suggested that she and Mu Nanji wear sister outfits. It was Xiao Bai and Xiao Qing's outfits. A moment later, the two of them changed their clothes. Mu Nanji was wearing a white dress while Bian Suwen was wearing a green dress. Bian Suwen was a little older than Mu Nanji. She should have been wearing her sister's clothes, but it was a little inappropriate. Xiao Qing's clothes were just right for her. Mu Nanji was slightly taller than Bian Suwen, so it was just right for her to wear Xiao Bai's clothes. After leaving the clothing shop, Bian Suwen and Mu Nanji walked in the direction of Mu Wang Pavilion, ready to take some photos as a memento. On the other side, Wang Haoren and Feng Xuanzu were standing on an ancient bridge in front of Mu Wang Pavilion with Mu Wang Pavilion as the background, asking passers-by to help take photos. However, Wang Haoren had been on guard. He knew that Bian Suwen had also come to Mu Wang Pavilion. In order to avoid any accidents, he had to be careful. Not long after, he saw Bian Suwen and Mu Nanji's figures from afar. Judging from the direction they were moving in, they were clearly heading this way. The two of them were dressed as snake demons, so they were probably here to take photos. This was going to be troublesome. Wang Haoren was thinking about it and called Feng Xuanzu somewhere else. However, at that moment, Feng Xuanzu's phone suddenly rang. Feng Xuanzu was originally smiling, but after picking up the call, she immediately became depressed. Sister wants to talk to me about something. It's about Fengxi Mountain. She wants me to go immediately. I'm leaving, Feng Xuanzu said with a frown. Isn't this creating a chance for me to meet Mu Nanji? Qin Fan is quite something. His calculations are quite accurate. It seems like the peach blossom is coming soon. Wang Haoren was very happy. On the surface, he said regretfully, it's okay. Come over next time. After saying that, he added, do you want me to send you back? No need. You can stay here and play for a while longer. I'll take a taxi back myself. Feng Xuanzu did not want to disturb Wang Haoren's fun. After saying that, she waved at Wang Haoren and jogged towards the main road. Wang Haoren watched Feng Xuanzu leave. Then, he looked into the distance and looked at Bian Suwen and Mu Nanji. At this moment, the two of them were about 100 meters away from him. Wang Haoren could see them clearly, but they could not see Wang Haoren. With Suwen around, this encounter would not succeed, right? Wang Haoren rubbed his chin and thought to himself. Bian Suwen had a good relationship with Mu Nanji. There was no reason for her to hide the fact that he was her boyfriend. As long as they met later, Bian Suwen would act very surprised. Mu Nanji would definitely know if she asked out of curiosity. However, as long as the first-class effect of the Super Peach Blossom Halo was triggered, this problem should not be too big, right? With a favorability of 80, Mu Nanji's tolerance was extremely high. It was very likely that she would throw herself at him. After all, the two of them had a good relationship. They were like sisters, so why couldn't they be real sisters? Wang Haoren secretly analyzed it and waited for the two of them to arrive. As for what to say when they met, he had already thought about it. He would say that after seeing the video that Bian Suwen had sent, he missed her so much that he had rushed to the Mu King Pavilion to look for her. Wouldn't she jump for joy? However, at that moment, Wang Haoren suddenly noticed that Bian Suwen had received a call and suddenly stopped. Wang Haoren was puzzled, so he read her lips and was soon shocked. Bian Suwen had received a call from a friend. A relative of the other party was in danger and needed Bian Suwen to save his life. What would Bian Suwen do? Was there a need to think about it? Wang Haoran looked at her with his X-ray vision and continued to read her lips. After hanging up the phone, he saw Bian Suwen say to Mu Nanji, "I have an urgent matter to attend to. I have something urgent to attend to. Do you want to come with me, or, I still want to walk around here?" Mu Nanji's expression was very calm. Seeing this, Bian Suwen could tell that her good sister seemed to have gotten over it. She was happy for her and said, "All right then, I'll leave first. We'll contact each other later." With that, Bian Suwen left in a hurry. Mu Nanji watched Bian Suwen leave and then slowly walked toward the ancient bridge in front of the Mu King Pavilion. Wang Haoran was stunned. Qin Fan's calculations were really accurate. The heavens had created an opportunity for him. Now that Bian Suwen and Feng Xuanzu had left, he could meet Mu Nanji any way he wanted. Not long after, Mu Nanji walked to the middle of the bridge as if she did not see the people around her. He just quietly looked at the flowing water of the clear spirit river under the ancient bridge. No one knew what he was thinking. Wang Haoran was on the other side of the ancient bridge, and there was still some distance between him and Mu Nanji. Mu Nanji had not noticed him yet. Wang Haoran tidied up his hat and clothes and prepared to walk toward Mu Nanji. He wanted to show his face in front of her and trigger the super peach blossom halo. Whoosh! There was a sudden clap of thunder in the sky. Dark clouds quickly gathered in the blue sky, as if it was about to rain. Wang Haoran raised his head to take a look and exclaimed that he saw a ghost. Why did the weather change so suddenly? Whoosh! Raindrops fell from the sky, and in the blink of an eye, the dry ground was wet. Wang Haoran instinctively wanted to find a place to hide from the rain first before meeting Mu Nanji. However, he suddenly realized that Mu Nanji was standing still on the ancient bridge, allowing the rain to fall. His white clothes were quickly drenched, but he remained unmoved. The tourists in the open world all hugged their heads and prepared to find a place to hide from the rain. Only 1 or 2 tourists with umbrellas did not panic at all. But speaking of which, the umbrellas were not meant to be used as rain belts, but as props for ancient photos, ancient oil paper umbrellas. Wang Haoran dismissed the idea of hiding from the rain and walked toward a girl holding an oil paper umbrella. The girl only thought that she had met love, so she excitedly held the umbrella and took shelter from the rain with Wang Haoran. Unexpectedly, Wang Haoran took out a stack of red notes and offered to buy the girl's umbrella. The girl was sad for a moment, but she still agreed to sell the umbrella to Wang Haoran. Wang Haoran took the umbrella and walked toward Mu Nanji, who was standing on the ancient bridge in the rain. As he walked, he caught a glimpse of Mu Nanji's white clothes and then lowered his head to look at his scholar outfit. A strange feeling arose in his heart. Why did this feel like Su Xian's encounter with Lady White Snake? However, this was not important. What was important was that they met by chance. Wang Haoran quickened his pace and walked to Mu Nanji's side, holding the umbrella to shelter her from the rain. Mu Nanji originally maintained her posture. Her eyes were closed tightly, and her beautiful face was slightly raised, allowing the rain to hit her body. It was as if she wanted to wash away the impurities in her body and soul. Suddenly, she felt that the rain on her face seemed to have stopped, but the sound of the rain falling on her ears did not stop. Puzzled, Mu Nanji opened her eyes. What came into view was an oil paper umbrella. It turned out that someone was holding an umbrella for her. Who could it be? She tilted her head blankly and met a pair of eyes. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. The system did not trigger the Super Peach Blossom Halo. The result was obvious. The Super Peach Blossom Halo did not trigger any effect. This situation was completely out of Wang Haoran's expectations. The greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. Wang Haoran was very depressed. Could it be that he was close to a peach blossom and was about to meet a beauty by chance? Could it be that he was just meeting Mu Nanji and familiarizing himself with her, and then he had to suck up to her? This damn swindler, was he talking nonsense? Wang Haoran was very unhappy and couldn't help but start to greet a relative of Qin Fan's. However, after greeting 3 times, ding! The female lead Mu Nanji's favorability towards the host has increased by 50. Current favorability, 50, admiration, ding! The host has affected the direction of the plot. Obtained 1800 villain points, Qing fan protagonist Halo -90, host villain Halo +90. 2 system messages came. Wang Haoren was stunned. What was going on? Without triggering the Super Peach Blossom Halo, how could the female lead fall in love with him at first sight? He was the villain, not the protagonist. The protagonist. Wang Haoren was shocked by this thought that popped up in his mind. Previously, because of a protagonist's adventure experience card, he had gotten entangled with Munanji. Could it be that the effect of this adventure card was not just that after one encounter, the effect would completely disappear, but that there would be a follow-up effect, the so-called follow-up effect, such as the love at first sight? At this moment, it seemed that other than this, there was no other explanation. After Wang Haoren sorted out his thoughts, he came back to his senses and looked at Munanji. He saw Munanji staring at him without blinking, as if she was in a daze. However, looking at each other like this was not a solution. Wang Haoren took the lead to break the ice and said, "Beauty, the rain is so heavy. You'll catch a cold if you get wet." Hearing his voice, Munanji also came back to her senses and realized that she had lost her composure. With a little shyness, she looked away a little and did not look directly at Wang Haoren. Thank you for your concern." Munanji lowered her eyes slightly and said softly. "Let's find a place to take shelter from the rain," Wang Haoren suggested. "Okay." Munanji nodded. Wang Haoren held the umbrella and walked in the direction of the Mu King Pavilion, preparing to take shelter from the rain under the eaves. This oil paper umbrella was originally just a prop. The surface of the umbrella was not very big. It was slightly crowded with 2 people holding it, so it could not shelter the 2 of them from the rain very well. Wang Haoren was very warm-hearted. He almost gave the umbrella to Munanji to shelter her from the rain, leaving half of his body outside. When Munanji noticed it, she could not help but be stunned. She pushed the umbrella towards Wang Haoren. "I'm already wet." It's okay." When she pushed the umbrella, she accidentally touched the back of Wang Haoren's hand. Munanji quickly retracted her hand like a frightened little rabbit. Wang Haoren did not listen to her and reminded her, "You can't get wet. If you continue to get wet, your white clothes will probably be transparent." As he spoke, he could not help but size Munanji up. Her white clothes were a little thin to begin with, but it was fine that they were not wet. After being soaked by the rain, the clothes stuck to her skin, and her exquisite curves were undoubtedly revealed. At first, Munanji did not notice it, but after Wang Haoren reminded her, she immediately reacted. With embarrassment, she subconsciously used her arms to protect her body. It was as if she did not want Wang Haoren to look at her. Wang Haoren only smiled secretly at such a move. He thought to himself, "If I want to see it, it's useless no matter how you try to block it. Besides, not only have I seen it, I've also." However, Wang Haoren only thought these words in his heart. On the surface, he looked straight ahead. He took off the dark-colored scholar's robe with one hand and handed it to Munanji. "If you don't mind." Munanji's heart was filled with warmth. How could she mind? "Thank you." She took the outer robe and draped it over her body, concealing her exquisite curves. There was even some warmth on the robe. Munanji had originally felt a little cold on her body, but at this moment, she felt much better. It even warmed her heart. Ding! The female lead Munanji's favorability towards the host has increased by 10. Current total favorability is 60, admiration, ding. The host has affected the direction of the plot. Obtained 800 villain points. Ding. The host has stirred up the female lead Munanji's heart. Obtained 900 villain points. Is favorability so easy to get? Wang Haoren was surprised for a moment, but his expression did not change. He quietly walked towards the King Mu Pavilion with Munanji, wanting to take shelter under the eaves. However, before the 2 of them could walk under the eaves, the rain suddenly stopped. The dark clouds in the sky also gradually dispersed, and the sky became clear again. Sunlight shone on the earth once again. Wang Haoren exclaimed in his heart. What the hell, something was obviously wrong with the weather today. Could it be that she had created the conditions for him to meet Munanji by chance? This was simply the treatment of a main character. Come to think of it, the relationship between Munanji and him was indeed the main character. Otherwise, how could a villain like him make the female lead fall in love with him at first sight without triggering a halo? What a strange weather, Munanji muttered to herself. Wang Haoran put away the umbrella. You're wet from the rain. You'd better change your clothes quickly. I have some clothes in a store over there, Munanji said as she pointed in the direction of the store where she and Biansu had bought clothes. Then let's go together. I want to go there to change my clothes too, Wang Haoran said. The two of them walked side by side toward a street not far away. On the way, Wang Haoran still looked straight ahead, looking like a gentleman. Munanji, on the other hand, secretly looked at Wang Haoran from time to time. Soon, she also realized that their attire was a bit similar to that of Su Xian and White Lady. Moreover, the miraculous thing was that Su Xian and White Lady had met on a bridge on a rainy day. As she thought of this, Munanji's heart suddenly throbbed strangely. However, this throbbing did not last long before it was quickly overshadowed. How great would it be if she was still pure? Munanji had already gotten over that terrible encounter, but at this moment, she started to care about it. Moreover, this feeling of care gradually increased, causing Munanji to feel a sharp pain in her heart, as if needles were pricking her. Not long after, the two of them arrived at the street where they rented and sold ancient clothes. The strange thing was that the two of them had bought clothes from the same store, and the clothes they had bought before were also stored here. The two of them changed out of their wet ancient clothes and changed into modern clothes. However, their hair was still a little wet. Wang Haoran had short hair, so naturally, it did not matter to him. However, Munanji's long hair was waist-length, so she felt particularly uncomfortable after it was wet. Where are you going? Do you need me to send you back? Wang Haoran asked. That's too much trouble. Munanji was a little embarrassed, but she was afraid that he would regret it after she said this, so she quickly added. I'm going to Jinhao Hotel. Upon hearing the name Jinhao Hotel, Wang Haoran wanted to complain again. Qing Fan often came to Jinhao Hotel for dinner. Song Zhihui stayed at Jinhao Hotel when she came to Qingling. Munanji also stayed at Jinhao Hotel when she came to Qingling. So, the protagonist and the heroine would definitely meet, right? Oh, it's on the way then, Wang Haoran said to Munanji as he collected his thoughts. After they left the store, they walked toward a Pagani parked on the side of the road. Munanji was stunned when she saw the two-wing door of the Pagani. She had not expected him to be so rich, or to be more precise, his family was so rich. Wang Haoran drove Munanji to the entrance of Jinhao Hotel. The 30-minute drive felt like it had only taken Munanji 2 to 3 minutes. This road was really too short. If only it was longer. If that was the case, she could spend more time with the person beside her. However, she had arrived at her destination, so she could not stay in the car and not leave. Munanji sighed inwardly and got out of the car. However, she did not leave immediately. Instead, she looked at Wang Haoran with a questioning gaze. What's your name? Wang Haoran. Wang Haoran. Munanji muttered silently and memorized it. Then, she said, my name is Munanji. That's a nice name. Wang Haoran gave her a charming smile, which made Munanji fall into a trance. Nice to meet you. Me too, Munanji replied with a smile. After the conversation, she did not know what to say for a moment. She had no choice but to turn around and leave. However, she suddenly thought of something and stopped in her tracks. Wang Haoran had a rough idea. He suddenly took out his phone and waved it. Do you want to? Sure, Munanji said hurriedly before Wang Haoran could finish his sentence. However, as soon as she said that, she realized that she had lost her composure and blushed. Wang Haoran exchanged contact information with her. In order to ease Munanji's embarrassment, he said, It's my pleasure to meet you. So, we should be considered friends, right? As he spoke, he stretched his hand out of the car window. Munanji was delighted and immediately reached out to shake his hand. Both of them shook hands. Wang Haoran only felt that her hand was so soft that he could not bear to let it go. However, he only touched it briefly and did not feel it in detail. Can you give me your umbrella? Munanji suddenly asked. Wang Haoran seemed to understand something. Didn't White Lady and Su Xian meet by chance because she took Su Xian's umbrella? He took the oil paper umbrella out of the car and handed it to Munanji. On a whim, Wang Haoran suddenly said, "Actually, my name is not Wang Haoran. My name is Xian." Munanji was about to reach out to take the umbrella when she heard this. She immediately realized that her thoughts had been seen through and her face turned red. However, when she thought of his words, she did not feel so shy anymore. Munanji took a deep breath and gathered her courage. She looked at him with her watery eyes and said, "My name is not Munanji. I'm not Munanji either. My name is Bai Suzhen." Munanji's heartbeat quickened as soon as she said that. Part of it was nervousness and shyness, but most of it came from an inexplicable feeling when she looked at the man in front of her. She didn't know how to describe this feeling. If she had to describe it, perhaps this was the wonderful reaction of love. Munanji had never experienced this before, so she didn't know if this counted as love. She just met his gaze. Everything around them seemed to have frozen. Only the man and woman with their eyes intertwined were left. After some time, the two of them suddenly looked at each other and smiled. This is probably the confirmed look, right? Wang Haoran thought to himself. At the same time, he was the first to break this beautiful silence. "Are you free tonight?" "Huh?" Panic crept into Munanji's face, which was flushed with a hint of red. "Isn't this too fast?" "Let's eat," Wang Haoran added with an inexplicable smile. Munanji heaved a sigh of relief. At the same time, she gave him a reproachful look. This guy obviously did it on purpose just now. She pouted slightly. She wanted to throw out the words "I'm not free" in response to his teasing. However, for some reason, she suddenly felt speechless and couldn't say these two words. Okay. The strange thing was that when Munanji said these two words, it was incomparably smooth. It made Munanji feel surprised and shy. "See you tonight." Wang Haoran gave her a charming smile. Munanji waved her hand and watched Wang Haoran drive away. After Wang Haoran's car completely disappeared from her sight, Munanji continued to linger for a while before looking away. A bit of melancholy appeared in her eyes. However, when she thought of the date tonight, Munanji's melancholy was quickly overshadowed by joy. She held an oil paper umbrella as if she was holding a peerless treasure and turned to walk back to the hotel. Even the pace of his walking had become much lighter. After returning to the hotel room, Munanji held the oil paper umbrella and let her imagination run wild. After some time, the doorbell rang outside the door. It was only then that Munanji was pulled back to reality. She got up and went to open the door. Bian Suwen walked into the room and noticed Munanji's strange behavior. "Why are you holding a paper umbrella?" Munanji was stunned. Only then did she realize that she had forgotten to put down her umbrella when she got up to open the door. Embarrassed for a moment, she hurriedly placed the umbrella on the coffee table in the room. However, when he put it down, he was very careful, as if he was afraid of breaking it. The more Bian Suwen looked at it, the stranger she felt. She looked at the oil paper umbrella and thought of Munanji's attire when she was in the King Mu Pavilion. "My sister, could it be that you met Xian?" The tone of his voice was obviously that of little Qing's, and his words were also somewhat half-joking. When she left the Mu King Pavilion, she was in a hurry and did not change out of her green clothes. Until now, she was still wearing her green clothes. "Are you a fortune teller?" Munanji asked curiously. "It's true." Bian Suwen exclaimed in shock. Then, she was overjoyed. She walked up to Munanji and grabbed her hand. The fire of gossip was burning in her heart. "Tell me quickly. What's going on?" "Nothing much. We just exchanged contact information and he even invited me to dinner tonight." Munanji's face was filled with shyness that Bian Suwen had never seen before. Bian Suwen was surprised, but at the same time, she was happy for Munanji. "You call that nothing much? He even asked you out for dinner tonight. There must be something going on." As she spoke, the smile on her face faded a little. "Why would he ask you out for dinner? Is he impure? My clothes were wet and a little indecent before, but he didn't look at me. How could he be that kind of person?" Munanji retorted. However, as soon as she said that, she realized that something was wrong. Bian Suwen clicked her tongue in wonder. She looked at Munanji as if she was looking at a rare animal and laughed. You're in love. Munanji was embarrassed, but she did not refute. Instead, she sighed. What you said before was really right. What sentence? Biansuan did not understand. The word love is really poisonous, Munanji said slowly as she looked at her. Biansuan was stunned, but she could empathize with Munanji. She did not laugh at her anymore. Instead, she said sincerely, congratulations. It's still too early to say that. Munanji suddenly sighed. She was a little worried about her gains and losses. Biansuan saw it, and she could vaguely guess what her good friend was worried about. It's not your fault. Why do you have to punish yourself with someone else's mistake? Biansuan comforted her. You're right, but I'm not complete. Munanji frowned. If that person likes you, he won't care about this at all. If he does, it only proves that he's not a good person. If he's not a good person, what's the point of liking him? Won't you end up hurting yourself in the end? Biansuan tried to comfort her. But Munanji wanted to say something, but she stopped. You're afraid that he'll mind, but you can't let go, right? Biansuan felt that something was wrong. Her good friend had just met that person today, right? Why would she care to this extent? She was really curious. What kind of person was the man that Munanji liked? How could he make her good friend so infatuated? Yes. Munanji nodded at Biansuan. Biansuan frowned. She really wanted to advise Munanji to ignore him if he really cared about that matter. However, seeing Munanji's worried look, what if she really screwed this up and Munanji regretted it for the rest of her life? After thinking for a while, Biansuan said again. Can't you just hide it from him? When you guys really get to that stage, I have a way to help you hide it from him. Don't forget that I'm a doctor. I don't want to lie to him. Munanji shook her head and rejected the suggestion. Oh no, isn't my good friend falling too deep? Biansuan was worried. She rubbed the space between her eyebrows and suggested, you can test him and see if he cares. About you. If he doesn't, you can tell him. If he does, we'll talk about it again. What do you think? Munanji's eyes lit up when she heard that. Biansuan observed Munanji's expression. Naturally, she saw that Munanji was moved. She continued, if you think it's feasible, you should do it as soon as possible. It's best if you test him out during dinner tonight. No, I'll just go with you. I'm really curious. Did you meet Susian or Panin? I don't care if it's Susian or Panin. I'm already nervous enough. If you go with me, I'll be even more nervous. Munanji quickly waved her hand when she heard Biansuan's suggestion. All right then. I'll definitely meet him after you guys are in a relationship. I'll bring my boyfriend with me. We can have a meal together and get to know each other. Biansuan did not insist. Thank you for your kind words. If everything goes well, I'll definitely meet him, Munanji said. Biansuan was curious about the man Munanji liked, and Munanji was also curious about Biansuan's boyfriend. Munanji, of course, would not object. They would meet after she was no longer single. At the same time, Wang Haoran was still unaware that he had survived a thrilling situation. Buzz. His phone suddenly vibrated. Wang Haoran looked at the caller ID and saw that it was Qin Fan calling. However, he did not answer the call immediately. He only called back after he finished a game. Qin Fan was getting impatient. He had been waiting for a call back. When he saw Wang Haoran's call, Qin Fan picked it up immediately. Haoran, how's it going? Did you plead with your sister for me? How did she react? Has she forgiven me? Forgiven you? What the hell are you thinking? Wang Haoran secretly complained, but on the surface, he replied, don't be impatient. Since I'm pleading with her, I'll have to find a suitable time. For example, I'll talk to her when she's happy. If I talk to her when she's in a bad mood, won't she be in trouble? Of course, if you're too impatient, I can talk to her now. However, you'll have to bear the consequences yourself. What do you think? No. Let's wait for a good time. Qin Fan quickly stopped him and suppressed the impatience in his heart. Suddenly, he thought of something and asked with a smile, Haoran, have you met someone? No, I didn't. Wang Haoran denied, but he laughed shyly. When Qin Fan heard this, he immediately knew that there was a story. He asked, what's there to be embarrassed about? Tell me the truth. Did you meet her? I did, Wang Haoran replied. See, did I calculate correctly? Qin Fan was proud of himself. He asked curiously, is the girl pretty? What do they do? What's his name? What the hell are you trying to do by asking so many questions? When Wang Haoran saw a man like Qin Fan being so gossipy, he cursed in his heart. Beautiful, very beautiful. I even asked her out for dinner tonight, Wang Haoran answered, deliberately avoiding the key information. You asked her out for a meal so soon? Did she agree? Qin Fan asked in surprise. Yes, he agreed. She couldn't be some shady woman, right? Otherwise, how could it be so easy to make an appointment? Qin Fan subconsciously thought to himself, but he did not dare to say it out loud. Then I wish you all the best. Try to get her as soon as possible. After congratulating him, Qin Fan felt a little bitter. This little boy was no longer single. He was already 30 years old. When would he be able to stop being single? When would he be able to say goodbye to Miss Wuji? However, this kind of bitter feeling did not last for long and quickly dissipated. It was actually very simple for him to find a woman. However, his standards were too high. Ordinary women would not be able to catch his eye. When it came to finding a partner, Qin Fan had the mentality of it's better to have nothing than to have something substandard. His future brother-in-law had just met a woman, and he was already able to ask her out for dinner. Obviously, this woman was definitely not very beautiful. The reason why his future brother-in-law said that she was beautiful was probably because beauty is in the eye of the beholder. Moreover, even if she was beautiful, she might not be a good woman. Since that was the case, what was there for him to be envious of? Haoran, dating is one thing. Don't forget to intercede for me. Qin Fan did not forget to remind him when he was about to hang up the phone. Of course. Don't worry. Wang Haoran vowed. After hanging up the phone, Wang Haoran did not continue to play games with Qin Yunhan. Instead, he immediately called Tan Taiyuewei. Since Qin Fan was so anxious and wanted him to intercede for him, then of course, sister, what are you doing? After the phone was connected, Wang Haoran asked with a smile. Practicing martial arts. Tan Taiyuewei replied and continued, do you want to come over for dinner tonight? My parents are calling me for dinner tonight. I'm afraid I won't be able to go over. Wang Haoran sighed. Oh, another day then. Tan Taiyuewei heard Wang Haoran's words and naturally did not force him. She started to find a topic to talk about. What are you doing? I'm thinking of you. Wang Haoran blurted out. Humph, you're thinking of Wei Wei. Tan Taiyuewei was secretly happy, but her tone was very proud. Both, but I miss you more. Wang Haoran said. I don't believe you. If you miss me, then why don't you ask me out to play today? Tan Taiyuewei said sourly. Lu Yu, Ji Shui Yao, and Xiao Qianwei were teaching at Qingling University. Tan Taiyuewei was very clear about whether or not Qingling University was on holiday. Lu Yu and the others were all on holiday today. Wang Haoran must also be on holiday. Exams are coming soon. I'm studying at home. Otherwise, I would definitely ask you out. Wang Haoran said seriously. Exams. Hearing this reason, Tan Taiyuewei did not continue to argue. She couldn't possibly ask Wang Haoran to stop studying and go out with her, could she? If she did that, then it would make her girlfriend seem unreasonable. Then when you're free, you must find me. Tan Taiyuewei said. Of course. Wang Haoran agreed. He immediately changed the topic and said seriously, sister, although that Qin Fan is your master, but he said your name and did such a disgusting thing. It can be seen that this person's character is extremely bad. You must not forgive him. He is my master after all. He taught me. Tan Taiyuewei sighed. When she first knew about this matter, Tan Taiyuewei was very angry and wanted to break off her relationship with Qin Fan. However, Qin Fan was the one who had taught her all her skills. How could the kindness of teaching be erased so easily? Why aren't you talking? Tan Taiyue saw that Wang Haoren did not speak, so she asked nervously. Wang Haoren did not speak, but purposely breathed more heavily. Tan Taiyue was nervous and quickly said, okay, I'll listen to you. I won't forgive him. Are you satisfied now? I'm doing this for your own good. I'm afraid that Qin Fan will have designs on you. Wang Haoren said. I understand. But your worries are unnecessary. I'm already yours. My heart is also yours. What's there to worry about? Tan Taiyue snorted. I only agree with half of your words. Last time I thought you were Weiwei. That doesn't count. Wang Haoren said. Hearing Wang Haoren's words, Tan Taiyue was both embarrassed and annoyed. She still kept that bedsheet with plum blossoms on it. That was irrefutable evidence. How could it not count? It was just that she wasn't so thick-skinned to argue with Wang Haoren about this kind of thing. And perhaps because she had such an encounter before, she wasn't very resistant to it. Instead, she was looking forward to it. But she was too embarrassed to express this thought. It's not impossible. Let's see what you're capable of. Tan Taiyue responded to Wang Haoren's words with some reserve and some arrogance. Wang Haoren thought for a moment, but he felt that Tan Taiyue wasn't referring to that, so he asked, what ability? Tempting me, Tan Taiyue said. Wang Haoren suddenly understood. Tan Taiyue wanted him to flirt with her. If she couldn't help herself, he would be able to do whatever he wanted. What a good idea. She was really something. But this was clearly a difficult problem for him. But, it was indeed an interesting challenge. Then you wait, Wang Haoren said. Okay, I'm just afraid that you won't be able to flirt with her. Tan Taiyue's tone was somewhat provocative. Wang Haoren gritted his teeth and thought to himself, just wait and see. After ending the call with Tan Taiyue, Wang Haoren thought about a plan, but he couldn't think of a suitable one. It was already 5 o'clock in the afternoon, and he still had an appointment in the evening. He put this matter aside for the time being and took out his phone to send a message to Munanji. What's your favorite flavor? What do you like to eat? I can't eat anything too spicy. Anything else is fine. Munanji replied instantly, as if she had been holding her phone and waiting for it. After seeing the reply, Wang Haoren immediately checked his phone and found a luxurious restaurant far away from Jinhao Hotel. He made a call and booked a place. Then, he sent the name and address of the restaurant to Munanji. Jinhao Hotel's dishes were actually very good, but Qin Fan might appear there. Wang Haoren wanted to avoid Qin Fan, so he chose another place. After seeing the location that Wang Haoren had sent her, Munanji immediately replied. Memory of Jiangnan Restaurant, right? Alright, see you later. Do you need me to pick you up? Wang Haoren asked politely, but after he said this, he was silently chanting, don't agree, it was lunchtime now, and Qin Fan might see them if they went to pick Munanji up. It was also possible that Song Zhihui, who was staying at Jinhao Hotel, would see it. It's okay, I'll come over myself, Munanji declined politely as she did not want to trouble Wang Haoren since they had just met. Alright then. See you there. Wang Haoren replied to the message happily. He wondered if it was because of the miracle card that he felt so comfortable and harmonious when he was in contact with Munanji. On the other side. After Qin Fan ended the call with Wang Haoren, he scrolled through the short videos on his phone and found that the videos of his cooking could still be found easily. Compared to before, although the popularity had decreased a little, the speed of the decrease was too slow. How long would it take for this to subside? Qin Fan could not help but feel a little anxious, so he called Ma Hongxing. Young Ma, what's wrong with you? Why hasn't the storm over my video been suppressed yet? Qin Fan's tone was a little impatient. Ma Hongxing had started his business on the internet, and he had a lot of shares in many media companies with large traffic flows. Logically speaking, it was not difficult for Ma Hongxing to do all this. However, those videos were still popular on the internet. Of course, Qin Fan could not help but suspect that this disciple of his was not doing his job well. Ma Hongxing was not happy with Qin Fan's tone, but he suppressed his anger and pretended to be surprised. My company is in a crisis now, so I've mainly focused on the company. I've already asked someone to deal with the matter you asked me to do. Is the storm still not over yet? The popularity has decreased a little, but it's still far from being over, Qin Fan said in a deep voice. I'm too busy to pay attention to this matter. It must be because the person I found did not do a good job. Master, don't worry. I'll find someone else to deal with it, Ma Hongxing comforted. Are you in the Ma family villa? I'll go to your house to talk to you and help you expel the remaining poison. Qin Fan was a little worried and wanted to see Ma Hongxing. When Ma Hongxing heard this, he was annoyed. Because he interpreted Qin Fan's words as Qin Fan wanting to see Qing Rui, or more accurately, not to see, but to play. How could Ma Hongxing not be angry? Of course, Ma Hongxing knew Qin Fan's ability. Ma Hongxing knew that if Qin Fan really came, then the hat on his head would be heavier. I'm not in the Ma family villa. I'm outside. Ma Hongxing wanted to treat the illness, but he did not want Qing Rui to be touched by others, so he could only say this. See if there's a suitable place. Let's meet and talk face to face, Qin Fan said. Ma Hongxing looked at the wall clock in the hall and found that it was almost dinner time. Let's go to Yijiangnan restaurant. We can talk while eating. Okay, I don't know where this place is. Send me a map and tell me. Qin Fan agreed. After ending the call with Ma Hongxing, he quickly received a location message. Qin Fan could not wait to see Ma Hongxing. He directly asked the driver to send him out and rushed to the destination. After a while, he arrived at a luxurious restaurant. Qin Fan got out of the business car and walked to the door, but he saw a familiar figure. Howren, you're here for dinner too? Qin Fan walked forward and said eagerly. Damn you, this place is so far away from Jinhao Hotel? Why the *CK did you come here? Wang Howren was gloomy, but his face revealed a look of pleasant surprise. Yeah, what a coincidence. By the way, you're going to have dinner with the beauty you met by chance, right? Qin Fan suddenly remembered his call with Wang Howren. Yes. Wang Howren could only nod. After all, he had told Qin Fan about this before, so he could not hide it. I asked my disciple Xiaoma to meet here. After I'm done talking with him, I'll come and find you, Qin Fan said excitedly. Why don't you just say that you want to see what the woman I'm dating looks like? How could Wang Howren not understand Qin Fan's thoughts? After hearing his words, he immediately complained in his heart. Wang Howren did not answer. He was thinking about whether to eat with Munanji at another place. But after thinking about it, he was a little unhappy. Since Qin Fan was curious, why not give him a surprise? Wang Howren suddenly had this idea. Munanji was one of the female leads, so Qin Fan definitely had feelings for her. It was just that his feelings might not be as strong as his feelings for Tantai Yaoyue. If Qin Fan knew that the woman he was dating was Munanji, what kind of expression would Qin Fan have? It would definitely be exciting, right? After all, Qin Fan thought that this peach blossom of his was because of his guidance. Giving him pointers, he managed to woo the female disciple that he liked. How would he feel? With this thought, Wang Howren had the urge to give it a try. Qin Fan would definitely be jealous that he had gotten Munanji's heart, but he might not necessarily plot against him. He was the main character in this matter with Munanji. Plus, he had the aura of a villain, so it would not be so easy for him to get into trouble. Besides, his current strength was not low. Although he could not defeat Qin Fan, he was not that weak. Besides, if Qin Fan wanted to get Tantai Yaoyue's forgiveness, he would need to rely on him. After sorting out all these, Wang Howren's worries were almost all gone. He had made up his mind. Seeing that Wang Howren did not answer for a long time, Qin Fan thought that he was embarrassed, so he laughed and said, "What's wrong? I'm your matchmaker. Am I not welcome?" Of course, Wang Howren pretended to be embarrassed, but he was laughing in his heart. After saying goodbye, Wang Howren and Qin Fan went to their respective private rooms. Not long after the two of them entered the restaurant, a Porsche drove over from the main road in front of the restaurant and stopped by the roadside. Munanji walked out of the car. The person driving was Bian Suwen. This Porsche was Ji Shuiyao's. After Ji Shuiyao hit someone on the road, she was a little traumatized and did not dare to drive. When Bian Suwen went out for business, she would usually drive this car. Munanji came out for dinner, and Bian Suwen also excitedly said that she wanted to be her chauffeur. Bian Suwen, who was sitting in the driver's seat, rolled down the window and gave Munanji an encouraging look. "Come on, get that Su Xian." Munanji was a little shy and did not know how to answer. She glanced at Bian Suwen and walked into the restaurant. After asking the waiter, she went to Wang Haoren's private room. Munanji played with a few strands of hair on her snow-white and delicate cheeks. She pushed the door open and walked in nervously. "Miss Bai, please take a seat." Wang Haoren smiled. He pulled out a chair opposite him and gestured for Munanji to sit down, looking very gentlemanly. When Munanji heard the title Miss Bai, she was stunned for a moment. Then, she quickly came back to her senses and sat down on the stool Wang Haoren had pulled out. She gave him a shy and sweet smile and replied very cooperatively, "Thank you, young Master Su." At this time, a waitress came in and handed out the menu. "What would you like to order?" Wang Haoren gestured at Munanji to let her order. Munanji didn't refuse and took the menu graciously. She flipped through the menu with her slender fingers and her beautiful eyes scanned the dishes. She ordered a steamed turbot and a seasonal vegetable. Then, he passed the menu to Wang Haoren. Wang Haoren didn't look at the menu. The two dishes Munanji ordered were very cheap. Of course, it was cheap compared to the other dishes in this restaurant. In fact, the dishes in this restaurant were not cheap at all. Even if they chose the cheaper dishes, it would cost at least 1 or 2,000 yuan for a meal. "Do you have any specialty dishes here that you can recommend?" Wang Haoren covered the menu and asked the waitress. "Sir, do you know about our restaurant's Mandarin duck stew? This is one of the main dishes of our restaurant. Many couples who come to our restaurant will order this dish," the waitress recommended. Wang Haoren smiled. He didn't need to flip through the menu. He could still see the dishes clearly. He could see what the specialty dishes were on the menu. The reason why he didn't order directly but asked the waitress to recommend the dishes was to guide the waitress to say this sentence. After Munanji heard it, she opened her mouth to explain that the two of them were not a couple. However, before she could say anything, Wang Haoren beat her to it. "Then let's have the Mandarin duck stew." "Yes, sir." The waitress was overjoyed. She thought that the two of them were really a couple and then recommended some couple's dishes. Wang Haoren ordered all of them. "That's enough." "That's all." Munanji felt that they couldn't finish it, so she quickly stopped him. "Then let's order these first. If it's not enough, we'll order more," Wang Haoren said. The waitress recorded the names of the dishes and sent the order to the kitchen through a special electronic device. She glanced at the handsome man and beautiful woman and couldn't help but say, "Sir, you're so good to your girlfriend." Munanji's snow-white cheeks flushed red. She lowered her head slightly and pursed her lips without saying anything. It was a tacit agreement and she didn't refute anything. Wang Haoren secretly praised the waitress and gave her a big tip. The waitress was overjoyed. She continued to praise the two of them and then left to give the two of them some privacy. Munanji was shy. Her face was red, and with her watery eyes, she was a little seductive. Wang Haoren stared straight at her. Munanji averted her eyes and didn't dare to look at him. She touched her cheeks subconsciously and felt that they were a little hot. The atmosphere around them became a little more charming. "Miss Bai, are you feeling unwell?" Wang Haoren suddenly broke the silence and asked with a smile. No, I'm not feeling unwell." Munanji shook her head and tried her best to calm down so that she wouldn't embarrass herself. "That's good. I thought you were going to reveal your snake demon form." Wang Haoren patted his chest and pretended to be shocked as he said half-jokingly. With this sentence, the awkwardness in Munanji's heart faded a lot, and the atmosphere became slightly livelier. She smiled and said, "My appearance depends on my mood. Maybe I'll suddenly reveal my true form. Young Master Su, you have to be prepared." "You'd better not, Miss Bai. If you scare me to death, who will you marry in the future?" Wang Haoren's tone gradually became a little presumptuous. Munanji had never joked like this before. She suddenly panicked and felt that she couldn't take it anymore. stop joking. I'm not Bai Sujan, and you're not Su Xian. You're right, but there's one thing that Su Xian and I are the same. Wang Haoran smiled. What is it? Munanji was curious and asked subconsciously. That is, when you meet a woman for the first time on the bridge after the rain, you can't help but fall in love with her, Wang Haoran said slowly, obviously hinting at something. Munanji was not stupid, so how could she not understand? At the same time, she was overjoyed, but at the same time, she was a little worried. The two emotions intertwined, and Munanji was a little worried about her gains and losses. What do you think we should do? Wang Haoran stared at Munanji. If he hadn't met Qin Fan, he wouldn't have been so anxious. However, Qin Fan was too curious and insisted on coming to take a look. Wang Haoran wanted to give Qin Fan a critical blow, so he started to flirt with Munanji. At this point, Munanji had no choice but to respond. She really wanted to say that she was also like Wang Haoran and fell in love with him without any restraint. However, she had concerns in her heart, so she didn't respond immediately. Instead, she asked tentatively, "Aren't you going to ask me what kind of experience I have in the past?" Wang Haoran was puzzled by Munanji's intention, but he didn't take the opportunity to ask Munanji what kind of experience she had in the past. Because it would be too stupid to ask such a question. Besides, he had already taken away the most important thing to Munanji. What was the point of asking? About her experience in the past? Everyone has a past. I don't care about that, Wang Haoran said generously. Munanji was secretly happy, but she still wanted to make it clearer so that he would not be disappointed in the future. She took a deep breath and said, I used to have an ex-boyfriend. We lived together for a while. That fact was a little difficult to talk about, so Munanji used another way to convey her incomplete information. After Wang Haoran heard it, he naturally understood that Munanji was lying. After all, he knew very well what he had done. Moreover, as the female lead, how could Munanji escape the setting of a female lead's first love? However, Munanji obviously had other intentions when she said that. Wang Haoran thought for a moment and soon understood. She was lying to give herself a warning. Everyone is not perfect. I like you, so naturally, I will accept your imperfections. Wang Haoran stared at Munanji affectionately. You really don't care that I'm not that? Munanji was a little incredulous. Why should I care? Am I jealous of myself? Wang Haoran muttered to himself, but the affection on his face did not diminish at all. His tone was sincere. Of course I don't care. The worries in Munanji's heart were suddenly swept away, and she was suddenly happy. Ding. The female lead Munanji's favorability towards the host has increased by 10. Current favorability is 70, undying affection, ding. The host has influenced the direction of the plot. Received 2000 villain points, Qin Fan's protagonist aura -100, host's villain aura +100. Was this really the treatment of a protagonist? Was it so easy to gain favorability? Wang Haoran was secretly surprised for a moment. I also have a past, actually. He wanted to say something but stopped. Munanji stretched out her hand and placed it on his lips to stop him from continuing. I don't care either, no matter what kind of past you have. You have to remember that you don't want to listen, not that I don't want to say it. Wang Haoran thought to himself. She had said that just now because she wanted to give Munanji a heads up so that she would have an excuse if things got out in the future. Of course, if Munanji had really wanted to know, Wang Haoran would not have said that he had exposed himself. At most, he would have said that he had an ex-girlfriend. At this moment, the dishes were served. After the two of them opened their mouths, the atmosphere instantly became much more relaxed and comfortable. After the dishes were served, the two began to eat. There was no one else in the private room. During the meal, the two of them frequently interacted with each other verbally. If there were other people around, they would probably be fed dog food until they died. In another private room, Qin Fan also met Ma Hongxing. Little Ma, you said that your company is facing a crisis, but why haven't I heard anything about it online? Qin Fan asked Ma Hongxing as he ate. Due to the disturbance caused by the crafting video, he didn't go out except for eating. He went online or played games to pass the time. Ma Hongxing's business was huge. If there was a crisis in the company, there would at least be some news online. However, Qin Fan went online every day and didn't see any related news. Naturally, he felt that it was a little strange. Only a few core members know about the crisis in the company. It hasn't been spread yet, and I don't know how long it can be kept a secret. Ma Hongxing was a cunning old fox. He didn't panic at all when he was found out. Instead, he explained with a worried face. Oh, I see. Although Qin Fan had many skills, compared to an old fox like Ma Hongxing, he was still a lot worse. He didn't realize that Ma Hongxing was lying at all. Hurry up and calm down the disturbance on the internet. Qin Fan went straight to the point. Master, don't worry. The person I found this time is very reliable, Ma Hongxing said with a serious face. The disturbance caused by Qin Fan's crafting video had been fermenting for some time because of him adding fuel to the fire. Even if the disturbance subsided, Qin Fan's popularity wouldn't drop much. Qin Fan would still be laughed at when he walked out of the door. Ma Hongxing's goal of embarrassing Qin Fan had been achieved. Naturally, there was no need for him to add fuel to the fire. Taking the opportunity to calm down the disturbance, he could also appease Qin Fan and gain his trust. After he had completely cured his illness, it would be the time to find an assassin to kill Qin Fan. Come, let's have a drink. Qin Fan didn't know what the old fox in front of him was thinking. He picked up a small glass of wine and wanted to have a drink with Ma Hongxing. Master, let me toast you. Ma Hongxing smiled and raised his glass. After a clear clinking sound, the two of them drank the red wine in their glasses. Ma Hongxing picked up the wine bottle and poured more wine for Qin Fan. Buzz. The phone on the table suddenly vibrated. Qin Fan picked up the phone and saw that it was a message from Wang Haoren. There was a private room number on the message. After Qin Fan saw it, he smiled knowingly and stood up. My future brother-in-law is also eating here. I'll go and have a look. I'll be back soon. After saying goodbye, Qin Fan left the private room. I never drink. Munanji looked at the glass of red wine that Wang Haoren handed to her and quickly waved her hand. The alcohol content of this red wine is very low. You won't get drunk. Besides, red wine is good for your skin, so just drink a little. After all, this is our first date. There should be some ceremony, right? Wang Haoren said enthusiastically. All right then. Munanji didn't want to be a wet blanket. She nodded and clinked her glass with Wang Haoren's. Then, she picked up the glass and took a sip. Wang Haoren, on the other hand, raised his head and drank the whole glass of red wine in one breath. After finishing one cup, he quickly filled another cup and downed it all. You'll get drunk if you keep drinking like this. Munanji quickly stopped him. I'm in a good mood today. Don't stop me. I want to drink more. Wang Haoren ignored her and poured another glass of red wine. Halfway through the meal, he suddenly ordered a bottle of red wine. It was not to create a romantic atmosphere, but to get drunk so that he would have an opportunity to attack. At the same time, he also wanted Munanji to not be too resistant and reluctantly cooperate. After drinking a few glasses of wine, Wang Haoren pretended to be a little drunk. He looked at Munanji with misty and passionate eyes. Then, he stood up, walked to Munanji's side, and lowered his head to stare at her face. Munanji sat on the stool. When she raised her eyes slightly, she met a pair of fiery eyes that made her heart tremble. Then, she lowered her head shyly. Wang Haoren reached out and pinched her chin, making her keep her beautiful face slightly raised. Munanji seemed to have understood something. She was a little resistant, but also a little expectant. Wang Haoren supported himself with one hand on the table. He leaned forward slightly and maintained the affectionate gaze. He didn't immediately do anything. A few seconds later, the door of the private room was suddenly pushed open. Qin Fan walked in with a bright and gossipy smile. The time had come. Wang Haoren suddenly leaned forward, lowered his head, and pouted. Haoren, let me. Qin Fan felt as if his throat was choked by a pair of invisible hands. He was instantly speechless and stunned on the spot. Munanji's back was facing the door of the private room. Qin Fan only saw a woman with long black hair interacting with Wang Haoren, but he did not see the woman's face clearly. However, Qin Fan still knew what the two of them were doing. Such a scene in front of him made him feel extremely embarrassed. Although he was 30 years old, he had always been a pure craftsman. He had not even given his first kiss yet. Such a scene had a great impact on his soul. The feeling of being forced into a public display of affection was really not a good feeling. He regretted not knocking on the door first. If he had knocked on the door, he definitely would not have encountered such a situation. A sour feeling welled up in Qin Fan's heart. His future brother-in-law was too capable. They had only met for a meal, and they had already reached this point? He was really good. However, this sour feeling didn't last for more than a few seconds in Qin Fan's heart before it quickly dissipated. Such an easy woman should be more open. What was there to be envious of? Qin Fan asked himself. If he was not picky, he could get a lot of women. Thinking of this, his heart suddenly felt much better. However, these two people were a little too invested. Was it enough? He was here. Did they think he was heir? Munanji naturally heard the sound of Qin Fan opening the door and knew that someone had come in. However, she was caught off guard and did not have any time to think at all. She could only accept it passively. Out of a girl's restraint, Munanji wanted to reach out and push him away, but she realized that she did not have any strength in her body. Her hands were very sore and her mind was blank. This was the first time Munanji had experienced such a strange feeling. Wang Haoran did it on purpose. Of course, he knew that Qin Fan was watching, but he pretended to be in a state of selflessness and did not pay attention to him at all. After Qin Fan calmed down, he stood and watched for a while, waiting for the two of them to realize that he was here and quickly restrain themselves. However, the two of them did not seem to be done. Qin Fan immediately wanted to turn around and leave, but he was curious about the woman who was dating his future brother-in-law. Ahem. Qin Fan pretended to cough to remind the two of them. Wang Haoran felt that it was about time. When he heard the commotion, he stopped and turned his head to look. He was suddenly stunned, and then revealed a very embarrassed expression. You, when did you come? Wang Haoran widened his eyes and pretended to be surprised. I've been watching for a few minutes. Qin Fan smiled and said, not bad. You're no longer single so quickly. Wang Haoran smiled foolishly and pulled out a stool beside him. He gestured, have a seat. Let me toast you. All right. Qin Fan replied with a smile. He had always wanted to build a good relationship with his future brother-in-law. Now that his future brother-in-law had said so, of course, he had to give him face. Moreover, he drank this cup of wine with a clear conscience. Munanji's back was facing Qin Fan, but when she heard the familiar voice, she immediately recognized it as Qin Fan's voice. It was already awkward enough, and now he even met someone he knew. At this moment, she wished that she could find a hole to hide in and never come out. Following Wang Haoran's voice, Qin Fan's footsteps were heard, and he seemed to be about to take a seat. Munanji felt that she was too embarrassed to face anyone. She lowered her head and covered her face with her hands. Wang Haoran took a new cup, filled it with wine, and placed it on the table in front of Qin Fan. Then, he filled his empty cup with wine as well. Come, come. Wang Haoran was the first to raise his cup. Qin Fan also raised his cup with a smile and clinked glasses with him. Then, the two of them drank the wine in one gulp. Wang Haoran drank because he was happy. Qin Fan gave him face. After all, this was his future brother-in-law. Haoran, your girlfriend is very shy. After drinking, Qin Fan tilted his head and looked at the woman next to him who was covering her face with her hands. Although he said that, Qin Fan felt that this woman was a little pretentious. This woman was clearly very engrossed just now, but now she looked as if she was shy. Was this necessary? It was the first day she met his future brother-in-law, and things had developed to this point. She was probably very open. Why was she pretending to be shy? However, Qin Fan guessed that this woman wanted to show off in front of his future brother-in-law. After all, his future brother-in-law was a little boy. Didn't little boys like this kind of shy woman? She is quite shy. Wang Haoran smiled in response to Qin Fan. Then, he said to Munanji, this is my friend. This is my friend. Let me introduce him to you. Why are you covering your face? Quickly put your hands down. Hearing his voice, Munanji was quite helpless. She could only slowly move her hands away. Qin Fan looked at her curiously. He wanted to see how beautiful this open-minded woman was. Soon, the hands covering her face were removed. A familiar woman's face that made one's heart race was reflected in Qin Fan's eyes. The indifference on Qin Fan's face disappeared instantly. Master, what a coincidence. Munanji smiled awkwardly and greeted him. Nanji? Why is it you? Astonishment, shock, bitterness, disbelief, and many other emotions intertwined, making Qin Fan's expression become incomparably interesting. Wang Haoren saw this and laughed in his heart. He pretended to be surprised and said, "How do you know each other?" "This is my master. I learned Feng Shui from him," Munanji said to Wang Haoren. "It turns out that you're all acquaintances. What a coincidence." Wang Haoren was surprised. Then, he revealed himself. "Nanji, we have to thank your master for being able to be together." "What's going on?" Munanji was puzzled. "It's like this. Your master divined for me and said that my fate had come. I would meet a beauty who would accompany me for the rest of my life at the riverside. By chance, I went to the Mu King Pavilion and met you," Wang Haoren said. The tone of these words was very calm, but when it fell into Qin Fan's ears, it made him feel as if his heart was being stabbed. Ding. Host caused the protagonist Qin Fan's mentality to be damaged. Received 1000 villain points, Qin Fan's protagonist aura -50, host's villain aura +50. Ding. Host caused the protagonist Qin Fan's mentality to be damaged. Received 1000 villain points, Qin Fan's protagonist aura -50, host's villain aura +50. Ding. Host caused the protagonist Qin Fan's mentality to be damaged. Received 1000 villain points, Qin Fan's protagonist aura -50, host's villain aura +50. So that's how it is. Munanji was surprised when she heard Wang Haoren's words. She turned to look at Qin Fan and hesitated for a moment. Then, she picked up the half glass of red wine and said solemnly, "Master, I'll toast you too." Qin Fan's face wrinkled like a bitter gourd. Ding. Host caused the protagonist Qin Fan's mentality to be damaged. Received 1000 villain points, Qin Fan's protagonist aura -50, host's villain aura +50. Qin Fan did not feel good about it. If his future brother-in-law had gotten a beautiful woman, he would not feel so bad. The key was that this was one of his favorite female disciples. Qin Fan knew Munanji very well and knew that she was not a casual woman. She had probably never been in a relationship before. Everything that should be there was there. In the future, his future brother-in-law would probably take all of them. Qin Fan was filled with envy and jealousy. Speaking of which, wasn't this female disciple's taste too ordinary? After all, she had such a high attainment in feng shui and was now one of the most respected figures in the imperial city. Why did she like a rich second-generation heir? She was not short of money. What did she like about his future brother-in-law? It seemed that his future brother-in-law did not have anything worthy of praise other than his face. Looking at the face. Women were really superficial creatures. Qin Fan was angry in his heart. He knew so many skills, but the only thing he lacked was that his appearance was a little ordinary. "Master?" Munanji saw Qin Fan in a daze and asked curiously. Only then did Qin Fan react. He squeezed out an ugly smile and clinked glasses with Munanji. Then, he symbolically took a sip of red wine. It was bitter, really bitter. When he drank the red wine just now, he felt that it was delicious, but when he drank it now, it was really too disgusting. However, the only thing that comforted Qin Fan was that Wang Haoren would definitely be very grateful to him if he got the beauty back. He would also help him more and go to his sister, Tantai Yaoyue, to plead for him. Munanji did not like drinking, but she was so happy that she took a big sip of wine. She choked and coughed a few times. Wang Haoren took a piece of tissue from the table and gently wiped the remaining wine from her mouth. "Drink slowly," Wang Haoren said gently and scratched Munanji's delicate nose. Munanji's face was flushed red. It was unknown whether it was because of the wine or something else. Ding. Host has damaged the protagonist Qin Fan's mentality. Received 800 villain points. Qin Fan's protagonist aura -40. Host's villain aura +40. Qin Fan couldn't take it anymore. He stood up and said, I still have something to do. I'll be leaving first. After that, she left in a hurry and returned to Ma Hongxing's private room with a melancholy expression. Wang Haoran took a look at the series of system messages he had received before. He immediately felt much better. Judging from Qin Fan's reaction, although he was extremely jealous, he did not harbor any resentment. Everything was going according to Wang Haoran's plan. After Qin Fan left, the couple in the private room continued with their dinner. After dinner, Wang Haoran chatted with Munanji for a while before driving her back to the Jinhao Hotel. Along the way, he did not make any excessive demands of Munanji. Munanji was a little sensitive because of that incident. Wang Haoran's action of keeping an appropriate distance made her feel very comfortable. After saying goodbye to Wang Haoran, Munanji returned to her room in high spirits. I thought you wouldn't come back tonight. Bian Suwen opened the door and welcomed Munanji in. She smiled teasingly. What are you thinking? We just met today. How can it be so soon? Munanji retorted. You seem to be in a good mood. It seems like things went well. Quick, tell me, what's going on? Bian Suwen's curiosity was aroused. Munanji was too embarrassed to tell her the details, so she replied vaguely, we're already a couple. You guys met today? That's really fast. Bian Suwen was surprised. Munanji was a little embarrassed. I didn't want it to be so fast, but I was afraid that I would miss the opportunity if I rejected him, so, alright, I'm not laughing at you. Instead, I'm happy for you. Bian Suwen stopped teasing her. Then, when are you going to bring your boyfriend out to meet me? Munanji remembered what had happened before and asked. There's no hurry. Let's deal with the bigger issue first. Bian Suwen's expression became serious. Munanji seemed to have understood something. She said in a low voice, do you have news about Xiao Wanwan? Yes. Bian Suwen nodded. I've received the exact news. Xiao Wanwan faked her identity and is taking the postgraduate entrance examination at Qingling Normal University. I don't know what she's up to. But that's not important. What's important is that she's alone. We're in the dark while she's out in the open. In that case, it'll be easier for us to carry out our plan. Are you confident that you can control Xiao Wanwan? Munanji was a little worried. She was afraid that she would alert Xiao Wanwan and cause her to go all out and release the video. If that happened, things would be bad. Munanji could accept that her reputation would be damaged, but she could not accept losing her boyfriend because of it. I'm not confident if we do it openly, but if we don't follow the rules, I'm absolutely confident that I can control her. Besides, I have help, Bian Suwen said confidently. That's good. Munanji was relieved. The two of them continued to discuss the details of how to deal with Xiao Wanwan. At that moment, Xiao Wanwan was still unaware that someone was plotting against her. Xiao Wanwan remembered the task given by the old master. She pretended to be a postgraduate student and lived a normal campus life while monitoring Du Yuro's movements. A day's time passed very quickly. After the evening class, Xiao Wanwan was ready to return to a rented house near the campus. Under the hazy moonlight, Xiao Wanwan walked on a dark path. The path was very quiet and there were no street lights. No girl dared to walk on this path at night. However, Xiao Wanwan was skilled and daring. She was not afraid at all. Not long ago, she was stopped by some hooligans on this path. Of course, the hooligans were the ones who suffered. Those hooligans flirted with her, but the price they paid was that they lost 20 to 30 years of their lifespan. As usual, Xiao Wanwan was going to walk on this shortcut back to her place of residence. As she walked, she suddenly felt that there was someone behind her. Xiao Wanwan turned around abruptly, but she did not see anything. She thought that she was just being sensitive and did not pay much attention to it. However, after walking for a distance, she suddenly heard a slight sound. Xiao Wanwan tilted her body slightly. A silver needle that reflected the faint moonlight flew past her body and pierced into a tree trunk not far away. Xiao Wanwan looked in the direction where the needle came from. All she saw was Bian Suwen slowly appearing from the darkness. The little fairy doctor actually resorted to this kind of sneak attack from behind. However, your sneak attack skills are really not that good. Xiao Wanwan sneered. She was proud that she had dodged Bian Suwen's sneak attack. Bian Suwen smiled but did not say a word. Xiao Wanwan suddenly felt a little strange. She wanted to leave this place first, but the moment she lifted her foot, she felt a tap on her back. A gust of vital energy entered her body and sealed her acupoints, making her unable to move. Xiao Wanwan was shocked. Who told you that I am alone? Bian Suwen asked with a smile. Hearing Bian Suwen's words, Xiao Wanwan wanted to say something, but before she could, she felt a sharp pain on her neck. The scenery in front of her blurred as she gradually lost consciousness and fell to the ground. Luo Qingqian reached out to hold her and asked Bian Suwen, "This must be the holy maiden of the poison sect, Xiao Wanwan. Third sister, you wanted to deal with her. What should we do now?" Second sister, leave the rest to me. I won't trouble you. Bian Suwen walked forward and took Xiao Wanwan from Luo Qingqian. What do you want to do? Luo Qingqian asked curiously. Second sister, I have my own plans. Don't ask. I'll tell you when I have the chance. Bian Suwen carried Xiao Wanwan. Although her qi cultivation wasn't high, her strength wasn't weak compared to ordinary people. She didn't feel tired at all when she carried Xiao Wanwan. Then be careful. Luo Qingqian saw Bian Suwen acting mysteriously. Although she was curious, she didn't continue to ask. Got it. Bian Suwen nodded. She carried Xiao Wanwan and quickly left the quiet path, heading towards a Porsche that was parked nearby. The moonlight was dim and there was no one around. She quickly threw Xiao Wanwan into the car. In a villa, Wang Haoran and the others had just eaten and were resting in the living room. Ao Xue, you've been staying in Qingling. Don't you need to return to the Ning family in Songzhou? Feng Yana suddenly asked Ning Ao Xue. Previously, Ning Ao Xue had been staying in this villa for protection. However, Yan Yingtian was dead and Wang Haoran was no longer in danger. However, Ning Ao Xue was still staying in Qingling. Feng Yana couldn't help but feel strange. My father is in charge of the Ning family. It doesn't matter if I go back or not. I've been here for a while and I'm used to it. This place is suitable for cultivation. I don't plan to go back to the Ning family for the time being. Ning Ao Xue said calmly. While staying in the villa, Ning Ao Xue lived in seclusion and rarely went out. She spent most of her time cultivating and her cultivation was increasing steadily. Then, how long do you plan to stay here? Feng Xuanzu, who was at the side, said lightly. How long do you want to stay here? Ning Ao Xue asked. Why am I staying here? I'm the woman of this place. Feng Xuanzu wanted to say that she was the mistress of this place, but she hadn't acknowledged her husband yet. Halfway through her sentence, she suddenly stopped and changed her words. Forget it, I can't be bothered to argue with you. Feng Xuanzu and Ning Ao Xue had been quarreling for a long time. Wang Haoran was already used to it. He pretended that he didn't hear it and played with his mobile phone. A message notification suddenly popped up. Are you free now? It was a message from Bian Suwen. What's wrong? Wang Haoran didn't answer immediately, but asked first. Bian Su asked, I'm sick. I don't feel well. Wang Haoran was surprised and sent a message, aren't you a doctor yourself? Should I prescribe some medicine for myself? Bian Su asked, doctors don't treat themselves, haven't you heard the saying? Wang Haoran replied, I've heard of it, but I'm not a doctor, and I can't cure you. Bian Su asked, not necessarily. Maybe you're the only one who can cure me. Wang Haoran's eyelids twitched, and he immediately understood something. I'm here to see you. Where are you? Bian Suwen immediately sent an address. Wang Haoran glanced at it and memorized it. Then, he went back to his bedroom and brought a few bodyguards with him. Are you still going out this late? Feng Xuanzu saw that Wang Haoran seemed to be going out, so she asked. A few classmates asked me to go to an internet cafe to play games. I might stay up all night. I'm leaving. Wang Haoran waved at Feng Xuanzu and walked out of the hall with his car keys. Feng Xuanzu was resentful. Are games that fun? Playing games this late at night. Can't you play something else? However, as a virtuous woman, she did not say much. Wang Haoran drove away from the villa and arrived at a high-end hotel. Following Bian Suwen's directions, he came to a room. Bian Suwen's complexion was very good, and she did not look like she was sick at all. Wang Haoran had already guessed it, so he did not find it strange at all. He wanted to get to the point immediately. Wait a minute. Bian Suwen raised her hand to stop him. Then, she walked to the coffee table in the room and poured 2 glasses of red wine. She picked up the red wine glasses and walked toward Wang Haoran, handing one of the glasses to him. That's a little romantic. Bian Suwen blinked her eyes. Okay. Wang Haoran nodded and took the red wine glass. He was about to drink it. However, just as the glass was about to reach his mouth, his action of drinking the wine froze. What's wrong with these female protagonists? Why do they always like to add ingredients to their drinks? Wang Haoran could not help but complain. Then, he became suspicious. The ingredients in the wine had a slight intoxicating and strong hallucinogenic effect. He had already done that with Bian Suwen, so why would she do that? Could it be that she found out about me and Munanji and wants to teach me a lesson? However, that was not very likely. Bian Suwen thought that he was just an ordinary person, so there was no need for her to do that. Moreover, with Bian Suwen's favorability toward him, she would not do anything to hurt him. You're such a killjoy. Why aren't you drinking? Bian Suwen had already drunk half a glass of red wine in order to reassure Wang Haoran. Seeing that Wang Haoran was not drinking, she complained. Of course, I'm drinking. Wang Haoran raised his head and drank the glass of red wine. Although he was suspicious of Bian Suwen's motive, his poison resistance was almost maxed out. The poison in the wine could not make him faint at all. He would not faint even if there were a few kilograms of poison in the wine, let alone a little bit. After drinking the wine, Wang Haoran estimated the time. Then, he covered his head and pretended to be dizzy. What's wrong? Bian Suwen asked even though she knew the answer. She quickly went forward to help him. My head is a little dizzy, Wang Haoran said. The wine must be too strong. I feel a little dizzy too. Bian Suwen pretended to be a little dizzy as well. Wang Haoran staggered to the side of the bed with Bian Suwen's help. Then, he laid his head on the bed and soon, he was breathing evenly. Bian Suwen heaved a sigh of relief. She stopped pretending and knocked on the inner door of the room. The inner door opened, and Munanji appeared. I'm done here, Bian Suwen said to Munanji as she walked into the room. This room was connected to the room next door. There was an inner door for people to pass through. In the room next door, Xiao Wanwan was lying on the bed, unconscious. Okay. Munanji nodded and took out a small paper bag. I found this on Xiao Wanwan's body. See if there's anything you need. Bian Suwen was a doctor, so she was good at identifying drugs. She quickly found the drug that Xiao Wanwan had used on Munanji. Bian Suwen took one of the packets and walked to the bedside. She then poked Xiao Wanwan's body. Xiao Wanwan's eyelids twitched and she slowly woke up. She saw Bian Suwen and Munanji. Xiao Wanwan was shocked. She wanted to get up, but she realized that she could not move. So, you're scared now? Bian Suwen sneered when she saw Xiao Wanwan's panicked expression. Bian Suwen, I advise you not to do anything stupid. Otherwise, you'll be in trouble if my patriarch finds out about this, Xiao Wanwan warned. What about Nanji's video? Give me the original and the backup. Bian Suwen was confident since she had her big sister's support. She was not afraid of Xiao Wanwan's threat at all. Xiao Wanwan's heart skipped a beat. She did not record the video. She just wanted to put Munanji under control. That was why she lied. I can give it to you, but you have to let me go first. Xiao Wanwan was not stupid. Of course, she would not tell the truth. Instead, she took the opportunity to bargain. Do you think I'm a 3-year-old kid? If I let you go, won't you run away? Bian Suwen curled her lips in disdain and said sternly, my patience is limited. Are you going to give me the video or not? I'll give it to you if you let me go. Otherwise, don't even think about it. Xiao Wanwan raised her head. Alright, you're asking for it. Don't blame me then, Bian Suwen said. She suddenly picked up the packet in her hand and was about to feed Xiao Wanwan the powder. Hey, don't do anything stupid. I didn't bring the antidote. Xiao Wanwan immediately recognized the powder. Her face turned pale as she said anxiously. Munanji gritted her teeth when she heard that. This sounded so familiar. I'm not going to cure you. Why do I need the antidote? Bian Suwen pinched Xiao Wanwan's chin. Bian Suwen, my patriarch won't let you go if you kill me, Xiao Wanwan said. Don't worry. Although I don't have the antidote, I won't let you die. Bian Suwen winked. Xiao Wanwan immediately understood what she meant. She panicked, she begged. Bian Suwen, I beg you. Please don't do this to me. Does the demoness care about this too? When Bian Suwen saw how nervous Xiao Wanwan was, she knew that her guess was right. This demoness was indeed. Munanji, I didn't do it on purpose. I just wanted to tease you that day. I didn't expect that to happen. Xiao Wanwan knew she couldn't get through to Bian Suwen, so she turned to Munanji and said. Do you think I'll let it go just because you said you didn't mean it? Munanji's eyes were red. She could have given herself to the person she liked completely, but because of Xiao Wanwan's teasing, there was a flaw. Although the person she liked had made it clear that he did not mind, Munanji still minded it very much. That incident was like a thorn in Munanji's heart, and she couldn't get rid of it no matter what. You can even chop off one of my hands, but please don't use the same method to harm me. I'm begging you, Xiao Wanwan said with a sobbing voice. Who did you catch that day? I want to know about him, Munanji said with a dark face. I don't know him. I just caught him casually. Xiao Wanwan did not dare to reveal the old ancestor's name. You. Munanji was fuming with anger. She initially wanted to take revenge on that person after Xiao Wanwan told her who that person was, but she did not expect Xiao Wanwan to say that she did not know who that person was. I know what that person looks like. Let me go, and I'll definitely find that person, Xiao Wanwan said. Don't say such things. We're not that stupid, Bian Suwen interrupted and asked again. Are you going to hand over the video of Nanji or not? Let me go, and I'll hand it over. Otherwise, it's impossible. If you dare to touch me, I'll expose that video, Xiao Wanwan said with a thick skin. Alright, then let's be fair. You have something on Nanji, and let Nanji have something on you. This way, you won't dare to expose it. Bian Suwen reckoned that it was about time. She did not want to talk nonsense with Xiao Wanwan anymore. She pinched Xiao Wanwan's chin and fed her the powder. Bian Suwen, you bad woman. I curse you to be abandoned by a man. You'll be heartbroken and hang yourself. Xiao Wanwan saw that there was no turning back, and her face turned ugly. She knew that Bian Suwen was with the old ancestor, and the old ancestor wanted to take revenge on the celestial medicine valley. She naturally felt that Bian Suwen's ending would be very miserable. I can't talk about morality with a witch like you. As for whether I'll be abandoned or not, you're worrying too much. My boyfriend and I are very loving. Bian Suwen did not take Xiao Wanwan's words to heart. Xiao Wanwan was furious. She wanted to scold a few more times, but the poison suddenly took effect. She could not even speak properly, and her vision became blurry. There were two women in front of her, but Xiao Wanwan vaguely felt that they were two men. Xiao Wanwan knew the effect of the medicine, so she naturally knew that it was an illusion. However, she could not control herself at all. Fortunately, her body was restricted and she could not move. Otherwise, she would have pounced on them. Bian Suwen carried Xiao Wanwan and was about to walk to the next room through the small door. Bian Suwen walked a few steps and suddenly asked Munanji, Xiao Wanwan made a fool of you. Do you want to see how Xiao Wanwan was bullied and record a video? Nah, forget it. Munanji shook her head. She wanted to see Xiao Wanwan make a fool of herself, but she would undoubtedly see Bian Suwen's boyfriend. She did not want to dirty her eyes, so she naturally gave up the idea. In the next room, Wang Haoran watched the entire conversation with his X-ray vision. He could not help but be dumbfounded. Did she really think of herself as a tool? Xiao Wanwan could be pardoned, but what was with Bian Suwen's actions? That was a little too confusing. Could it be that it was because of the other main character's adventure experience card? Wang Haoran thought to himself. Bian Suwen was not an extreme person. Although she wanted to take revenge for her good sister, there were many ways to take revenge. However, Bian Suwen had chosen such a method. It was a little strange. On the surface, this method seemed to be quite effective. While he was thinking, Bian Suwen carried the confused Xiao Wanwan over. Wang Haoran was afraid that he would be discovered, so he closed his eyes and lay straight. He did not move around. This main character's adventure experience card was a little too deceitful. Initially, he was hoping that he could survive a fall from the cliff and obtain the inheritance of immortal cultivation. However, judging from the current situation, his hopes were dashed. The second main character's adventure experience card was obviously similar to the first one. Why didn't they just change the name? This was not a F*King adventure experience card. However, he was like an arrow on a bow. What should he do now? Should he fight back, or should he just let himself be manipulated? Wang Haoran racked his brain and tried to come up with a solution. Although he was tricked by Bian Suwen, it wasn't that hard to accept. Instead, he found Bian Suwen adorable. In comparison, Wang Haoran was more inclined to be manipulated. But what should he do after that? How should he face Xiao Wanwan? Xiao Wanwan wouldn't take revenge on him for impersonating the old ancestor of the poison sect, but she would definitely take it to heart. After all, Xiao Wanwan's impression of him was only 40. Moreover, Xiao Wanwan would think that he did it on purpose. After all, as the old ancestor of the poison sect, how could he be tricked by Bian Suwen? Xiao Wanwan would definitely think, I respect you so much, old ancestor, and I do my best to work for you. How could you have such thoughts about me? In that case, his high and mighty image as the old ancestor would be destroyed. He still hoped that Xiao Wanwan would continue to work hard and monitor Gu Yuro's every move. If Xiao Wanwan took this matter to heart, she might just quit and not do it. By then, who should he get to monitor Gu Yuro? Jiang Gaoxian didn't really need to monitor Ling Nanxiu, but Jiang Gaoxian was a man after all. Although he didn't have that ability, it wasn't appropriate for him to monitor Gu Yuro. He was the male lead of the female channel after all. Although he was a fake, he still felt uncomfortable letting someone of the opposite sex monitor Gu Yuro. If Gu Yuro was seen, wouldn't he be the one at a disadvantage? He still needed to maintain his relationship with Xiao Wanwan. Of course, he still needed to detoxify her poison. As he was thinking, Bian Suwen walked over with Xiao Wanwan in her arms. Wang Haoran secretly activated his vital energy and hit Bian Suwen. Bian Suwen had just unsealed Xiao Wanwan's acupuncture point when she felt dizzy. She slowly lost all her strength and was about to fall to the ground with Xiao Wanwan. Bian Suwen had already lost consciousness. Wang Haoran wasn't afraid of being discovered. He leaped forward and held Bian Suwen and Xiao Wanwan in case they fell to the ground and bumped into each other. He placed Bian Suwen on the bed slowly and covered her with a blanket. Then, he used his true energy to help Xiao Wanwan suppress the poison. Xiao Wanwan's misty eyes regained some clarity. Ancestor? Xiao Wanwan was surprised. How could you be so careless as to be captured by Bian Suwen? You've really lost face for my poison sect, Wang Haoran said with a stern face. Bian Suwen has a helper. That person is probably at least at the level of evolved Jing Master. I was careless and fell into his trap. Xiao Wanwan was a little ashamed. She explained and suddenly understood something. She was just curious about which man Bian Su had found to deal with her. It turned out that she had found the patriarch. I can only help you suppress the poison temporarily. You should bring the antidote and quickly cure the poison yourself, Wang Haoran said calmly. Xiao Wanwan's face turned pale and her lips trembled. I didn't bring the antidote. It's fine if you didn't bring it last time, but you didn't bring the antidote this time? Wang Haoran had already noticed, but he still scolded her on the surface. I didn't expect that I would be poisoned. Xiao Wanwan's face was bitter. She asked with a trace of hope, did you bring it, ancestor? Wang Haoran was silent. Xiao Wanwan immediately understood. She had asked the patriarch a similar question before, but Munanji was the one who suffered at that time. This time, it was her. A wave of panic gushed out from Xiao Wanwan's heart. She was very clear about the effects of the poison. Without the antidote, she would definitely die. Unless... Xiao Wanwan's eyes, which had lost focus due to panic, focused again and looked at the patriarch. Wang Haoran pretended not to understand and said solemnly, Wanwan will definitely die after you die. Wanwan, after you die, I'll definitely find Bian Suwen for revenge. I'll even bury everyone in the immortal Dr. Valley with you. Don't worry. Xiao Wanwan was touched when she heard that. She thought that the patriarch really cared for his subordinates and valued her so much. However, she soon realized that something was wrong. Actually, she wasn't doomed to die. There was still a glimmer of hope. Who would want to die if they could live? Patriarch, I don't want to die yet. Is there any other way that I won't lose? Xiao Wanwan asked under the urge of survival. If there was any other way, I could have cured Munanji. Why would I do that? Do you really think that I'm after Munanji? Wang Haoran's face darkened. He had the demeanor of an expert who disdained beauty. That's not what I meant, Patriarch. Xiao Wanwan quickly shook her head. Wanwan, dying from this poison will be very miserable. If you want to die easily, I can give you a quick death. A vicious glint flashed through Wang Haoran's eyes. He looked like the poison sex patriarch who would kill without batting an eyelid. I'm still young. I don't want to die. Xiao Wanwan was afraid that the patriarch would send her to heaven and quickly stopped him. Then what do you mean? You want me to cure you of the poison? Wang Haoran's expression didn't change. Xiao Wanwan struggled internally for a moment before she straightened her neck and said, Patriarch, I know that it's wrong for me to go against my superiors, but on account of this subordinate sincerity to the poison sect, can you save my life? I was waiting for you to say that. You should have said it earlier. My mouth is almost dry from talking. Wang Haoran secretly rejoiced, but his expression didn't change. He deliberately stayed silent for a while, causing Xiao Wanwan to panic like a drum. Fine. You're the poison sect's holy maiden after all. If you die, it'll be a loss to the poison sect. Xiao Wanwan heaved a sigh of relief when she heard this. But she quickly became disappointed. But for the sake of her life, she had no other choice. She closed her eyes and silently waited for the storm to come. Ding. Host has captured the female lead Xiao Wanwan for the first time. Received 4,000 villain points. Xiao Wanwan's female lead Halo -200. Host's villain Halo +200. Ding. Female lead Xiao Wanwan's favorability towards the host has increased by 10. Current favorability is 50, adoration grows, ding. Host has influenced the plot. Received 1,000 villain points. Looking out the window, the sky outside was starting to brighten. Unknowingly, it was already daybreak. Wang Haoran moved Bian Suwen to the ground and undid her sleeping acupoint. He then returned to the bed and pretended to be asleep. Bian Suwen slowly woke up. Her eyes were a little dazed before she panicked. Why did I faint for no reason? Could it be that Xiao Wanwan poisoned me? In her panic, she immediately sensed the condition of her body but didn't find any signs of being poisoned. She looked around and quickly found Wang Haoran and Xiao Wanwan. The two of them were motionless and only the sound of their breathing could be heard. Bian Suwen thought for a moment. She thought that when she undid Xiao Wanwan's restraints, Xiao Wanwan regained her freedom and attacked her by tapping on her acupoint to make her faint. Seeing that her surroundings were in a mess, she knew what happened. She thought that after Xiao Wanwan knocked her out, the drug took effect and she didn't have time to deal with her and went to detoxify the poison. Bian Suwen thought to herself that it was a close call. Then she realized something. She didn't record the process properly and it wouldn't be easy to threaten Xiao Wanwan. But thinking about it, Xiao Wanwan was poisoned and was in a daze. She didn't know how to control her strength and might not know that she had fainted for an entire night. Since she didn't record the process, she might not know. Bian Suwen quickly got up and moved Xiao Wanwan to the room next door. In order to prevent Wang Haoran from waking up, she purposely tapped on his acupoint so that he could sleep a little longer. Munanji, who was in the room next door, did not sleep at all. Although the soundproofing effect of the small door was not bad, some sounds could still be faintly heard, perhaps because the movement was too loud. How could she sleep peacefully then? Munanji quickly got up when she heard the door open. She saw Bian Suwen carrying Xiao Wanwan into the room. Xiao Wanwan's eyes were tightly shut. Her face was pale and rosy. Even though she was asleep, her brows were still knitted. It was obvious that she had suffered a lot. Munanji could not help but remember that she had cursed Xiao Wanwan once, saying that she would get her retribution sooner or later. Who would have thought that her retribution would come so quickly? Is this what they mean by harm will come to you eventually? Munanji thought bitterly. Bian Suwen put Xiao Wanwan on the ground and shook her roughly. Xiao Wanwan opened her eyes slowly, looking very tired. She saw her rival, Bian Suwen. She raised her weak hand, but it was stopped by Bian Suwen. I didn't expect this day to come. Bian Suwen smiled gloatingly. She took out her phone and waved it in front of Xiao Wanwan. Now that I have something on you, do you want to make a deal? Xiao Wanwan snorted coldly. Of course, she knew that Bian Suwen was lying, but she did not want to expose her. Otherwise, her identity as the patriarch might be exposed. After thinking for a while, she decided not to answer. You don't want to make a deal? Then we'll both keep it. But I'm warning you, if the video about Nanji gets leaked, the video about you will be leaked as well. Do you understand? Bian Suwen was a little guilty, but she still threatened Xiao Wanwan. Xiao Wanwan did not say anything. Bian Suwen was lying, and so was she. Both of them did not have anything on each other, so it was not a bad idea to go along with Bian Suwen's plan. Xiao Wanwan ignored Bian Suwen and looked at Munanji. Let's call it quits. Munanji frowned. She could not get back what she had lost. How could she call it quits? Although she minded, Xiao Wanwan paid the price, and she didn't have to worry about that secret being exposed. However, Munanji had a feeling that Xiao Wanwan did not have the kind of disappointment and sadness that one would feel after losing something very important. Compared to her breakdown back then, Xiao Wanwan looked much better. Munanji felt a little indignant, but she could not do anything to Xiao Wanwan. After all, she didn't want to kill him back then. Let her go, Suwen, Munanji said. Bian Suwen nodded and released the restrictions on Xiao Wanwan. When Xiao Wanwan regained her freedom, she immediately got up from the cold floor, but her movement was a little too big. She couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air, and her frown deepened. Do you want me to prescribe you some medicine? I can give you a discount. Bian Suwen teased with a smile. Xiao Wanwan glared at her fiercely. No need. Although she mainly studied poison, she still knew a little about medicine. She could solve this problem by herself. Xiao Wanwan struggled to get up and walked out of the room slowly. Along the way, she felt a little disappointed because she had lost something, but she did not find it hard to accept. The patriarch was such a powerful figure, and he was willing to lower himself to cure her. What was there for her to complain about? To a certain extent, this should be her honor. Am I considered half a madam sect leader now? Xiao Wanwan could not help but have this thought, but it was extinguished after a few seconds. This was because she felt that it was a little too whimsical. The patriarch was a devil who killed without batting an eyelid. How could he have feelings? She could not help but feel a little disappointed when she thought about this. On the other side, after Xiao Wanwan left, Bian Suwen suddenly said to Munanji, my boyfriend is next door. He's sleeping like a log right now. Aren't you curious about what my boyfriend looks like? Do you want to sneak a peek? I don't think so. I'm afraid that I'll see something I shouldn't see. You'll be jealous. Munanji did not know whether to laugh or cry. Why would I be? If it were someone else, I might be a little jealous, but we're good sisters. I'm not that petty, Bian Suwen joked. I have a boyfriend too. I don't want to see your boyfriend. Why? Don't you introduce him to me on a formal occasion? Munanji refused. All right then. Bian Suwen shrugged. Naturally, she would not force it. She went to the room next door through the small door and quickly cleaned up the mess around the room. Speaking of which, she was mainly cleaning up the fallen plum on the bed. After she was done, Bian Suwen went to Wang Haoran's side and unsealed his sleeping acupoint. However, Wang Haoran still did not wake up. Bian Suwen chuckled. She pinched a lock of her hair and scratched his nose. Wang Haoran scratched his nose. Then, he pretended that he had been woken up and opened his sleepy eyes. "You're awake." Bian Suwen smiled at him in high spirits. However, she still felt a little sour in her heart. After all, she had borrowed her boyfriend. She felt a little uncomfortable in her heart. However, when she thought of Xiao Wanwan's pitiful appearance, the sour feeling eased a lot. "You're up so early." Wang Haoran seemed to be in a daze. "Yeah." Bian Suwen nodded and blinked her big eyes. "See, am I right? I've really recovered." What she meant was that she wanted to remind him about what happened last night. The ingredients in the wine had the effect of making people dizzy and hallucinogenic. She was sure that Wang Haoran could not remember what happened last night. At most, he could only vaguely feel it. She said that because she wanted to let Wang Haoran think that she was the one beside him all the time. "You've recovered, but I still feel a little dizzy." Wang Haoran rubbed his temples. He seemed to be a little uncomfortable. Bian Suwen immediately realized that the effect of the medicine might not be completely gone yet. "Maybe you're too tired." "It's normal," Bian Suwen explained. Then, she stretched out her hand and said, "Let me massage your head." "You'll be fine." After a while, Wang Haoran pretended to be excited. "Much better." "That's good." Bian Suwen secretly heaved a sigh of relief. She looked at the time and said, "You're up. Let's go and have breakfast." Wang Haoran looked out of the window. The sky was still dark. "It's just daybreak. Isn't it a little too early to have breakfast?" As he spoke, he gave Bian Suwen a strange look. Bian Suwen was stunned for a while. She understood and was a little tempted. However, she remembered that her good friend was still next door. "Forget it if you don't want to go. I'm going to have breakfast. I have an appointment with a patient in the morning." After saying that, she wanted to run away. Wang Haoran was secretly angry. "She wants to run away after scheming against me? How can there be such a good thing? If I don't take revenge secretly, I won't be able to calm down." In a ward of the hospital's anorectal department, Ling Nanshu had changed out of his hospital gown into his usual clothes and was packing up his daily necessities. A moment later, a burly man walked in with a few pieces of paper. "The discharge procedures are done. You can leave now." Then, she stepped forward and took the bag of daily necessities from Ling Nanshu's hands. She said with a tender expression, "Let me do the heavy lifting." Ling Nanshu's expression was complicated. During the time he was hospitalized, it was this burly man who took care of him meticulously. Ling Nanshu had been jealous of him, but after spending some time with him, his jealousy had gradually dissipated. He even felt an inexplicable sense of dependence on him. Ling Nanshu knew that something was wrong and wanted to get rid of this feeling. After calming himself down, his gaze became resolute. "Zhao Taizhu, you owe me this." "I won't be grateful," Ling Nanshu said coldly. During this period of time, he already knew the name of this metal tower-like muscular man. This name was very old-fashioned, but it was filled with a masculine aura. Of course, this was just Ling Nanshu's opinion. Zhao Taizhu led Ling Nanshu out of the hospital and into a small car. "Nanshu, are you going home or to school?" Zhao Taizhu asked after getting into the car. "School." Ling Nanshu spat out these words coldly. "Okay." Zhao Taizhu agreed happily and started the car. Ling Nanshu sat in the back seat of the car. He was a little dazed by what had happened recently. He made up his mind not to see Zhao Taizhu again after today. Ling Nanshu felt that if he continued to interact with Zhao Taizhu, his mind would be completely distorted. "I'm a man, a man. I should like women." Ling Nanshu continued to brainwash himself. Suddenly, he felt the car come to a stop. Ling Nanshu snapped out of his reverie and looked out of the car window. He realized that the car had not stopped at the school gate, but at a secluded area in the suburbs. He retracted his gaze and looked at Zhao Taizhu, who was in the driver's seat. He saw that Zhao Taizhu was looking at him covetously. Ling Nanshu felt that something was amiss. He wanted to open the car door and escape, but he didn't know if it was because he was nervous or because he had been hospitalized for a long time, but he was weak. He didn't even have the strength to lift his feet. Not long after, a black figure gradually grew larger in Ling Nanshu's eyes. The man's hot breath hit her face. This time, Ling Nanshu did not feel afraid. Instead, he felt a strange sense of anticipation. Ding! The host manipulated behind the scenes, causing the protagonist Ling Nanshu's orientation to deviate greatly. Obtain 2,400 villain points. Ling Nanshu's protagonist aura minus 120. The host's villain aura plus 120. Wang Haoran. A car stopped at the entrance of the Academy of Arts. Ling Nanshu got out of the car. Nanshu, I'll look for you when I'm free. Zhao Taizhu gave Ling Nanshu a charming look. Ling Nanshu really wanted to tell Zhao Taizhu to scram as far as he could from now on. However, he couldn't bring himself to say it. While he was hesitating, Zhao Taizhu had already driven away. Ling Nanshu watched until the car disappeared from his sight. Then, he slowly retracted his gaze. He put his hand into his trouser pocket and took out a cash check from the bag. This cash check had a limit of 1 million yuan. It had been given to him by Zhao Taizhu. Ling Nanshu stared at the string of numbers on the check in a daze. He was a little dazed. His family wasn't very well off. In order to pay for his tuition at the Academy of Arts, his family had almost emptied their pockets. With this 1 million yuan, he could improve his family's living conditions and let his family live a better life. Moreover, this 1 million yuan was just the beginning. This was because Zhao Taizhu had said that as long as he was obedient, he would have an endless amount of money to spend in the future. Ling Nanshu's strange dependence on Zhao Taizhu and his psychological changes, as well as his desire to let his family live a good life, made him accept the check. A voice in Ling Nanshu's heart told him that once he used this money, there would be no turning back. He would sink deeper and deeper. Another voice told him that it was 1 million yuan. It would be a waste not to take it. Anyway, it had already happened. What difference did it make if he did it once, twice, or even more times? Haven't you seen how the pretty girls in the Academy of Arts are racking their brains to find a sugar daddy? What about you? You're a man, but you're able to obtain excellent conditions that put those pretty girls to shame. What else are you not satisfied with? The two voices in Ling Nanshu's heart started arguing. In the end, the second voice took over. Since he had already suffered, he might as well earn more money. Once he had earned enough money, he could completely get rid of Zhao Taizhu. Wouldn't that be enough? Even if he couldn't get rid of him, he could still have his own life. There were so many pretty girls in the Academy of Arts. In the past, he hadn't dared to have any thoughts about them because he had no money. However, things were different now. With 1 million yuan in his hand, wouldn't it be easy for him to woo the girls in the Academy of Arts? Ling Nanshu comforted himself in his heart, trying to make himself feel more at ease. He took a deep breath and walked towards the campus. On the way, he met a few girls who were dressed to the nines. Ling Nanshu kept looking at them, but for some reason, he didn't feel the joy he usually felt when he saw beautiful girls. Instead, he felt an inexplicable sense of jealousy and envy. As a man, he shouldn't have this kind of mentality. This was completely the mentality of a woman. Ling Nanshu felt a chill run down his spine. He really wanted to get rid of this mentality, but it seemed like it wouldn't go away. Wang Haoran arrived at school for class. During class, he received a call from Xianxia. I've done as you said. My underling has already given Ling Nanshu the 1 million yuan. Ling Nanshu has also accepted it, Xianxia reported. This outcome was completely within his expectations, so Wang Haoran wasn't surprised. Well done. After praising her, Wang Haoran continued. Reward the underling who wooed Ling Nanshu with 1 million yuan. Also, tell him that if he can persuade Ling Nanshu to undergo sex change surgery, there will be an additional grand prize. You're really generous, Xianxia said in surprise. Why? Do you feel bad for my money? Wang Haoran smiled. He really didn't care about a few million yuan. The main thing was that he wanted to make this crossdresser a woman. The money is yours. You can spend it however you want. I'm just an old woman who isn't favored. How would I dare to tell you what to do? Wang Haoran could smell the strong scent of jealousy through the phone. Speaking of which, ever since he had established a relationship with Xianxia, he had been ignoring her. He had not even had a meal with her once. It was no wonder she was so upset. Wang Haoran felt a little apologetic. After all, he was always ordering her around. He had to at least comfort her appropriately. With that in mind, Wang Haoran spoke. If I remember correctly, you still owe me a bet, right? It's already been a few months. You still remember? Xianxia said bitterly. Are you free? Wang Haoran asked. Even if I'm not free, I'll squeeze some time out. But you're a busy person. Are you free? Xianxia rejoiced. She could not help but look forward to it. Send me your address. I'll come find you. Wang Haoran hung up the phone after he finished speaking. Ring ring ring. The bell for class suddenly rang. The other students returned to their classrooms. Wang Haoran went straight to Lu Yu's office. He arrived outside the office and pushed the door open. Lu Yu was bent over her desk, looking at something. When she heard the commotion, she did not need to raise her head to know that Wang Haoran had arrived. This was because only this guy would enter her office without knocking. However, Lu Yu could not help but panic. Are you crazy? Coming at this hour, you really don't care about my reputation. Lu Yu reprimanded him angrily. Then, she suddenly felt that it was no big deal. Since he was already here, she said, forget it. Lock the door. After she finished speaking, she suddenly stood up from her seat and walked a few steps to the side. Without the cover of the desk, a pair of long, straight legs appeared in front of him. Wavy hair, a skin-tight skirt, stockings, and long legs. It was the standard three-piece outfit of a mature woman. However, Wang Haoran was not here to chat with Lu Yu. Professor Lu, I want to take a leave of absence. Wang Haoran looked serious. Lu Yu was stunned and felt a little awkward. She glared at Wang Haoran and sat back on her chair. She put on airs and said, why are you always on leave? Where are you going? My dad is sick. I'm going over to see him. Wang Haoran said seriously. Lu Yu originally wanted to make things difficult for him, but after hearing this, her expression changed. Is uncle sick? Then you should go. I'll help you apply for leave. Also, help me say hi to uncle. Halfway through, she realized that she was not the main person, so she could only change her words. Say hi to uncle for seventh sister. Thank you, Professor Lu. Goodbye, Professor Lu. Wang Haoran waved and left the office. Not long after Wang Haoran left, there was another knock on the office door. It was Lin Mo. Professor Lu, is there any change in my teaching? Lin Mo asked expectantly. I haven't convinced Wang Haoran yet, so I can't let you teach for now. Lu Yu replied and drew a big picture. Don't worry. There will be a time when I let you teach. None of my graduate students can't even be a mentor. Seeing Lu Yu's serious expression, Lin Mo believed her and said gratefully, thank you, Professor Lu. It's part of my job. Lu Yu said lightly. Seeing that Lu Yu needed to work, Lin Mo didn't want to disturb her any longer. After saying goodbye, he turned and left the office. Lin Mo looked a little troubled. Although Lu Yu agreed, she didn't give him a specific time. She didn't know when she would be able to teach students. He was quite eager to give a lecture. Because he recently realized that there was something wrong with his body. At first, he thought that it was because he wasn't feeling well, so he didn't have any energy. However, after watching the movie for more than 10 minutes, he didn't feel anything at all. It was obvious that there was something wrong with his body. However, Lin Mo didn't think that he was plotted against. Instead, he thought that it was because his body was too weak. After all, when he transmigrated, this body had shown signs of sudden death. With such a weak body, it was understandable that there was something wrong with it. After Lin Mo found out about this, he naturally wanted to change it as soon as possible. However, his first thought wasn't to go to the hospital for treatment. It was too embarrassing to go to the hospital for this kind of illness. Moreover, the hospital might not be able to cure him, and it would cost a lot of money. His system could use recognition points to improve his body's fitness, and one of them was a male ability. At this moment, this ability was negative. If he had enough recognition points, he could directly adjust this ability to a positive one. At that time, the ability would naturally be restored. The higher the value, the stronger the ability. However, this required a lot of recognition points. During this period, Lin Mo had worked hard to accumulate some, but it wasn't enough to adjust the negative value of that ability to a positive one. Teaching was undoubtedly the fastest way to increase recognition points, but the current conditions didn't allow it. Playing basketball was a way to show off his skills. However, because of the embarrassing incident on the basketball court last time, Lin Mo attracted a lot of attention when he arrived at the basketball court. When Lin Mo heard those voices, he only felt uncomfortable all over. He couldn't show off his skills at all. Of course, the main reason was that Lu Hua and the others from Class 113 were causing trouble. Lin Mo had given up on the idea of showing off his basketball skills to gain recognition. Lin Mo communicated with the system and saw the recognition points that he had painstakingly accumulated. He immediately made a decision. He wouldn't use these recognition points to improve his body first. He would use these recognition points to make an investment. Simply put, it was to exchange for an ability, then use this ability to show off and gain recognition points. Lin Mo checked the system store and quickly found a master-level piano skill. His current recognition points were enough to exchange for this ability. Lin Mo did not hesitate to exchange for it. There was a music department in Qingling University, and there was a famous goddess-level professor in it. Naturally, part of the reason why Lin Mo exchanged for this ability was to get close to this goddess-level professor in the music department. It was afternoon, and it was leisure time. The students didn't have to go to class. It was a good opportunity to show off. Lin Mo excitedly went to the music department building. In the music department building, the sound of students playing instruments could be heard, including the piano. Lin Mo walked into the music department building and followed the sound to a piano room. The sound of the piano was coming from inside. The piano sound was very smooth, and the pitch was very high. It was obviously not played by a student. Lin Mo walked in and saw some students sitting around a piano in the piano room, listening to it quietly. Because his vision was blocked, Lin Mo could not see who was playing the piano. But with this piano skill, it should be at least a teacher, right? Lin Mo thought to himself. Not long after, a piano piece was played. A gentle and pleasant female voice slowly spoke as she explained to the students. Although Lin Mo did not see the person, he felt a little elated just by listening to the voice. If the voice was so pleasant, the person must be even more beautiful, right? Could it be the goddess-level professor in the music department, Xiao Qianwei? Lin Mo could not help but move closer to the source of the sound. Soon, he was around the students. Looking through the gaps in the crowd, Lin Mo saw the owner of the pleasant voice. Lin Mo's eyes widened. There was shock, astonishment, and disbelief in his eyes. She looked in the direction Lin Mo was looking at and saw the woman who was explaining to the students. She was about 35 years old. She had a bloated body, small eyes that were narrowed into slits, and a round face. Her skin was terrible. Everything about her seemed so harmonious, but the only thing that was out of place was her voice. Such a heavenly voice was given to such an ugly body. What a waste of a heavenly gift. Her voice was strange. Lin Mo sighed to himself, feeling a little uncomfortable. He had thought that she was the goddess of music, Xiao Qianwei. He did not expect her to be such an ugly woman. Being stared at by Lin Mo, the woman who was explaining to the students in a gentle voice seemed to have sensed his stare. She suddenly looked at Lin Mo. You are? The woman asked curiously. Judging from Lin Mo's age and appearance, he did not look like a student. I'm a teacher from another department. I was passing by when I heard such beautiful piano music, so I couldn't help but come and have a listen. Although he was disgusted, Lin Mo did not show it on his face. After all, he was here to show off, not to provoke others. Naturally, he did not want to get into a conflict with others. Judging from the woman's age and piano skills, she was probably a music teacher at a university. Oh, hello. The woman smiled at Lin Mo and asked casually, which department are you an assistant teacher from? Finance, Lin Mo replied with a forced smile. Then, he remembered his purpose for coming here and suddenly said, actually, I wanted to be a teacher in the music department, but I ended up in the finance department by accident. Qingling University was huge, and there were many assistant teachers. Although Lin Mo had embarrassed himself on the court, it was only known to the finance department. Many students from other departments did not know about it, nor did they know who Lin Mo was. You know how to play the piano too? The woman with squinted eyes asked in surprise. A little. Lin Mo smiled faintly. Why don't you play a song? The woman with squinted eyes found Lin Mo quite pleasing to the eye. She felt like she had found a soulmate, so she extended a friendly invitation. I'm just SOSO. Lin Mo shook his head modestly, but then he changed the topic. But I haven't played for a long time, and my hands are indeed itching. I'll show you my incompetence then. When the slit-eyed woman heard this, she smiled and immediately got up from the chair to make room for Lin Mo. Lin Mo moved over and sat down. Immediately, he felt some residual heat on the soft stool, which made him feel uncomfortable. If this was a chair that a beautiful woman had just sat on, then he would be able to sit on it peacefully. However, it was a crooked one. She wouldn't have any infectious diseases, would she? Lin Mo thought to himself. He really wanted to get up and sit down after the heat dissipated. However, since he had already sat down, it would be impolite for him to suddenly stand up. He could only brace himself and remain seated. There was a score on the piano stand. Lin Mo casually flipped to the song, Flying Bumblebee. Then, he pressed his fingers on the piano keys. Seeing Lin Mo's actions, the people around him were shocked. They were all students of music, so they naturally understood that the song, Flight of the Bumblebee, was very difficult to play. Lin Mo did not play it immediately. Instead, he scanned the eyes of the people around him. When he saw that they were all looking at him suspiciously, he secretly smiled. This was the effect he wanted. His fingers pressed on the piano keys, and a series of notes began to play. The suspicions on the faces of the people around him gradually turned into shock and admiration. At the same time, Lin Mo's acknowledgement points were also increasing rapidly. When the song ended, Lin Mo received a vast amount of acknowledgement points. The people around him applauded enthusiastically, and the slit-eyed female teacher looked at him affectionately. Lin Mo's gaze inadvertently met the eyes of the female teacher. He felt a chill run down his spine, and he quickly looked away. Then, he impatiently communicated with the system and used all the acknowledgement points he had received to increase the male ability attribute. When all the acknowledgement points were used up, the attribute's value had already turned from negative to positive. Ding! Lin Mo's male ability has been restored. Host villain points minus 2000, Lin Mo's protagonist aura plus 100, host villain aura minus 100. A notification from the system came. Wang Haoran, who was about to drink with his mouth open, was shocked and angry. He instinctively pushed Suoqiu Qinyu away. Suoqiu Qinyu could not react in time. She choked on the wine and coughed continuously. After she recovered a little, she rolled her eyes at Wang Haoran and said, I'm a newbie. Can't you be a little more tolerant? You don't have to be so rude to me, right? Just now, she was about to fulfill the bet she had lost a few months ago. However, due to her lack of experience, she was rather inexperienced. She had drunk a few times, but she had inadvertently drunk it. It was not easy for her to improve, but she did not expect to be treated like this. Wang Haoran acted as if he did not hear Suoqiu Qinyu's words. His mind was filled with the notification from the system. Lin Mo's male ability had been restored, and because of this, he had lost the reward he had received for making Lin Mo lose his male ability. This was the first time that this kind of trick used to deal with protagonists had been broken. It had to be said that Lin Mo's system was quite powerful. Sure enough, this method of poisoning was not very safe. The safest method was to cut him up physically and feed him to the dogs. This was the method he had used on Lu Chen. Hey, am I air? Why are you ignoring me? Suoqiu Qinyu waved her hand in front of Wang Haoran's dazed eyes and said. What did you just say? Wang Haoran came back to his senses. Do you still want to drink? Suoqiu Qinyu wanted to give it a try. She blinked at him. Wang Haoran was originally quite interested, but now he was a little dispirited. Moreover, he had interacted with Xianxia for a while and had not eaten a single bite of food. It was better to eat as soon as possible and go to school to check on Lin Mo. The food is cold. Let's eat first, Wang Haoran said. Xianxia replied with an "oh" and began to eat. She did not know what Wang Haoran was thinking. She thought that Wang Haoran was not satisfied with her performance, so he acted this way. Xianxia was quite helpless about this. Her past experience was special. She only knew how to fight and kill. She did not know anything else. She was even clumsier when it came to being a woman. No wonder he was not satisfied with her. It seemed that she had to learn how to be a woman. At the very least, she had to learn how to be a woman. Otherwise, if she did not have any competitiveness, how could she compete with the vixen by his side? Wang Haoran did not know what Xianxia was planning. He just wanted to finish his meal quickly and return to Qingling University. He was not in a hurry with Xianxia, but he had to deal with Lin Mo's recovery as soon as possible. After all, there were many female protagonists in Qingling University. Although it seemed that Lin Mo would not be able to get any of them. But Wang Haoran had experienced the taste of the protagonist's miracle trial card twice. Any kind of unreasonable plot could happen to the protagonist. Now that Lin Mo had recovered his ability, it would be bad if he had such a miracle again. In one of the piano rooms in the music building, a round of applause could be heard. It was the praise and affirmation that Lin Mo had received after performing another piano piece. Lin Mo was so happy that he was grinning from ear to ear as he received another huge wave of acknowledgement points. The beautiful but ugly female teacher was just as happy as Lin Mo. My surname is Hu. My name is Hu Zuixiang. How should I address you? The female teacher asked excitedly. Lin Mo was stunned when he heard this. Some memories surfaced in his mind. Hu Zuixiang. Wasn't she the legendary 10,000-year-old woman from Qingling University? It was said that she was in her mid-30s and was still single. She hadn't even been in a relationship. All the single male teachers in the school avoided her. Yet, here she was. What was worse was that Hu Zuixiang had taken notice of him after he showed off his piano skills. Otherwise, Hu Zuixiang wouldn't have taken the initiative to ask for his name. Lin Mo didn't want to answer, but for the sake of politeness, he said, "My name is Lin Mo. Hello, Mr. Lin." Hu Zuixiang took the initiative to stretch out her chubby hand and revealed a smile. However, with this smile, her originally small eyes became a little blurry. Lin Mo couldn't bear to look at her. He reluctantly extended his hand. "Hello." Hu Zuixiang shook his hand and didn't let go for a long time. Her eyes were still fixed on Lin Mo as if she was taking advantage of him. When the students at the side saw this, they looked at each other and immediately started to jeer. Among them, someone even asked, "Are you single, Mr. Lin?" Lin Mo pretended that he didn't hear the question. He struggled for a while and withdrew his hand from Hu Zuixiang's. The atmosphere in the room made Lin Mo feel uncomfortable. He was supposed to show off his piano skills and gain recognition. Now, he seemed to have become the subject of gossip. Lin Mo wanted to leave the piano room immediately, but he couldn't bear to admit that he was worthy. Mr. Lin's piano skills are so high. It's really admirable. I didn't enjoy it enough just now. Why don't you play a few more songs? Hu Zuixiang asked. Mr. Lin, please play a few more songs. Agreed. Our Mr. Hu is still single. Yes, yes. Play a few more songs. Before Lin Mo could answer, the students around him chimed in. However, there were some discordant voices. Lin Mo felt goosebumps all over his body when he heard the discordant sound. Truly, those who wanted to watch a good show didn't mind blowing things up. Although his qualifications weren't very good, at the very least, he had decent looks and was an assistant teacher. His standards wouldn't be so low as to fall for this 10,000-year-old Hu Zuixiang. However, these people were Hu Zuixiang's students, so they naturally stood on Hu Zuixiang's side and followed her wishes. Lin Mo wanted to leave, but he suddenly remembered something. Apart from being a lecturer in the music department, Hu Zuixiang was also the vice principal of Qingling University. Her family was also involved in the education industry. Hu Zuixiang definitely had a certain amount of authority in Qingling University. Her words carried more weight than the professor's. Liu didn't know how long it would take. If they had Hu Zuixiang's help, they could definitely punish Wang Haoren. Although Wang Haoren was a rich second-generation heir, he could not hide the truth from the masses. If he could build a good relationship with Hu Zuixiang, then he could borrow her power. After sorting out all these, Lin Mo dismissed the idea of leaving. Then, let's play a few more songs. For the sake of recognition and to make friends with Hu Zuixiang, Lin Mo chose to stay. There was another uproar in the piano room. Some students thought that Lin Mo only stayed because he wanted to spend more time with Hu Zuixiang. Even Hu Zuixiang herself felt that way. For a moment, Hu Zuixiang's slightly dull and rough face showed some obvious redness. Lin Mo glanced at her and felt his scalp go numb. He quickly looked away and stopped looking at Hu Zuixiang. His attention returned to the piano keys. Lin Mo flipped through the score and continued to play a difficult piece. Melodious notes once again rang out from the zither room. The door of the piano room was open, and the notes drifted out of the room, attracting many students from the music department. Those who had never studied music might simply find the music pleasant. However, these students from the music department had good musical literacy and could hear the true level of the music. This level of piano performance was probably only that goddess from the music department, right? The students who passed by all thought so when they heard the piano music. However, when they walked into the piano room, they realized that this was not the case. However, it did not affect the crowd at all. Qiu Qianwei had just taken a short nap in the office and walked out to get some fresh air. The sound of the piano attracted her attention. However, Qiu Qianwei's reaction was not as big as the students'. First of all, her piano skills were much better than this performer's. Secondly, she had seen a more perfect and exquisite piano performance. However, Qiu Qianwei was still curious and wanted to see who was playing the piano. This was because she had been teaching in the music department for a long time, and from the students to the lecturers and professors, she had not seen anyone with such a level of skill. Who could it be? With this curiosity, Qiu Qianwei walked towards the source of the sound. Not long after, they arrived outside a zither room. At this moment, the last note of a piano piece fell, and waves of enthusiastic applause came from the piano room. Qiu Qianwei looked at the door and realized that there were many people in the piano room. It was crowded and blocked the view. It was impossible to see who was playing the piano. Qiu Qianwei naturally would not squeeze in to see, but she was really curious about who was playing the piano. At this moment, a student squeezed out of the crowd and seemed to want to leave the piano room. He immediately asked, "Student, may I ask who is playing the piano inside?" Hearing the voice, Lu Hua looked up and blurted out subconsciously, "Hello, sister-in-law." Ah? Qiu Qianwei thought she was hearing things. "Hello, Professor Qiu." Lu Hua quickly corrected himself. Boss Wang Haoren said that he wanted all the campus belle and goddess professors of Qingling University. He did not allow the three brothers to have any ideas and had to treat them as sisters-in-law. Lu Hua had been out of his mind and could not help but shout. After correcting himself, he replied, "The person playing the piano inside is called Lin Mo. He is an assistant professor in the finance department." Qiu Qianwei was surprised. An assistant professor in the finance department could play the piano so well? This was really strange. "Professor Qiu, if there's nothing else, I'll leave first." Lu Hua greeted him respectfully and then hurried out of the piano room. He took out his phone and immediately dialed a number. Boss, bad news. That Lin Mo did not go to the basketball court to show off, but went to the music department building to show off." As soon as the call was connected, Lu Hua hurriedly reported. Wang Haoren and Zhuqiu Qinyu hurried back to Qingling University after their meal. As soon as he parked his car in the parking lot, he received a call from Lu Hua. After hearing the news, he followed Lu Hua's instructions and quickly rushed to the music department's piano room. At the door of the piano room, Qiu Qianwei was curiously craning her neck to see who was inside. When Wang Haoren saw her actions, he patted her shoulder from behind. Qiu Qianwei did not like to have physical contact with others. When she felt the pat on her shoulder, she immediately frowned and looked back. When she saw the person behind her, Qiu Qianwei's frown immediately relaxed, and she became a little energetic. But she was worried that there were people around, so she quickly restrained herself and secretly looked around. She found that everyone's attention was almost all on the piano. She whispered to Wang Haoren, "Why are you here? Why are you here? Are you here to look for me? If not for you, who else could I be looking for?" Wang Haoren asked back. Xiao Qianwei immediately pouted. She did not believe his words. If he was really here to look for her, he could have called in advance. Why would he suddenly come? And he even came to the piano room. But even so, when she heard him say that, she could not help but feel happy. Are you bored out of your mind? You came when you saw a commotion. In the future, don't run over when you see a commotion. Do you understand? Wang Haoren lectured her. I heard that someone plays the piano well, so I was curious. Xiao Qianwei defended herself in a small voice. If you like, I can play for you, Wang Haoren said. You said it. Xiao Qianwei was delighted. Don't watch the commotion. Go back to the office now. Wang Haoren saw Xiao Qianwei's actions and understood that she did not see Lin Mo. Since that was the case, it was best not to let him see Lin Mo and let Lin Mo gain his approval. Okay. Xiao Qianwei obediently responded and was about to leave. But after a few steps, she paused and asked expectantly, "Will you come and find me later?" "I'll come over later," Wang Haoren replied. Okay. Xiao Qianwei was overjoyed. She walked away with cheerful steps. "Boss, you're here." Lu Hua, who was in the crowd, noticed Wang Haoren and quickly ran over. "Didn't I tell you to keep an eye on Lin Mo? Why did you let him show off?" Wang Haoren glared at him. "I thought he would only go to the basketball court to show off, but I didn't see him after waiting for a long time. I asked around and found out that he had come to the music department building," Lin Mo explained. He then praised him. "Speaking of which, this Lin Mo is really good at playing the piano." Wang Haoren reached out and patted his head. "Why did you hit me?" Lu Hua was at a loss. "Don't praise Lin Mo in front of me." "I won't allow it," Wang Haoren said with a glare. Lin Mo's system allowed him to gain recognition points. Lu Hua's emotions must have given him some recognition points. Lu Hua didn't understand why, but after being scolded, he nodded obediently. Wang Haoren turned and looked in the direction of the piano. Music. Although the crowd blocked his view, he wasn't affected by it because he had X-ray vision. He saw Lin Mo playing the piano with an intoxicated look on his face. He didn't know if it was because he was immersed in the performance or because he had gained recognition points. However, Wang Haoren felt that the latter was more likely. Go away, go away. Make way. Lu Hua didn't know that Wang Haoren could see the situation inside. When he saw Wang Haoren looking at the crowd, he thought that he wanted to go in and have a look. He immediately tried to curry favor by pushing the crowd to make way for Wang Haoren. His action made the students around him unhappy. What are you looking at? If you keep looking, I'll kill you, Lu Hua said arrogantly. Then, he smiled at Wang Haoren and said, "Boss, come here. I'll make way for you." Following Lu Hua's voice, the dissatisfied eyes turned to Wang Haoren. Wang Haoren was the most handsome guy in the school. Many people knew him. They were complaining at first, but now, they only dared to complain in their hearts. Everyone knew that Wang Haoren was the young master of the Wang group. He was a super-rich second-generation heir. Ordinary students like them couldn't afford to offend him. Wang Haoren looked at Lu Hua's actions and wanted to slap him to death. This brain-damaged underling kept on making people hate him. However, as a villain, he couldn't teach Lu Hua to be polite in front of everyone and apologize to him. Ignoring the looks of the people around him, Wang Haoren walked through the crowd and came to the piano. Lin Mo's fingers danced quickly on the piano keys. Then, his hand suddenly cramped. The melodious notes came to an abrupt end. He didn't complete the song. Ding! The host stopped Lin Mo from showing off. The host received 1,000 villain points, Lin Mo's protagonist aura -50, and the host's villain aura +50. "Mr. Lin, what's wrong?" Hu Zuixiang asked nervously when she saw Lin Mo's hands trembling. Her voice was so pleasant that it couldn't be any more pleasant to listen to. She was like the female lead. Wang Haoren's eyes lit up. He looked at her subconsciously and his face twitched. This kind of image definitely couldn't belong to the female lead. She simply couldn't be compared to the female lead. Although Yu Shiqing was ugly before, it was because of her birthmark. She had great potential. But the woman in front of him, other than her voice, was unbearable to look at. Even if she wanted to turn the tables and become the female lead, this wasn't the way to do it. I'm fine. I'm fine. Lin Mo was afraid that he would have any physical contact with Hu Zuixiang. Hu Zuixiang had no choice but to withdraw her hand. Lin Mo rubbed his cramped hands. Then, he inadvertently noticed Wang Haoren next to him. An extremely unpleasant feeling rose in his heart. I didn't expect Mr. Lin to be so talented. Not only can you play basketball, but you can also play the piano, Wang Haoren said with a smile. Lin Mo's mouth twitched. It would have been better if Wang Haoren didn't mention it. Now that Wang Haoren mentioned it, he remembered the embarrassing incident on the basketball court. Fortunately, the students of the music faculty were not aware of this. Mr. Wang, you seem to be in a good mood. Why are you here? Lin Mo asked with a fake smile. I was drawn here by the sound of Assistant Lin's piano, Wang Haoren replied, then said casually, that's right. By the way, how's your hand, Mr. Lin? Lin Mo felt that he couldn't move his fingers. But he didn't want Wang Haoren to laugh at him, so he said, don't worry. You don't have to worry about me. I'm fine. Wang Haoren knew that Lin Mo was pretending, but he didn't point it out. He knew that he was the one who did it. Lin Mo wouldn't be able to play the piano properly for at least a week. He couldn't rely on his piano skills to gain recognition. Go on, Assistant Lin. I won't disturb you any further. Wang Haoren smiled and turned to leave. He headed to Qiu Qianwei's office. He wanted to keep an eye on Lin Mo. He did not have to stay by his side. He could just go to Qiu Qianwei's office. There were soft office chairs for him to sit on. It was much better than standing here. Lin Mo was confused by Wang Haoren's words. Just now, he was playing the piano well, but when Wang Haoren came, his hand cramped. Could it be that Wang Haoren had something to do with it? Lin Mo guessed. But soon, he felt that it was ridiculous. That was because Wang Haoren had never touched him at all. However, Lin Mo's vigilance had increased significantly. Of course, he knew that Wang Haoren was targeting him. Wasn't it all because of Wang Haoren that he couldn't teach? Lin Mo could not play the piano for the time being. The people around him started to disperse. Soon, only Hu Zuixiang and her student were left. Her student was very sensible. After staying for a while, he immediately left, leaving Hu Zuixiang and Lin Mo alone. Hu Zuixiang was very happy. Lin Mo felt very uncomfortable. However, he had the mentality of wanting to make friends with Hu Zuixiang, so he could only bite the bullet and stay. Hu Zuixiang suggested that they exchange contact information. Lin Mo did not object. He took out his phone and let Hu Zuixiang scan the QR code. Mr. Lin, why are your fingers still shaking? Are you really okay? Hu Zuixiang noticed that Lin Mo's hands were trembling. She asked with concern. Maybe it's because I haven't touched the piano for a long time. My fingers are not used to playing such a passionate song, Lin Mo explained. You have to take good care of your hands. I've been playing the piano for a long time. It's the same for me. Let me give you a massage. It'll ease the pain, Hu Zuixiang said with a smile. It's okay. Lin Mo was afraid that he would vomit. He tried his best not to look at Hu Zuixiang's face. You're welcome. Trust me, it's really effective. Seeing that there was no one else around, Hu Zuixiang took the initiative and grabbed Lin Mo's hand. Lin Mo felt like crying, but no tears came out. However, since he had a favor to ask of Hu Zuixiang, he did not want to fall out with her. I heard that student call you a teaching assistant. Are you only a teaching assistant in the finance department? Hu Zuixiang asked curiously as she massaged Lin Mo's fingers. In her opinion, Lin Mo's piano skills were so high, but he was teaching in the finance department. He should at least be an associate professor, right? However, he was a teaching assistant. Of course, Hu Zuixiang found it strange. He's indeed a teaching assistant. Moreover, he's the kind of teaching assistant who doesn't even have the chance to teach, Lin Mo mocked. What's going on? Hu Zuixiang asked. Isn't it all because of that rich second-generation kid who spoke to me just now? Previously, I had some conflicts with him. He disrupted the discipline of the class and prevented me from teaching, Lin Mo complained. Who's the professor that brought you here? Doesn't the professor care about this? Hu Zuixiang asked. That Wang Haoren comes from a powerful family. He's pressuring the professor who brought me here. She can't deal with Wang Haoren right now, Lin Mo said. So what if he's a rich second-generation kid? He can't do whatever he wants. Hu Zuixiang snorted. I'll take care of this. I'll definitely solve it for you so that you can teach normally. Okay, thank you so much. Lin Mo was overjoyed. Don't mention it. Actually, I felt like I hit it off with you the moment I saw you. We've only just met, but it feels like we've known each other for many years. Perhaps this is called fate. Hu Zuixiang grabbed Lin Mo's hand and looked at him lovingly. Lin Mo's back was covered in cold sweat. Stop joking. I'm serious. Look, we both know how to play the piano. We have a lot in common. If we get together, I'm sure we'll get along very well. We'll be a perfect match. As an old single woman, she would not be as shy as a little girl. When she met someone she liked, she would tell him directly. There was no need to beat around the bush. Lin Mo was being groped like crazy. He really wanted to fling her hand away and throw 3 words at Hu Zuixiang coldly, dream on. However, Lin Mo wanted to use this opportunity to deal with Wang Haoren. He could only suppress the disgust in his heart. This is too fast. I can't get used to it. Lin Mo did not want to fall out with Hu Zuixiang, but he also wanted to maintain their friendship. So you're saying that you actually like me too, right? You just need time to get used to it. Is that right? Hu Zuixiang was overjoyed. There was a glint in her eyes that looked like she was going to devour him. That's something like that. Lin Mo forced himself to reply. Wang Haoren, who was in Qiu Qianwei's office, saw Lin Mo and Hu Zuixiang's conversation and laughed out loud. In order to deal with him, Lin Mo was willing to go all out. He even sold his body. Wang Haoren originally planned to ask Jiang Gaoxian to teach Lin Mo a lesson so that he could deal with Lu Chen. However, after seeing Lin Mo and Hu Zuixiang's conversation, he changed his mind. He had heard of Hu Zuixiang's name before. A 35-year-old woman who was half wolf and half tiger, Wang Haoren began to formulate a plan in his mind. Time flew by. Soon, the bell for the first afternoon class rang. Wang Haoren left the office and went to the finance building for class. After the first class, Wang Haoren was called to the office by Lu Yu. You've been criticized. The higher-up said that if you continue to disrupt class discipline, you'll be expelled, Lu Yu said to Wang Haoren sternly. Wang Haoren had expected this. When he heard the news, his expression was calm. I won't disrupt class discipline in the future. However, can you help me postpone Lin Mo's class until tomorrow? Is that okay? Of course. Lu Yu nodded. Knock knock. As soon as they finished talking, there was a knock on the door. Come in, Lu Yu said. Lin Mo opened the door and walked in with a smile on his face. He didn't find it strange to see Wang Haoren here. He could guess that Wang Haoren had been called in for a talk. The content of the talk was to warn him to be disciplined in the future. Professor Liu, there shouldn't be any problems with my class, right? Lin Mo asked Lu Yu with a handsome smile. That's right. Lin Mo had become more handsome. His temperament and appearance had improved significantly. The reason was naturally because of his piano skills. He had gained a lot of recognition. Not only did Lin Mo's manly abilities surpass that of a normal man, but his appearance and temperament had also improved. Before this, Lin Mo looked very ordinary. However, as his appearance and temperament improved, he could be considered a handsome man now. Lu Yu was shocked when she saw this. However, Lu Yu's shock was due to the contrast between Lin Mo's appearance and his looks. She did not think that Lin Mo was handsome. First of all, Lu Yu's heart was completely occupied by someone else. Second of all, Lin Mo was just a handsome boy. He was not a super handsome boy, let alone a super handsome boy. Even if Lu Yu wanted to see a handsome boy, she could just look at Wang Haoren. Why would she look at someone else? Lin Mo saw that Lu Yu did not answer. He thought that she was obsessed with his good looks. He was secretly delighted. Professor Liu? I will arrange for you to teach in class 112 tomorrow, Lu Yu replied. Thank you, Professor Liu. Lin Mo flashed a handsome smile. Unfortunately, Lu Yu's expression did not change. She retracted her gaze and glanced at Wang Haoren. Wang Haoren was in class 113. Even if he wanted to cause trouble, he could not do it in class 112. Moreover, Hu Zuixiang had already told him that she had sent someone to warn Wang Haoren. Wang Haoren must have received the warning. If he continued to cause trouble in class, he would face expulsion. How could Wang Haoren dare to cause trouble? Of course, Lin Mo also considered that Wang Haoren would seek revenge in other ways. For example, he could secretly ask someone to beat him up. Lin Mo had already prepared a countermeasure. After showing off his piano skills in the piano room, he gained a lot of recognition. Not only did Lin Mo's temperament and appearance improve, but he also improved his overall physical fitness. With the improvement of his physical fitness, Lin Mo's strength, reflexes, and punches and kicks improved by several levels. It was no exaggeration to say that Lin Mo could easily take on 10 people with one hand. If Wang Haoren asked Lu Hua and the other small fries to deal with him, they would be sending themselves to their deaths. Lin Mo was much more confident now. He did not seem as timid as he used to be. He looked at Wang Haoren without showing any signs of weakness. Wang Haoren sensed Lin Mo's undisguised hostility. He spent some villain points on him and immediately noticed the changes in his attributes panel. Then, he secretly laughed in a mocking manner. He finally understood why Lin Mo was acting this way. From Lin Mo's point of view, he should be confident. However, Lin Mo had underestimated him. Did he really think that he was just a rich second-generation heir? What he didn't know was that he had already transcended the category of martial arts and possessed 200 years of true energy. True chi versus fists and kicks. This was like a cultivator versus a martial artist. It was a complete blow to the dimension. Okay, however, Wang Haoren did not plan to use force to deal with Lin Mo. Instead, he planned to give Lin Mo a fragrant fortuitous encounter. Professor Liu, I'll go back to the classroom first. Wang Haoren couldn't be bothered to argue with Lin Mo. He said goodbye to Lu Yu and left. Lin Mo sneered as he watched Wang Haoren disappear from his sight. Then, he looked away. Professor Liu, I have some academic questions that I'd like to ask you. I wonder if you're free tonight? I'll treat you to dinner and ask you some academic questions. After gaining confidence, Lin Mo became bolder and took the opportunity to pursue Lu Yu. I'm not free tonight. You can leave now. I still have work to do. Lu Yu interrupted Lin Mo coldly and gestured for him to leave. Lin Mo was embarrassed for a moment, but he quickly recovered. This small setback was nothing to him. It would be difficult for a goddess professor like Lu Yu to pursue. It would be wishful thinking if he could persuade her to go out for dinner with him. Lin Mo was not in a hurry. Since Professor Liu has work to do, I won't disturb you. Lin Mo revealed a very gentlemanly smile. He was not angry at Lu Yu's cold rejection at all. After that, he left the office suavely, leaving Lu Yu with a handsome back view. Of course, this was only Lin Mo's wishful thinking. How could Lu Yu not see through Lin Mo's thoughts? She was disgusted by Lin Mo's behavior. How could she find him handsome? Time passed quietly. In the blink of an eye, it was evening. The day's classes were finally over. After class, the students filed out of the classroom. Lin Mo started to walk around the finance department's building. Some girls passing by saw him and looked at him in surprise. After Lin Mo's appearance and temperament improved, he was still attractive to ordinary girls. In particular, a portion of girls had a special preference for this kind of uncle-level handsome guy. Lin Mo also gained some recognition as he was admired by some girls. Lin Mo could not help but sigh. It was so good to be handsome. He did not do anything but walk around casually, and he gained recognition. He was only average at the moment. Once he accumulated more recognition, his appearance and temperament would be improved by a few more levels. Then, the attention he received would skyrocket. And the recognition value obtained would also be more. After all, this kind of little handsome could only attract ordinary girls. It wasn't very attractive to beauties who were slightly more beautiful. If he became a top-tier handsome guy, he would probably be the center of attention wherever he went. He might even be noticed by the campus belle and goddess professors. When that time came, it would be awesome. Lin Mo had increased the attribute of the male ability quite a lot. Naturally, he hoped that this ability would be useful. Just as Lin Mo was looking forward to the future, his phone suddenly rang. It was a message from Hu Zuixiong. The content of the message was that Lin Mo should treat her to a meal. Lin Mo's head hurt. He really wanted to reject this strange voice. However, Hu Zuixiong had just done him a big favor. It would not be right if he did not treat her to a meal. Moreover, he might have to rely on Hu Zuixiong in the future. This relationship still needed to be maintained. Of course, he still had to keep a distance. Lin Mo did not want to have anything to do with Hu Zuixiong. After thinking for a while, Lin Mo typed a reply to Hu Zuixiong. The general idea was to treat her to a meal in the cafeteria. Of course, there was a reason for his reply. If they went out to eat, there would be only the two of them. Hu Zuixiong could take advantage of him. When Lin Mo was in the piano room, he had already touched her hand for a while. Who knew if Hu Zuixiong would do something even more outrageous when they went out? Lin Mo did not want to give her the opportunity and convenience. However, it would be different if they went to the cafeteria. There were teachers and students there. If Hu Zuixiong had such thoughts, she would definitely restrain herself. Of course, Hu Zuixiong was dissatisfied when she saw Lin Mo's reply. She immediately said that Lin Mo was not sincere and would not treat her to a meal outside. Lin Mo said that he was very poor and did not have money. He also said that he would treat her to a meal outside after he received his salary. When Hu Zuixiong heard that, she could not continue to insist. She could only agree for now. Although they were going to the cafeteria, it was still a chance to spend time with Lin Mo and Hu Zuixiong headed to the cafeteria after their discussion. However, he didn't notice that someone was watching his every move. That person even saw the content of his conversation with Hu Zuixiong. On the balcony of class 113 on the 5th floor of the finance faculty, Wang Haoren stopped looking at Lin Mo. His original plan was to use his hacking skills to create a fake message and meet Lin Mo and Hu Zuixiong at the same place at night to carry out his plan. However, Lin Mo and Hu Zuixiong suddenly agreed to have dinner together, which saved him a lot of trouble. However, under normal circumstances, students were not allowed to enter the cafeteria. However, this was not a big problem. Wang Haoren took out his phone and contacted Qiu Qianwei, Ji Shuiyao, and Lu Yu. The three of them were professors. It was no problem for them to bring a student into the cafeteria. The reason why he asked the three of them to go together and not just one was because he was afraid that too many people would see and cause unnecessary misunderstandings. If he went to the cafeteria with Qiu Qianwei, Ji Shuiyao, and Lu Yu, it would attract attention. Others might think that there was something going on between the two of them. However, it was different with Qiu Qianwei and the other two. No matter how imaginative others were, they wouldn't think that there was something going on between the three of them. Naturally, there wouldn't be any rumors. After Qiu Qianwei, Ji Shuiyao, and Lu Yu received the message, they immediately rushed over to Wang Haoren. The three of them thought that Wang Haoren only asked for them. When they saw the other sisters, they couldn't help but feel speechless. Let's go, let's go. Bring me to the cafeteria. I haven't eaten there before, Wang Haoren said. Qiu Qianwei, Ji Shuiyao, and Lu Yu felt strange. They didn't understand why Wang Haoren wanted to eat in the cafeteria on a whim. Even so, they still agreed. With Qiu Qianwei and the others leading the way, Wang Haoren successfully entered the cafeteria. There were many student cafeterias. Most of them were near the dormitories. However, there was only one cafeteria for teachers. Lin Mo and Hu Zuixiong would naturally eat in the cafeteria. At this moment, there weren't many people in the cafeteria. As far as the eye could see, there were only a few dozen people. When Wang Haoran arrived at the canteen, he easily spotted Lin Mo and Hu Zuixiong. The combination of Qiu Qianwei and Wang Haoran, a handsome man and a beautiful woman, was also particularly eye-catching. As soon as he walked into the cafeteria, many people immediately looked at him. Lin Mo was one of them. Lin Mo only knew Lu Yu and had never seen Qiu Qianwei and Ji Shuiyao before. However, after seeing Lu Yu holding hands intimately with the two beauties, he could naturally guess that the two beauties beside Lu Yu were her two younger sisters, Qiu Qianwei and Ji Shuiyao. The three goddess-like beauties walking together made Lin Mo a little dazed. But when Lin Mo saw that Wang Haoran was among them, he suddenly felt very unhappy. Why wasn't he the one beside the three female professors? Ding. The host has damaged the protagonist Lin Mo's mentality. 800 villain points, Lin Mo's protagonist aura -40, and the host's villain aura +40. After receiving the system notification, Wang Haoran smiled inwardly and went to get his food with Qiu Qianwei and the others. After getting their food, Wang Haoran deliberately walked past Lin Mo and Hu Zuixiong while looking for a seat with the tray in his hand. When he walked past them, Wang Haoran discreetly added some spices to Lin Mo's food. Then, he sat down at the table next to Lin Mo's. Qiu Qianwei, Ji Shuiyao, and Lu Yu followed behind Wang Haoran and sat down. Teaching assistant Lin, what a coincidence. Wang Haoran greeted Lin Mo with a fake smile. Then, he turned to look at Hu Zuixiong. Is this your girlfriend? Lin Mo didn't want to reply to Wang Haoran, but Wang Haoran suddenly said that last sentence. Lin Mo had no choice but to quickly clarify. Don't misunderstand. We're just friends. He didn't say that to respond to Wang Haoran. Instead, he wanted to tell Lu Yu and the others that he was single and wasn't in a relationship with Hu Zuixiong. Little did he know that Qiu Qianwei and the others didn't have time to talk to him. They didn't even bother to look at him. Whether Lin Mo had a girlfriend or not had nothing to do with them. Hu Zuixiong felt a little disappointed when she heard Lin Mo's words. However, the two of them were just friends at the moment. She couldn't refute him. Wang Haoran ignored Lin Mo for the time being. He picked up a piece of broccoli and put it in his mouth, waiting for the show to start. However, Lin Mo kept looking at Wang Haoran. Or rather, he kept looking at Qiu Qianwei, Ji Shuiyao, and Lu Yu. You like to eat this? I'll give you mine too. Qiu Qianwei saw that Wang Haoran didn't have much broccoli on his plate, so she put some on his plate. Thank you, Professor Qiu. Wang Haoran blinked and said politely. Qiu Qianwei smiled. He wasn't used to this feeling. However, this was a special place. Naturally, it wasn't like they were in private. You're welcome, Student Wang. Eat more. Qiu Qianwei smiled sweetly. Ding. The host has damaged Lin Mo's mentality. Obtained 800 villain points. Lin Mo's protagonist aura -40. Host's villain aura +40. Lu Yu also wanted to show off, but there wasn't any broccoli on her plate. Soon, Wang Haoran finished the few pieces of broccoli on his plate. Lu Yu didn't say anything. She took Wang Haoran's plate and walked to the table. Soon, she returned. She placed Wang Haoran's plate in front of him again. There were a few more spoonfuls of broccoli on his plate. Student Wang, since you like it, eat more, Lu Yu said in her unique mature voice. Ding. The host has damaged Lin Mo's mentality. Obtained 800 villain points. Lin Mo's protagonist aura -40. Host's villain aura +40. Thank you, Professor Lu, Wang Haoran said seriously. Ji Shuiyao, who had maintained a rigid and serious expression, felt that she should do something when she saw the scene. After thinking for a while, she suddenly said to Wang Haoran gently, "You're probably thirsty. You must be thirsty. I'll get you a bottle of water." Ding. The host has damaged Lin Mo's mentality. Obtained 800 villain points. Lin Mo's protagonist aura -40. Host's villain aura +40. Qiu Qianwei and Lu Yu looked at her suspiciously. Lu Yu had already explained things to Qiu Qianwei. Qiu Qianwei naturally accepted her generously. However, what was Ji Shuiyao's situation? Facing Lu Yu and Qiu Qianwei's scrutiny, Ji Shuiyao was a little embarrassed. She quickly changed her words and said, "What I mean is, you're probably thirsty. I'll get you some water." After speaking, Ji Shuiyao quickly stood up to avoid Qiu Qianwei and Lu Yu's scrutiny. She went to the vending machine in the cafeteria and bought 4 bottles of water. She took a deep breath to calm herself down before returning to her original seat. Lin Mo felt that it was unfair, but after looking at them for a while, he suddenly felt relieved. If Lu Yu, Qiu Qianwei, or Ji Shuiyao were especially attentive to Wang Haoren, then there might be something going on. However, the 3 of them were so nice to Wang Haoren, so there couldn't be that kind of relationship. Lin Mo guessed that Wang Haoren might be related to the 3 sisters. For example, Wang Haoren might be their cousin. "Lin Mo, you're eating with me. Why do you keep looking elsewhere?" Hu Zuixiang saw Lin Mo's actions and complained in her goddess-like voice. Lin Mo wanted to retort. "Of course I'm looking at my goddess. Why would I look at you? Looking at you will only affect my appetite." However, he didn't dare to say that out loud. In order to be polite, he retracted his gaze from the neighboring table and looked at Hu Zuixiang's face. Lin Mo was suddenly stunned. Hu Zuixiang's originally ugly face was now extraordinarily beautiful. Her delicate facial features and snow-white skin made her look like a goddess. Lin Mo thought that his eyes must be playing tricks on him, so he rubbed his eyes and looked again. The Hu Zuixiang in front of him still had a goddess-like face that matched her goddess-like voice perfectly. Her looks were no worse than those of the 3 goddesses at the neighboring table. Then, he looked at the 3 goddesses. No, they weren't goddesses. They were 3 ugly women. What was going on? The strange situation made Lin Mo feel a little confused and shocked. However, before he could think too much, he suddenly felt an irrepressible urge rising in him. It was getting stronger and stronger. Lin Mo's face flushed red as he stared at the beautiful Hu Zuixiang with a burning gaze. Hu Zuixiang's attention had always been on Lin Mo. Lin Mo's burning gaze was reflected in Hu Zuixiang's eyes. Hu Zuixiang was surprised by Lin Mo's reaction. She didn't understand why, but she was soon overjoyed. "Lin Mo, why are you looking at me like that?" Her voice was shy and timid, and it was enough to melt a person's heart. When Lin Mo heard these words, the impulse that rose in his heart grew even stronger. This strange situation made Lin Mo very puzzled, but his hot-bloodedness did not allow him much time to think. He didn't even have time to think about how Hu Zuixiang became so beautiful and charming. There was only one thought in his mind, and that was, but this was not the right place. He lowered his voice and said, "Zuixiang, are you done eating? Come with me. I have something to tell you." "I'm not done eating." Hu Zuixiang was confused. "What do you want to say to me? You can just say it here." "I want to." Lin Mo wanted to be more direct, but there were other people around, so he leaned forward and whispered into Hu Zuixiang's ear. "You, right now." His voice was soft, but Hu Zuixiang still heard it. She was stunned at first. She wanted to say that he was a pervert, but then she thought, isn't this exactly what I wanted? Where are we going?" Hu Zuixiang asked in a low voice. She didn't want to miss this opportunity. Lin Mo thought for a moment. "The washroom." Hu Zuixiang's eyes widened to the size of soybeans, but in the next moment, she was eager to try. Being half wolf and half tiger was no joke. Once he got up, it was even more exaggerated than being drugged. Hu Zuixiang silently agreed. She stood up and walked to the washroom in the cafeteria. Lin Mo followed her in a hurry. He felt that he was about to explode. Qiu Qianwei, Ji Shuiyao, and Lu Yu didn't notice Lin Mo and Hu Zuixiang's departure, but Wang Haoren did. When he saw Lin Mo and Hu Zuixiang enter the washroom, Wang Haoren had the urge to spit out his food. "Heavenly thunder, earthly fire, this is incredible." Qiu Qianwei and the others looked at him suspiciously. Wang Haoren was not in a hurry. After eating with Qiu Qianwei and the others, he left with them. Halfway through, he found an excuse to return to the entrance of the teacher's cafeteria. Wang Haoren made a call and called Lu Hua and the others over. The teacher's cafeteria was only for teachers to eat, but students could still enter. After all, there was no one blocking the entrance. After receiving the call, Lu Hua and his 2 brothers rushed over. Wang Haoran immediately led the three of them to the women's restroom. When they arrived at the entrance of the female washroom, they heard a loud commotion coming from inside. Some of the female teachers who had come to relieve themselves heard strange noises coming from one of the partitions. They immediately thought of something and were too embarrassed to disturb them. After secretly saying that it was offensive to public decency, they were too embarrassed to go and relieve themselves and awkwardly left. In the bathroom, there were only two people who were completely engrossed in their work. They even ignored the footsteps outside. Wang Haoran asked Lu Hua and his two brothers to act as cameramen and secretly record these scenes. There was a gap at the bottom of the bathroom partition, and the top was not covered. The three brothers looked for various angles to record the scenes. They seemed to be enjoying themselves. Time passed quietly, and the main hall of the teacher's canteen became empty. After a period of silence, Lin Mo and Hu Zuixiang's figures appeared in the cafeteria hall. The two of them were sneaking around. However, when they saw that there was no one around, they immediately heaved a sigh of relief. However, after that, Lin Mo's face scrunched up. It was uglier than a bitter gourd. He tilted his head to look at Hu Zuixiang, who was beside him, and thought to himself, "What have I done wrong?" At this moment, Lin Mo was no longer hallucinating. Everything around him had become real. Hu Zuixiang's appearance was no longer heavenly beauty. Instead, it was too horrible to look at. When Lin Mo recalled what had happened earlier, he wanted to cry but had no tears. Hu Zuixiang, on the other hand, had a happy and satisfied look on her face. "Lin Mo, I didn't expect you to be such a person. But forget it. You got lucky. You have to treat me well in the future." Hu Zuixiang held Lin Mo's hand and said coyly. Since it had already happened, Lin Mo could not deny it. Of course, the main reason was that Hu Zuixiang was not to be trifled with. Lin Mo could not let Hu Zuixiang suffer in silence. However, in order to pursue Lu Yu and the others in the future, he had to keep a distance from Hu Zuixiang. After thinking for a while, he suddenly said solemnly, "Zuixiang, Zuixiang. We're developing too quickly. People might gossip. I think it's better if we don't make it public for the time being. If they like to gossip, then so be it." "I don't care," Hu Zuixiang said. She had long been sick of people gossiping about her behind her back. Now that she was no longer single, she was afraid that people would not know. Of course, she had to make a public announcement. "I told you not to make it public for the time being. Are you disobeying me?" Lin Mo put on a dignified expression. Hu Zuixiang was stunned. She could not help but recall Lin Mo's imposing manner earlier. Her heart skipped a beat. She said coyly, "I'll listen to you." Lin Mo almost vomited. Fortunately, he forced himself to hold it in. After they walked out of the cafeteria, Lin Mo was afraid that people would gossip about them. He quickly parted ways with Hu Zuixiang. As Lin Mo walked on the path of the campus, his heart was filled with doubts. What was going on with his abnormal behavior just now? After thinking hard, he could not figure it out. He decided not to think about it for the time being. This matter, he planned to rot in his stomach and never speak of it ever again. After all, only he and Hu Zuixiang knew about it. As long as he did not say anything and she did not say anything, how would others know? After thinking it through, Lin Mo's mood improved a little. "Hey, that guy looks like the one on the forum." "Not looks like, he's definitely him. Look at his clothes." Yes, he really is." Some passersby saw Lin Mo and snickered. Their voices were not loud, but they were not soft either. Lin Mo was not deaf. Naturally, he heard them. At first, Lin Mo did not pay much attention to them. However, along the way, he realized that people were looking at him strangely. Lin Mo was puzzled. Soon, he thought of a keyword in these discussions: forum. Could it be the campus forum? Lin Mo guessed. He immediately took out his phone and checked Qingling University's campus forum. Previously, the top post in the forum was about the campus bells of the freshmen. However, it was now replaced by another post. Lin Mo clicked on the post and saw that there were words and videos in it. He ignored the words and clicked on the video. He was so shocked that his eyes almost popped out of their sockets. There were only two people in the video, one male and one female. The male lead looked too familiar. Wasn't that him? He was too engrossed in the video that he didn't notice that he was being watched. Someone even took a video of it and posted it on the forum. Lin Mo knew the consequences even if he thought about it with his toes. His face turned pale instantly. He didn't even know if he could survive in Qingling University, let alone pursue his goddess. Ding. Host manipulated behind the scenes and damaged Lin Mo's mentality. Received 1000 villain points, Lin Mo's protagonist aura -50, host's villain aura +50. Ding. Host manipulated behind the scenes and damaged Lin Mo's mentality. Received 1000 villain points, Lin Mo's protagonist aura -50, host's villain aura +50. There were more than 10 videos in the forum post. They were taken from various angles and showed Lin Mo's elegance. It hadn't even been half an hour since the post was posted, but there were already hundreds of replies. Moreover, the number of replies was still increasing. Lin Mo was afraid that the incident would continue to spread. He quickly contacted the administrators of the campus forum and asked them to delete the post. However, the reply he received was that the administrative rights of the forum had been seized by someone else. It was suspected that a hacker had hacked into the forum. The computer science department was handling the matter. It was still unknown when the administrative rights would be restored. The sky gradually darkened. Lin Mo was destined to be sleepless. That night, he kept scrolling through the forum, hoping that the post would be deleted soon. The pinned post was finally removed when it was almost dawn. However, the incident had already spread. It was on the hot search list and had caused a heated discussion on the internet. Qingling University was a century-old school with a good reputation. Now that something so immoral had happened, one could imagine how angry the school management was. In the morning, Lin Mo and Hu Zuixiang were unsurprisingly summoned by the school's management. They were dismissed from their positions and would never be employed in the education industry. Ding. Host manipulated behind the scenes and caused the protagonist Lin Mo to be dismissed. Received 2400 villain points, Lin Mo's protagonist aura -120, host's villain aura +120. Lin Mo and Hu Zuixiang had nothing to say about it. After all, the impact of this incident was too great. Lin Mo and Hu Zuixiang left the meeting room. It's all your fault. Why were you in such a hurry? Now, what am I going to do for the rest of my life? Hu Zuixiang was very anxious. Compared to Lin Mo, this had a much greater impact on her. She was the vice principal of Qingling University. She was only 35 years old and had a bright future ahead of her. And because of this, even her family in the education industry would be affected. Yesterday, Lin Mo was still looking forward to the future. Now that he was faced with such a situation, he was in a terrible mood. It takes two hands to clap. Who told you to agree? Now you're blaming me. What did you do before? Hu Zuixiang was taken aback by Lin Mo's reaction. Her future was already gone. If she were to lose this powerful boyfriend as well, then her life would really be too gloomy. With that thought in mind, Hu Zuixiang restrained her anger and said softly, "All right, I'm also at fault here. But now that things have already happened, it's useless to be angry. At most, I'll just stop working in the education industry." After comforting her for a while, he began to plan for the future. Our piano skills are so high. Even if we open a private specialty class, we can still make a lot of money. In any case, we won't starve to death. Lin Mo did not say anything. Hu Zuixiang looked at him lovingly and held his hand. She continued, "I've given you my most precious thing. You can't let me down. You have to be good to me for the rest of your life." Her voice was soft and seductive. But when Lin Mo looked at Hu Zuixiang's face, he felt like his eyes were burning. Lin Mo could not take it anymore. He shook off Hu Zuixiang's hand and said angrily, "You ugly freak, stop dreaming. You think you're precious? This is my first time. I don't owe you anything. We'll go our separate ways in the future." Previously, he had pretended to be nice to Hu Zuixiang because he wanted to teach. But now that he was fired, Hu Zuixiang had lost her value. Why should he put up with it? Moreover, he had the system. Although he could not continue to be a university teaching assistant, the world was vast and there were many places he could explore. It would not be long before he could make a name for himself. By then, he would have all kinds of beautiful women. With this ugly woman, Hu Zuixiang. He must be crazy. Lin Mo, I'll give you one more chance to reorganize your words. Say it again. Hu Zuixiang's temper flared. She said coldly. Lin Mo felt a little guilty, but his disgust for Hu Zuixiang overshadowed all his guilt. He was determined to cut ties with her. He said mercilessly, listen up. Even if I'm a eunuch, I won't be with you. I won't be with you either. Do you hear me? You. Just you wait. Hu Zuixiang was so angry that her round face contorted. She left in a huff. Lin Mo breathed a sigh of relief. Judging by Hu Zuixiang's behavior, she would not let him off easily. But he could take on 10 people with one hand. Why should he be afraid of her? Lin Mo looked at the finance department's building from afar. He was reluctant to leave. He had planned to pursue Lu Yu, or even Qiu Qianwei and Ji Shuiyao. But now that this incident had happened, he would not be able to pursue them. But how many beauties were there in the world? With his ability, he was not afraid of not being able to find a beautiful woman. In the finance department's class 113 classroom, a teacher was lecturing at the podium, but Wang Haoran was not in the mood to listen. Instead, he was looking at the latest system messages. Lin Mo had the super teacher system. Wang Haoran thought that Lin Mo would lose his status as the main character after he expelled him. But now, it seemed that he was overthinking things. Lin Mo's system was still effective. After leaving Qingling University, he did not know where he would go. Wang Haoran's influence could not reach that far. Without restrictions, Lin Mo's life would be like a cheat code, reaching the pinnacle of life. In the process, who knew how many female protagonists would suffer? The female protagonists were such cute creatures. How could he let the main character bully them? Other than that, Lin Mo's system had the potential to improve his martial arts. Once it developed, it would be very strong. If Lin Mo hated him and came back to find trouble with him in the future, that would not be good. Of course, Lin Mo's system's martial arts growth was limited. It would not be able to defeat him. After all, Lin Mo could only improve his physical fitness. The body had its limits. It could not be compared to the improvement brought by true energy. In short, he could not let Lin Mo leave Qingling University safely. Then, I'll give him a set meal first. At least I'll earn back the villain points and halo points that I lost. With that thought, Wang Haoran quickly typed a message to contact Jiang Gaoxian. Late at night, Lin Mo ordered some fried noodles from a small stall near Qingling University to pay tribute to the temple of his 5 viscera. After being expelled, he was ordered to leave Qingling University as soon as possible. In order to find a place to stay, Lin Mo ran around for a whole day and finally found a cheap house. In the teacher's dormitory, his luggage was already packed. He could move out tomorrow. However, he still had to sleep in the teacher's dormitory for the night. After eating the fried noodles, Lin Mo prepared to return to the dormitory. The path back to school was very quiet. There was almost no one in sight. However, after walking for a while, Lin Mo was stopped by 5 or 6 people with weapons in their hands. One of the people in the group took out his phone and glanced at the photo, then at Lin Mo. After making sure that they had found the right person, he immediately rushed forward with his friends, wanting to teach Lin Mo a lesson. Lin Mo smiled in disdain. He was already in a bad mood and was worried that he had nowhere to vent his anger. This group of people came at the right time. According to his guess, this group of people was either Hu Zuixiang or Wang Haoran. However, this was not important. He would beat them up first. Lin Mo's physical fitness had greatly improved. He was no longer the same as before. Lin Mo was very brave. He collided with this group of people. In a short while, these people were beaten up badly. Seeing that they were no match for him, the group of people quickly ran away. Lin Mo went forward and grabbed one of them. After interrogating him, he found out that it was Hu Zuixiang who had hired him. After getting an answer, Lin Mo asked this person to pass a message to Hu Zuixiang. He would not pursue the matter this time, but if she caused trouble in the future, he would not let her go. This person nodded like a chick pecking at rice and hurriedly agreed. Lin Mo kicked this person before letting him go. After venting his anger with punches and kicks, he felt much better. He continued to walk forward and prepared to return to the dormitory. However, he did not walk far before he was blocked again. However, this time, there was only one person, and his face was covered. Lin Mo wanted to complain. Did he think that he was filming a martial arts drama? He even covered his face. What a joke. You're here to cause trouble for me, aren't you? Who sent you? Wang Haoran, right? Lin Mo asked with a cold smile. The masked man wasn't sure at first, but after hearing the other party's words, he was sure that he had found the right target. He slowly walked towards Lin Mo. Lin Mo snorted coldly. He had just stretched his muscles and bones, but he wasn't satisfied yet. Now that there was another one, he could vent again. Compared to Hu Zuixiang, his hatred for Wang Haoran was deeper. Lin Mo still remembered the two incidents very clearly. He had caused trouble in the classroom and caused him to be unable to attend class and had embarrassed him on the court. The people that Wang Haoran had found had to be taught a harsh lesson. With that thought in mind, Lin Mo rushed towards the masked man like a ferocious tiger. If it was said that Lin Mo had only used 50% of his strength to deal with the group of people earlier, then he was using his full strength now. Wang Haoran only sent one person. Presumably, this person's martial arts were very powerful. Lin Mo had to be more serious. However, it was just a little more serious. In Lin Mo's opinion, with his current martial arts, there was nothing to be afraid of even if he met a fist. Filled with confidence, Lin Mo dashed towards the masked man. The masked man tilted his body slightly and brushed past Lin Mo. Lin Mo felt a sharp pain in his neck, then he fell to the ground and gradually lost consciousness. The second before he lost consciousness, Lin Mo was shocked and dumbfounded. The masked man's strength was beyond his imagination. Even the world boxing champion couldn't be this powerful, right? What the hell? Seeing that Lin Mo had fainted, the masked man took out a shiny scalpel. Ding! The host manipulated behind the scenes, causing Lin Mo to lose his manhood completely. Obtained 2000 villain points, Lin Mo's protagonist aura -100, host's villain aura +100. Wang Haoran happily accepted the reward that he had regained after losing it. Physical cutting. This should be enough, right? No matter how powerful Lin Mo's super teacher system was, it couldn't regenerate limbs. After all, this was within the realm of cultivation. Even Lu Chen, who had ancient medical skills, couldn't do this. How could Lin Mo do it? Why are you in a daze? Yang Jingwan's shy and timid voice came from beside him. Wang Haoran came back to his senses and saw Yang Jingwan looking at him with sparkling eyes. She seemed to be urging him. In a female dormitory in Normal University, Gu Yuro was lying on the bed, tossing and turning. She couldn't fall asleep at all. A man's figure kept appearing in her mind. She wanted to get rid of this figure, so she kept telling herself that this guy had bullied her so much. How could she still miss him? However, it was useless. The more she tried to brainwash herself, the more the man's figure appeared in her mind. Gu Yuro decided not to sleep. She got up and started writing a script on her laptop. She had liked writing since she was young and she majored in language and literature in university. Writing scripts was one of her hobbies. It was only when she was immersed in writing that she could isolate herself from the real world and not think about those troublesome things. Time flew by and a few hours passed. Gu Yuro was full of ideas and her writing was smooth. She finished writing a movie script that she had been working on recently. Then, she sent the script to the mailbox of a famous screenwriter named Lu Cini. The last time she sent her script to Beige Film and Television, they told her that they would buy her script at a high price. She naively believed them and was tricked into going to Beige Film and Television. She almost suffered a great loss. Gu Yuro had learned her lesson and started to recognize herself. Naturally, she didn't think that her script was brilliant. She didn't expect the script to be sold for money either. She just wanted to give it a try and sent the script to a famous screenwriter, hoping to get some guidance. After doing all this, Guyuro was so sleepy that she fell asleep immediately. She didn't have the energy to think about anything else. Early in the morning, the gentle sunlight shone on a quiet and secluded residential area. This neighborhood was a writer's village. The people who lived here were all writers, such as web writers, traditional writers, screenwriters, and so on. Yang Jingwan changed her career to writing instead of doing sales. She had achieved great success and was now a famous female writer. In order to make it easier for her to write, she left her home and moved to this neighborhood. Of course, the environment here was quiet and convenient for her to write was only one of the reasons. What Yang Jingwan valued most was that this place was close to Qingling University. It would only take about 15 minutes to drive here. Yang Jingwan had just moved here yesterday and she couldn't wait to inform Wang Haoren. After Wang Haoren received the call, he naturally came to visit her. Wang Haoren had class that day, so he naturally got up early. Yang Jingwan didn't want to get up. It wasn't because she was lazy, but because she was too tired. There's a breakfast restaurant in the neighborhood. You can go have breakfast. I won't be going with you, Yang Jingwan said lazily. Okay, I'll get going then. I'll come see you when I have time. Wang Haoren smiled and nodded. He then left the suite and went downstairs. He headed to the breakfast restaurant. Although it was an unfamiliar place, there were street signs along the way, so it was easy to recognize. A few minutes later, Wang Haoren arrived at the breakfast restaurant that Yang Jingwan mentioned. Half of the breakfast restaurant was occupied, but it was very quiet. No one was making a ruckus. Even when they were talking, they deliberately lowered their voices. After some people finished their breakfast, they took out their laptops and started typing on their keyboards. It seemed like they were writing something. Moreover, there were quite a few people who did this. Wang Haoren heard from Yang Jingwan that the people living in this neighborhood were mostly writers. So, it wasn't strange. Wang Haoren casually ordered something and found an empty seat to sit down. Not too far away from Wang Haoren, there was a woman who had just finished her breakfast and was playing with her laptop. This woman didn't have any makeup on. She was barefaced. Her skin was fair and her facial features were exquisite. Overall, she was quite good-looking. She could be rated 92 out of 100. At this moment, she was looking at the script that had just been delivered to her mailbox. One of the scripts that had been delivered in the wee hours of the morning attracted her attention. From her professional point of view, the script was very good. The characters and plot were all good. If it could be made into a movie, there was a high chance that it would become a big hit. She knew that if she didn't do her best, it would be very difficult for her to write a script like this. Judging from the sender's message, the sender indicated that she was a university girl who majored in language and literature. She wanted to ask for some advice. Obviously, the sender was a newbie in screenwriting. She hadn't even graduated from university. After coming to this conclusion, she couldn't help but feel a little jealous. How could a newbie be so good? How could she endure this? After feeling depressed for a while, she wrote a message and replied to the sender via email. The gist of it was that he wanted to ask this girl out for a meeting. After editing the message, he immediately sent it out via email. After doing this, the barefaced woman closed her laptop and prepared to leave. As he stood up, his gaze shifted and caught sight of a man eating breakfast at the neighboring table. Just looking at the man's handsome side profile made her heart beat wildly, and her face blushed a little. After looking at it a few more times, he felt his heart sink. Ding! The host impersonated the male lead of the female channel and triggered the side plot of the female lead, Guyuro. The female supporting character, villain, Lucini, fell in love with the host at first sight. Favorability has increased to 50, adoration. Wang Haoren was in the middle of eating when he heard the sudden system message. He couldn't help but be at a loss. He glanced around and soon noticed that there was a beautiful woman with no makeup looking at him from the side. The beauty's gaze was caught and she felt very guilty. Her face turned even redder. However, she really wanted to get to know this handsome guy. She suppressed the nervousness in her heart and said, "You don't look familiar. Why haven't I seen you before? You're new here, right?" "I don't live here." Wang Haoren did not understand the situation, so he replied coldly. Ding. The host impersonated the male lead of the female channel and triggered the side plot of the female lead, Gu Yuro. You have gained 100 villain points. Wang Haoren was stunned again. He had only replied coldly to Lucini and this was considered triggering the side plot. After thinking for a while, he seemed to understand. The male lead of the female channel was very cold to other female characters except for the female lead. He only had eyes for the female lead. When other female characters approached him or tried to strike up a conversation, he would definitely respond with a cold attitude. To put it bluntly, he was the exclusive bootlicker of the female lead. He did not understand the situation just now and subconsciously responded coldly to Lucini. Naturally, this was considered triggering the side plot. As expected, Lucini should be Gu Yuro's love rival in the main plot. Of course, although she was a love rival, there was no competition at all. This was because Lucini's existence was completely to set off Gu Yuro. Lucini loved the male lead to death, but the male lead only liked Gu Yuro and did not care about Lucini at all. Lucini was jealous, so she targeted Gu Yuro. This was also why there was a villain label after Lucini's character description. It clearly meant that Lucini was currently a supporting female character. However, if she saw that the male lead, Wang Haoren, was close to Gu Yuro, her character would change from a supporting female character to a female villain. Wang Haoren guessed and felt that he had guessed it correctly. If Lucini's character changed and became a female villain, she would start targeting Gu Yuro and this would trigger the main plot from the side plot. By then, it would definitely be a melodramatic plot like the old lady's foot-binding cloth. After seeing Wang Haoren's attitude, Lucini was secretly shocked that this handsome man was so cold. However, she did not dismiss the idea of striking up a conversation with him. She maintained a friendly tone. Hello, I'm Lucini. May I know how to address you? Get lost. Wang Haoren took on the role of the male lead of the female channel and spat out a word coldly. Ding. The host pretended to be the male lead of the female channel and promoted the side plot of the female lead, Gu Yuro. You have received 200 villain points. Wang Haoren received some villain points as he wished. You're too rude. Lucini's expression changed when she saw Wang Haoren's bad attitude and said weakly. I don't like to talk to unfamiliar women. Get lost before I get angry. Wang Haoren continued to take on the role of the male lead of the female channel and said coldly. Ding. The host pretended to be the male lead of the female channel and promoted the side plot of the female lead, Gu Yuro. You have received 300 villain points. Gu Yuro's protagonist aura -15. The host's villain aura +15. Another round of small gains. Wang Haoren was secretly amazed. The way he gained villain points was really interesting. What was even more amazing was that Lucini did not leave in a rage after being treated so harshly. Instead, she seemed to be more interested in him. Wang Haoren was speechless. Are the female characters in the female channel so susceptible to being cold and domineering? If this was a normal woman, no matter how handsome you are, if you asked me to get lost in front of my face twice, would I still give you a face? Even if I don't scold you, I'll turn around and leave. Who doesn't have a temper? However, Lucini really did not have a temper. Or more accurately, she did not have a temper in front of Wang Haoren, the fake male lead. I don't think I've offended you. Why are you treating me like this? Lucini asked carefully. Wang Haoren was silent for a while. Because he did not know what to say. He could not ask her to get lost, could he? He had already said that twice. At this time, what should the cold and domineering male lead of the female channel do? Wang Haoren racked his brain, organized his words and said coldly to Lucini, I hate women. I hate creatures like women. Is there a problem? Ding. The host has advanced the storyline of the female lead, Gu Yuro. Obtained 200 villain points. Hearing Wang Haoren's words, Lucini was stunned. However, she could not believe that the handsome man in front of her had an abnormal sexual orientation. I'm sorry to disturb you, Lucini said apologetically. Then, she returned to the seat at the next table. She was afraid that she would annoy the handsome man. She opened her laptop and pretended to type, but her eyes kept secretly looking at him. The more she looked at him, the more she felt that he was handsome. he was the perfect Prince Charming. Ding. The favorability of the supporting female lead, Lucini, towards the host has increased by 10. Current favorability is 60, admiration, ding. The host has advanced the storyline of the female lead, Guyuro. Obtained 200 villain points. After receiving the notification, Wang Haoran was secretly amazed. The favorability of the supporting female lead and the female lead could actually increase after looking at him for a while. It was simply amazing. It would be great if the female lead in the male genre was as magical as this. However, Wang Haoran also knew that this was impossible. After all, he was a villain and not a protagonist. Without the help of the halo and other props from the system, he would not be able to encounter such a good thing. Wang Haoran quickly finished his food and walked out of the restaurant. Seeing this, Lucini quickly closed her laptop and kept it well. Then, she followed him closely with small steps. Not long after, she followed him to the parking lot in the neighborhood. A Pagani turned on its lights and the door of the driver's seat opened automatically. Wang Haoran lowered his head and got into the car. Lucini's eyes widened. She recognized the logo of the Pagani. This was a sports car worth tens of millions. This man was not only impeccably handsome, he was also so rich, ding. The favorability of the supporting female lead, Lucini, towards the host has increased by 10. Current favorability is 70, undying love, ding. You have advanced the storyline of the female lead, Guyuro. You have gained 400 villain points. Guyuro's protagonist aura minus 20. You have gained villain aura plus 20. Wang Haoran had just started the car when he received 2 more system prompts. This time, he wasn't as surprised as before. After the car started, Wang Haoran did not leave immediately. Instead, he pondered for a moment. This Lucini was only a supporting female character. Her identity had not been changed to that of a villain. She was only in a side quest. As long as Lucini did not see her interacting with Guyuro, Lucini had no reason to be jealous of Guyuro and target her. Or to put it another way, Lucini did not have the opportunity to enter the main storyline, so she would not trigger Guyuro's main storyline. In other words, Guyuro's main storyline was shortened. After Wang Haoran sorted out his thoughts, he didn't look at Lucini, who was peeking at him from not far away, and stepped on the accelerator. Pagani left, leaving Lucini who was worried in the same place. The moment Wang Haoran entered the classroom, Lu Hua came up to him and laughed gloatingly. "Boss, I heard that Lin Mo was cut up and sent to the hospital last night." "Really? Is there such a thing?" Wang Haoran pretended to be surprised. "It should be true. Someone saw with their own eyes that Lin Mo's place was bloody and flat. It must be gone." Lu Hua said. "Do many people know about this?" Wang Haoran asked. "Not many. It hasn't spread yet." Lu Hua shook his head. "Then what are you waiting for? Quickly go to the forum and spread the news." Wang Haoran gave him a look. Lu Hua was stunned for a moment, then nodded happily. "Okay. Normal University." As she stayed up late last night, Guyuro woke up a little late. Fortunately, there were only 2 classes in the morning and they would only start at around 10 o'clock. Guyuro was not in a hurry. She got out of bed, turned on her laptop and logged into her mailbox. There was a reply in her inbox. Guyuro was delighted. She clicked on it and found that it was a reply from the famous screenwriter, Lucini. After reading the content, Guyuro almost jumped up in excitement and almost hit her head on the ceiling. Guyuro was overjoyed. She quickly added Lucini's WeChat number in the reply. In a short while, Lucini agreed. Guyuro chatted with Lucini for a while. After finding out that they were in the same city, they agreed to meet in the afternoon to discuss the details. After the chat, Guyuro was happy for a while. The inspiration for her script came from her story with a certain someone. It was just that she had done some artistic embellishments. The entire script was about a gentle and arrogant girl taming a cold and aloof man into a little lamb. In fact, Guyuro hoped that the bad guy who always bullied her would treat her well. She was just reluctant to admit it. Guyuro opened the photo album on her phone and flipped through it. Soon, she found some photos. The angle of these photos was mostly the side of a person's face and back. It was obvious that she had taken these photos. The person in the photos was Wang Haoren. Du Euro flipped through the photos. After looking at them for a while, she was mesmerized. Speaking of which, to a certain extent, she had to thank him for being able to write this script. However, he would definitely not accept her gratitude, would he? Moreover, it would be difficult for her to say it. In the hospital, Lin Mo lay on the bed and looked at the ceiling with a look of hopelessness. If such a thing happened to any man, no one would be able to accept it. After staring at the ceiling for a long time, he suddenly heard footsteps. Lin Mo was too lazy to look, but the footsteps were getting closer and closer. They seemed to be walking toward the bed. Soon, a valiant and beautiful woman appeared in Lin Mo's vision. Usually, beautiful women would not have any sense of beauty when looking up at them from an upward angle. However, this valiant woman was extremely beautiful even from the angle of looking up. One could only imagine how beautiful she was. This woman was definitely the kind of beauty that had no blind spots at all. Lin Mo subconsciously became excited, but this emotion only lasted for a short moment. In his current condition, he was not in the mood to admire beautiful women. Even if a beautiful woman stood in front of him and asked him to do whatever he wanted, he would be powerless. He glanced at the woman's uniform. She was obviously from the police station. Behind the woman were two of her colleagues. "Hello, Mr. Lin. We are here to understand the case." The valiant and beautiful woman took out her identification card. Lin Mo looked at the identification card and knew the woman's name, Ling Duanya. Lin Mo was not in the mood to talk, but when he heard that it was about the case, he perked up and started to cooperate with them. During the recording, Lin Mo insisted that the person who had done this to him was Wang Haoren. Ling Duanya was stunned when she heard the name. She thought it was someone with the same name, but after asking for more details, she realized it was the Wang Haoren she knew. Ling Duanya frowned slightly and defended Wang Haoren. "I know this person. He is a man with a strong sense of justice. Is there a misunderstanding?" After hearing this, Ling Duanya's two colleagues nodded in agreement. They also knew a little about the complaint call. How could someone who dared to fight against evil be a bad person? There must be a misunderstanding. When Lin Mo saw the reaction of Ling Duanya and the others, he was stunned for a while before he retorted. "This person is so evil. Does he have a sense of justice?" "Bah." Ling Duanya and the others frowned. However, due to professional reasons, they could not argue with Lin Mo. "You seem to have something unpleasant with this Wang Haoren." "Tell us about it," Ling Duanya said calmly. Lin Mo briefly described his conflict with Wang Haoren. Ling Duanya and the others listened while taking notes. They secretly felt that it was a little funny. This was because they all felt that Lin Mo had exaggerated Wang Haoren's motive. Some conflict in class and the incident on the basketball court were not enough for Wang Haoren to do that. If Lin Mo had only been beaten up, they could suspect Wang Haoren. However, Lin Mo had been, of course, Ling Duanya and the others wouldn't say it out loud without any evidence. Ling Duanya asked about the characteristics of the person who had attacked Lin Mo. Lin Mo could only describe the person's figure. Moreover, this kind of figure was very common. One could easily find a bunch of them on the streets. How could they catch the person with such vague information? However, other than that, Lin Mo could not say anything else. Of course, it was late at night. The street lights were dim, and the person's face was covered. It was impossible to see the person clearly from afar. When the two of them got close, Lin Mo was subdued in an instant. He did not even have time to take a good look at the person. Ling Duanya and the others had no choice but to search for evidence at the scene Lin Mo mentioned. They also checked the nearby surveillance cameras. Following the temporary departure of Ling Duanya and the others, the room became quiet again. But not long after, this silence was broken again. It was unknown where Hu Zuixiang heard the news, but she actually came here. Hey, what happened? Why are you suddenly in the hospital?" Hu Zuixiang asked sarcastically. Lin Mo turned his head away, ignoring her. "I know even if you don't tell me." Hu Zuixiang giggled. "You'd rather be a eunuch than be with me? Are you satisfied now? You've really become a eunuch." His voice was so piercing that it almost pierced through Lin Mo's heart. Ding. The host's manipulation indirectly damaged Lin Mo's mentality. The reward is 1,200 villain points, Lin Mo's protagonist aura -60, and the host's villain aura +60. Ding. The host's manipulation indirectly damaged Lin Mo's mentality. The reward is 1,200 villain points, Lin Mo's protagonist aura -60, and the host's villain aura +60. You were the one who hired him? Lin Mo turned his head and glared at Hu Zuixiong. Who am I looking for? What are you talking about? Hu Zuixiong looked innocent. You ugly freak. So it was you who did this. Just you wait. Lin Mo spat. Hearing the word ugly freak, Hu Zuixiong was furious. Shut up, you damned eunuch. You're not a man anymore. If I were you, I'd just die. Staying in this world is a waste of food. Ding. The host's manipulation indirectly damaged Lin Mo's mentality. The reward is 1,200 villain points, Lin Mo's protagonist aura -60, and the host's villain aura +60. Lin Mo was so angry that his whole body trembled, which affected his wound. He sucked in a few deep breaths of cold air, and cold sweat appeared on his forehead. However, Hu Zuixiong did not stop there. She continued to curse, and the angle of her attack revolved around the word eunuch. Ding. The host's manipulation indirectly damaged Lin Mo's mentality. The reward is 600 villain points, Lin Mo's protagonist aura -30, and the host's villain aura +30. Ding. The host's manipulation indirectly damaged Lin Mo's mentality. The reward is 700 villain points, Lin Mo's protagonist aura -35, and the host's villain aura +35. Ding. The host's manipulation indirectly damaged Lin Mo's mentality. The reward is 800 villain points, Lin Mo's protagonist aura -40, and the host's villain aura +40. Ding. The host's manipulation indirectly damaged Lin Mo's mentality. The reward is 1,200 villain points, Lin Mo's protagonist aura -80, and the host's villain aura +80. Ding. Lin Mo's mentality has exploded. The super teacher system has been automatically unbound, and he has lost his protagonist status. Wang Haoren? This woman had a unique talent when it came to cursing. Lin Mo's pain subsided a little. He wanted to retort, but he could not win against Hu Zuixiong. Hu Zuixiong did not know how long she had been cursing. She only stopped when her voice was hoarse. At this time, Ling Duanya and the others, who had gone to collect evidence, returned. Lin Mo immediately asked about the situation, but the result was very disappointing. The murderer was very cautious, and seemed to be a professional habitual offender. He did not leave any traces at all. Her. Investigate her. Lin Mo suddenly accused Hu Zuixiong. She might be the one who hired him. Ling Duanya and the others turned to look at Hu Zuixiong. I admit that I hired people to beat him up, but those people were beaten away by him. He's completely fine. I have nothing to do with the fact that he became a eunuch. Hu Zuixiong knew that she could not hide this matter if they investigated it, so she decided to tell them the truth. Ling Duanya immediately asked Hu Zuixiong to make a statement. Hu Zuixiong was very cooperative. She even took the opportunity to tell them that Lin Mo had abandoned her. Ling Duanya and the others were disgusted by Lin Mo when they heard that. They had sympathized with Lin Mo, but now it seemed that he deserved it. Of course, due to their professional ethics, they would only think about it in their hearts. They would definitely not say it out loud. Ling Duanya and the others left after making a statement. They would know whether Hu Zuixiong was telling the truth after investigating. However, from their professional point of view, Hu Zuixiong did not seem to be lying. Lin Mo being a eunuch had nothing to do with Hu Zuixiong. Moreover, even if she had something to do with it, they would have to find the murderer first to verify it. However, the murderer did not leave any traces behind. How could they find him? There was a high chance that this case would become an unsolved case. However, they would have to investigate it. Ling Duanya and the others went to work. Hu Zuixiong had vented her anger after making fun of Lin Mo, so she left as well. Lin Mo was left alone in the ward again. Lin Mo sobbed for a while. Then, he suddenly thought of something. A glimmer of hope flashed in his eyes. Previously, he had lost the ability to be a man because of his weak body. He had recovered his ability by consuming the recognition points. Then, would the system be able to turn him from a eunuch into a man? With this hope, Lin Mo was slightly excited and started to communicate with the system. However, no matter how hard he tried to communicate with it, the system did not respond at all. Lin Mo started to panic. He hoped that the system was temporarily dormant. That was why there was no response. After a while, Lin Mo tried to communicate with the system again. However, there was still no response. Lin Mo's face turned ashen. Wang Haoran, who was in class, checked the series of system notifications he had just received. He was both surprised and astonished. He had only asked Lu Hua to spread the news that Lin Mo was a eunuch. Why did Lin Mo lose his cool? Wasn't his mentality too weak, or had he been hit by someone? Even so, he was still too weak. Thinking back to when Lu Chen had suffered such a blow, it didn't take long for him to recover and even get over it. Lin Mo was a far cry from Lu Chen. However, on second thought, Wang Haoran was relieved. Anyway, he had planned to solve this problem completely before Lin Mo left Qingling. However, because Lin Mo was seriously injured and would not leave Qingling for a while, Wang Haoran was not in a hurry. Now that Lin Mo was dead, it saved him a lot of trouble. Moreover, Lin Maoliang had provided him with a lot of rewards. This was an unexpected surprise. At the normal university. After the fourth period in the morning, Gu Yuro had a quick meal. After that, she did not take a break and left the school immediately. She hailed a taxi at the school gate and headed to the meeting place with Lu Xini. Just as Gu Yuro's taxi drove off, Xiao Wanwan, who was following behind, also hailed a taxi by the roadside and followed. Xiao Wanwan had checked Gu Yuro's class schedule to keep an eye on her. When Gu Yuro was in class, Xiao Wanwan did not need to keep an eye on her. However, Xiao Wanwan would keep an eye on Gu Yuro during her free time. Xiao Wanwan and Gu Yuro had just finished their meal in the same canteen. When Xiao Wanwan saw that Gu Yuro did not return to her dormitory but headed out of the school, she followed her. When she saw where Gu Yuro was heading, Xiao Wanwan followed her. Gu Yuro took the taxi and arrived at a cafe. She found a seat and sat down. She ordered a cup of coffee and waited. There was still some time before the meeting time with Lu Xini. Gu Yuro placed too much importance on this matter, so she came here early. She sent a message to Lu Xini to tell her that she had arrived and attached her seat number. While waiting, Gu Yuro was a little bored, so she took out her phone and fiddled with it. Inadvertently, she opened the photo album on her phone and started to look at the photos. These photos were of Wang Haoran. When Gu Yuro was playing with her phone out of boredom, she would check it from time to time. As she watched, she couldn't help but become infatuated. Time passed quietly. Lu Xini also rushed to the cafe. According to the seat number that Gu Yuro had given her, she saw a girl sitting alone. She walked to Gu Yuro's side and was about to greet her. However, her eyes inadvertently caught a glimpse of a familiar handsome side profile on Gu Yuro's phone screen. Wasn't that him? Lu Xini immediately recognized it. At that time, she sat beside Wang Haoran and looked at Wang Haoran's side profile. She was more familiar with Wang Haoran's side profile than his face. Gu Yuro's attention was on her phone and she did not notice Lu Xini's arrival. Lu Xini did not say anything immediately. Instead, she observed Gu Yuro's expression and started to suspect if she had anything to do with the handsome man she liked. A feeling of displeasure rose in his heart. Gu Yuro was looking at the photos when she suddenly saw someone from the corner of her eye. She tilted her head to look. "Hello, are you the screenwriter, Lu Xini?" Gu Yuro quickly put down her phone and asked politely. "Yes." Lu Xini looked indifferent and nodded her head. "I've finally met you. You look better than the photos online," Gu Yuro complimented. Lu Xini forced a smile. She did not feel happy because of this sentence. She was beautiful, but this Gu Yuro was even more beautiful. She was so beautiful that she was jealous. Lu Xini sat down in front of Gu Yuro and could not help but ask. "I saw that you were engrossed in the photos just now. Is the man in the photos your boyfriend?" Hearing this, Gu Yuro was a little embarrassed. She wanted to explain and say, no. However, Luciny's misunderstanding made her feel inexplicably happy. She swallowed her words of explanation. Luciny saw that Guyuro did not answer and took it as a yes. The jealousy in her heart burned fiercely. She had come to see Guyuro with the intention of helping this newbie scriptwriter. However, now, she had dismissed this idea. After sorting out her thoughts, Luciny asked, "Did you write all the screenplays on your own?" "Yes, I wrote all the screenplays on my own." Guyuro sat upright and still as she replied. Then, she asked carefully, "In your opinion, what do you think of the standard of this script?" "Bad, it's very bad. Whether it's the character design, the plot, or the writing, it's all a mess." Luciny belittled her mercilessly. "Forgive me for being blunt, but you're really not suitable to be a screenwriter. Don't write any more in the future." Guyuro could not help but blush when she heard such sharp words. However, she did not agree with Luciny's words completely. She was indeed a beginner, but she had a strong foundation in literature. Moreover, she majored in language and literature. Not to mention the character design and the plot, there was absolutely no problem with her writing. Moreover, her writing had been praised and affirmed by the professor of the language and literature department. Guyuro felt that Luciny was nitpicking and even deliberately insulting her. "Screenwriter Lu, if you don't like what I've written, you don't have to ask me out to meet you. Do you just want to mock me in my face?" Guyuro said unhappily. "It's your honor to be mocked by me. Do you think any Tom, Dick or Harry is worthy of my criticism?" Luciny snorted. These words were even more piercing and Guyuro was immediately unhappy. She stood up from her seat and said, "It's pointless to talk to each other. Since we're not on the same page, then forgive me for disturbing you. I really didn't expect the famous and beautiful screenwriter Luciny to be such a person." With some indifference, Guyuro turned around to pay the bill and leave after saying this. A greenhorn screenwriter actually dared to speak to her like this? Luciny was very angry. Coupled with jealousy, she was about to explode. She picked up a glass of water on the table and splashed it on Guyuro's face before she turned around. The cold water splashed on Guyuro's face and flowed down her face and neck, wetting part of her clothes. "This is to teach you to be polite when talking to your senior." Luciny stood on the moral high ground and reprimanded her. Guyuro did not dare to offend Luciny. After being splashed with water, she clenched her fists but did not dare to vent her anger. She felt extremely wronged. She could only watch helplessly as Luciny left with her head held high. Guyuro stood there feeling wronged for a while. Then, she quietly took a few pieces of tissue paper from the table, wiped the water off her face, paid the bill and left. Xiao Wanwan, who was not far away, saw all of this. She took out her phone, found a familiar number and dialed it. After a few rings, the call went through. However, when Xiao Wanwan thought of something that happened previously, she had a strange feeling in her heart. After a few seconds of silence, she reported, "Sir, Guyuro's face was splashed with water by a woman just now." Hearing this, Wang Haoran could not help but suspect that Guyuro, the troublemaker, had met the female villain again. "What did the woman look like?" "I just took some photos. I'll send them to you." Xiao Wanwan maintained the call and sent the photos over through WeChat. After Wang Haoran received the photos, he checked them and immediately recognized that the woman who splashed water on Guyuro was Luciny, who had hit on him. He could not help but feel a little depressed. He was not with Guyuro. Why did Luciny have a conflict with Guyuro? What did Guyuro, the troublemaker, do? "Sir, what do you need me to do?" Xiao Wanwan saw that Wang Haoran did not answer after a long time, so she took the initiative to ask. "Isn't it just a splash of water?" "It's nothing. Don't bother about her. Just continue to watch Guyuro's movements," Wang Haoran said. Just as he finished speaking. Ding. This action of the host means that the host has given up on impersonating the male lead. All the villain points and halo points that the host has received for impersonating the male lead will be removed. Wang Haoran had the urge to curse. However, after thinking about it, this was normal. The male lead of a female show was bullied and he did not do anything. Could he still be called a male lead? Of course not. According to the plot, the male lead should help Guyuro get back at her. In other words, he could not ignore this matter. Unless he was willing to give up the rewards that he had received. After thinking about it, Wang Haoren changed his words. You don't have to do anything. I'll handle it myself. Old master, do you mean that you want to stand up for Gu Yuro personally? Xiao Wanwan asked carefully. Yes, Wang Haoren replied. Ding. Host caused the female lead, Xiao Wanwan, to become jealous. Reward, 600 villain points. The sudden notification made Wang Haoren stunned for a moment, but he quickly reacted. That's right, it's only been a few days since my incident with Xiao Wanwan. If he told Xiao Wanwan that he wanted to stand up for another woman, how could she not be jealous? Ancestor, I understand. If there's nothing else, I'll hang up now. Xiao Wanwan's voice clearly carried some disappointment. Wait a minute. Wang Haoren stopped her. Wanwan, I asked you to keep an eye on Gu Yuro for quite some time. It's been hard on you. His voice was extremely gentle, completely unlike the tone of an old devil who killed without batting an eyelid. I don't dare to say it's hard work for you, ancestor, Xiao Wanwan replied solemnly. Don't be so reserved. Wang Haoren smiled. Are you feeling better? What do you mean by feeling better? Xiao Wanwan did not understand. That day. Wang Haoren reminded her. Xiao Wanwan immediately understood and said shyly and embarrassedly, I've already taken some medicine to reduce the swelling and pain. I'm fine now. That's good. I had no choice. Wanwan, you won't blame me, right? Wang Haoren asked. Ancestor, you were saving my life. How would I dare to blame you? Xiao Wanwan said fearfully. Although that's what I said, I can't pretend that nothing happened, Wang Haoren hinted. Ancestor, what do you mean? Xiao Wanwan had some guesses but did not dare to think about it, so she asked tentatively. What I mean is that in the future, you don't have to be so reserved and don't treat yourself as a subordinate when you're not talking about business. Do you understand? Wang Haoren said tactfully. Xiao Wanwan seemed to have understood something and was secretly delighted. She quickly said, I understand. Alright, that's all for now. I'll visit you when I'm free, Wang Haoren said. Alright. You know where I live. If you want to come, you can come anytime. Xiao Wanwan hurriedly finished her sentence and hung up the phone. She only felt her face burning. Subconsciously, she touched her cheeks and realized that they were burning hot. Xiao Wanwan took a while to calm the joy in her heart. Then, she paid the bill and left, preparing to continue watching Gu Yuro. Since the ancestor thought so highly of her, of course, she had to perform well and not disappoint him. Xiao Wanwan had never felt this motivated since she accepted the task of watching Gu Yuro's movements. In the evening, Wang Haoren drove to Yang Jingwan's neighborhood. He parked his car in a parking space in the neighborhood and looked around. The reason he came here was not just to look for Yang Jingwan but also to look for Lucini. Lucini had taken the initiative to strike up a conversation with him at the breakfast hall. Wang Haoren still remembered Lucini's first sentence clearly. From that sentence, Wang Haoren could tell that Lucini lived in this neighborhood. Otherwise, she would not have said that she had never seen him before. This neighborhood had all kinds of facilities but there were not many people living here. Wang Haoren activated his X-ray vision and there was a high possibility that he could find Lucini. Of course, the premise was that Lucini was here. However, it was already evening. Even if Lucini had something to do, she should be back by now, right? Wang Haoren stood at the spot where the car was parked and looked around. In a building not far away. Lucini was typing on the computer but she was a little absent-minded. Now that it was almost time for dinner, she decided not to write. She opened the window and wanted to get some fresh air before going for dinner. She looked downstairs through the window and inadvertently looked at the place where the man she liked this morning had parked his Pagani. Surprisingly, he saw his figure. He was looking around but she did not know what he was looking for. However, this was not important. Lucini hurriedly put on her shoes and went downstairs. When she approached Wang Haoren, she slowed down. Hey, we meet again. What a coincidence. Lucini pretended to meet him by chance and greeted him in a friendly manner. You're looking around. Are you looking for someone? I know most of the people in this neighborhood. Tell me who you're looking for and I might be able to help you. Wang Haoren looked around for a while but could not find anyone. Luciny's appearance saved him some trouble. I'm here to look for you. Wang Haoren said to Luciny straightforwardly. You're looking for me? Luciny thought she had misheard and looked at Wang Haoren in shock. Let's find a place to talk, Wang Haoren said calmly. When Luciny heard this, she was finally sure that she hadn't misheard. She quickly replied, my house is very close. Let's talk at my place. Wang Haoren just wanted to find a quiet place to talk to Luciny. He didn't limit the exact location. After hearing Luciny's words, he nodded at her. This way please. Luciny was very confused about Wang Haoren's motive for looking for her, but she was more than happy. After all, she could spend some time alone with him. Plus, they were going to her own house. Could she take the opportunity to show off? Along the way, Luciny thought to herself. Not long after, the two entered a building and took the elevator to a suite on the 6th floor. This is my house. Luciny smiled at Wang Haoren and went to open the door. Wang Haoren narrowed his eyes and looked at the neighboring suite. Yang Jingwan also lived on this floor, right next to Luciny's. What a coincidence. Fortunately, Yang Jingwan was concentrating on writing in her room. Otherwise, it would be a little awkward if Yang Jingwan bumped into him. Please come in. While Wang Haoren was thinking, Luciny opened the door and made an inviting gesture. Wang Haoren walked into the room expressionlessly. Luciny followed him in and closed the door behind her. Wang Haoren glanced indifferently at this action, but he didn't find it strange. Usually, no one would leave the door open in a suite like this. It was normal to close the door. This suite was quite big and the decoration was a little luxurious. Luciny invited Wang Haoren to sit on the sofa. Then, she poured a glass of water and placed it on the coffee table in front of Wang Haoren. Then, Luciny took off her jacket, revealing the tight light-colored singlet that accentuated her exaggerated curves. Wang Haoren's eyebrows twitched slightly. They had just met today and could be considered strangers, but this Luciny really didn't treat him as an outsider. What do you want to talk to me about? Luciny asked with a smile. You splashed water on a girl named Guyuro's face at the cafe today. Is that true? Wang Haoren asked directly. The smile on Luciny's face slowly disappeared as jealousy rose in her heart. She had already vaguely guessed that the handsome guy in front of her was probably here for this. Yes, she was disrespectful to me, so I taught her a lesson. Luciny did not deny it. Are you her boyfriend? Wang Haoren did not answer this question. He pretended to be cold and said, go and apologize to Guyuro. Ding. The host has advanced the main plot of the female lead, Guyuro. You have gained 200 villain points. Luciny was upset when she heard this. She was even more displeased with Guyuro, but she did not get angry at Wang Haoren. She forced a smile and said, sure, no problem. She pretended to agree and suddenly asked, oh yes, I still don't know your name. How should I address you? Would the cold and domineering male lead of the female lead answer such a question from the female lead? Of course not. Wang Haoren avoided the question and continued to pretend to be aloof. I know you are just brushing me off, but listen carefully. If you don't apologize to Guyuro when the sun sets tomorrow, I will teach you a lesson. As soon as he said this, Wang Haoren felt very uncomfortable. If it wasn't for the villain points, he would not care about the life and death of Guyuro, the troublemaker. As the male lead of the female lead, his job was to clean up the mess of the female lead until the end. Ding. The host has advanced the main plot of the female lead, Guyuro. You have gained 200 villain points. Wang Haoren felt better when he received the message from the system. How am I brushing you off? I will definitely apologize to Guyuro, Luciny said flatteringly. Wang Haoren was silent for a few seconds when he heard this. The system did not respond at all. Obviously, Luciny had pretended to agree and would continue to target Guyuro in the future. As for himself, he would have to solve Guyuro's problems continuously. Wang Haoren felt a headache just thinking about it. The thought of poisoning Luciny to death arose in his heart. If that was the case, everything would be over. However, the impact of doing so would be a little big. If it was not done cleanly, it would attract trouble. Moreover, there was no need to go overboard. Wang Haoran dismissed this thought. He got up from the sofa and prepared to leave. He would have dinner with Yang Jingwan before deciding how to deal with Lu Xini. Are you leaving? Since you are already here, why don't you stay for a while longer? Lu Xini shamelessly asked him to stay. Wang Haoran glanced at her and said coldly, no. Then, he turned and walked away. Let me send you off. Lu Xini said hurriedly, but before she could finish her sentence, she suddenly exclaimed. Her leg was hooked on the coffee table, causing her to lose her balance and fall forward. Wang Haoran subconsciously put his arm around Lu Xini's slender waist so that her face would not come into close contact with the ground. Ding! The female villain Lu Xini's favorability towards the host has increased by 10 points. Current favorability is 80, unchanging affection, ding. The host has advanced the main plot of the female lead, Gu Yuro. You have gained 200 villain points. This was the main plot. What was going to happen next? Wang Haoran was secretly surprised. He lowered his gaze and looked at Lu Xini, who was in his arms. He saw Lu Xini looking at him affectionately and taking the initiative to hug him. As the male lead of the female lead, he would definitely fling Lu Xini away and warn her when he encountered such a situation. Woman, don't be delusional. I am not interested in you. Wang Haoran could totally guess this routine. However, Wang Haoran suddenly did not want to follow this routine. Although he could gain some villain points by following the way the male lead of the female lead did things, however, there were too few villains. He might as well take the opportunity to get rid of Lu Xini and completely end the main plot of Lu Xini targeting Gu Yuro. Wouldn't that be better? Anyway, he hated conventional plots and was more than happy to not play by the rules. What do you mean by this? Wang Haoran asked Lu Xini coldly. Although Gu Yuro is pretty, I am not much worse than her. Why are you so cold to me? You don't even want to be friends with me? Lu Xini asked sadly. Why don't you just say that you want to be my girlfriend? Wang Haoran asked with a faint smile. Lu Xini was embarrassed when her thoughts were exposed. However, she still forced herself to say, I do have this idea. So what? What kind of relationship experience do you have in the past? Wang Haoran asked. No. Don't think that I am a casual person just because I took the initiative. I have never been in a relationship before. You are the first guy I have liked. Lu Xini blushed and expressed her feelings. I don't believe. Wang Haoran looked deeply at Lu Xini. Unless you prove it to me. Ding. The host did not follow the routine of the male lead in the female channel and captured the female villain Lu Xini for the first time. Villain points minus 800. Ding. The female villain Lu Xini's favorability towards the host has increased by 20. Current favorability is 100, life and death together. 2 system messages came one after the other. Wang Haoran was dumbfounded by the first system message. He did not follow the routine and even reduced the villain points. This was the first time he had encountered something like this. However, he was comforted by the fact that Lu Xini's favorability towards him was full. It seemed like today was the first day he met Lu Xini. Without using the charm halo, he managed to fill up Lu Xini's favorability towards him. This speed was amazing. However, after thinking about it carefully, he felt that it was only natural. Lu Xini's character was set as such. He was supposed to love Gu Yuro, the male lead in the main storyline. This did not make any sense at all. However, Lu Xini's plot against Gu Yuro was not over yet. This matter was not over yet. After thinking for a while, Wang Haoran suddenly said to Lu Xini, Gu Yuro is actually my younger sister. Actually, Gu Yuro is my younger sister, not my girlfriend. Really? Lu Xini was delighted, but she reacted quickly. You don't have the same surname. How could she be your sister? We reorganized our family, Wang Haoran said. Oh, Lu Xini replied and then understood. However, I think that Gu Yuro has some strange thoughts about you, Lu Xini said. Why do you think so? Wang Haoran was puzzled. I met Gu Yuro today and saw her staring at your photo in a daze. I am sure that the look in her eyes is not just for you, Lu Xini said seriously. No matter what she thinks, I only treat her as my sister. Don't think too much. Wang Haoran said, don't target Gu Yuro in the future. Otherwise, if she is bullied and complains to me, I will be embarrassed to not help her since we are family. I know. I won't find trouble with her in the future. Lucini nodded obediently and took the initiative to say, I'll ask her out tomorrow and apologize to her. Ding. You have successfully enlightened the female villain Lucini against the female protagonist Gu Yuro. You have obtained 2,200 villain points, minus 110 protagonist aura for Gu Yuro, and plus 110 villain aura for host. Wang Haoran happily accepted the reward. The villain points that he had lost because he didn't play by the rules had not only returned, but he had also earned some. More importantly, he had ended a part of Gu Yuro's main storyline. In total, they had already gotten rid of 2 female villains who targeted Gu Yuro and 1 male villain who wanted to be the male lead after Gu Yuro. Let's have dinner together, Wang Haoran said. No, you go ahead and eat. I'm too lazy to move. I want to have a good rest, Lucini said weakly. Wang Haoran had known that Lucini would react this way. He had asked that question on purpose. Alright, I'll have dinner first. After dinner, I have something to do. I'll come and visit you another day, Wang Haoran said seriously. Wang Haoran was serious about this. Since Yang Jingwan was staying here, he could visit Lucini along with Yang Jingwan. It wouldn't take up much time. After all, Lucini didn't lie to him. She was very honest. She was really a blank piece of paper before this. Alright, Lucini nodded and smiled lazily. After leaving Lucini's suite, Wang Haoran went to another room on the same floor and pressed the doorbell. After the doorbell rang a few times, Yang Jingwan ran over to open the door. Why are you here? Yang Jingwan was surprised and happy. The two of them had just met yesterday. According to the past, she thought that Wang Haoran would come to see her at least a week later. She didn't expect him to come again today. Of course, I'm here to visit you. Why else would I be here? Wang Haoran smiled and pinched Yang Jingwan's nose gently. Lucini was resting. She wouldn't expose him anyway. Wang Haoran told this lie confidently and confidently. Yang Jingwan was overjoyed and excited for a while. After chatting for a while, the two of them went to the restaurant downstairs for dinner. The next morning, Wang Haoran left the neighborhood early. He didn't go to the restaurant for breakfast. Instead, he went to the normal university. He parked his car by the roadside and made a call to Gu Yuro. I'm waiting for you at the entrance of your school. I want to see you in 5 minutes. After the call was connected, Wang Haoran hung up without waiting for Gu Yuro's response. Yes, this was very impolite. However, as the cold and domineering male lead of the female channel, this was a very normal thing to do. After Wang Haoran hung up the phone, he turned on the timer and started the countdown. At 4 minutes and 50 seconds, Gu Yuro appeared in front of him, out of breath. Gu Yuro's hair was slightly messy. She had obviously just woken up and didn't have time to tidy herself up before she rushed over. Wang Haoran saw Gu Yuro appear on time and didn't find it strange at all. After all, Gu Yuro's character was very good at being cold and domineering. Although she was stubborn, she was very honest in her actions. I've helped you teach Lucini a lesson. Wang Haoran put on the signature cold face of the male lead of the female channel. Gu Yuro didn't react at first. She was stunned for a while before she understood. First, she wondered how Wang Haoran knew that she was bullied by Lucini. However, before she could think about this question, it was overshadowed by another kind of ecstasy. This guy looked fierce to her on the surface, but she didn't know that he cared about her so much. He actually taught Lucini a lesson, ding. The favorability of the female lead of the female channel, Gu Yuro, has increased by 5. Current favorability is 65, admiration, ding. The host pretended to be the male lead of the female channel and promoted the main plot of the female lead, Gu Yuro. You have gained 900 villain points. Gu Yuro's protagonist aura minus 45. The host's villain aura plus 45. Woman, don't think too much. I just feel sorry for you. I'm not interested in you. Wang Haoran saw the joy on Gu Yuro's face. He quickly took on the role of the male lead of the female channel and made a cold statement. He had no choice. If he didn't act according to this plan, he might lose the villain points again. He had to pretend. Don't worry, I won't thank you. Guyuro snorted proudly. Wang Haoran secretly gritted his teeth. If it wasn't for the limitation of Guyuro's protagonist aura, he would definitely teach her a lesson. He would let this self-righteous female lead know the power of a supervillain in the male channel. Oh yes, in terms of identity, I'm your brother. We are a reorganized family. Remember not to expose us, Wang Haoran reminded her. Although Luciny's matter was settled, he still had to let Guyuro know in order to be sure. Otherwise, he wouldn't have specially come to look for Guyuro. Brother? You're not necessarily older than me, right? Guyuro asked in surprise. Wang Haoran naturally knew this. Guyuro was in her second year while he was in his first year. Guyuro might be a year older than him. However, this wasn't the main point. Don't talk nonsense with me. If I say I'm your brother, then I'm your brother. After saying this, Wang Haoran couldn't be bothered to talk to her anymore. He went directly into the Pagani beside him. The roar of the engine was heard and the Pagani soon disappeared from Guyuro's sight. I'm your brother. Why are you so fierce? Guyuro muttered on the spot. However, she wasn't angry at all. Instead, she felt sweet. Outside Qin Fan's mansion, there was no longer the usual scene of people checking in online, and the place looked a little deserted. Towards that, Qin Fan was naturally quite happy. At least when he went out, he did not have to hide anymore, and could just walk right out through the front door. Inside the mansion, Qin Fan sat on the sofa, scrolling through a short video. After scrolling through several tens of videos, the video of his own handiwork had disappeared. The popularity of that video had finally died down completely. Qin Fan was feeling a little happy, but also a little melancholy. The reason for his happiness was naturally because the video had been taken offline, and he no longer had to be admired by so many people. And the reason for his melancholy was because his name was out there. Although the video was gone, but if he walked openly on the streets, he would still be recognized at a glance. If he wanted to go out, he could only wear a hat, sunglasses, or something like that, to cover his face. The feeling of having to hide his head and show his tail was really not a good feeling. But, from the current situation, there was no other way around it. Qin Fan was feeling a little frustrated and he continued to scroll through the short videos, wanting to see the beautiful women wriggling about on the Douchi channel, to soothe his mood. But after scrolling through the videos for quite a while, he did not see many beautiful women, but was instead pushed to a video of the battle between the Fire Country and the Galley Country's top chess players. The chess players on both sides were all 18 years old, and they were all geniuses in the game, unrivaled in their respective countries. The only difference was that the chess player on the Fire Country's side was a youth, and the chess player on the Galley Country's side was a young girl. The short video had pictures of the two chess players. When Qin Fan saw the young girl chess player from the Galley Country, his eyes immediately lit up, and a feeling of excitement rose within him. But, that feeling did not last long before it was overshadowed by surprise. Because, the picture of the young chess player on the Fire Country's side had suddenly popped up. The face of the young chess player was just too familiar. Qin Fan's mouth could not help but curl up into a faint smile. Mr. Qin, someone is looking for you outside. The butler suddenly came into the main hall to announce. Qin Fan turned his attention away from the video and asked, "Did the person say his name?" "He said his name is Jing Liu." The butler replied. Qin Fan's face lit up with joy. "Invite him in quickly." The butler nodded and left the main hall, and came back a moment later. Beside him, a bespectacled youth. "Master." Jing Liu was overjoyed when he saw Qin Fan. He walked up to Qin Fan and called out excitedly. Qin Fan smiled, "How did you know I was here?" The moment he asked this question, Qin Fan regretted it. Jing Liu said with a strange expression on his face. "I saw some news about Master on the internet." The atmosphere suddenly became somewhat awkward. Qin Fan's face twitched as he silently scolded himself for asking such a question out of the blue. Because of the craftsmanship video, Qin Fan's residence was exposed. Otherwise, there wouldn't have been so many internet celebrities checking in outside the mansion. Jing Lu naturally found out his address from the internet, so he came to look for him. To a certain extent, Qin Fan was already a celebrity that everyone in the world knew. Perhaps, it wouldn't be long before his disciples, who were scattered all over the world, learned of his address and came to greet him one after another. Qin Fan thought to himself. His heart was both happy and bitter. The housekeeper went to make 2 cups of tea and then left the hall. Qin Fan and Jing Lu sat down. The latter was somewhat absent-minded. "You didn't just come to see me, right?" Qin Fan saw through Jing Lu's thoughts and said faintly after taking a sip of tea. "I really can't hide anything from Master." Jing Lu scratched his head and said, "I will have a duel with a chess player from Gaoli in a few days. This chess player is very good. I have no confidence at all. After I accidentally got the news from Master, I wanted to come and see Master and ask for advice." "Is this match very important?" Qin Fan asked. "Of course." Jing Lu nodded solemnly. "The victory or defeat of the chess game is related to the honor of the Guo family. If I lose, my personal honor is small, but it will damage the prestige of the Guo family." Qin Fan nodded and asked, "You should have information about the match with the young girl, right?" Without knowing the other party, Qin Fan naturally wouldn't make any guarantees. "Of course I do." Jing Lu turned on the laptop he carried with him and clicked on the video of the young girl's match. As the saying goes, know thyself and know thy enemy to win 100 battles. If Jing Lu wanted to play with others, he naturally had to understand his opponent. In the laptop, there were at least a few hundred videos of the young girl's match. Qin Fan fast-forwarded and watched less than 10 games of chess. He already had a deep understanding of this young female chess player's way of playing chess. He was very sure that if he were to face this young girl, his chances of winning were close to 100%. "Master, are you not going to watch?" Jing Lu asked. "No need." Qin Fan shook his head. Jing Lu was delighted. "It seems that Master has already figured out the young girl's style. Then what do you think my chances of winning are? Have you made any progress in the past few years after you left the mountain?" Qin Fan didn't answer but asked instead. Jing Lu was slightly embarrassed. "I've made some progress, but not much. I'm afraid you will lose more than you win this game," Qin Fan said. He was the one who taught Jing Lu how to play chess, so he naturally understood Jing Lu's style. After hearing Jing Lu's answer, he immediately made a judgment. Moreover, this judgment could be considered very tactful. If Qin Fan were to put it bluntly, it would be that Jing Lu had a 90% chance of winning against the Korean girl. Jing Lu only had a 10% chance of winning. Hearing Qin Fan's words, Jing Lu was disheartened. In fact, he had a rough idea in his heart. Otherwise, he wouldn't have hurriedly come to Qin Fan for help. "Master, then do you have a countermeasure?" Jing Lu asked for advice. "Yes, but the situation during a match is too big. You won't be able to grasp it in a short time. However, I will do my best to teach you. Learn as much as you can," Qin Fan said. "Thank you, Master." Jing Lu was slightly disappointed but he still thanked him solemnly. Qin Fan patted him on the shoulder. "Don't be discouraged. In chess, other than talent, you also need to rely on accumulation. You have enough talent. The rest is a matter of accumulation. If I'm not wrong, that young girl must have been in contact with chess since she was sensible. She must have played for more than 10 years. And you, taking everything into account, have only been in contact with chess for less than 5 years. To have achieved this much, you should be proud of yourself. Even if you lose, it will be a glorious loss." Qin Fan consoled him sincerely. From what he saw, even if Jing Lu lost, it wouldn't be a big deal. The so-called damage to the Guo family's honor was too severe. If the Korean girl won against Jing Lu, would that mean she had suppressed all the Yen country's chess players? Where would that put Qin Fan? In Qin Fan's heart, he had already started to plan his next move after Jing Lu lost. After calculating for a while, the corners of his mouth unconsciously curled up into an excited arc. After Wang Haoran bade farewell to Gu Yuro, he did not go too far but contacted Xiao Wanwan who lived nearby and had breakfast with her. After that, he drove back to Qingling University. There was still some time before the first class and some of the students in the classroom were gathered together to discuss something. They even seemed to be in full swing. Wang Haoran listened for a while and found out that they were talking about the battle between the top chess players from Yan country and Gali country. But Wang Haoran was not very interested in it. But after eavesdropping for a while, he heard the boys talking about how the young female chess player from Gali country was super beautiful and could be the face of Gali country's top girl group. Wang Haoran's heart skipped a beat. It was not that he was lustful, but he suspected that the young female chess player could be one of the female leads. There was a high possibility that she was the female lead in Qin Fan's plot. Wang Haoran had checked Qin Fan's background and knew that among his 99 godly skills, chess was one of them. Now that such a super beautiful young female chess player had suddenly appeared, he could not help but suspect that she was related to Qin Fan. She could even be Qin Fan's disciple? The thought popped up in Wang Haoran's mind, but he immediately shook his head, thinking that the possibility was not high. Comparatively speaking, the possibility of the young chess player from Yan country being Qin Fan's disciple was higher. The students in the classroom were chatting when a debate broke out. The reason was because they were more optimistic about who would win the game. Some of the boys who were more concerned about looks hoped that the young female chess player from Gali country would win. Most of them were more concerned about the pride of the Gua family and hoped that the Yan country chess player would win. Hence, the debate broke out between the two sides. Great Zhao Zhao, come here. Wang Haoran saw Mu Zhao Zhao participating in the discussion and called out to her. Hearing the voice, Mu Zhao Zhao walked over and asked suspiciously, "What did you call me?" Mu Zhao Zhao. Wang Haoran said seriously. Mu Zhao Zhao replied with an "oh." She felt that she might have misheard. I heard that you were talking about the chess match. How much do you know about the female chess player from Gali? Wang Haoran asked. Aren't you being too shallow? Are you also supporting that young female Go player? Mu Zhao Zhao said with a sidelong glance. Of course not. I will definitely support the Yan country's chess player. I was just curious about that young female Go player, so I asked casually, Wang Haoran said. That young female chess player is called Jiang Yuner. She is 18 years old and looks very pretty. But you know, how many of the beautiful girls in Gali aren't artificial? Mu Zhao Zhao winked, then showed a bright smile and showed off. Unlike her. Her entire body is natural. Wang Haoran smiled and his eyes subconsciously stared at Mu Zhao Zhao's most outstanding part. What are you looking at? It's true. If you don't believe me, you can ask Sister Yunhan. We grew up together and she knows best. She is the best witness. Mu Zhao Zhao caught the strange look in Wang Haoran's eyes and immediately defended herself. Wang Haoran naturally did not doubt that. After all, he had unintentionally played with her before. He could naturally distinguish between the real and the fake. However, as for what Mu Zhao Zhao said, that Jiang Yuner was a man-made beauty, he was not convinced. This Jiang Yuner was most likely the female lead. Since she was the female lead, she must be completely natural. Even if it was a common occurrence for Gali girls to use knives on their faces, it was still not enough to kill everyone. There must still be natural beauties among them. The Gali country is really shameless, saying that Go originated from their country. Go originated from our Yan country, all right. Mu Zhao Zhao said indignantly. I hope that the Yan country's chess player, Jing Lu, wins. If Jiang Yuner wins, it won't be good. The media from their country will surely make an issue out of it, saying that Go originated from their country and as the loser, they will have no right to speak. After all, Jing Lu is the Yan country's #1 chess player. If Jing Lu loses, who will be a match for Jiang Yuner? Mu Zhao Zhao sighed, looking like she was worried about the country and its people. Wang Haoran could not help but find it funny when he heard that. Jing Lu might lose, but the Yan country would definitely not lose. Because on the Yan country's side, there was Qin Fan. If Jing Lu loses, Qin Fan can go up. This match between the Yan country and Gali country's top chess players was just a stage set up for Qin Fan to show off. At that time, the situation would be like this. After Jiang Yuner won against Jing Lu, it caused a huge uproar. The Yan country was ridiculed and Qin Fan stepped forward to challenge Jiang Yuner. Under the watchful eyes of countless people, Qin Fan won against Jiang Yuner. In this way, Qin Fan would be able to gain endless glory. The joke of showing off his skills would be completely overshadowed by all the glory, another way to whitewash his reputation. At that time, Qin Fan would be able to strut around the streets, and no one would laugh at him, and they would even look at him in a different light. After all, showing off his skills was not something that was too evil. It was just being exposed to the public, and it would only add to the ridicule. At that time, Qin Fan would become a famous person. Tan Taiyao Yu, Mu Nanji, Song Zhihui, and the other female disciples would all change their views of Qin Fan, and look at him in a different light. And there might even be a terrifying thing that would happen. Jiang Yun'er, who lost the game, would develop feelings of admiration, and with a little development, she might fall in love with Qin Fan. Tisk. Wang Haoran thought about the following scenarios based on the current situation, and immediately cursed under his breath. He had spent so much effort, and finally managed to make Qin Fan hide his head and show his tail, not daring to openly go out to pick up girls. If Qin Fan were to turn the tables because of this, then all his previous plans would have been for naught. He must not allow Qin Fan to act like this, or it would be a big problem. If he wanted Qin Fan to not be able to go up on the field, he would have to let Jing Lu win. But, according to the plan, Jing Lu's level was not as high as Jiang Yun'er's, and under normal circumstances, he would not be able to win. Then think of a way to make Jiang Yun'er unable to participate in the game. Should he secretly kill her before the game started? As long as Jiang Yun'er was unable to go up on the field, Jing Lu would win without a fight, and Qin Fan would not have a chance to go up on the field. In that case, Qin Fan would not be able to turn the tables. But, the momentum of this game was too great. On the eve of the game, if anything happened to Jiang Yun'er, it would definitely cause a huge uproar. At that time, all kinds of capable people would come out to investigate the matter. If they found out that it was him, wouldn't that be terrible? Moreover, Jiang Yun'er was the female lead, and she was so beautiful. She was the only female lead who was not from Fire Country. It was said that the girls from Valley Country had a different kind of charm. Don't. What was the saying in Valley Country? If Jiang Yun'er died, it would be a pity. Then what should he do? Let Jiang Yun'er give up on the game, or go easy on her during the game? But, why should Jiang Yun'er listen to him? Because he was handsome. Hey, why are you in a daze? Mu Xiaoxiao waved her hand in front of Wang Haoran's eyes when she saw that he was deep in thought. Wang Haoran came back to his senses and asked Mu Xiaoxiao, "Do you know where the game will be held?" "It's at Qingling Gymnasium," Mu Xiaoxiao replied. "Good lord, the stage to show off is right under Qin Fan's nose." Wang Haoran complained in his heart and asked again, "Has Jiang Yun'er arrived at Qingling Gymnasium? Where is she staying?" "I don't know, but I don't think she's here yet. If she's here, there will be news. Those reporters have the best noses." Mu Xiaoxiao looked at Wang Haoran suspiciously and said, "Why are you asking so many questions? Are you interested in Jiang Yun'er?" Wang Haoran did not avert his gaze. He looked straight at Mu Xiaoxiao and said, yes, I want to hit on her." "Tisk, stop joking. Do you think you're so great just because you're handsome? Do you think you can hit on any girl?" Mu Xiaoxiao didn't believe Wang Haoran's reaction. "That's it." Wang Haoran shrugged, "I can't get a girl like her. I'd rather go after you. At least it's easier, right? Watch your mouth. I'll tell Sister Yunhan about you." Mu Xiaoxiao wrinkled her nose at Wang Haoran. She was a little fierce, but she was secretly happy. At this moment, the bell rang. The students stopped talking and returned to their seats. Mu Xiaoxiao sat next to Wang Haoran. Wen Jing, who had just entered the classroom, also sat next to them. On the other side, after Qin Fan finished chatting with Jing Lu, he began to give Jing Lu targeted guidance. Jing Lu was so immersed in it that he didn't even feel like eating. Qin Fan didn't force him. He just sat in the car and left. He arrived at the Jinhao Hotel before 11 a.m. The reason why he came so early was naturally because Qin Fan did it on purpose. When it was close to 12 o'clock, it was the peak time to eat. Qin Fan went out in a secretive manner, afraid that he would be recognized. Naturally, he wanted to take advantage of the fact that there were fewer people to quickly fill his stomach and return to the mansion. However, when they arrived at the entrance of the hotel, they found a group of reporters waiting for them. Qin Fan subconsciously felt that these reporters wanted to take pictures of him, so he lowered the brim of his cap. However, he quickly realized that this seemed a little ridiculous. This was because the reporters' uniforms had the name of the unit they worked for. They were all reporters from regular television stations and major online media outlets. How could the TV station report such a trivial matter? Moreover, the limelight had already passed. Clearly, these people were not here for him. They were here for the others. Qin Fan was a little curious. What kind of famous person was coming? Just as this thought popped up in his mind, he saw a group of cars driving over from not far away and stopping not far from the entrance of the hotel. The reporters and the staff carrying cameras all swarmed over like a swarm of bees. Some bodyguards hurriedly got out of some of the cars and surrounded one of the commercial cars to maintain order. The door of the commercial car slowly opened. A beautiful young girl walked out of it. The reporters scrambled to be the first to interview her. One after another, they fought fiercely. When the young girl saw this scene, she seemed to be frightened and timidly took a few steps back. A middle-aged woman quickly stepped forward to protect the young girl. She briefly answered the reporters' questions and then led the young girl into the hotel under the protection of some bodyguards. Qin Fan watched from not far away. He had roughly heard the reporter's interview. He knew that this beautiful young girl was Jiang Yun'er, who was going to play chess with Jing Lu. Qin Fan blinked his eyes and looked at Jiang Yun'er through the gaps of the crowd. The more he looked, the happier he became. This Jiang Yun'er was even prettier in person than in the photos. Compared to his disciples, Song Zhihui and Mu Nanji were not inferior at all. However, it was not easy to say who was better. It could only be said that plum blossoms, orchid blossoms, bamboo blossoms, and chrysanthemum blossoms each had their own advantages. Song Zhihui and Mu Nanji each had their own outstanding aspects, and so did Jiang Yun'er. However, looking at Jiang Yun'er's timid appearance, as if she was afraid of meeting strangers. She looked a little like a little rabbit, which made people have a strong desire to protect her. Qin Fan watched Jiang Yun'er leave his field of vision before he retracted his gaze reluctantly. He did not follow her and continued to admire her. Because he knew that there would be a time when he and Jiang Yun'er would sit face to face. Jing Lu had almost no chance of winning against Jiang Yun'er. After losing, it was necessary for him to compete with Jiang Yun'er in chess. When that time came, he would be able to look at her face to face. Why be in a hurry? Of course, it would be even better if he could get to know her in advance. In the afternoon, Wang Haoren, who had been eating, had been paying attention to the news on the internet. As expected, he received news about Jiang Yun'er. Jiang Yun'er was currently staying at Jinhao Hotel. Jinhao Hotel again. Wang Haoren was a little speechless. The two female protagonists, Song Zhihui and Mu Nanji, came to Qingling and stayed at Jinhao Hotel. Now that Jiang Yun'er came to Qingling, she was also staying at this hotel. So this Jinhao Hotel was a special place for female protagonists who came from other places to stay. In short, it was to let Qin Fan meet the female protagonist. Wang Haoren secretly complained for a while, but he was not worried that Jiang Yun'er would have any interaction with Qin Fan for the time being. The craftsmanship storm had not completely dissipated, and Qin Fan was still a rat on the street. He did not dare to appear in front of people openly. What right did he have to hit on Jiang Yun'er? Only after Jing Lu lost would Qin Fan have a chance to have some interaction with Jiang Yun'er. However, Wang Haoren would not sit back and watch this happen. She skipped the afternoon class and skipped it. For Wang Haoren, the protagonist was the most important. The class was just a formality. As usual, he asked Lu Yu to apply for leave for him. He drove away from Qingling University and rushed to Jinhao Hotel. On the way, he suddenly realized a problem. To put it bluntly, he went to Jinhao Hotel to show his face in front of Jiang Yun'er and see if he could trigger the Super Peach Blossom Halo. However, there was a big problem, and that was that Song Zhihui and Mu Nanji were both staying at Jinhao Hotel. What if he bumped into them? Could it be that if he bumped into someone, he would say that he was looking for that person? If he bumped into both of them, would he turn around and leave? Wang Haoren thought about it secretly. It seemed that there was no other choice other than this. Sighing, Wang Haoren began to think about how to persuade Song Zhihui and Mu Nanji to move out of the hotel. Otherwise, the female lead of Jinhao Hotel would be pushed down. If he was not careful, he might fail. Not long after, the Pagani arrived outside Jinhao Hotel. After parking the car, Wang Haoren walked into Jinhao Hotel and was about to ask the hotel staff where Jiang Yun'er was staying. However, as soon as he entered the hotel, he bumped into someone. Haoren? Qin Fan walked over with a smile. Wang Haoren thought to himself, what bad luck, but a friendly smile appeared on his face. Haha, what a coincidence. It's not church today. You should have classes, right? Why are you here? Qin Fan asked Wang Haoren curiously. I do have classes, but I have a break at noon. I came here for some personal matters, Wang Haoren said vaguely. What personal matters? Qin Fan asked. Wang Haoren glanced at Qin Fan's expression. He seemed to be a little gossipy. He felt resentful in his heart, but on the surface, he put on an embarrassed smile and said, I came here to look for Nanji. I just fell in love, and I missed her after not seeing her for a day. Since I have time at noon, I went to see her. Hearing this, the smile on Qin Fan's face gradually stiffened. He felt sour in his heart. Ding. Host has damaged Qin Fan's mentality. Received 800 villain points. Qin Fan's protagonist aura -40. Host's villain aura +40. You like to ask, you like to gossip. Do you still want to ask? Do you still want to gossip? Wang Haoren really wanted to point at Qin Fan's nose and ask him, but thinking that he couldn't fall out with Qin Fan, he restrained himself. If there's nothing else, I'll go find Nanji. Bye. Wang Haoren waved his hand and said goodbye. Qin Fan called out to him. By the way, Haoren, did you plead with your sister for me? Wang Haoren stopped and said seriously, of course I did. My sister was in a good mood last night, so I told her about it. Who knew that I would be scolded by her? She even scolded me and told me to stay away from you and not to learn that kind of thing from you. At this point, Wang Haoren suddenly stopped talking. However, Qin Fan understood and was immediately embarrassed. Of course, I definitely won't listen to my sister. After all, you taught me how to find such a beautiful girlfriend. I can't thank you enough. How can I ignore you? Wang Haoren said with a sincere smile. Qin Fan had forgotten about this matter. Now that he suddenly heard Wang Haoren mention it, the bitterness in his heart couldn't be described with words. Ding. The host has damaged Qin Fan's mentality. The host has received 1000 villain points, Qin Fan's protagonist aura -50, and the host's villain aura +50. I really did my best. You won't blame me, right? Wang Haoren asked Qin Fan. How could that be? Qin Fan shook his head. Although he felt that Wang Haoren didn't handle this matter well, he really couldn't be blamed. Tan Taiyaoyu's self-awareness was very strong. How could she forgive herself just because of a few words from her brother? If there's a chance, please help me plead for leniency again. Qin Fan said again. Okay, no problem. Wang Haoren made a solemn vow. He waved his hand again and said, then I'm leaving. Wait, it's not easy to meet you. Let me treat you to a cup of coffee. Let's go, Qin Fan said enthusiastically. Have a drink. Wang Haoren cursed inwardly. He had made it clear that he was here for Munanji. Now that Qin Fan said he wanted to treat him to a cup of coffee, wasn't it obvious that he was deliberately disrupting his date with Munanji? Although he wasn't here for Munanji, Qin Fan's behavior was really a little disgusting. On the surface, he didn't scold him. Instead, he said awkwardly, I still have class in the afternoon, so I need to go back in time. I won't be drinking coffee with you. It's okay. You're not an outsider. You can ask Nanji to come with you. Qin Fan put his arm around Wang Haoren's shoulder and dragged him to the hotel's coffee shop. Wang Haoren followed him helplessly, but he secretly cursed a certain female relative in Qin Fan's house a few times. Qin Fan had made up his mind to be a third wheel, wasn't he? When they arrived at the coffee shop, Qin Fan found a table and sat down with Wang Haoren. Ask Nanji to come over. Wang Haoren pretended to nod. He took out his phone and pretended to send a message to Munanji. In fact, he sent a message to Wenjing and asked her to reply to him. He wasn't here to look for Munanji. He was here to look for Jiang Yun'er. If he asked Munanji to come over, it would only add to the trouble. Moreover, it would be even worse if Song Zhihui happened to see them. Song Zhihui was also Qin Fan's disciple. If she came over and found out that Munanji was his girlfriend, what kind of expression would she have? Buzz. His phone vibrated when he received the message. Wang Haoran looked at it and saw that Wen Jing had sent a moi emoji. On the surface, he said to Qin Fan, Nanji said that she's not feeling well and wants to rest in her room. Oh, I see. That's really unfortunate. Qin Fan sighed. Wang Haoran clearly saw a hint of joy flash across Qin Fan's eyes. Qin Fan, this bastard, although he didn't target him because he was in a relationship with Munanji, he was very jealous that he was on good terms with Munanji. After all, he was the main character, and the main character of the harem. He had a subconscious that all the super beauties are mine. It was no wonder that he would do such a thing. Fortunately, Wang Haoran wasn't here to look for Munanji. Actually, he didn't really care about this. After Wang Haoran pretended to be disappointed for a moment, he didn't continue to pretend. At this moment, he realized that Qin Fan was staring at him without blinking. Is he going to tell me about my marriage again? Wang Haoran thought to himself and asked, why are you looking at me like that? Haoran, you look handsome. You seem to have good luck with women again, Qin Fan said bitterly after looking deeply at Wang Haoran for a while. What was going on with this future brother-in-law of his? Why did he always have good luck with women? Why didn't he have good luck with women? Did you tell me about my marriage again? Where did I meet the beauty this time? Wang Haoran asked subconsciously. Using physiognomy too much will shorten one's lifespan. I usually only use it after a period of time, Qin Fan explained and continued. I just looked at your complexion and felt that there were such signs. I didn't calculate it carefully. Actually, it might not necessarily be good luck. I see. Wang Haoran nodded. However, you already had good luck with women the last time. You won't have good luck with women again so soon. Qin Fan's words were actually meant to comfort himself. After all, he had told Wang Haoran's fortune before and knew that Wang Haoran was fated to have good luck with women. It wasn't a strange thing to suddenly encounter a peach blossom. Nanji is a good girl. Since you're with her, you have to treat her well. Even if you really have good luck with women, you have to reject them. Otherwise, you'll be letting Nanji down, Qin Fan added. What a nice way to put it. If you're with Nanji and meet other beautiful girls who throw themselves at you, I'm sure you'll welcome them. You still want to educate me? Bah. Wang Haoran secretly despised him. However, on the surface, he looked like a good boy and said seriously, of course. I only like Nanji. I'm not interested in other girls at all. That's more like it. Qin Fan smiled and looked at Wang Haoran with a look that said, this child is worth teaching. However, as he looked at him, his gaze suddenly shifted slightly and he looked elsewhere. He didn't know what he saw, but there was a covetous look in his eyes. Wang Haoran was a little puzzled. He turned his head and followed Qin Fan's gaze. A group of people surrounded a young girl in a galley ancient costume and walked over. There were a total of 5 people in that group. 3 of them were dressed in suits and looked like bodyguards. The other was a middle-aged woman. He didn't know if she was an assistant or a manager. But that wasn't important. What was important was that the young girl in the galley ancient costume was really good-looking. As for her figure, it was a little hard to see clearly. The skirt of the ancient costume was almost dragging on the ground, covering all of her legs. The clothes on her upper body were also a little loose. This caused her figure to be a mystery. Of course, it was so for ordinary people. Wang Haoran, who had X-ray vision, wouldn't be restricted by such obstacles at all. As soon as he activated his X-ray vision, his vision became much clearer. In the next moment, Wang Haoran felt a rush of blood. There was no need to guess. This was definitely the female lead. Moreover, judging from her clothes and the style of this group of people, it was very likely that she was Jiang Yuner. While Wang Haoran was sizing them up, the group of people was getting closer and closer. Looking at the path, it didn't seem like they were here to drink coffee. It seemed that they were going to pass through here and go somewhere else. After all, this was a coffee shop in the hotel. There were many entrances and exits. It wasn't strange for them to be let through. Jiang Yun'er, I love you. However, just as the group of people reached Qin Fan and Wang Haoran, a skinny man suddenly rushed out from the side. He shouted and pounced on the young girl. The three bodyguards quickly went forward to stop that person. At this moment, a man waiting on the other side opened his arms and hugged Jiang Yun'er. The middle-aged woman wanted to stop him, but she was knocked away. Jiang Yun'er lost her bodyguards and was about to be hugged tightly by that man. But right at this critical moment, Qin Fan made his move. He was sitting there perfectly fine, but in the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of Jiang Yun'er. Like a mountain, he blocked the man who pounced on Jiang Yun'er. Wang Haoran watched this scene silently. He had the urge to smash the coffee cup on the table to the ground. Damn it, where did those two idiots come from? This was clearly an opportunity for Qin Fan to save the damsel in distress. Moreover, those three bodyguards were also stupid enough. One of them could have stopped them, but the three of them went together, falling into the enemy's diversion tactic. Xiaochen hated that he could not make a move and expose his strength. It was also inconvenient for him to intercept Qin Fan. He could only watch as Qin Fan acted like a hero saving the damsel in distress before his eyes. Following Qin Fan's obstruction, the three bodyguards quickly reacted and restrained the two men who inexplicably wanted to hug Jiang Yun'er. After asking around, he found out that the two of them were Jiang Yun'er's die-hard fans. They were in cahoots to take advantage of Jiang Yun'er. The security guards of the hotel soon arrived and took the two men away. Jiang Yun'er was still in shock and her face was very pale. The middle-aged woman beside her comforted her in a low voice. After Jiang Yun'er's mood improved slightly, the middle-aged woman looked at Qin Fan and said gratefully, "Mister, thank you so much. If it weren't for your timely help, it would have been terrible." She spoke in the language of the Fire Country, but there was obviously some Valley Country accent, but it could still be understood. "It's a small matter." Qin Fan waved his hand and smiled, his eyes inadvertently glancing at Jiang Yun'er's face. Jiang Yun'er raised her head slightly, her timid eyes peeking at Qin Fan. Just as she was about to say something, another person suddenly appeared in her field of vision. It was Wang Haoran who took the initiative to walk to Qin Fan's side. Wang Haoran was still hoping that Jiang Yun'er would take the initiative to notice him. But this girl walked with her head lowered, not deliberately looking at the people around her. He had no choice but to take the initiative to walk over and show his face. 1 second. 2 seconds. Ding. Congratulations to the host's luck for meeting the female lead Jiang Yun'er for the first time. Super Peach Blossom Halo has triggered the first grade pledge of love effect. Ding. The female lead Jiang Yun'er's affection for the host has increased to 80, unchanging feelings. Ding. The host has influenced the plot and gained 6,000 villain points. Qin Fan's protagonist Halo -300. The host's villain Halo +300. Wang Haoran almost wanted to jump onto the table and clap his hands in celebration. Qin Fan, this bastard, he really has something. He had said that he was lucky, and it had come true again. Wonderful. Your protagonist Halo is awesome, so what if you triggered the hero saving the damsel in distress plot? It's all in vain now. Wang Haoran suppressed the ecstasy in his heart and asked Jiang Yun'er. You seem to be in shock. Are you all right? Jiang Yun'er met Wang Haoran's gaze and her face flushed red, her heart beating fast. Because of her nervousness, she replied in a trembling voice. Thank you, I'm fine. Her pronunciation was perfect, the standard Yan language that couldn't be any more standard. If not for the clothes she was wearing, even if she said she was from the Yan country, no one would suspect her. Towards this point, Wang Haoran did not find it strange. This Jiang Yun'er was obviously the female lead in Qin Fan's main storyline. If she did not know the Yan language, how would she communicate with Qin Fan? Through hand gestures, knowing the Yan language, that would be normal. My name is Wang Haoran. Nice to meet you. Wang Haoran said, showing a handsome smile. Jiang Yun'er. Jiang Yun'er pursed her lips tightly and said her name. Ding. The host has damaged Qin Fan's mental state. Gained 1,800 villain points. Qin Fan's protagonist Halo -90. Host's villain Halo +90. Qin Fan at the side, his face darkened. Beautiful lady, you must be mistaken. I saved you. You should be thanking me. Why are you thanking your future brother-in-law? Hello, I am Qin Fan. Qin Fan wanted to make his presence known and he took the initiative to introduce himself. Jiang Yin'er glanced at him and nodded at him without saying a word, as if that action was her way of thanking him. Qin Fan was feeling rather gloomy. What is wrong with this beautiful lady? I saved her and she didn't say thank you. More importantly, her attitude towards Wang Haoren was completely different. Please, I am the one who saved you. Alright? Why are you so friendly to others, just because he is handsome? There seemed to be no other reason other than this. Munanji looked at faces, and so did Jiang Yin'er. Women are really superficial. Ding. The host has damaged Qin Fan's mental state. Gained 2000 villain points. Qin Fan's protagonist Halo -100. Host's villain Halo +100. I'm actually your fan. Can you give me your contact information? Of course, don't misunderstand. I don't mean anything else. I'm just very interested in playing chess and I want to ask you for advice, Wang Haoren said to Jiang Yin'er. When Qin Fan heard this, he wanted to say that he also knew how to play chess and could teach Wang Haoren. However, he suddenly thought of something and shut his mouth. Sure. Jiang Yin'er answered very softly. Then, she took out her phone and exchanged numbers with Wang Haoren. The middle-aged woman was extremely surprised when she saw this scene. This was because Jiang Yin'er was very introverted and focused on playing chess. She never liked to interact with others. At this moment, her action of exchanging contact information with someone was really unbelievable. When the middle-aged woman saw the scene, she started to speak in Korean. Wang Haoren did not understand a single word, but when he saw the expression on her face, he could guess that she probably had something important to attend to and he urged Jiang Yin'er to leave. Jiang Yin'er nodded at the middle-aged woman and then waved goodbye to Wang Haoren. I have something to attend to and will be leaving first. Goodbye. Then I won't disturb you. Wang Haoren said with a smile. Jiang Yin'er saw it and she was dazed for a moment, as if she was mesmerized by Wang Haoren's smile. Ding, the host has damaged Qin Fan's mentality and gained 900 villain points. Qin Fan's main character Halo -45. Host's villain Halo +45. Qin Fan saw it from the side and he felt extremely jealous as he watched Jiang Yin'er leave. As Jiang Yin'er walked, she would occasionally turn her head back to look, and the focus of her vision was completely on Wang Haoren. Haoren, do you like her? After Jiang Yin'er and her group left, Qin Fan asked with a frown. Why would you think so? Wang Haoren pretended to be puzzled. You were smiling at her like that and staring straight at her. Qin Fan said. I was talking to her and of course I had to look at her. It's a matter of manners. Wang Haoren said seriously, I just feel that Jiang Yin'er is very good at chess and I want to make a simple friend with her. If you are interested in playing chess, I can teach you. Why do you have to go so far? Qin Fan said with an attentive look. Hearing those words, Wang Haoren secretly despised him. This Qin Fan obviously could not bear to see Jiang Yin'er throwing flirtatious glances at him and was jealous. Do you know how to play chess? Although Wang Haoren knew it in his heart, but it was not convenient for him to show it on his face and he looked at him suspiciously. To be honest, the young chess player from the Fire Country, Jing Lu, is actually my disciple. Qin Fan said proudly, wanting to gain the adoration of his future little brother-in-law. How could Wang Haoren not see through his thoughts? He despised him in his heart, but on the surface, he still cooperated and revealed a look of shock and admiration. Is that so? That's great. If there's a chance, I'll definitely ask for your guidance. Well said, well said. Qin Fan laughed heartily, thinking that Wang Haoren's admiration came from the bottom of his heart. After saying that, Qin Fan added, that Jiang Yin'er, you'd better not look for her. After all, she's from Korea. She's an enemy, so stay away from her. Besides, Nanji will definitely be angry if she finds out that you're too close to her. What the F***ck? Wasn't he trying to threaten me? You want me to stay away from Jiang Yin'er so that you can flirt with her? Wang Haoren secretly ridiculed him for a while, but he said, "You're right, you're right." Qin Fan nodded his head in satisfaction and suddenly said seriously, "Give me Jiang Yun'er's phone number. I have something I need to ask her about." F***CKU. Wang Haoren felt like scolding someone. Can this guy be any more obvious? Do you really think I'm an honest person who will believe everything you say? Or do you think I'm crazy? Aren't you obviously trying to get Jiang Yun'er's contact number and then contact her in private? Do you think I can't tell? Write it down and I'll report it to you. Wang Haoren might despise him, but he still agreed on the surface. It's just Jiang Yun'er's contact number. If Qin Fan wants it, I'll just give it to him. It won't affect the big picture. The one who saved her earlier was Qin Fan. Jiang Yun'er might be a little friendly to him. But if Qin Fan wants to pursue Jiang Yun'er, he's definitely thinking too much. Jiang Yun'er's heart has already been stolen away. Qin Fan wants to pursue Jiang Yun'er? This is simply wishful thinking. You're dreaming. When Wang Haoren said Jiang Yun'er's number, Qin Fan took out his phone and wrote it down. He was afraid that Wang Haoren had reported it wrongly and even made a comparison. After making a comparison, Qin Fan realized that he was right. Instantly, a joyful smile appeared on his face. "Sit, let's continue drinking coffee," Qin Fan said happily. "I still have to go back to school for lessons. I won't be drinking. Let's talk about it again next time." Wang Haoren really didn't want to face this idiot Qin Fan anymore. Because if he stayed with Qin Fan for a while longer, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to control himself and directly ask about Qin Fan's relatives. "Alright, next time then." Qin Fan answered straightforwardly. He seemed to be a little impatient. Wang Haoren knew that this bastard Qin Fan might be in a hurry to contact Jiang Yun'er. Afternoon. In a quiet room, Jiang Yun'er was training. Her opponent wasn't a human but an AI artificial intelligence. In today's day-by-day technology, artificial intelligence could totally be used as a player for training. To a certain extent, AI training was even more effective than humans. To put it bluntly, Go was the ceiling of chess and card competitions. On the board of Go, after the first chess piece was placed, there would be many possibilities. And these possibilities weren't infinite. They could be calculated. AI could accumulate and learn countless games without sleep. When it was playing against a human player, through data analysis, it could determine what the human player would do next. This was quite terrifying. Jing Lu and Jiang Yun'er were more likely to lose than win against the top AI. However, AI was still AI. It wasn't in the category of humans. Although Jing Lu and Jiang Yun'er had lost to AI, it didn't affect their position as the top Go players in their respective families. Since the game was imminent, Jiang Yun'er seized the time to train. However, she was a little absent-minded in the afternoon. She was always absent-minded and made mistakes frequently. As a result, she was completely defeated by the ordinary AI. Buzz buzz, Jiang Yun'er's phone on the table beside her suddenly vibrated. It seemed like there was a message. A hint of joy suddenly appeared on her slightly melancholic face. In the past, when she was training, her phone was usually turned off so that she wouldn't be disturbed. But for some reason, she didn't turn off her phone during today's training. Jiang Yun'er heard the noise and quickly picked up the phone to check the message. But she found that it was from an unknown number. This unknown number had already sent several messages in a row. Jiang Yun'er couldn't be bothered to pay attention to it. She didn't even bother to read the content of the messages. She put the phone back down and took a deep breath, wanting to calm down and focus on her training. But after a few seconds, the phone vibrated again. Jiang Yun'er frowned and wanted to just turn off the phone. But when she saw the contact name displayed as Wang Haoren, she immediately jumped for joy. "Are you busy now?" Jiang Yun'er looked at the content of the message and started to reply. She had to train and was actually very busy. How would she have the time to chat, but her fingers seemed to be out of her control as she typed 3 words in reply. "I'm not busy." After Wang Haoren saw the message, he immediately started to chat with Jiang Yun'er. From the chat, Wang Haoren learned that Jiang Yun'er was very interested in the culture of the Fire Country. Wang Haoren didn't find that strange at all. Jiang Yun'er was confirmed to be the female lead in Qin Fan's main plot. According to the development of the main plot, after she got together with Qin Fan, she would probably not return to Korea and would choose to stay in the Fire Country. Jiang Yuner liked the culture of the Fire Country and it could be considered an opportunity for her to stay in the Fire Country safely. There are many scenic spots in Qingling. Among them, the Muwang Pavilion is the most famous. It's known as the #1 pavilion in the world. Shall I take you there? After chatting for a while and closing the distance between Jiang Yuner and himself, Wang Haoren revealed his true purpose. Looking at the message on her phone, Jiang Yuner hesitated. The competition was imminent, so she should train well. But since he had already said so, what if she didn't agree? Wouldn't he be very disappointed? Moreover, if she rejected him this time, he might not invite her next time. Moreover, she was absent-minded anyway, so she couldn't train well. She might as well go for a walk and relax. Jiang Yuner struggled internally for a moment and quickly made a decision. She typed a message and replied. Sure, where shall we meet? You're unfamiliar with the place, so I'd better come and pick you up, Wang Haoren sent. Sure, I'm at an AI training base near the Jinhao Hotel, but I don't know what it's called. Do you use WeChat? Let's add each other as friends. Send me your location. We don't use WeChat much over there. I'll download and apply for an account. Wait a moment. Jiang Yuner fiddled with her phone and quickly settled it. After Wang Haoren saw the location map, he also skipped class and drove to the destination to pick up Jiang Yuner. However, after arriving, he waited for a while before Jiang Yuner arrived. Jiang Yuner changed out of her Korean clothes and put on a modern outfit, wearing sunglasses and a pink top hat. She seemed to be a little flustered. Wang Haoren guessed that she might have snuck out. Otherwise, she would definitely have bodyguards by her side. When they were chatting, Jiang Yuner was not too reserved, but now that they were meeting, she was a little shy and even a little at a loss. On the way, Wang Haoren tried his best to find some very common topics to talk to her, such as introducing some local customs of the Fire Country, so that she would not be so nervous. After chatting for a while, Jiang Yuner's nervousness gradually dissipated. However, Jiang Yuner was still very quiet, and her conversation was always intermittent. However, that was not because Jiang Yuner was unwilling to chat with Wang Haoren, but because she really did not know what to say. Wang Haoren briefly interacted with Jiang Yuner and could tell. Jiang Yuner was quite introverted. She was the kind of tech geek who rarely interacted with others. After some time, they arrived near the Muking Pavilion. After parking the car by the roadside, Wang Haoren brought her to the Muwang Pavilion. The last time he came, he had only taken a look at the Muking Pavilion from the outside and did not enter. Wang Haoren brought Jiang Yuner there again. He decided to take her into the Muking Pavilion for a tour. The two of them walked side by side. As they toured, Wang Haoren introduced the origin of the Muking Pavilion to Jiang Yuner. Jiang Yuner listened quietly. From time to time, she would nod her head and respond to Wang Haoren. However, her beautiful eyes were fixed on Wang Haoren. There were some ripples in his eyes. Jiang Yuner was wearing sunglasses and thought that Wang Haoren could not see it. In fact, Wang Haoren could see everything clearly with his X-ray vision. After strolling around the first floor for a while, he came to the stairs and prepared to go upstairs to take a look. Wang Haoren's heart skipped a beat. You're wearing high-soled shoes. You won't be able to walk steadily up the stairs. Let me hold your hand, okay? There was a questioning tone in his words. However, after Wang Haoren finished speaking, he did not wait for Jiang Yuner to answer and directly held her hand. Most girls cared about their pride, especially introverted girls. They were even more reserved. There were some things that she could not express her opinion on. Once asked, she might say that she could walk without holding his hand out of shyness. Wang Haoren's action made Jiang Yuner nervous, but she did not shake off Wang Haoren's hand. She even said in a low voice, "Thank you." "You're welcome." Wang Haoren revealed a charming smile. Jiang Yuner was in a daze for a while before she came back to her senses. Wang Haoren held Jiang Yuner's hand and went up the stairs to the second floor of the Muking Pavilion. After reaching the second floor, Wang Haoren pretended to forget to let go. Jiang Yuner let him hold her hand and did not pull it back. Wang Haoren continued to lead Jiang Yuner around the second floor. However, they did not walk far when they suddenly saw two familiar people in front of them. These two familiar people were none other than Song Zhihui and Feng Anna. Wang Haoren's heart skipped a beat. He wondered why Feng Anna had run out without asking for leave from him. However, now was not the time to dwell on this question. Wang Haoren's vision was far away. He saw Song Zhihui and Feng Anna, but they did not see him. "Let's go over there and take a look," Wang Haoren said to Jiang Yun'er, and suddenly changed direction to avoid bumping into Song Zhihui and Feng Anna. After walking in another direction for a distance, Wang Haoren heaved a sigh of relief. "Are you hiding from someone?" Jiang Yun'er, who was beside him, suddenly asked. Wang Haoren was stunned. He did not deliberately hide his emotions just now and appeared to be a little flustered. Wang Haoren thought about it quickly and did not deny it. He said, "I saw my parents just now." As he spoke, he touched his forehead with his hand as if he was wiping off cold sweat. "So what if you saw your parents?" "There's no need to hide." Jiang Yun'er was a little puzzled. Then she noticed that the two of them were still holding hands. She asked cautiously, "Do your parents not allow you to date girls?" "That's not it," Wang Haoren said. "My parents might not like you very much. If they see us walking around Mu Wang Pavilion together, they might be angry." "I've never met your parents before. Why don't they like me?" "Is it because I'm from Korea?" Jiang Yun'er asked nervously. "That's part of the reason. My parents know about the chess game between Fire Country and Korea. They don't like Korea saying that Go originated from there, and they don't have a good impression of you." Wang Haoren started to fool her. "To put it bluntly, they are afraid that if you win, Fire Country will lose face." Jiang Yun'er did not say a word, looking thoughtful. After a moment, she suddenly asked. "Do you want me to win, or your Fire Country's chess player to win? Do you want to hear the truth, or a lie?" Wang Haoren asked. "Of course the truth," Jiang Yun'er said. "The Fire Country's chess player wins." Wang Haoren replied seriously. Jiang Yun'er nodded. "I can understand you. Actually, I'm not doing this because of the so-called pride of the Gua family. I just think that if you lose, I can be closer to you. If you win, my parents and friends will not like you." Wang Haoren sighed. "But don't mind what I think. This kind of thing is based on ability. Whoever is better will win." When Jiang Yun'er heard that, a storm rose in her heart. Because Wang Haoren's words contained information that made her so excited that she could not control herself. But before she heard the exact words, Jiang Yun'er tried her best to control her emotions and said timidly, "I don't know much about your Yen language and I don't really understand what you meant. Can you explain it more clearly?" Wang Haoren looked into Jiang Yun'er's eyes and said affectionately, "What I mean is, I wanted to be friends with you the moment I saw you." Actually, Wang Haoren wanted to be more straightforward, but he was afraid that he would scare this introverted and timid girl, so he used a more tactful word. But even so, Jiang Yun'er definitely understood what he meant. Because if they were ordinary friends, why would he hold her hand and not let go? Me too," Jiang Yun'er felt the same and whispered back to Wang Haoren. "Are you serious? You're not lying to me?" Wang Haoren asked in surprise. "If it wasn't true, I wouldn't let you." Jiang Yun'er lowered her head and gestured to the hand he was holding. She then said, "But don't think that I'm a casual person. Other than my family, you're the first boy to hold my hand." Wang Haoren pretended to be excited for a while, but soon his face turned gloomy and he slowly let go of Jiang Yun'er's hand. Jiang Yun'er suddenly felt a little lost, and then she seemed to have understood. "I was too impulsive. I shouldn't have said this to you. Let's talk about these private matters after your competition," Wang Haoren sighed. Jiang Yun'er nodded with mixed feelings. Wang Haoren continued to walk with Jiang Yun'er. At the same time, he used his X-ray vision to observe Song Zhihui and Feng Anna's movements to avoid bumping into them. During this time, Wang Haoren was well behaved. He even deliberately kept a distance when they walked side by side. Jiang Yun'er clearly felt that there was an additional distance between the two of them. However, she was introverted and did not take the initiative to break this situation. However, her heart was like a bottle of mixed feelings. It was extremely complicated. Wang Haoren did not seem to be staring at Jiang Yun, but in fact, he was secretly paying attention to the changes in Jiang Yun-er's expression. The reason why he said that just now was to deliberately guide Jiang Yun-er's thoughts and give Jiang Yun-er two choices. If Jiang Yun-er won, then it might be difficult for the two of them to be together in the future, and the people around them would oppose it. But if Jiang Yun-er lost, then everything would be easy to talk about. But to be honest, if there were onlookers on Jiang Yun-er's side, they would definitely think that Wang Haoren had ulterior motives. Because he was making use of the fact that Jiang Yun-er loved him deeply, and wanted Jiang Yun-er's to let him win in the competition. However, Jiang Yun-er was not scheming, and she was blinded by love. She did not see through Wang Haoren's clumsy wording, let alone see through him. Wang Haoren felt that he was quite shameless. But looking at the final result, it actually didn't affect anything. It was impossible for Jiang Yun-er to crush the Yan country's chess players beneath her feet. She might be able to win against Jing Lu, but she would never be able to win against Qin Fan. Jiang Yun-er was destined to lose. After walking around for a while, Wang Haoren offered to send Jiang Yun-er back. On the way, he found an excuse to borrow Jiang Yun-er's phone. And blocked Qin Fan's number. Although he was certain that Qin Fan would not be able to seduce Jiang Yun-er, but Wang Haoren did not want Qin Fan to disturb Jiang Yun-er. Anyway, anything that made the protagonist unhappy, Wang Haoren would feel good. In the mansion, Qin Fan was sparring with Jing Lu as he stared at his phone. He had sent several messages to Jiang Yun-er, but Jiang Yun-er did not reply. Qin Fan could only think that Jiang Yun-er was training and did not reply. But when it was almost dinner time, there was still no news. Even if she was training, she still needed to eat. Qin Fan could not hold back his thoughts and stopped sending messages, but made a call. But the line was always busy. At first, Qin Fan thought it was Jiang Yun-er making the call. But after a while, he called a few more times and found that the line was still busy. Qin Fan suddenly guessed that his number might have been blocked by Jiang Yun-er. He suddenly felt depressed. "Master, you don't seem to be in a good mood. What's wrong?" Jing Lu asked curiously. Children shouldn't ask too much. Qin Fan avoided answering. Jing Lu tactfully shut up and talked about the problem he was concerned about. "Master, it's very difficult for me to surpass Jiang Yun-er in overall strength in a short time. Do you want to teach me some strange moves? Maybe I can catch Jiang Yun-er off guard and win the competition. If you win, how can I perform? How can I become famous in the world and clear my name?" Qin Fan thought to himself, but he did not show it on his face. "These strange moves are too complicated. You won't be able to learn them in a short time. Just train as usual." In fact, Qin Fan did have some strange moves that Jing Lu did not know, and he had a way to learn them quickly. If he taught Jing Lu's chances of winning would be higher. But Qin Fan was afraid that something would go wrong, so he would not teach him. Because if Jing Lu won, then all of his plans would be ruined. Jing Lu could not see through Qin Fan's thoughts, and he respected Qin Fan, so he did not doubt his words and only thought that what he said was true. When the sky turned dark, Wang Haoren returned to the villa. After dinner, he sat in the hall for a while before returning to his bedroom. Song Zhihui suddenly called. "I asked Anna to go shopping at Muwang Pavilion today," Song Zhihui said over the phone. Wang Haoren heard that and asked subconsciously, "Did you tell Feng Anna about our relationship? Are you a roundworm in my stomach? How did you guess that?" Song Zhihui said in surprise. Wang Haoren suddenly understood. No wonder Feng Anna was so bold that she did not ask for leave from him. It turned out that she had Song Zhihui's support. Seeing that Wang Haoren did not say anything, Song Zhihui continued, "Why aren't you saying anything? Are you angry?" "I'm sorry, I did say that I wouldn't tell anyone about our relationship, but Anna is different. She's my best friend. She won't tell anyone about it." "Don't worry." Wang Haoren could not be bothered to dwell on this question. Instead, he asked, "Are you still staying at Jinhao Hotel?" "Yes, but I've been thinking about buying a house in Qingling recently. Do you have any recommendations?" Song Zhihui said. "I'll help you find out where there are good houses. I'll tell you when the time comes." Wang Haoren took the initiative to take over. He had to take over this matter. If he let Song Zhihui find one herself, what if she bought a house near his villa? Okay, let me know when you find one. Money is not a problem, Song Zhihui said generously. Rich little lady, you're really rich, Wang Haoran teased. Of course, so you don't have to worry at all. I'm with you because I like your family's money, Song Zhihui said with a laugh. Then what do you like about me? Wang Haoran asked with a smile. It's fate. Anyway, I just find you very pleasing to the eye. I really like you. Song Zhihui was very lively. Plus, she did not feel shy talking about this topic over the phone. What about you? What do you like about me? Your long legs, Wang Haoran said subconsciously. Is that all? I have a lot of good points. Haven't you noticed? Song Zhihui said bitterly. I haven't noticed it now. Maybe I'll notice it when we have more in-depth communication in the future, Wang Haoran said seriously. Song Zhihui's thoughts went astray when she heard that. But when she heard Wang Haoran's serious tone and his shy personality, she guessed that he did not mean it that way. But after she figured it out, she could not help but feel a little disappointed. This guy is not enlightened. What should I do? A few days passed in the blink of an eye and it was the day of the chess match between the Fire Country and Korea. The Clear Spirit Sports Stadium was packed with people, discussing animatedly. The topic of discussion was naturally the prediction of the outcome of today's match. Because it was the Fire Country's home ground, most of them thought Jing Lu would win. Wang Haoran happened to be on holiday and he had rushed to the sports stadium with Mu Zhaozhao and Wen Jing, ready to watch the excitement. According to the seats on the tickets, Wang Haoran, Mu Zhaozhao and Wen Jing were seated. The three of them had bought consecutive seats and were seated together. And they were seated in the front row, close to the live broadcast screen, where they could observe the situation of the chess match more clearly. But the match had not started yet and on the big screen, there were advertisements from the sponsors. Time passed and the time of the match was getting closer. Jing Lu and Jiang Yun'er, who were playing against each other, also took the stage. Accompanying Jing Lu was a man who was armed with a hat, sunglasses, and a mask. Wang Haoran knew which idiot it was just by looking at the figure. Qin Fan and Jing Lu were whispering into each other's ears, talking about something. Wang Haoran activated his X-ray vision and read their lips. He could only see Qin Fan comforting Jing Lu, saying, "Don't be nervous, just do your best. Don't be too concerned about winning or losing, just keep your mind calm." Jing Lu took a deep breath and nodded at Qin Fan, encouraging himself, "I will not let master down, I will definitely win against that Jiang Yun'er." Qin Fan smiled secretly. Jing Lu's chances of winning were pitifully low. But as his master, he could not say that out loud and only encouraged him on the surface. "Do your best, master has high hopes for you." It looked like he was encouraging him, but he was secretly thinking, "I have high hopes for you to lose." If not for that, where would he get the chance to show off his skills? Wang Haoran watched the master and disciple talking for a while and suddenly lost interest. He turned his gaze to the other side. Accompanying Jiang Yun'er into the arena was the middle-aged woman who had been following Jiang Yun'er. At that moment, Jiang Yun'er was in a daze and it was not known what she was thinking. "Yun'er, the match is about to start. Get your spirits up," the middle-aged woman reminded her. The middle-aged woman was Jiang Yun'er's aunt, Jiang Xiangmei, and was also Jiang Yun'er's manager. Ever since Jiang Yun'er sneaked out and came back a few days ago, she had been in this state. Even during training, she was often distracted. Jiang Xiangmei had accompanied Jiang Yun'er for so long, but this was the first time she saw Jiang Yun'er in such a state of mind before the competition. Jiang Xiangmei's words, Jiang Yun'er regained her senses. "Your goal is to become the best Go player in the world. This has been your ambition for a long time." Jiang Yun'er is and Shiza's Ants of Korea. Jiang Yun'er nodded woodenly, but she was at a loss in her heart. Moon SSSSS. And it was something. Somethings. It wasn't difficult to win this match, but if he really won, he might lose other important things. While everyone was worrying about their personal gains and losses, the competition began. Qin Fan and Jiang Xiangmei left the stage and went to the stands at the edge of the stage. Just as Qin Fan was about to find a place to sit down, his gaze swept around. Suddenly, a cute beauty in the audience attracted his attention. There was also a quiet beauty beside her. Qin Fan looked at her for a few seconds before noticing Wang Haoren beside her. Qin Fan was happy. He went over and squeezed into the aisle. Haoren, you're here to watch the Go match too. Wang Haoren curled his lips. He didn't think that Qin Fan was here to greet him. Qin Fan was sneaking glances at Mu Xiaoxiao next to him. It was no wonder. Mu Xiaoxiao's appearance was so cute, and she was particularly outstanding in certain aspects. She was indeed attractive. Yeah, it's a holiday today. I'm here to join in the fun. Wang Haoren replied. Don't you want to introduce the two people next to you? Qin Fan gestured to Wang Haoren. They are my classmates. Wang Haoren explained. He didn't even bother to tell Qin Fan their names. What's their name? Qin Fan asked. Why do you have so many questions? Watch the game quietly. Don't talk. Mu Xiaoxiao was very unhappy with the way Qin Fan was sizing her up. Hearing him blabber on and on, she couldn't help but criticize him. Wen Jing didn't say anything. She didn't look at Qin Fan. She treated him like air. Qin Fan was embarrassed by Mu Xiaoxiao's words. However, he didn't leave. Coincidentally, the person next to Mu Xiaoxiao received a call. It seemed that he had something important to deal with. He left with a serious face. Qin Fan quickly sat down on the empty seat next to him. Wang Haoren narrowed his eyes. That damned main character Halo is at work again. Fortunately, Mu Xiaoxiao didn't want to sit next to Qin Fan. She proposed to change seats with Wang Haoren. Wang Haoren naturally agreed. Jing Lu and Jiang Yan played Go on the stage built in the stadium. The game was filmed and projected onto the big screen, for the audience to see it more clearly. 10 minutes later. Who do you think will win? Mu Xiaoxiao asked Wang Haoren in a low voice. Jiang Yan will definitely win this game. Before Wang Haoren could say anything, Qin Fan spoke first. So sure? Do you know Go that well? Mu Xiaoxiao asked in disdain. That Yan country's #1 Go player, Jing Lu, was taught by me. Qin Fan saw a chance to show off and he wouldn't miss it. That only shows that Jing Lu has surpassed his teacher and not how good you are. Mu Xiaoxiao said. Jiang Yan will definitely win this game. Just watch carefully if you don't believe me. Qin Fan did not argue but just concluded the situation, prepared to convince Mu Xiaoxiao with this. Not long after, the first game ended. Just as Qin Fan had predicted, Jiang Yan won the first game. How was it? Qin Fan asked Mu Xiaoxiao, feeling a little smug. Just good luck. Mu Xiaoxiao curled her lips. If you can guess who will win or lose in the next game, then you're the best. The game format was 5 games, 3 wins. After the first game, there was a follow-up game. The players on both sides rested for a moment and the second game began. On the Go board, less than 20 pieces were placed and Qin Fan came to a conclusion again. Jiang Yan will win this game. And the result was just as Qin Fan had predicted. Wang Haoren frowned. Did my pretty boy trick fail? Jiang Yan did not go easy on Jing Lu at all. She suppressed Jing Lu and did not give him a chance. How about now? Qin Fan asked with a light smile. If you can guess the next game correctly, I'll be convinced. Mu Xiaoxiao snorted. After a while, the third game began. This time, less than 10 pieces were placed. Qin Fan immediately said, the result is already decided. Jiang Yan from Korea has won and Jing Lu has lost 3 times in a row. Stop bragging. You're just making a few moves and you're already determining the winner. That's too ridiculous. Mu Xiaoxiao could not help but say. When experts fight, the result is decided with a slight difference. After Jing Lu placed 3 pieces, he lost the initiative and was led by Jiang Yan. Qin Fan sighed and said with the demeanor of an expert. Jing Lu will lose for sure. Although Qin Fan's face was covered and no one could see his face clearly, his voice was still very bewitching and had the demeanor of an expert. After hearing Qin Fan's words, Mu Xiaoxiao was speechless. She somewhat believed Qin Fan's words. Qin Fan tilted his head and looked at Mu Xiaoxiao's expression through his sunglasses. He could not help but smile. Then, he turned his eyes and looked at the situation on the screen. However, he was thinking about how to play with Jiang Yun'er after Jinglu lost. His eyes temporarily lost focus. After a while, he finally figured out the specific plan and grinned. Coming back to his senses, his eyes regained focus as he looked at the situation on the big screen. Qin Fan's mouth under the mask returned to normal and a smile gradually disappeared. Qin Fan had seen through Jiang Yun'er's moves, and after seeing Jinglu lose the initiative, he had thought that with Jiang Yun'er's steady, accurate and ruthless style, she would not give Jinglu a chance. But Jiang Yun'er seemed to have lost her standard. After gaining the initiative, Jinglu had pulled the game back and she was even suppressed by Jinglu. The tables had turned and Jinglu had the upper hand. If the momentum continued, Jinglu would be able to win this game. That situation was going against Qin Fan's wishes. Why is Jiang Yun'er so slow in placing her pieces? Is the situation disadvantageous to her? Mu Xiaoxiao did not know how to play Go at all and she had only come here to accompany Wang Haoren. Unable to understand the situation at that moment, she turned to ask Wang Haoren beside her. Wang Haoren knew a little and he could see that the scales of victory in this game was tilting towards Jinglu's side. But on the surface, he said to Mu Xiaoxiao, "Didn't my friend say it already? Jinglu will lose this game." Mu Xiaoxiao nodded woodenly. When Qin Fan heard that, a corner of his mouth twitched. Because he had a feeling that he was going to be slapped in the face. Jinglu was going to win this game. Unless, Jinglu was also stupid and gave Jiang Yun'er a chance. Qin Fan was secretly looking forward to it. However, what he was hoping for did not happen. The third game was won by Jinglu. Within the arena, waves of enthusiastic cheers sounded. After all, this was the Fire Country's home ground and if Jinglu were to get 3-0, it would look really bad. Jinglu had won the first game and he had regained some of his momentum. Those people who supported Jinglu were also getting excited and cheering for Jinglu. Ding, the host manipulated from behind the scenes, indirectly causing Qin Fan to fail in showing off. The host has gained 900 villain points, Qin Fan's main character Halo -45, host's villain Halo +45. Wang Haoren's slightly depressed mood immediately relaxed, secretly feeling a little happy. It was obvious that his good looks had worked. If Jiang Yun'er had not gone easy on him, the game would have ended by now. Qin Fan heard the waves of cheers and he felt his face heat up. When the surrounding cheers died down, a mocking and disdainful voice sounded from the side. "Ha, I was stunned by your bluff just now and thought that you were really powerful. It turns out that you were just making things up," Mu Xiaoxiao said to Qin Fan while shaving her face. Qin Fan was slightly embarrassed, but he could not refute anything. It was all his fault for being too eager to show off. If he had waited for more pieces to be placed before coming to a conclusion, he would definitely not be in such an awkward situation. Just now, it was purely an accident. I also did not expect that Jiang Yun'er would lose. Otherwise, Jinglu would definitely lose. Qin Fan forcefully maintained the demeanor of an expert and explained his mistake. So many reasons. Mu Xiaoxiao pursed her lips. That's not a reason. It's the truth. Qin Fan said seriously. When Wang Haoren saw that Qin Fan was so pretentious, he might as well fulfill his wish. He cooperated and said to Qin Fan, "She doesn't believe you, but I believe you. Why don't you predict the next game again and prove to my classmate that you are really capable and not a bluff?" Qin Fan nodded happily. The gaze he used to look at Wang Haoren was slightly gentle. He only thought that this future brother-in-law of his was worried about his face and spoke up for him. After a while, the fourth game began. When less than 10 pieces were placed on the chessboard, Wang Haoren said to Qin Fan, "You can predict now." "I can predict now. Who do you think will win?" "Less than 10 pieces have been placed. I can't see anything. Let's wait a little longer." Qin Fan was afraid that he would be slapped in the face again. Hence, he was much more steady this time. "Let's wait a little longer. I think I will be able to see it." Wang Haoren smiled casually. Qin Fan was not in a position to say anything. After waiting for a while, when he saw that the situation was leaning towards Jiang Yun'er's side, he immediately opened his mouth. "Jinglu won," Wang Haoren said first. Then, he looked at Qin Fan. Who do you think will win? To be honest, Wang Haoren could not see who would win. However, this was not important. The important thing was that he was sure that Jing Lu would win. Qin Fan could no longer pretend. This was because if Qin Fan said that Jing Lu would win, then he would say it after him. Naturally, it would not be considered impressive. If Qin Fan said that Jiang Yuner would win, then he would be slapped in the face. Haoren, you are too young. A top Go player like Jiang Yuner will not make the same mistake twice. The situation is completely on Jiang Yuner's side. She will definitely win, Qin Fan said confidently. When Wang Haoren heard this, he was secretly happy. However, he did not show it on his face and continued to watch the game. As time passed, the fourth game ended quickly. Qin Fan's face darkened. Jiang Yuner made another mistake and ruined the good situation. Jing Lu won again. Ding. The host manipulated from behind the scenes and indirectly caused Qin Fan to fail. Obtained 900 villain points. Qin Fan's protagonist aura -45. Host's villain aura +45. Not bad. You were right twice. You are much better than the guy beside you, Mu Zhaozhao said to Wang Haoren with a smile. Wen Jing also looked at Wang Haoren with a smile. Her beautiful eyes were filled with tenderness. I don't know much about Go. It was purely a wild guess, Wang Haoren replied with a smile. Qin Fan's face turned even uglier. Wang Haoren's wild guess was right. His ferocious judgment was actually wrong. How could he endure this? The person who is truly capable is my friend, Wang Haoren praised Qin Fan. Don't joke around. He is just a fake master among the common folk. He pretends to be mysterious but has no real ability, Mu Zhaozhao teased. Qin Fan subconsciously covered his face. However, when he touched the mask on his face, he realized that his face was already covered. It did not matter if he covered it or not. Wang Haoren secretly praised Mu Zhaozhao for being so eloquent. After Jing Lu and Jiang Yuner rested for a while, the final game began. The atmosphere in the square immediately became tense. After more than 10 pieces were placed on the chessboard, Wang Haoren said to Qin Fan again, it's the final game. It's the final round. Take a guess, who will win this time? Qin Fan wanted to say that Jiang Yuner had the upper hand again. However, after being slapped in the face repeatedly, he was a little afraid. The situation is unpredictable. Anyone can win, Qin Fan did not guess this time and gave a jack of all trades answer. I think Jing Lu will win, Wang Haoren directly made a judgment. You guessed 3 times in a row. It's impossible for you to get it right every time, Qin Fan said lightly. Do you mean that Jiang Yuner will win? Wang Haoren took advantage of the situation to set a trap. She can win, Qin Fan did not take the bait. Mu Zhaozhao scratched her face and interrupted, it's the same as not saying anything. Don't pretend that you know how to play chess. The corner of Qin Fan's mouth twitched when he was scolded like this. However, when he saw Mu Zhaozhao's mocking expression, it was so cute that he couldn't get angry at all. However, he still wanted to regain some face. When the game was halfway through, Qin Fan concluded, Haoren, you guessed wrongly. Jiang Yuner will win this time. Wang Haoren narrowed his eyes. If you think Jiang Yuner will win, just say it. Why do you have to bring me along? Are you deliberately trying to humiliate me? Are you trying to regain your face? Are you sure? Wang Haoren asked seriously. Of course. Qin Fan said with certainty. Jiang Yuner had made 2 mistakes in a row. In the final game, she would naturally be on high alert. It was impossible for her to lose again, right? Why don't we make a bet? Wang Haoren set a trap again. Bet? What bet? Qin Fan asked curiously. I'm guessing that Jing Lu will win. You're guessing that Jiang Yuner will win. Whoever guesses correctly will lose a bet to the other. How about it? Wang Haoren said with a smile. He had learned this trick from Chu Bai. It could be said that he had learned it and used it flexibly. However, Chu Bai had tricked the female lead. Now, he wanted to trick the male lead. Forget it. I'm not interested. Qin Fan shook his head indifferently. Sigh, since you're not interested, then forget it. Wang Haoren muttered to himself, I originally wanted to bet with you with my sister's photo that I can't show to outsiders. What did you say? Qin Fan's ears were very sharp. Nothing, nothing. Watch the competition. Wang Haoren shook his head. I heard you. You said that you wanted to use your sister's photo to bet with me. Is that right? Qin Fan exposed Wang Haoren's previous words. I'm joking. If my sister knew, she would definitely beat me up. No, no. Wang Haoren whetted his appetite. What kind of photo is it? Qin Fan asked. It was taken when I was swimming. Wang Haoren fooled him. So it's a bikini photo? Qin Fan gasped and his heart itched. What would Zhao Yu look like in a bikini? Qin Fan imagined it and felt his body heat up. He changed his words. Haoren, I'll bet with you. No, don't bet. I just said it casually. How can I use my sister's photo to bet with you? Wang Haoren shook his head. Just don't tell your sister. Isn't that fine? Qin Fan said patiently. Then let's bet. Wang Haoren reluctantly agreed and asked, but if you lose, you have to do something for me. What is it? Make it clear. Qin Fan was still very cautious. After all, he really didn't have 100% confidence in winning. If you lose, you'll have to call me daddy. Wang Haoren knew that he wasn't stupid enough to agree to his request, so he suggested a bet that he might accept. We are of the same generation. If I lose, I will still call you big brother. Is that okay? Qin Fan bargained. What the hell are you thinking? Do you really think I'm easy to fool? Wang Haoren secretly complained, but he said firmly, no way. If you lose, call me daddy. Otherwise, I won't bet with you. What are you thinking? Why do you like people calling you daddy? Qin Fan felt that it was a little strange. So are you going to bet or not? Wang Haoren asked. Let's bet. Qin Fan was ready to risk everything for the bikini. If he were to lose, he would just have to act shamelessly. Deal. Wang Haoren smiled. As time passed, more and more pieces were placed on the chessboard, and the situation became more and more anxious. In the end, both sides had a chance to win. But in the end, Jing Lu won by a narrow margin. There was a burst of cheers for Jing Lu in the field. Thunderous applause came from all around. Ding! The host manipulated behind the scenes, changed the direction of the plot, and ruined Qin Fan's chance to show off. Gained 4,000 villain points, Qin Fan protagonist aura -200, host villain aura +200. Qin Fan's face was very ugly at this moment. His original plan was ruined in an instant, and he even lost the bet. Hey, you lost. It's time to call for help. Mu Xiaoxiao urged with a smile. Qin Fan turned his head to look at Mu Xiaoxiao, and then looked at Wang Haoren. He squeezed out a smile and said, it's just a joke. How can you take it seriously? Before Wang Haoren could say anything, Mu Xiaoxiao couldn't help but look at him with disdain. You're so boring. You don't want to admit your loss? Wang Haoren secretly gave Mu Xiaoxiao a thumbs up, and even wanted to kiss her. Haoren, you see. Qin Fan said in an inquiring tone. Sigh, boring. I treat you as a friend, and you want to go back on your word? It seems like my sister won't forgive you. Wang Haoren threatened him in a disguised way. Let's talk nicely. Don't be like this. Qin Fan hurriedly said. Wang Haoren turned his head to the side and ignored him. Okay. It's just calling for help. I'll call for help. Qin Fan said helplessly. He still needed to rely on Wang Haoren, so naturally, he didn't want to have any grudges with Wang Haoren. Call for help. I'm listening. Wang Haoren turned his head and looked at Qin Fan with a smile. No. Qin Fan pursed his lips and said vaguely. Do you think I'm deaf? Do you think I can't hear what you're saying? Wang Haoren cursed in his heart and said with a strange expression, my sister doesn't like people who don't keep their word. After saying this, he said to Mu Xiaoxiao and Wen Jing, let's go. We're leaving. Mu Zhaozhao and Wen Jing nodded and got up from their seats, preparing to leave with Wang Haoran. Haoran, wait. Qin Fan stopped him. Wang Haoran stopped and looked back at him. Father. Qin Fan gritted his teeth and called out with perfect articulation. Good boy. Wang Haoran revealed 2 rows of white teeth. Ding, host made Qin Fan call him dad. Received 2,600 villain points, Qin Fan protagonist aura -130, host villain aura +130. Qin Fan was angry in his heart. He thought to himself that when he got together with Tan Tai Yaoyue, he must teach this little brother-in-law a good lesson. It would be best if Tan Tai Yaoyue gave him a good thrashing. To even take advantage of his future brother-in-law, how preposterous, at the front stage of the stadium. Jing Lu was basking in the glory of victory. Jiang Yun'er's face was gloomy and dejected. Wang Haoran looked at her deeply and understood that this little girl really needed someone to comfort her. After all, she could have won, and she could have won with an absolute advantage. If he had not purposely gone easy on her, Jing Lu would have gotten 3 zeros. Of course, Wang Haoran did not feel in the slightest that what he had done was wrong. From his point of view, if Jiang Yun'er won, Qin Fan would have a chance to shine. After Jing Lu's crushing defeat, the storm would ferment for a while. The Goryeo media would surely ridicule them. And the people of the Fire Country would surely feel aggrieved. At that time, when Qin Fan stepped up to win against Jiang Yun'er, he would be in limelight and clean his name. The joke caused by his skills would also be overshadowed by the glory and glory. Wang Haoran did not want to see that happen, and it was necessary to set a trap for Jiang Yun'er. It was lunchtime at that time and Wang Haoran, Mu Zhaozhao and Wen Jing left the stadium to find a restaurant for lunch. After that, they sent the 2 of them back to Qingling University. In the afternoon, Wang Haoran contacted Jiang Yun'er and asked her to come out for a meeting. Jiang Yun'er naturally agreed and found an opportunity to sneak out from the Golden Hao Hotel alone. Wang Haoran picked up Jiang Yun'er on a road behind the Golden Hao Hotel. After that, he drove her around for a while and came to a quiet place by the Clear Spirit River. Parking the car by the road, Wang Haoran brought Jiang Yun'er for a stroll by the river. Wang Haoran and Jiang Yun'er walked side by side on the path by the river. The breeze by the river blew on their bodies, making them feel particularly comfortable. However, Jiang Yun'er's expression was silent. She was not in the mood to enjoy the beautiful feeling of the breeze. After Wang Haoran and Jiang Yun'er walked quietly for a while, he asked the obvious, I saw your match today. You clearly won 2 rounds first, and you also had the advantage in the first 3 rounds. Why did you make so many mistakes? Jiang Yun'er paused and was extremely nervous. She grabbed the corner of her clothes and did not know how to answer. Wang Haoran asked with a face full of self-blame, is it because of what I said to you? That's why you purposely went easy on him during the competition, right? No, I didn't perform well. It has nothing to do with you, Jiang Yun'er said in a low voice. Hearing this, Wang Haoran could not help but sigh with emotion. What a good girl. She's afraid that I'll feel guilty, so she'd rather keep it to herself. As they walked, they suddenly passed by a grassland. Wang Haoran said, let's sit over there for a while. Jiang Yun'er nodded. The 2 of them came to a grassland by the river. Wang Haoran suddenly took off his coat. Jiang Yun'er subconsciously looked at Wang Haoran. At this time, Wang Haoran was only wearing a t-shirt. His arms were firm and powerful, but they were not exaggerated at all. They were just right. The strong figure wrapped in the t-shirt was also somewhat faintly discernible. It could be vaguely seen that he had a good figure. Jiang Yun'er was taken aback. She thought that Wang Haoran was quite thin, but she did not expect him to have such a good figure. This is the typical kind of boy who looks thin in clothes but has muscles when he takes them off, right? Jiang Yun'er thought to herself. Sit. Wang Haoran spread his coat on the grass and gestured to Jiang Yun'er. His action just now was naturally intentional. Firstly, it was to show off his talent, and secondly, it was naturally to be a warm man. There's no need. I'll just sit on the grass. Jiang Yun'er was flattered and quickly waved her hand. Wang Haoran was too lazy to argue with her. He directly pressed her shoulders and made her sit on the clothes. Jiang Yun'er cried out in panic, but she was not angry because of Wang Haoran's rude action. Instead, she was happy. Wang Haoren sat next to her on the grass and tilted his head. You must be feeling terrible after losing the competition, right? Jiang Yin'er frowned and nodded. I've been learning Go since I was 6 years old. I spent almost all my childhood and adolescence playing Go. It can be said that all my energy was spent on Go. I've always dreamed of becoming the best Go player in the world. For the sake of this dream, I've worked very hard. I've sacrificed too much for this. But today, in such an important match, I lost. Jiang Yin'er spoke slowly, her tone filled with bitterness. Wang Haoren had experienced a similar state of mind when he was with Bian Suwen. He still remembered how he comforted Bian Suwen at that time. If he wanted to comfort Jiang Yin'er with words, it would not have any effect. Wang Haoren suddenly sighed and blamed himself. It's all because of me. It has nothing to do with you. Don't think too much. Jiang Yin'er was obviously feeling terrible, but she comforted Wang Haoren instead. It really has nothing to do with you? Wang Haoren stared into Jiang Yin'er's eyes. Jiang Yin'er only felt that this pair of eyes seemed to see through her heart. In a panic, she quickly looked away. I said it has nothing to do with you. Jiang Yin'er lowered her head and emphasized again. Look into my eyes and tell me again, Wang Haoren said. Jiang Yin'er was helpless. She turned her gaze from the grass to Wang Haoren's face again. It really has nothing to do with you. Jiang Yin'er continued to repeat what she just said. But before she could finish, her mouth was blocked. In an instant, Jiang Yin'er felt her body stiffen and she was at a loss of what to do. But soon, she could not help but immerse herself in it. After a while, Jiang Yin'er was able to breathe. She took in a big breath of fresh air. Her face was as red as an apple and she did not dare to look at Wang Haoren. Wang Haoren held Jiang Yin'er's head and made her look at him. He said slowly, you have lost the match, but I will not let you lose anything else. What do you mean by that? Jiang Yin'er was overjoyed, but she was still in disbelief. What I mean is, do you mind having a boyfriend from the fire country? Wang Haoren asked with a smile. Didn't you say that your parents and friends don't like people from Korea? Are you really willing to let me be your girlfriend? Jiang Yin'er asked with concern. You even gave up your dream because of me. How can I let you down? Moreover, if my parents and friends know about this, they will not hate you. You don't have to worry so much. Wang Haoren said. Jiang Yin'er nodded her head heavily. Her furrowed brows relaxed, and all her worries vanished into thin air. Appa, Xianxia. In her excitement, Jiang Yin'er suddenly said a sentence in her mother tongue. Although Wang Haoren did not know much Korean, but he still knew the most basic sentences. He made a heart gesture to Jiang Yin'er and said, Xianxia. Ding. The host has won the heart of the female lead Jiang Yin'er. Received 700 villain points. Jiang Yin'er's eyes curved into crescents. Wang Haoren was tempted, and stuck his head forward again. Jiang Yin'er understood and subconsciously closed her eyes. Her thick and dense eyelashes trembled slightly and her face was slightly raised, showing the nervousness and anticipation in her heart. When it was close to evening, Wang Haoren and Jiang Yin'er left the riverside and sent her back to the Jin Hao Hotel. Wang Haoren heaved a long sigh of relief. At this point, Qin Fan's stage to show off through the game of chess had been completely dismantled by himself. Jing Lu received the highest honor. Qin Fan couldn't possibly go challenge Jing Lu, right? There was no reason for that. Moreover, even if Qin Fan really went to challenge Jing Lu, it wouldn't attract much attention and wouldn't cause much of a stir. The Fire Country and Korea's top chess players had a showdown. That was the real highlight. Qin Fan and Jing Lu were master and disciple. What was there to see in a showdown? Moreover, in the entire Fire Country, everyone thought Jing Lu was the #1 chess player. If Qin Fan went to challenge Jing Lu, wouldn't that put his disciple on the spot? Wang Haoren drove back to his villa and when he reached home, he received a message from Qiu Qianwei. Qiu Qianwei wanted to cook again and invited him over for a meal. Wang Haoren naturally didn't object to that. He made a phone call to inform Feng Xuansu that he wouldn't be going back for dinner and immediately went to Lu Yu's villa. When he came to the villa, he pressed the doorbell. Soon, Tan Tai Yaoiwei came to open the door and led Wang Haoren into the villa. On the way, Tan Taiyue suddenly said to Wang Haoren. I want to tell Wei Wei about us, but I'm afraid she'll get angry and say I'm a shameless big sister. Why don't you tell her about it? If I tell her, wouldn't I be shameless? After hearing Tan Taiyue's words, Wang Haoren secretly thought. Although, he was indeed shameless. But this kind of thing, he couldn't take it on himself. I can't say it. If I say it, Wei Wei will definitely think that I'm not a good person, so it's better for you to say it. Wang Haoren said solemnly. What are you afraid of? Wei Wei likes you so much, she will definitely be tolerant of you. Go, there won't be a problem. Tan Taiyue said patiently. Then I'll tell her again during the new year. Wei Wei won't lose her temper during the new year, right? This way, the success rate will be higher. Wang Haoren said seriously. Tan Taiyue heard this and pouted. There was still a long time before the new year. She didn't want to drag it on for so long. Forget it, I'll go. Tan Taiyue said helplessly. Okay. Wang Haoren immediately nodded. While talking, the two also came to the living room. Xiao Qianwei and the others were all busy in the kitchen. Even Lu Yu, who used to be idle in the living room, was very virtuous. You sit for a while, I'll go to the kitchen. Tan Taiyue naturally didn't want to fall behind. In the living room, only Wang Haoren was left. Looking at Xiao Qianwei and the others' formation, they must be preparing a table full of dishes. At this time, they definitely wouldn't be able to eat. Wang Haoren took out his phone and prepared to find Qin Yunhan or Su Muyan to play games to pass the time. However, he suddenly found that he was pulled into a WeChat group. The one who pulled him was Qin Yunhan. There weren't many people in the group. Including Wang Haoren, there were only 6 people. They were Qin Yunhan, Su Muyan, Mu Zhaozhao, Wen Jing, and Yusher Qing. Next was Wang Haoren. Qin Yunhan and the other girls were close, so it was normal for them to join a group chat. But to be honest, Wang Haoren didn't want to join this group. If someone accidentally spilled the beans, they would be in big trouble. After the 6 groups of people were formed, Qin Yunhan and the others all came out and chatted with each other. They were having a good time talking about all sorts of things. Wang Haoren dived for a while and decided to remain silent. Soon, Qin Yunhan tagged him. Su Muyan and Mu Zhaozhao also joined in the fun and tagged him. Wang Haoren couldn't dive even if he wanted to, so he sent a smiley face emoji and continued to dive while watching Qin Yunhan and the others chat. Qin Yunhan, I'm going to sign up for a 7-day cruise during the holiday in a few days. Does anyone want to go with me? Mu Zhaozhao, isn't it good to stay at home during the holiday? It's so tiring to go out and have fun. Qin Yunhan, big sister, shut up. I'll definitely drag you along if I go. Mu Zhaozhao, you're too unreasonable. Disdainful emoji, Qin Yunhan, you just got to know me? Mu Zhaozhao, Su Muyan, it's rare for us to have such a long holiday. I want to travel too. Yusher Qing, a 7-day cruise is very expensive, right? How much does it cost? Qin Yunhan, I'll pay for all the expenses. I can also ask my dad to help us get the visas done as soon as possible. It's not a problem. Qin Yunhan, me, Zhaozhao and Mu Yan are already 3. What about Shi Qing and Jingjing? Yusher Qing, I'll go too. Wen Jing, if everyone is going, then I'll go too. Qin Yunhan, hey, the only guy in the group, are you going? Wang Haoren, I have something to do, so I won't go. Qin Yunhan, okay then. I hope we won't meet any hooligans on the cruise ship. Otherwise, it'll be terrible. Looking at these sarcastic words, Wang Haoren couldn't help but feel a little speechless. In Qin Yunhan's group, there were a total of 4 heroines. If they suddenly went on a trip together, who knew if it would attract the attention of the main character? Wang Haoren didn't reply in the group. Instead, he sent a private message to Qin Yunhan and the others one by one, telling them not to go on the trip. Wen Jing agreed, but Qin Yunhan and the other heroines all said that they wanted Wang Haoren to spend the holiday with them alone. Otherwise, they would go on a trip. Wang Haoren didn't agree to anyone's request. Also, there was something wrong with this situation. Did he trigger some plot? Otherwise, with Qin Yunhan and the others' favorability towards him, they would definitely listen to him. But now, for some reason, they wanted to go on a trip together. Obviously, something was wrong. Wang Haoren had no choice but to reply in the group, "Count me in, I'll go too." Qin Yunhan, "Okay, then everyone agrees." Smiley face, Su Muyan, Mu Zhaozhao, and the others all had their own thoughts and sent some happy emojis. Wang Haoren didn't continue reading the messages in the group. Instead, he started to think about some problems. He finally understood something. As long as Qin Yunhan and the others' heroine aura was still there, the plot would inevitably be triggered. If there were one or two of them, it would be fine. But if there were too many of them, there would be no time to take care of them. He could guard this side, but he couldn't guard the other side. If he didn't want them to trigger the plot, he would have to make them lose their heroine aura. And Wang Haoren already knew how to do that. It was just that this was a rather difficult process. But other than that method, there was no other way. Anyway, with 200 years of true qi protecting his body and the pills he ate to strengthen his body, his foundation was quite solid. Wang Haoren became alert. Before, he was still too lazy. After about an hour, it was finally time to eat. The 8 of them sat in the dining room and started to eat. Wang Haoren brought a bottle of red wine over and poured himself a few glasses. When he felt that it was enough, he pretended to be drunk. After the meal, Wang Haoren staggered back to his mansion. How could Qiu Qianwei be at ease? She simply let him sleep in the only guest room. Wang Haoren naturally agreed. After he went to the guest room, he lay down and pretended to be asleep. Tantai Yaoyue called Qiu Qianwei to her room and said nervously, "Seventh sister, I want to talk to you about something." "What is it?" Seeing her eldest sister acting so mysteriously, Qiu Qianwei couldn't help but be curious. Tantai Yaoyue felt that it was a bit hard to say. After hesitating, she still told her about a certain person walking into the wrong room in the middle of the night. After Qiu Qianwei heard this, she was stunned for a while and then questioned, "Eldest sister, you can't not be able to differentiate between a dream and reality, right?" Tantai Yaoyue felt guilty and didn't dare to look directly at Qiu Qianwei's eyes. I had the intention to acquiesce, but it was just a moment of hot-headedness. I really didn't mean to steal him from you. Eldest sister, do you like him a lot? Qiu Qianwei looked deeply at Tantai Yaoyue and asked. Tantai Yaoyue nodded heavily. If I didn't like him, when he touched the door, I definitely would have slapped him into the wall. After muttering, she carefully said, "Seventh sister, will you forgive me?" "Of course, I understand the principle of first come first serve. If you agree, you will be my elder sister in the future? Then shout for me to hear?" Qiu Qianwei said expectantly. "Elder sister?" Tantai Yaoyue softly called, completely losing her usual dignity as the eldest sister. N. Qiu Qianwei nodded seriously and then held her stomach as she laughed loudly. In all her life, this was the first time she had seen her eldest sister reveal such a timid expression. Tantai Yaoyue felt even more embarrassed but was even more puzzled and surprised. "Seventh sister, does this count as accepting me?" "What else?" Qiu Qianwei asked back. "You're not angry?" Tantai Yaoyue was surprised. "What is there to be angry about? I'm already used to it. Third sister, second sister, and fifth sister, I've already accepted them all. Why can't I accept eldest sister?" Qiu Qianwei asked with a smile. "What? There's also them?" Tantai Yaoyue was both shocked and stunned, her voice raised by who knew how many decibels. Hearing that high decibel voice, Qiu Qianwei felt pain in her eardrums and subconsciously covered her ears, muttering, "Big sister, can you lower your voice, my ears are almost going to go deaf." "What you meant just now was that Suwen, Qingqian, and Yaya also have that kind of relationship with Haoren?" Tantai Yaoyue asked in disbelief. "Yes." Qiu Qianwei nodded. "Heavens, this guy really has some ability." Tantai Yaoyue gritted her teeth. This kind of feeling was like a few beautiful cabbages in one's garden had been eaten by a pig that had barged in. And the key was that she also liked this pig and could not do anything to him. "Weiwei, your heart is too big, you can even accept this?" Tantai Yaoyue asked in shock. "Third sister, second sister, and him all have their own stories, I sympathized with them and naturally accepted." Later, fifth sister also joined in. I thought that since I had accepted third sister and second sister, if I didn't accept fifth sister, then I would be too biased. Qiu Qianwei suddenly paused and continued, that's right. Now, it's you again. To be honest, I already felt that you were overly concerned about him. I had a feeling so when you suddenly said this to me. I didn't feel too surprised. Tan Tai Yaoyue was silent for a moment, then asked, what is the situation between him, Suan and Qing Qian, tell me. Qiu Qianwei immediately told Tan Tai Yaoyue the story of Bian Suan and Luo Qing Qian. After Tan Tai Yaoyue heard, she was stunned for a long time, clearly feeling that this was too strange. And if she asked herself, if she stood in Qiu Qianwei's position, she would also accept them. After all, they were sisters, how could she bear to see them sad? Besides, they were family anyway. This guy is too despicable. Tan Tai Yaoyue could not help but feel a bit resentful. Originally, she thought that it was just her and Qiu Qianwei, but now, there were 3 more people. Big sister, if you don't want to join in, it's fine. Qiu Qianwei said. That won't do, you already agreed, you can't go back on your words. Tan Tai Yaoyue was anxious. After saying this, she suddenly felt a bit ashamed. Qiu Qianwei snickered. Then according to first come first serve, shouldn't I be last? Tan Tai Yaoyue suddenly realized a problem. Exactly, Qiu Qianwei teased. Tan Tai Yaoyue was a bit depressed. Big sister had become little sister. The difference was too big. Fei Yan and Shui Yao have nothing to do with him, right? Tan Tai Yaoyue asked. No. Tan Tai Yaoyue shook her head. That's good. Tan Tai Yaoyue let out a sigh of relief, as if rejoicing that they had not been completely wiped out. Actually, I was wondering if I should pull fourth sister and sixth sister in. That way, the 7 of us won't have to be separated, Qiu Qianwei said half-jokingly. Where does his charm come from? Does he really think that everyone will fall for him? Wei, you think too highly of him. Tan Tai Yaoyue said with disdain. You're right. I was just joking. Qiu Qianwei laughed out loud. Then, she suddenly said in a strange tone, you're right. How about I call the big sisters over so you can officially meet them? Tan Tai Yaoyue did not immediately react. After a few seconds, she finally understood the meaning behind Qiu Qianwei's words. She shook her head and said, don't tell them for now. Let your big sister take a breather. We're in private right now. What do you call yourself? Qiu Qianwei blinked. Tan Tai Yaoyue was stunned for a bit before squeezing out a shy smile. Big sister, can you not tell them for now? Since little sister says this, then big sister. We'll promise you. Qiu Qianwei's face was serious. After a few seconds, she lost control and laughed out loud again. Tan Tai Yaoyue's face turned red from her laughter and her heart felt strange. When they were young, she always used her big sister's prestige to suppress them. Was this retribution now? The youngest Qiu Qianwei had become the oldest big sister. Late at night. It was time to sleep. Someone slipped out of the guest room and quietly snuck into room 1. Ding, the host has stolen the female lead Qiu Qianwei. Obtained 1400 villain points, Qiu Qianwei female lead aura -40, Qing Fan protagonist aura -70, the host villain aura +110. Ding, Qiu Qianwei's female lead aura points have dropped to 0. The female lead aura has lost its effect and she has lost her status as the female lead. Ding, Qiu Qianwei's affection towards the host has increased by 5. Current affection is 100, life and death together. The 3 consecutive system notifications made Wang Haoren's spirits rise. After fighting for so long, this was the first time a female lead had lost her status as the female lead. After losing the female lead aura, Qiu Qianwei would no longer be randomly pulled into a main character's storyline. And the 3rd notification made Wang Haoren see a ray of hope. From this notification, he could tell that after losing the female lead aura, it was surprisingly easy to get affection. When the affection was full, the benefits were self-evident. Lu Yan was a very good example. When they were at the Academy of Arts, Lu Yan misunderstood that Wang Haoren was interested in Ling Nanqiu. She even said that she could ask Ling Nanqiu for his contact information. She even helped him chase girls. She was so sensible that it made one's heart ache. If everyone was like Lu Yan, would there be a need to hide it every day? They could just lay their cards on the table. Of course, for now, this goal was still a bit far away. After all, he had been with Qiu Qianwei for so long before she lost her status as the female lead. But this was undoubtedly a very good start. Wang Haoran rested for a while and walked out of room 1. However, he did not return to the guest room. It was not until dawn that he returned to the guest room. After breakfast, Wang Haoran went to class. During the first class in the morning, Wang Haoran rested on his desk and easily fell into a deep sleep. After about an hour, the fatigue of not sleeping for an entire night was swept away and he was energized. This was the benefit of 200 years' worth of true qi. After Jing Lu received the honor, he did not stay in Qingling for long. He stayed for 2 days and left for another city. Wang Haoran originally planned to trick Jing Lu, but when he realized that he was leaving Qingling, he gave up on the idea. After all, Jing Lu was just a side character, not the female lead. Wang Haoran could easily guess that in Qing Fan's main storyline, Jing Lu didn't appear in many scenes. It was likely that he only appeared in the chess match scene. Jing Lu's existence was necessary to set up a stage for Qing Fan. To put it bluntly, he was just a tool. But because Wang Haoran changed the direction of the plot, Jing Lu won. The stage that was set up for Qin Fan in the storyline had been torn down. In Qin Fan's main storyline, Jing Lu probably wouldn't appear again. Wang Haoran naturally did not need to cause any more trouble. A few days later, the anniversary holiday arrived. Wang Haoran, Qin Yunhan, and the others boarded a cruise ship as promised. They were ready to embark on a 7-day overseas trip. The rooms on the cruise ship were an inner cabin, a balcony room, and a sea view room. The inner cabin had no windows, but it had all the basic facilities. It was the cheapest room type. The sea view room had windows, but they couldn't be opened. Other than being able to enjoy the sea view, it wasn't much different from the inner cabin. The balcony room was luxuriously decorated. It had a walk-in balcony. One could walk out of the room to enjoy the sea view and breathe in the fresh air. Hence, it was the most expensive. Qin Yunhan was rich and overbearing. She booked 3 double balcony rooms. Qin Yunhan and Su Muyan stayed in the same room. Mu Zhaozhao and Wen Jing stayed in the same room. Wang Haoran stayed alone. After boarding the cruise ship, Qin Yunhan and the others put their luggage away. Then, they all went to Wang Haoran's room. At this time, the cruise ship had just set sail. The scenery outside was just some buildings on both sides of the Qingling River. There wasn't much to see. Everyone gathered together, trying to find something to pass the time. "Why don't we play Fight the Landlord?" Mu Zhaozhao suggested. "There are 6 of us. How can we play Fight the Landlord? Why don't we play a mobile game called PUBG?" "I'll take you to PUBG," Qin Yunhan said excitedly. "Take us to PUBG? Don't you know how lousy you are?" Su Muyan rolled her eyes at her. Then, she suggested, "Let's play King of Glory." "I'll take you to PUBG." Qin Yunhan returned a look of disdain to Su Muyan. "King of Glory can only be a 5-person team. There are 6 of us. You 5 team up." "I'll watch you play," Wang Haoran immediately said. He was afraid that Qin Yunhan and the others would start gossiping because they had nothing better to do. So, when he heard Su Muyan's suggestion to play King of Glory, he naturally agreed. After the discussion, Su Muyan and the others began to team up and play the game. The girls quickly immersed themselves in the game and didn't have time to chat about anything else. Wang Haoran used his X-ray vision to scan the people on the cruise ship, trying to find the guy who might be the protagonist. However, there were still many people on the cruise ship. It wasn't easy to find the protagonist. Wang Haoran watched for a while, but he didn't notice anyone special. Instead, he saw a few familiar faces. It was too difficult to tell who the main character was based on appearance alone. He couldn't possibly waste his villain points to check them one by one. In that case, he might be able to find the main character, but that would undoubtedly cost him a lot of villain points. If things went wrong, even after fleecing the main character of this plot, it wouldn't be enough to cover the cost. Wang Haoran naturally wouldn't do such a foolish thing. Noon. Somewhere on the cruise ship, Lu Hua, Lu Ming, and Wei Zhiheng each brought their girlfriends to the restaurant for lunch. The few of them chatted and laughed as they walked side by side. They walked slowly, and some of them even blocked the path. There was a man behind them who had some urgent matters to attend to, so he spoke to them. "Excuse me, can you let me through?" Lu Hua and the others turned around and looked at the person who spoke. "Oh, it's you, Yang Yi." Wei Zhiheng recognized this person and couldn't help but smile. When Yang Yi saw him, his whole face sank. He was Wei Zhiheng's classmate, and the two had some conflicts. And the reason was very simple. That is, Wei Zhiheng's girlfriend used to be Yang Yi's. However, Yang Yi's girlfriend despised the poor and loved the rich. Faced with the pursuit of the rich second-generation Wei Zhiheng, she couldn't resist and dumped Yang Yi for Wei Zhiheng. Yang Yi was naturally very unhappy about this. However, he had no money, no power, and his family was very ordinary. How could he offend Wei Zhiheng? Being poached, he could only silently endure it. Moreover, it was said that the two people beside Wei Zhiheng were also rich second generation, known as the Qingling Third Young Master. The Qingling Third Young Master also had a boss, the school hunk of Qingling University, Wang Haoran. His family had tens of billions of assets, and he was a super rich second generation. Yang Yi couldn't afford to offend this group of people. He avoided the gaze of Wei Zhiheng and his ex-girlfriend and prepared to walk past them. Wei Zhiheng moved sideways to block Yang Yi. "Why are you in such a hurry to leave? Let's talk," Wei Zhiheng said. "I have nothing to talk about with you." Yang Yi's face was cold. How can there be nothing to talk about? For example, talk about CC and exchange ideas on how to use it. Wei Zhiheng smiled with a wretched face. CC was Yang Yi's ex-girlfriend, and Wei Zhiheng's current girlfriend. Hearing Wei Zhiheng's words, Yang Yi suddenly clenched his teeth, and his eyes were about to spit fire. "Oh, I'm sorry, I almost forgot. I just got first place last night, and you didn't use it at all." Wei Zhiheng pretended to be enlightened and slapped his forehead. Then, in front of Yang Yi, he made a move on Cici. Cici didn't push him away, and instead, she seemed to be playing along. Yang Yi saw this, and the anger in his heart rose infinitely. When he was with Cici, Cici was very aloof, and it was difficult to even hold her hand. Cici had only been with Wei Zhiheng for a few days, and it had already developed to that point. What a bitch, Yang Yi wanted to kill Wei Zhiheng at this moment. But he still kept some sense in his heart. This was a legal society, and there was a price to pay for doing such things. If there were no legal restrictions, then it would be great. Yang Yi thought in his heart, and there was some murderous intent in his heart. His eyes became a little fierce. Wei Zhiheng saw Yang Yi's eyes and felt a little uncomfortable. "Why are you staring at me like that? Are you unhappy? Hit me?" Wei Zhiheng took a few steps forward, reached out and patted Yang Yi's face, and gradually used more force. In the end, he directly slapped Yang Yi. Yang Yi couldn't bear it, and in a rage, he directly punched Wei Zhiheng. Wei Zhiheng was in pain, and wrestled with Yang Yi. Yang Yi's physique was strong, and Wei Zhiheng was lazy and neglected training, so he was no match for Yang Yi. However, Wei Zhiheng had two helpers. Lu Hua and Lu Ming saw their brother being bullied, and immediately went to help. Although Yang Yi's strength was great, 2 fists were no match for 6 hands, and he was beaten black and blue. Some passers-by saw this, and were afraid that something big would happen, and immediately went to inform the security. The security rushed over and immediately stopped them. The captain of the cruise ship also rushed over, and was ready to mediate the conflict between the two sides. After understanding the situation, and knowing that it was Wei Zhiheng and others who started it, he wanted to go to the next dock and drive Wei Zhiheng and others ashore according to the management regulations. But before he could say anything, Wang Haoran and others who were going to the restaurant passed by this place. "Isn't this young Master Wang?" "Hello, hello." The captain suddenly came in front of Wang Haoran, and greeted him with a flattering face. "You are?" Seeing this unfamiliar face, Wang Haoran asked doubtfully. "My surname is Wen, and I am the captain of this cruise ship. We met once when I had a meal with your father. Have you forgotten?" The male captain, who was about 50 years old, explained with a smile. Wang Haoran had no impression of him, but after hearing him say this, he pretended to be enlightened with an O, indicating that he remembered. "Boss, you are here too." Wei Zhihong, Lu Hua, and Lu Ming shouted excitedly. When Wang Haoren just used his X-ray vision, he found Lu Hua and his two brothers. When he saw them at this time, he didn't feel strange at all. The heroine and the villain were on the ship, so the protagonist must be there too. Thinking of this, Wang Haoren subconsciously looked at a guy with a bruised nose and swollen face next to him. Wei Zhihong and the others' clothes were crooked, and they seemed to have been in a fight. After looking at the surrounding situation and combining this analysis, Wang Haoren could guess that this person should have been beaten up by Wei Zhihong and the others. "Boss, we only brought one girlfriend. You are too amazing. You brought 5 at once." Wei Zhihong saw Qin Yunhan and others following behind Wang Haoren, and suddenly said without thinking. Wang Haoren wanted to give him a big slap. This villain's underling is really brainless. Even if you think so in your heart, can you say it out loud? Isn't this deliberately hurting me? Don't talk nonsense. They are just my classmates. We have nothing to do with each other. Wang Haoren immediately made a statement. Qin Yunhan and Su Muyan had discussed it. They would not admit to having a relationship with Wang Haoren in front of others. After hearing this, they naturally wouldn't say anything. Yu Shiqing and Wang Haoren had an agreement to hide the fact that they were boyfriend and girlfriend. As for Wen Jing, she was the least troublesome, and she wouldn't say anything. And indeed, Mu Zhaozhao and Wang Haoren did not have that kind of relationship. "Young Master Wang, so you know them." When the captain heard the conversation between Wang Haoren and Wei Zhihong, the way he looked at Wei Zhihong and the others changed. Originally, he was going to drive Wei Zhihong and the others ashore, but now he changed his mind. "Private fights are not allowed on the cruise ship, but since you're still students, I won't hold it against you. Don't let this happen again." After the captain dealt with the matter briefly, he asked a security guard to bring Yang Yi to the infirmary in the cabin. It was clear that he was prepared to let this matter go. However, Yang Yi was not convinced. "How did you handle it?" "They were the ones who provoked me and even attacked me together." "How did it become a private fight between us?" "If I say it's a private fight, then it's a private fight," the captain said coldly. Yang Yi clenched his fists. Previously, the captain's attitude was clearly to handle things impartially. But now, he was directly shielding Wei Zhihong and the others. Yang Yi's gaze turned, and he could not help but look at Wang Haoren. It was all because of this person. If it was not for him, the captain would not have shielded them. Wang Haoren saw the hatred in Yang Yi's eyes, and he suddenly felt an inexplicable sense of helplessness. He did not say anything to the captain at all. What he wanted the captain to do was completely up to the captain. Of course, Wang Haoren did not intend to let the captain handle this matter. He was not a good person. There was no way to reconcile this kind of natural opposition. Wang Haoren communicated with the system, spent some villain points, and checked Yang Yi's information. Protagonist, Yang Yi, combat strength, 132, charm, 78, protagonist aura, 3867, skill, Goldfinger Desert Island Survival System, inactive. Just as Wang Haoren expected, this Yang Yi was indeed the protagonist. From Yang Yi's Goldfinger, the plot was already obvious. Wang Haoren could even come up with a name for this trick. For example, the days when I survived on a desert island with the campus beauties? Stranded on a desert island with the campus beauties? Those years when I survived on a desert island with the campus beauties, the main plot, Wang Haoren had already guessed. The cruise ship encountered an accident and suddenly sank. Yang Yi and the campus beauties were lucky not to die, and then arrived on a deserted island. The campus beauties were weak, and it was a problem for them to survive on a deserted island. But at this moment, Yang Yi's desert island survival system was activated. The rest of the plot could be guessed with a toe. Of course, maybe some people would think that the cruise ship was fine. How could it sink? The Titanic was known to be unsinkable, but in the end, Wang Haoren was sure that if the cruise ship continued to sail, there would definitely be problems. But for now, such a thing should not happen. Because looking through the cabin window, one could still vaguely see some tall buildings in the city. If something happened to the cruise ship, they would definitely be rescued quickly. Moreover, there could not be any deserted islands around. The cruise ship should pass by an almost inaccessible place, then it would sink. However, Wang Haoren would definitely not let this happen. While Wang Haoren was sizing up Yang Yi was also sizing up Wang Haoren. Deep in Yang Yi's eyes, there was deep resentment and jealousy. The resentment was naturally because Wang Haoren and the captain were in cahoots, and they were on the same side. The jealousy was because of the 5 people following behind Wang Haoren. Among them, 4 of the campus beauties were famous, and there were photos on the forum, so Yang Yi naturally knew them. The other beauty was unfamiliar, but compared to the campus beauties, she was not much worse. When Yang Yi and Cici were together, it was not because of Cici's personality that he liked her, but because he wanted her body. Or to be precise, Yang Yi was lustful whenever he saw a beautiful girl. In the dead of night, Yang Yi often fantasized about the campus beauties. Unfortunately, they did not have much interaction. But now, he actually saw them accompanying Wang Haoren, the rich second generation, on a trip. Yang Yi could be said to be jealous to death. He really wished that all the men in the world were dead, and only he and these beautiful girls were left. Wang Haoren saw the light in Yang Yi's eyes, and although he did not know what he was thinking, he knew that it was definitely not something good. But at this moment, in front of others, Wang Haoren could not do anything. Retracting his gaze from Yang Yi, Wang Haoren asked Wei Zhiheng and the others about their rooms, and then went to the restaurant to eat with the girls. After lunch, Wang Haoren rested for a while, and then went to Wei Zhiheng's room. Wang Haoren reached out and was just about to knock on the door. However, he heard a very subtle and strange sound coming from inside. The soundproofing of the door was actually very good, and normal people would not be able to hear it, but Wang Haoren's hearing was too good. Wei Zhiheng brought his girlfriend out for a trip. As an experienced person, Wang Haoren naturally understood the reason for these movements. Seeing this, Wang Haoren wanted to go next door to find Lu Hua or Lu Ming and wait in their room, but these 2 people were very busy. Wang Haoren had no choice but to go back to his room. He was going to find Wei Zhiheng later. But after a few minutes in the room, there was a knock on the door. Wang Haoren got up and went to open the door. Qin Yunhan's figure appeared in front of him. Wang Haoren looked behind her and found that there was no one else, so he said, "Why did you suddenly come to me?" "I miss you, so I came to talk to you," Qin Yunhan said with a smile. "I'm so sleepy. I'm going to take a nap." Wang Haoren yawned. Qin Yunhan pursed her lips and suddenly jumped into the room. She closed the door and then walked closer to Wang Haoren. After a while, Qin Yunhan took a step back and looked Wang Haoren up and down. She said mischievously, "You're obviously very energetic." Wang Haoren was a little depressed. Qin Yunhan was getting bolder and bolder. However, Wang Haoren still had something to do and didn't want to give any response, so he reminded her. "Mu Yan will definitely look for you when she finds that you're missing. She's taking a nap. She won't wake up for a while," Qin Yunhan said. Knock, knock. As soon as he finished speaking, there was a knock on the door. Wang Haoren didn't open the door immediately. Instead, he looked at it with his X-ray vision. It was none other than Su Muyan. The 3 of them knew each other's background. Naturally, it didn't matter whether they kept it a secret or not. Moreover, Wang Haoren really wanted Su Muyan to take Qin Yunhan away. Thinking of this, Wang Haoren went directly to open the door. "What are you doing here secretly?" Su Muyan walked in and looked at Qin Yunhan mischievously. "Can't I have a chat?" Qin Yunhan curled her lips. "I don't believe you." Su Muyan looked at her suspiciously. "I think you are just jealous of me. I deliberately came to make trouble. There were no outsiders here." Qin Yunhan was too lazy to pretend. "Why should I be jealous of you? It's really funny." Su Muyan's heart was sour, but she didn't show it on the surface. Instead, she pretended to be disdainful. "Don't think that I don't know. You haven't reached that step yet." Qin Yunhan exposed her. "Have you been watching over me every day? Do I have to tell you what I did?" Su Muyan retorted. "All right then, I'll let you have him. You can demonstrate." Qin Yunhan sneered and sat down on a stool in the room, ready to watch a good show. "Qin Yunhan, are you shameless? How are you going to demonstrate?" Su Muyan blushed. Aren't we good sisters? Why are you shy? Sooner or later, we will be honest with each other. When Qin Yunhan said the word sisters, her tone was particularly strange. Su Muyan was a little speechless. Speaking of which, the problem Qin Yunhan mentioned may really be a matter of time. Stop it. Go back. Wang Haoran stopped the two from continuing to bicker. He was still preparing to deal with Yang Yi. At this time, he had no time to deal with other things. And it was not appropriate. Maybe Yu Shiqing would suddenly come to him. After all, it was daytime. Hearing Wang Haoran's words, Qin Yunhan and Su Muyan went back to their rooms. Wang Haoran finally had some peace. But after a while, Su Muyan suddenly sent a message. In your heart, am I not as good as Qin Yunhan? Of course not. Why would you think so? Wang Haoran replied. Su Muyan, then why do you treat me differently from Qin Yunhan? Wang Haoran was stunned for a moment before he understood what she meant. It's just that there isn't a suitable opportunity, Wang Haoran consoled. Su Muyan was silent for a few minutes before she sent a message. Traveling together is not an opportunity. The amount of messages was a little overwhelming. Wang Haoran was shocked. Speaking of which, Su Muyan seemed to be the first female lead he met. But until now, Su Muyan was still, that shouldn't be. Wang Haoran was moved and immediately wrote a message and sent it. Okay. After Su Muyan saw the message, she nervously and expectantly replied with one word. Wang Haoran immediately checked the cruise's route. After confirming that there would not be any deserted islands on the route before tomorrow, he was relieved. Originally, he planned to solve this matter today. But now, he planned to stay on the cruise for a night and carry out his plan the next day. But before that, he had to get some benefits first. Wang Haoran saw that Wei Zhiheng was done with his work. He brought a bottle of red wine and went to look for him. First, he asked Wei Zhiheng about his conflict with Yang Yi. After listening to him, Wang Haoran had a better understanding of Yang Yi's main plot. If he guessed correctly, when the cruise sank, Wei Zhiheng would not die directly. Instead, he would drift to the same deserted island as Yang Yi. In that place, the so-called background and identity would be useless. Yang Yi could use the advantage of his system to punish Wei Zhiheng without restraint. Among them, there should be Lu Hua and Lu Ming. Not to mention, he was also one of them. The final outcome of the villain in the main plot was definitely to be killed by Yang Yi on the deserted island. The deserted island lost contact with the outside world. There were no rules and restrictions, so Yang Yi naturally had no scruples. But his rank was a little high. He was not an ordinary rich second generation. Yang Yi could not handle him. Of course, Wang Haoran would not go to the deserted island to play. You go and treat Yang Yi to a drink. Say that you want to apologize to him. Wang Haoran handed the bottle of red wine he brought to Wei Zhiheng. Boss, why should we give him face? Wei Zhiheng was not very willing. Just go. Don't talk so much nonsense. Wang Haoran was too lazy to explain to him. Okay, I'll go. Wei Zhiheng did not dare to refute. He asked, what if Yang Yi doesn't appreciate it? You go with Lu Hua and Lu Ming. If Yang Yi doesn't appreciate it, force him to drink. Wang Haoran instructed. Then he added, don't worry. Oh right, don't drink this wine. Boss, you put something in this wine? Wei Zhiheng guessed something and his eyes lit up. Wang Haoran did not answer. Instead, he took a wine glass in the room and poured himself a glass of wine. He then took a sip. Just remember, don't drink. Wang Haoran emphasized again. So you didn't put anything in? Wei Zhiheng was disappointed. He left the room to find Lu Hua and Lu Ming. The three of them went together to the inner cabin to find Yang Yi. Yang Yi, I'm sorry for hitting you before. Let me give you a toast. After you drink this glass, our grievances will be written off. Wei Zhiheng poured 2 glasses of wine and handed one of them to Yang Yi. Yang Yi took the glass and looked at the red wine in the glass thoughtfully. Wei Zhiheng hid his displeasure and took a sip of wine. He raised his eyebrows and said, what's wrong? You don't want to give me face? Wang Haoran, who saw this scene with his X-ray vision, was amused by the stupid little brother's actions. I told this guy not to drink but he still drank. Does he think that if I drink it, he will be fine too? Yang Yi thought so too. Wei Zhihong was fine after drinking it. How can I be fine after drinking it? Yang Yi put the glass to his mouth and immediately drank a big mouthful of red wine. Seeing this, Wei Zhihong drank the rest of the wine in the glass. Yang Yi also followed suit. Wei Zhihong was secretly happy, knowing that his mission was completed. He faked a smile and said goodbye to Yang Yi, then left with Lu Hua and Lu Ming. Yang Yi put on a fake smile as he watched them leave. After they left, the smile on his face disappeared, replaced by a strong sense of resentment. Ding, detected that the host is poisoned, the desert island survival system is activated. Ding, the current activation progress is 1%, 2%. 100%, ding, the desert island survival system has been activated, the system has given a novice gift pack. Do you want to use the advanced antidote in the novice gift pack to remove the poison? Yang Yi was stunned for a moment, then subconsciously replied with a yes. The next moment, the system sent a message again. Ding, the host used the advanced antidote successfully, the poison has been completely removed. Yang Yi breathed a sigh of relief, then studied the system. After a while, he understood the purpose of the system. Furthermore, from this system, he could foresee some extremely frightening things. If he activated the system, he would be the legendary chosen one. But the biggest use of the system was obviously to be used on a desert island. It was not hard to guess that this cruise ship would sink in an accident during the voyage, and he would be stranded on a desert island. There were hundreds of people on this cruise ship. If there was an accident, many would die. Should he tell the captain to find a way to return the cruise ship? Yang Yi's mind came up with this idea, but it was quickly extinguished. Wei Zhihong and the other rich kids deserved to die, why should he save them? Why not just let them die? It was fine as long as he didn't die. He had no money and no power, he would be more popular on a desert island. Moreover, there were many beautiful girls on this cruise ship, especially the 4 school beauties, they were unbelievably beautiful. If they were stranded on a desert island with him, Yang Yi imagined it, and suddenly he couldn't control himself. In the city, there was no way he could catch up with them. Especially Qin Yunhan, it was said that her father was a real estate tycoon in Qingling. Under normal circumstances, such a rich girl would not have anything to do with him. But if they were on a desert island, it would be a different story. Her identity as a rich girl didn't work at all. Although Su Muyan, Yu Shiqing, and Mu Zhaozhao didn't have a strong background, they were still goddesses. It was impossible for ordinary boys to catch up with them. If they were all stranded on a deserted island, their survival would definitely be a problem. At that time, they would have to rely on themselves. Yang Yi thought for a while and became more and more excited. He made up his mind to pretend that nothing had happened and let the cruise ship sail. He did not know the other people on the ship. What did it have to do with him whether they lived or died? As long as Qin Yunhan and the others were fine, it was fine. In any case, the system had given him a newbie gift pack, which contained many survival skills and knowledge. This included the super swimming skill. As long as they were prepared in advance, it wouldn't be difficult to save them when the cruise ship was about to sink. After thinking it through, Yang Yi was suddenly filled with hope. In another room, Wang Haoren stared blankly at the system messages he had just received. Ding. Host manipulated behind the scenes, causing Yang Yi to lose his manhood. Received 2,800 villain points, minus 140 protagonist aura, host villain aura plus 140. Ding. Yang Yi's manhood has been restored. Host gained 2,800 villain points, minus 140 villain aura, Yang Yi's protagonist aura plus 140. Ding. Host manipulated behind the scenes, indirectly causing Yang Yi's deserted island survival system to be activated in advance, affecting the direction of the plot. Received 2,000 villain points. Drugging was getting more and more difficult. Wang Haoren cursed inwardly. Lin Mo was like this before. After drugging him and causing him to lose his manhood, he recovered it after a while. This Yang Yi was even faster, recovering his manhood as soon as he lost it. The reward that Wang Haoren had just received flew away before he could even warm it up. The physical method was much more reliable. But the consolation was that he still received 2,000 villain points. Wang Haoren used his X-ray vision and found Yang Yi's room to see his reaction. At this time, Yang Yi was dancing with joy. He was in the excitement of activating the system. Looking at him, it was obvious that he had deduced from the system that something would happen to the cruise ship during the voyage. But Yang Yi did not want to stop the cruise ship from continuing. Instead, he was celebrating on his own. Wang Haoren wanted to tell him, "You're the F***king protagonist, where's your sense of justice? Shouldn't you stop the plot now?" But after a few seconds of this thought, he suddenly felt that he was too naive. Yang Yi was the protagonist, but this mentality was normal. A protagonist who could survive on a deserted island could not be a good person. In a place without civilization and rules, a kind and timid protagonist would not be able to live peacefully. Just the environment alone was enough to torture people. Of course, some deserted island protagonists' plots looked quite happy, but Yang Yi was obviously not one of them. Wang Haoren had speculated before that in Yang Yi's plot, Wei Zhiheng and some other villains would not drown, but would be stranded on the same deserted island as Yang Yi. Without the restraint of civilization's rules, Yang Yi would definitely kill Wei Zhiheng and others, and even use cruel methods to torture them. After all, what Wei Zhiheng did was indeed too easy to arouse the hidden demon in Yang Yi's heart. If a protagonist with such a plot was a good person, it would be too unreasonable. Selfishness and ruthlessness were Yang Yi's inner character. There were at least 700 to 800 people on the cruise ship, including the tourists and staff. If the cruise ship had an accident, those characters would definitely be dead. Optimistically, at least 300 to 400 people would be dead, right? These were all lives, but Yang Yi was completely indifferent, and even celebrated in advance. Yang Yi, the protagonist, must not be left alive. For this kind of deserted island protagonist to trigger the deserted island plot, too many people would be buried with him. He was simply a jinx protagonist. Of course, in order to reduce some trouble, it was best to create an accident for Yang Yi. But before creating an accident, it was still necessary to get as much wool as possible. With this in mind, Wang Haoren opened his X-ray vision and observed Yang Yi's movements. After Yang Yi was happy for a while, he suddenly felt a little thirsty, so he left the room and went to the place where water was fetched on the cruise ship. At the same time, Yu Shiqing also left the room. She was holding a cup in her hand, and seemed to be going to fetch water. Wang Haoren also left the room. Yang Yi whistled and came to the place where water was fetched. After fetching water, he was ready to leave, but he saw Yu Shiqing coming. Yang Yi could only feel his blood boiling as he swallowed his saliva in secret when he saw her off the charts and her perfect figure. Yang Yi's gaze made Yu Shiqing frown. "Hello, my name is Yang Yi. I'm also a freshman at Qingling University." Yang Yi took the initiative to introduce himself. Yu Shiqing ignored him as if she didn't hear him. She went to get the water. Yang Yi was left alone. He was a little embarrassed, but he soon felt relieved. Now this campus belle was pretending to be arrogant. When they arrived at the deserted island, it would be time for her to beg him. At that time, she would be in trouble. Yang Yi thought so and couldn't help but smile. He looked at Yu Shiqing's back, his face full of desire. He couldn't wait for the cruise ship to crash so that he could go to the deserted island with Yu Shiqing and the other campus belle. Unfortunately, this matter couldn't be controlled. He could only wait for the accident to happen. After Yu Shiqing got the water, she was ready to leave. At this time, Wang Haoren came to her. He was holding a cup in his hand. It seemed that he was going to get the water too. "Wang Haoren, what a coincidence. Are you here to get the water too?" Yu Shiqing kept a distance and greeted Wang Haoren. "Yeah." Wang Haoren smiled and pinched her face. Yu Shiqing was shocked. Yang Yi was the same. Wang Haoren didn't care at all. Instead, he pressed Yu Shiqing against the wall and lowered his head slightly. Yu Shiqing was shocked, but she still closed her eyes subconsciously. Yang Yi looked at the scene in front of him. His eyeballs almost fell to the ground. The fire of jealousy in his heart kept rising. Ding! The host damaged Yang Yi's mentality. Received 1,400 villain points. Yang Yi's protagonist aura -70. Host's villain aura +70. Wang Haoren happily accepted the reward. At the same time, he continued to feel the indescribable tenderness for a while. After dozens of breaths, Yu Shiqing could breathe normally. Her face was red and her heart was beating surprisingly fast. She stared at Wang Haoren's eyes. There was tenderness, shyness, but more than that, there was doubt. Didn't they agree? Don't reveal our relationship in front of others. Yang Yi was from Qingling University. Wasn't Wang Haoren's action directly telling Yang Yi that the two of them were a couple? What if this Yang Yi went to school and spread rumors? Wouldn't those girls who liked her boyfriend target her? Yu Shiqing couldn't help but worry. I couldn't help myself. That's too bad. Wang Haoren pretended to blame himself and explained his actions. It's okay. Feeling the lingering warmth on her lips, Yu Shiqing shook her head indifferently. To be honest, she could have objected just now, but she didn't say anything and didn't do anything to stop him. How? Could she blame him for this? Don't worry, let me handle it, Wang Haoren comforted Yu Shiqing, then looked at Yang Yi, whose eyes were filled with jealousy, and said lightly, don't worry, let me handle it. You didn't see anything that happened just now. Do you understand what I mean? Yang Yi was very unhappy when he heard this, but he didn't dare to show it on the surface. Instead, he cooperated and said, I know, I won't say anything. After responding, Yang Yi was puzzled for a moment. In Qingling University, he had never heard news that Yu Shiqing had a boyfriend. However, the interaction between Wang Haoren and Yu Shiqing just now clearly showed that they were a couple. And Wang Haoren warned him not to say anything. It was obvious that he intended to hide this matter. Could it be that this Wang Haoren had a relationship with other campus belles, or wanted to pursue other campus belles, so he specifically warned him not to say anything about Yu Shiqing? Otherwise, why would he do this? Yang Yi thought so and felt that this was more likely. Moreover, he put himself in Wang Haoren's shoes and thought that if he were in Yu Shiqing's shoes, he would definitely have thoughts about other campus belles. Only by remaining single on the surface could he better pursue others. You can go. After receiving Yang Yi's response, Wang Haoren waved his hand at Yang Yi and made a gesture to drive him away. On the surface, Yang Yi didn't dare to provoke Wang Haoren, so he naturally left with his tail between his legs. But in his heart, he was even more jealous of Wang Haoren. Time passed quietly, and it was late at night. Except for some staff members on the cruise ship, everyone else had basically fallen asleep. However, Yang Yi didn't sleep. Instead, he went to the corridor near the balcony room and observed. On both sides of the corridor in his field of vision, there were some balcony rooms. Yang Yi had inquired that Wang Haoren and the campus belles lived here, and their rooms were connected. On the surface, Wang Haoren seemed to live alone in a room. But Yang Yi was sure that if he continued to observe, he would definitely find something. Sure enough, at midnight, the door of Qin Yunhan and Su Muyan's room suddenly opened, and Su Muyan walked out. Su Muyan tiptoed, like a thief, to the door of Wang Haoren's room, gently pushed open the half-closed door, and then walked in. Yang Yi secretly watched this scene, his hand clenched the wall of the corridor, his nail scratching the wall, making a harsh sound. Ding, the host caused Yang Yi's mentality to be damaged, received 1200 villain points, Qin fan protagonist aura -60, host villain aura +60. At this time, Su Muyan went to find Wang Haoren. It wasn't difficult to guess what it was about. Yang Yi suddenly felt that his precious thing was being robbed by someone else. He wanted to go forward and kick the door to stop it, but in the end, he restrained himself. They were still on the cruise ship, not on a deserted island. If he angered Wang Haoren, he would definitely not have a good ending. Su Muyan was so beautiful, so what if it was second-hand? It wasn't unacceptable. Yang Yi took a deep breath, and kept comforting himself in his heart. But in his heart, the hatred for Wang Haoren increased by a few points. Yang Yi prayed that Wang Haoren would not drown when the cruise ship sank, and drift to the deserted island. At that time, without the restraint of the civilized law, it would be time for revenge. Ding, the host stole the female lead Su Muyan for the first time, received 2500 villain points, Su Muyan female lead aura -125, Yang Yi protagonist aura -125, host villain aura +250. Yang Yi waited in the corridor, until 2 hours later, he saw Su Muyan come out of Wang Haoren's room. Ding, the host caused Yang Yi's mentality to be damaged, received 2000 villain points, Yang Yi protagonist aura -100, host villain aura +100. 2 hours. Yang Yi's heart ached for Sumu Yan, as if his heart was pierced by thousands of arrows. Sumu Yan held the wall, like stepping on ants, and slowly returned to Qin Yunhan's room. Yang Yi's eyes were blood red, and he didn't feel sleepy at all. He wanted to tell Yu Shiqing about this matter. He wanted to let Yu Shiqing know what kind of person Wang Haoren was, so that she wouldn't be poisoned. But it was too late now, and Yu Shiqing was resting, so it was inconvenient to knock on the door to find her. Yang Yi returned to his room and waited until dawn. Yang Yi saw that it was dawn outside and returned to the corridor on the balcony. He pretended to play with his phone, but his eyes were fixed on Yu Shiqing's door. About half an hour later, the door opened and Yu Shiqing walked out of it. Yu Shiqing locked the door and came to the corridor. Yang Yi pretended to be on the phone. Yu Shiqing ignored him and walked along the corridor towards the deck. Yang Yi followed Yu Shiqing from a distance and soon left the corridor. However, what Yang Yi didn't notice was that the moment he left, Wang Haoren came out of the room. Yang Yi stayed in the corridor for so long last night, how could Wang Haoren not notice? After that, Yang Yi went back to the room and waited until dawn. Wang Haoren noticed it. This guy was obviously angry when he saw Sumu Yan enter his room. Wang Haoren thought for a moment and guessed his intention. Yang Yi was going to expose his relationship with Sumu Yan to Yu Shiqing. How could Wang Haoren let him succeed? The night had passed, and the things that needed to be done were done. It was time to end this trip. Wang Haoren followed Yang Yi's direction. Yu Shiqing came to the deck. She leaned against the railing, breathing in the fresh air and looking at the sea. In addition to Yu Shiqing, there were some scattered people on the deck who also got up early to get some fresh air. Yang Yi came to Yu Shiqing's side. Hearing the footsteps, Yu Shiqing turned her head and saw Yang Yi. Thinking of the way Yang Yi looked at her, she felt a little uncomfortable, so she wanted to go back to her room. Wait a minute, Yu Shiqing, I have a secret to tell you. Yang Yi immediately stopped her. I'm not interested. Yu Shiqing replied coldly. It's about Wang Haoren. You're interested to know, right? Yang Yi said. Yu Shiqing stopped and looked at him in confusion. What do you want to say? Yu Shiqing was a little curious. Yang Yi didn't say it out loud. Instead, he asked, if I'm not mistaken, you and Wang Haoren are in a relationship, right? So what? Yu Shiqing didn't deny it. Yang Yi had seen their actions yesterday, there was no point in lying. Then do you know that other than you, she has other? Yang Yi was about to tell Yu Shiqing everything he found out last night, but Yu Shiqing suddenly stopped him. However, before he could finish his sentence, he felt an invisible hand pushing him, and his body flipped over the railing. With a splash, Yang Yi plunged headfirst into the sea. Yu Shiqing exclaimed. She leaned against the railing and looked around. Out of kindness, she immediately shouted, someone fell into the water. Help! On the deck, some other people walked over curiously to take a look. However, this was the sea. Even if there were people who knew how to swim, they didn't dare to rashly go down to save people. Someone threw a lifebuoy at the spot where Yang Yi had fallen into the water and pressed the alarm to inform the sailors to come and rescue him. Wang Haoren slowly came to the deck from the corner of an aisle. Shiqing, what's going on? Wang Haoren came to Yu Shiqing's side and asked knowingly. I don't know what happened to Yang Yi. He seemed to have lost his balance or something and suddenly fell into the water. Yu Shiqing replied. Wang Haoren said, oh, to show that he understood. It's strange. Why didn't the young man flop? Someone around made a puzzled voice. This was the sea. Even if he didn't know how to swim, a flop could still delay a lot of time for rescue. However, after Yang Yi fell into the water, there was no movement at all. The deck is quite high from the water. Did he fall into the water and faint? Who knows? Some people on the deck began to discuss. In fact, Yang Yi didn't faint. He couldn't move at all. It was because the acupuncture points on his body were touched, causing him to be unable to move. Otherwise, Yang Yi, who had maxed out his survival skills, could swim on his own after falling into the sea. He could climb onto the cruise ship from somewhere on the edge of the cruise ship along the path. At this moment, the view on the surface of the water was blocked. Ordinary people couldn't see the situation under the water. Wang Haoren had X-ray vision, so he wasn't limited by this. He opened his X-ray vision and saw Yang Yi under the water. At this time, although Yang Yi couldn't move, he could still hold his breath. After the desert island survival system was activated, Yang Yi's swimming ability was super strong, including the ability to hold his breath. And because of the buoyancy of the sea, Yang Yi quickly floated up automatically with his face facing the sky. In this way, his breathing was not blocked. He just needed to wait for rescue. As expected of the protagonist. After being tricked by him, he could still easily get out of danger. However, Wang Haoren had dealt with the protagonist too many times. He knew that the protagonist wouldn't die so easily. Therefore, Wang Haoren was already prepared. Then, he quietly scattered the medicinal powder that he had prepared. The powder that was hard to see with the naked eye soon drifted to the sea. The sailors who received the news immediately rushed over, ready to go into the water to save him. Then, at this moment, huge fins suddenly appeared on the surface of the sea. They saw the fins gliding across the sea, swimming quickly towards the cruise ship. And these fins were not just one or two, but dozens of them. Shark. Sharks, sharks. What the hell, why are there so many sharks? The sailors who were ready to go into the water to save people were scared out of their wits. They didn't dare to go into the water to save people. For a moment, they stayed by the railing, praying that the sharks were just passing by. Young man, don't move, or you will be targeted by the sharks. An experienced old sailor reminded Yang Yi. Yang Yi couldn't move and couldn't see the situation around him. But after hearing the shout, he knew that there were sharks around. He was so scared that he peed. Inexplicably, he felt that he was pushed and fell into the sea. His body couldn't move. All kinds of strange situations made Yang Yi baffled. Now there were sharks. Obviously, all of this was very abnormal. Yang Yi really wanted to figure out what was going on. However, reality didn't give him the chance. There was the sound of something cutting through the water. Out of the corner of his eye, he quickly caught a glimpse of some huge fins. Faintly, there was a bloody mouth opening next to him. A disgusting smell hit him in the face, making Yang Yi want to vomit. But Yang Yi didn't have time to feel it carefully. On the blue water surface, the red color instantly spread and dyed the entire surface of the sea red. Dozens of sharks swam in this red area. The scene was very shocking. Some of the timid people on the deck were so scared that they screamed. Ding! The host manipulated behind the scenes, causing Yang Yi to be eaten by sharks. Reward, 4,500 villain points. Wang Haoren successfully received a wave of rewards. The people who were leaning on the railing on the deck couldn't help but sympathize with the unlucky guy. But what they didn't know was that if the guy they sympathized with didn't die, the cruise ship would definitely be in trouble. Only if Yang Yi died and the plot couldn't be triggered, the cruise ship wouldn't be in trouble. After such a big incident happened, the captain also heard the news and checked the surveillance on the deck. After checking, he found that Yang Yi's body tilted and fell from the railing. Obviously, this was an accident. Some of the passengers on the ship, after learning about this incident, couldn't help but be affected. Wang Haoren didn't want to continue this boring journey. He took the opportunity to tell Qin Yunhan and the others that it was a bad omen for something like this to happen on the ship. Thus, he suggested that everyone return to Qin Yunhan and the others didn't object. When the cruise ship arrived at the next port and docked, Wang Haoren and the others got off the ship. Then, they found a local hotel to stay in and took the high-speed train back to Qingling the next day. Actually, they could take a plane because it was faster. But Wang Haoren was cautious because of Yang Yi's incident, because he was afraid that they would meet another deserted island protagonist. The cruise ship took a long time to travel, so there were many opportunities to stop it. But there was no way to stop a plane in the sky. After all, the deserted island protagonist could only trigger the plot through two means of transportation, namely the cruise ship and the plane. Of course, there might be other ways to be stranded on a deserted island. But in Wang Haoren's memory, he only knew of these two ways. Anyway, it was always right to avoid it. Wang Haoren even made up his mind to not take a plane in the future. With his current ability, even if he encountered an accident on a cruise ship or other means of transportation, he would be safe and sound. But it was different with a plane. If something happened and he fell from a high altitude, 200 years of true chi wouldn't be of any use. He would most likely die. After all, he was only a martial artist, not an immortal cultivator. He had not reached the level where he could completely ignore gravity. Nothing special happened on the high-speed rail. Wang Haoran and the rest returned to Qingling safely. For the convenience of the live broadcast, Qin Yunhan and Su Muyan rented a luxuriously decorated house outside the school. Qin Yunhan was originally from a rich family. She did not lack money at all. Su Muyan became a super streamer of King of Kings. Not counting the gifts that Wang Haoran gave her, her monthly income was close to 10 million renminbi. She could be considered a rich woman. The two of them had no problem paying the rent at all. Mu Zhaozhao and Wen Jing were still living in the school dormitory for the time being. However, Qin Yunhan and Su Muyan asked Mu Zhaozhao and Wen Jing to live with them outside the school. Qin Yunhan and Mu Zhaozhao were very close. Su Muyan and Wen Jing were best friends. Mu Zhaozhao and Wen Jing calmly agreed. However, to live outside the school, they had to apply to the school. They needed to get the application before they could move out. Wang Haoran was not flustered at all when he heard this. Anyway, it was fine as long as Yu Shiqing did not move in. But to be honest, the possibility of Yu Shiqing moving in was almost non-existent. After all, Yu Shiqing's house was near Qingling University. There was no reason for her to move into Qin Yunhan's house. After returning to Qingling, Mu Zhaozhao and Wen Jing went to the school dormitory. Yu Shiqing went home. Qin Yunhan and Su Muyan went directly to the house outside the school. Was it fun to sneak out in the middle of the night? After arriving home, Qin Yunhan finally told Su Muyan what she had been hiding in her heart. What are you talking about? Su Muyan pretended not to understand. Stop pretending. Do you think I don't know that you ran out in the middle of the night on the cruise ship? And you said that you can't walk because you sprained your ankle. Do you think I will believe that? Qin Yunhan looked at her with a scrutinizing gaze. Su Muyan blushed. She knew that she could not pretend anymore, so she admitted it. Come on, we are on equal footing. You can find him, but I can't. Qin Yunhan was not angry. She just wanted to tease Su Muyan. After hearing her admit it, she asked mischievously, what do you think? Su Muyan had a strange look on her face. Do you think we are watching a movie or reading a book? You are asking me what I think. It's not like you haven't tried it before. You tell me what I think. Su Muyan rolled her eyes. I still have some medicine left from last time. Do you need it? Qin Yunhan asked with a smile. What medicine? Su Muyan was confused. Qin Yunhan did not answer. Instead, she went to her room and came out with a bottle of ointment. She handed it to Su Muyan with a strange smile. Su Muyan was a little suspicious. She took it and read the effects. Reduces swelling, relieves pain. After glancing at the words, Su Muyan immediately understood. She was a little embarrassed and wanted to throw the ointment at Qin Yunhan. However, she suddenly stopped in the middle of her action. To be honest, she really needed it. It was not convenient for her to buy it during the trip, so she had been holding on. Su Muyan took the ointment and went back to her room. Hey, do you need help? Qin Yunhan asked with a smile at her back. Su Muyan did not answer. She just closed the door. Qin Yunhan was right. They would be honest with each other sooner or later. But at least she had to give her some time to prepare. Unlike Qin Yunhan, who had so much more experience than her that she was shameless. Of course, she was only shameless in front of her sister. Qin Yunhan was quite decent outside. She would not talk nonsense. On the other side, Wang Haoran returned to his villa. Feng Anna was missing again. She probably went to find Song Zhihui. Feng Xuanzu also went out. He did not know where she went. Ming Yaoxue was cultivating in the garden. Wang Haoran did not disturb her. He quietly returned to the hall. Just as he sat down on the sofa in the hall, Lucini called. I have apologized to your sister, Gu Yuro. I also recommended her script to a famous director, Lucini said over the phone. That director is very satisfied with the script and is preparing to shoot a movie. he even got a big investment. It seems that your sister will be famous in the industry soon. Wang Haoran was deep in thought after hearing Lu Sini's words. Almost all the protagonists in the female genre were not simple vases. They all had an outstanding skill. Gu Yuro's skill should be writing scripts. This was also related to her language and literature major. Gu Yuro's script was liked by the director and got a big investment. It was very likely that some plot was triggered. Who is the director? Is it a man or a woman? Wang Haoran asked. It's a female director who specializes in romance movies. Her name is Zhang Li. Almost every romance movie she made was a hit. She had even won many directing awards. Especially a romance movie she shot not long ago. It got close to 1 billion at the box office and made Xianxia famous, Lu Sini said. At the mention of Xianxia's movie, Wang Haoran could not help but recall that he had watched the movie 3 times in a row and almost vomited. However, Wang Haoran really did not know much about this famous director, Zhang Li. How old is Zhang Li? Wang Haoran asked. She is in her 40s, Lu Sini replied. Wang Haoran was immediately bewildered. There were usually 2 reasons why the villains of the female genre targeted the female protagonists. Firstly, it was because of the male protagonist. Secondly, it was because of the female protagonist's talent or appearance. There was no conflict between the director and the scriptwriter. Zhang Li was in her 40s. She was already an old woman. She would not compare her beauty with a girl in her 20s. It seemed that Zhang Li was not the villain. She was just a supporting character. She might even be a benefactor who admired Gu Yuro. Wang Haoran thought about it from another angle and suddenly asked, who is the biggest investor you mentioned just now? Beige Entertainment, Lu Sini said. Beige Film and Television. After hearing the name of the company from Lu Sini, Wang Haoran could not help but think of someone. It was the CEO of Beige Film and Television, Lu Beige. Lu Beige was a classic domineering CEO character in female genre novels. If he had not destroyed Lu Beige's ability to be a man in advance and Lu Beige had successfully pushed Gu Yuro down, he would have been the male lead in Gu Yuro's plot. However, he could only be a supporting character now. To be more precise, he was a villain now. Lu Beige wanted to take revenge on Gu Yuro because of hatred, but this hatred had not been vented yet. Now, it seemed that because of this hatred, Lu Beige's identity had most likely changed from a supporting character to a villain. A domineering CEO villain like Lu Beige would definitely be a boss in a normal female genre novel and would be able to drag on the plot for a long time. However, Wang Haoran's level was too high. If he really wanted to deal with Lu Beige, it would be an easy and pleasant thing. However, if he dealt with Lu Beige secretly, he would not gain much. To end Gu Yuro's plot, not only did he have to deal with all the villains, but he also had to make Gu Yuro like him full. Otherwise, how could there be a big ending? Therefore, he had to let Gu Yuro know that he was the one who had helped her solve this problem. Wang Haoran chatted with Lu Sini for a while more and hung up the phone. Xiao Wanwan was watching over Gu Yuro, so he was not worried that anything would happen. He just had to wait for the plot to develop and act according to the circumstances. In the CEO's office in Beige Film and Television, Lu Beige looked at the investment contract on his desk and his eyes were shining. Previously, he had asked Gu Yuro to come to his office and did not do anything to her. This made Lu Beige realize that there was something wrong with his body. After a period of time, he went around looking for doctors to treat him. However, after such a long treatment, there was no effect at all. For a man, this matter was too much of a blow. However, in Lu Beige's heart, there was still the thought of using that method to take revenge on Gu Yuro and he could not get rid of it. Although he had lost his ability, he still had other ways to bully Gu Yuro. When he accidentally found out that Gu Yuro's script was liked by a famous director, he immediately invested a large sum of money. She planned to make use of this matter to ask Gu Yuro out. Of course, because Gu Yuro had her guard up against him the last time, she could not show her face easily. Therefore, Lu Beige decided to find a spokesperson. Dong dong. There was a knock on the office door. Lu Beige retracted his gaze from the investment contract on the table. He looked in the direction of the office door and said, "Come in." The door was pushed open, and a woman in high heels walked in with her hips swaying. This woman was in her 20s. She had a graceful figure and was also very beautiful. She was filled with the unique charm of an urban beauty. "Brother, why did you call me over?" The woman stared at Liu Bei's handsome face. Her eyes were filled with infatuation as she asked. Liu Bei understood her gaze and frowned subconsciously. The woman in front of him was his half-sister, Cui Yutong. Cui Yutong had feelings for him that crossed the line. Liu Bei had known about this for a long time, but he had always avoided it and even tried to persuade her. Unfortunately, Cui Yutong did not listen to her. Liu Bei was helpless about this and had deliberately avoided Cui Yutong in the past. However, what he was doing now could not be spread. If he let an outsider do it, he would not feel at ease. Cui Yutong would definitely keep it a secret and would not betray him. "I have something that I need you to do," Liu Bei said faintly. "What is it?" Cui Yutong asked. "It has something to do with Gu Yuro," Liu Bei said tentatively. Cui Yutong was suddenly enlightened. She knew about the grudge between Liu Bei and Gu Yuro. "Brother, just tell me directly. No matter what you want me to do, I will do it for you. Even if I lose my life, I will not hesitate." Cui Yutong's eyes were filled with fanaticism and infatuation. Liu Bei frowned and felt very uncomfortable. However, he needed Cui Yutong to do things for him, so he could not lecture her. He was thinking in his heart that he would have a good talk with her after Gu Yuro's matter was over. Liu Bei collected his thoughts and told her his plan immediately. "Brother, after Gu Yuro loses her ability to resist, what do you intend to do to her?" "Are you going to?" Cui Yutong asked doubtfully. "I just want to humiliate her. I don't intend to do that to her directly." Liu Bei was too ashamed to say that he had lost his ability to resist. When Cui Yutong heard this, she said with resentment, "When the time comes, I can help. That Gu Yuro is too despicable. She used to disregard you just because she was the daughter of a rich family. You can't let her off easily." Liu Bei nodded and did not object. Gu Yuro was an evil woman. No matter how she was dealt with, it would not be too much. After discussing for a while, Cui Yutong called the director, Zhongli, Normal University. Gu Yuro was in an exceptionally good mood. She did not have much hope for the script at first. However, after Lucini's introduction, the famous director, Zhongli, took a fancy to it. Gu Yuro took out her phone and wanted to call Wang Haoren. Although Lucini was the one who pulled the strings, in the end, it was all because of Wang Haoren. Otherwise, Lucini would not have changed her attitude. However, after hesitating for a while, Gu Yuro could not make the call. She felt that once she made the call, she would lose her pride. Just as Gu Yuro was hesitating, her phone suddenly rang. Gu Yuro was delighted. Subconsciously, she thought it was Wang Haoren. However, after looking at the phone clearly, she realized it was a call from the famous director. Previously, under Lucini's recommendation, she had met Zhongli before. Naturally, she had exchanged contact information with Zhongli. "Hello, Director Zhang." Gu Yuro picked up the phone and greeted politely. "Are you free? I want to talk to you about the script and let you meet the investor." Zhongli went straight to the point. "Who is the investor?" Gu Yuro asked curiously. "Her name is Cui Yutong. She is from a film company." Zhongli remembered Cui Yutong's instructions and did not reveal the company's name. When Gu Yuro heard the name, she knew it was a woman. Instantly, she let her guard down and replied, "The school is on holiday. I am free." "That's great. I have something to do now. Let's meet somewhere tonight." "Do you need me to send someone to pick you up?" Zhongli asked. "No need. You can tell me the address and I can come over myself," Gu Yuro said. In the afternoon, Wang Haoren went to the village to visit Yang Jingwan and Lucini. He made full use of his time. In the evening, he received a call from Song Zhenyu. Song Zhenyu had become a postgraduate student and wanted to treat him to dinner. Wang Haoren agreed eagerly. Song Zhenyu had been busy with the postgraduate entrance exam, so she hadn't bothered Lucini. Now that she had passed the postgraduate entrance exam, it was time for her to expand her career. "See you at Memory Jiangnan restaurant then." "I booked a private room," Song Zhenyu said over the phone. "Wow, you're so generous. Did you make a fortune?" Wang Haoran was surprised. He had been to this restaurant with Munanji before. It wasn't cheap, and Song Jinyu wasn't very well off financially. I wrote a thesis and won an award. I received a reward of tens of thousands. I have money to pay the bill, so don't worry, Song Jinyu said with a smile. Only then did Wang Haoran realize, see you later then. After hanging up the phone, Wang Haoran started to put on his shoes. Did you ask a girl out? Lucini asked mischievously when she overheard the conversation. Yeah, Wang Haoran didn't hide it from her. Lucini's favorable impression of Wang Haoran was maxed out. She was incomparably tolerant and magnanimous. All she wanted was a place in Wang Haoran's heart. She didn't want anything else. Go ahead then. Remember to visit me when you have time, Lucini said softly. Of course, Wang Haoran nodded and reminded her, I'm quite familiar with Yang Jingwan next door. If you have the chance, you can get to know her. Lucini was stunned for a moment before she realized what he meant. However, she didn't blame him. Instead, she said with concern, you have to take care of yourself. You can be friends with her, but remember not to talk nonsense, Wang Haoran reminded her. Don't worry, I understand, Lucini said. Wang Haoran nodded and gave her a kiss as a reward for being so obedient. Then, he left. He drove to Memory Jiangnan restaurant. Along the way, Xiao Wanwan suddenly called and said that Gu Yuro had gone to Jiangnan restaurant. When Wang Haoran heard this, his heart skipped a beat. He thought to himself that he might have triggered a storyline. However, the place they were going to now was Jiangnan restaurant, so it wouldn't delay anything. However, she had to be careful not to let Gu Yuro see her having a meal with Song Jinyu. When they arrived at the entrance of Jiangnan restaurant, Wang Haoran activated his X-ray vision. He scanned the area and found Gu Yuro's location. At this moment, she was in a private room with a middle-aged woman, discussing some matters regarding the script. It was obvious that the middle-aged woman was the director, Zhang Li. However, when it was time to eat, he didn't order any dishes. Was he waiting for someone? Wang Haoran made a guess. As he paid attention to the movements in Gu Yuro's private room, he walked toward the private room that Song Jinyu had mentioned. Pushing the door open and entering, Zhang Xian found that other than Song Jinyu, there was another familiar face. Ji Shuiyao was there as well. Wang Haoran was stunned for a moment, but soon felt that it was reasonable. Ji Shuiyao was Song Jinyu's tutor. Song Jinyu had been admitted as a postgraduate student and Ji Shuiyao had contributed greatly to that. Since Song Jinyu had treated him to a meal, she would naturally treat Ji Shuiyao as well. Hello, Sister Liu. Hello, Sister Jinyu. Wang Haoran greeted them politely. Sister Liu? Song Jinyu was suspicious when she heard this form of address. Wang Haoran then realized that he had said something wrong. He quickly said, I recognize her elder sister as my elder sister. She is the sixth in the family, so I naturally address her as Sister Liu. When Ji Shuiyao heard this, she immediately cast a puzzled look at Wang Haoran. He called her Sister Liu because he and Weiwei were in a relationship. Why did he bring up her elder sister? Wang Haoran winked at Ji Shuiyao. Ji Shuiyao understood and didn't say much to Song Jinyu. However, she couldn't help feeling suspicious. Wang Haoran's intentions toward Song Jinyu made her feel a little jealous. She was also very beautiful. Why didn't he have any intentions toward her? I see, Song Jinyu heard Wang Haoran's explanation and didn't think much about it. She started to order the dishes. Wang Haoran wasn't very concerned about what dishes they ordered. He was more concerned about whether there was wine. Ji Shuiyao and Song Jinyu both expressed that they didn't want to drink. However, Wang Haoran suggested that it was a happy day. How could they not order a bottle of wine to celebrate? Song Jinyu felt that it made sense and naturally ordered it. However, she said that she couldn't drink wine with too much alcohol content. Wang Haoran could only order a bottle of red wine. However, he ordered the kind that had a strong aftertaste. Ji Shuiyao and Song Jinyu didn't know much about wine and didn't notice this. While waiting for the dishes to be served, Wang Haoran used his X-ray vision to observe Gu Yuro's situation. At the same time, he paid attention to the entrance of the restaurant to see if there were any familiar figures. After a while, he saw some familiar faces. It was a young man and a young woman. The man was the overbearing CEO, Liu Beige. The woman looked unfamiliar and Wang Haoren had never seen her before. At that moment, the two of them were talking about something. Wang Haoren could tell from the way they addressed the woman that she was Liu Beige's sister. However, Wang Haoren didn't know if it was an illusion, but he felt that the way the woman looked at Liu Beige was a little strange. It was similar to the way Zhou Qianwei and Qin Yunhan looked at him. However, Wang Haoren wasn't sure and planned to continue observing. Liu Beige and the woman walked into the restaurant. After talking for a while, they parted ways. The former went to an empty private room while the latter went to the private room where Gu Yuro was. When Zhongli saw them in the private room, she immediately stood up to greet them and introduced them to Gu Yuro. Wang Haoren watched their conversation and found out that the woman was called Cui Yutong. He was puzzled. Liu Beige and Cui Yutong didn't have the same surname, so why were they siblings? This question popped up in his mind, but he soon thought that the two of them might be a rearranged family. It was just like how Wang Haoren had used this excuse to deceive Lucini that he and Gu Yuro were siblings. In other words, the two of them were cousins. However, it wasn't important as it had nothing to do with him. Wang Haoren continued to observe. After Zhongli introduced them to Gu Yuro, the latter quickly greeted Cui Yutong. Cui Yutong seemed very enthusiastic and Gu Yuro was not wary of her at all. Zhongli called the waiter over to order. After ordering, Cui Yutong asked for a bottle of red wine. Zhongli was used to socializing so she didn't mind. Gu Yuro said that she didn't drink. When Wang Haoren saw this, he couldn't help but feel strange. Cui Yutong obviously had bad intentions and was a little similar to him. As expected, there were some similarities between the villain's thoughts. Gu Yuro was a student and was no match for Cui Yutong, who dealt with people in the workplace. After a few words, Gu Yuro had no choice but to agree. She changed her mind and said that she would drink a little later. Of course, the main reason why Gu Yuro agreed was because she felt that there were only women here so she wasn't so wary. However, she would never have thought that the woman in front of her was Liu Beige's sister. After a while, the dishes were served at Wang Haoren's table, and the red wine was served too. Wang Haoren retracted his attention from Gu Yuro's private room. He immediately poured 3 full glasses of red wine and passed 2 glasses to Ji Shuiyao and Song Zhenyu. "Why did you pour so much?" "I can't drink it," Song Zhenyu said hurriedly. "Me too. I almost don't drink," Ji Shuiyao added. "It's just red wine. It doesn't have much alcohol content. It's just like drinking soft drinks." Wang Haoren comforted them and raised his glass to toast them. "Come, cheers." Ji Shuiyao and Song Zhenyu raised their glasses helplessly. After clinking their glasses, Wang Haoren took a big gulp. Ji Shuiyao and Song Zhenyu each took a small sip and expressed that they didn't like the taste of red wine. Wang Haoren didn't argue with them about this issue. He pretended not to hear them. And continued eating. He raised his glass again. "I really don't like to drink." "You should drink by yourself," Ji Shuiyao said hurriedly. "Red wine can beautify and nourish the skin. There's no harm in drinking it." "It's rare to have such a happy day," Wang Haoren persuaded. Ji Shuiyao's eyes lit up when she heard the words beautify and nourish the skin. She didn't resist drinking red wine anymore. She raised her glass. Wang Haoren looked at Song Zhenyu, who hadn't moved. "Sister Zhenyu, there's still so much wine in your glass. Aren't you going to drink it? It's such a waste. Or do you want me to drink it? But you drank a mouthful just now and there's saliva in it. Do you want me to eat your?" "Alright, I'll drink it." Song Zhenyu was a little embarrassed and didn't want to waste the wine. She quickly stopped Wang Haoren from continuing. Wang Haoren's trick worked and he continued to toast with Ji Shuiyao and Song Zhenyu. After a while, Ji Shuiyao and Song Zhenyu didn't resist drinking red wine anymore. Not long after, the two snow-white cheeks were flushed red due to the alcohol surging up. Their eyes also became watery and a little blurry. "Professor Ji, it's all thanks to your teachings that I was able to become a postgraduate student in the Department of Marine Biology so quickly," Song Zhenyu said sincerely to Ji Shuiyao. "Big sister Song, you're being too serious." "It's because you're smart and can absorb knowledge quickly," Ji Shuiyao replied. No, if it wasn't for your guidance, no matter how fast my learning ability is, I wouldn't have been able to pass so quickly, Song Jinyu insisted. Sister Song, it's mainly because you're smart. A smile appeared on Ji Shuiyao's usually serious face. Let's not talk about this anymore. All the words are in this cup of wine. Song Jinyu was at a loss for words, so she directly raised her cup. Ji Shuiyao raised her glass as well. Bang, after a crisp clinking sound, Song Jinyu drank the red wine in the glass out of gratitude. Ji Shuiyao had only intended to take a small sip, but after seeing this scene, she felt that it was very impolite. Therefore, she also drank all the red wine in the glass. The blush on her face deepened. Wang Haoran, who was watching from the side, couldn't help but find it a little funny. When the two of them first met, they were a little conflicted over how to address each other. Wang Haoran half-jokingly told them to address each other separately. Listening to their conversation just now, it seemed that they were really addressing each other separately. Come, let me fill your glasses. Wang Haoran was very attentive and filled their empty glasses with wine. Perhaps the two of them were drunk, but they didn't object. The bottle of red wine was emptied very quickly. Wang Haoran immediately ordered another bottle. As he drank with the two of them, he kept an eye on Gu Yuro's situation. Just as he had guessed, Gu Yuro had no choice but to drink glass after glass of wine. Her snow-white face was flushed red and she was a little dazed. Looking at her situation, she was worse than Ji Shuiyao and Song Jinyu. Her alcohol tolerance was really terrible. She had become like this after drinking a few glasses of red wine. Of course, it was also possible that Cui Yutong had secretly spiked Gu Yuro's wine glass. After all, Wang Haoran's attention was mostly on his dinner party and he didn't pay much attention to Gu Yuro's situation. Cui Yutong had a special purpose. When she saw that Gu Yuro was drunk, she quickly ended the dinner party. Cui Yutong said that she would send Gu Yuro back and sent Zhongli away. Not long after Zhongli left, Cui Yutong took out her phone and sent a message. Not long after, Liu Beige, who was in another private room, stood up and walked straight to the private room where Gu Yuro was. After entering the private room, Liu Beige immediately locked the door from the inside. Why are you here? Although Gu Yuro was in a daze, it wasn't to the extent that she couldn't see people clearly. When she saw Liu Beige, she was so frightened that her drunkenness dissipated a little. The memory of being tricked into the company by Liu Beige was still fresh in her mind. Who would have thought that she would fall into Liu Beige's hands again after escaping by luck last time? When she saw Liu Beige suddenly appear, no matter how stupid she was, she would have guessed that Liu Beige and Cui Yutong were in cahoots. Gu Yuro, we meet again. The arrogance on Liu Beige's face dissipated a little and was replaced by a slightly morbid smile. Because of the abnormality in his body, his state of mind had changed. He was no longer the pure overbearing CEO. Cui Yutong passed her bag to Liu Beige. Liu Beige took the bag and took out something from it. When Wang Haoran saw it, his eyes widened instantly. Cui Yutong was indeed carrying a bag, but Wang Haoran didn't notice what was in it. It was only when Liu Beige took it out that Wang Haoran realized it. Cui Yutong's bag was filled with adult women's items. They were the kind that outsiders wouldn't see and had a strong taste. These items were obviously prepared for Gu Yuro. Wang Haoran was stunned for a while and then understood. Liu Beige, the overbearing CEO, had a violent inner character. However, after losing his manhood, he couldn't vent his violence directly on Gu Yuro and could only use tools. Wang Haoran knew that his chance to perform had come. He told Ji Shuiyao and Song Jinyu that he needed to go to the washroom and walked out of the room. Cui Yutong had already taken out her phone and turned on the recording function. Suddenly, she said unexpectedly. Brother, why don't you do it for real? Cui Yutong said this because she wanted to see Liu Beige's ability with her own eyes to satisfy her strange curiosity. Gu Yuro felt weak all over. Her limbs were weak and she couldn't even scream for help. At this moment, how could she not understand that something had been put in the wine she drank? While she blamed herself for being careless, she also felt a little sad. After hearing Cui Yutong's suggestion, Liu Beige's heart ached. On this issue, he was powerless even if he wanted to. I'm not interested in doing it for real with this kind of woman. Liu Beige was not stupid enough to reveal his secret. He looked very disdainful and rejected Cui Yutong's suggestion. Buzz buzz, there was a buzzing sound and Lu Beige walked toward Gu Yuro with a sickly smile. Gu Yuro felt that her limbs were weak and she could not stop him. She could only watch as Lu Beige approached her. However, just as she was feeling hopeless, bang, a loud sound of the door being kicked was heard and everyone in the room was shocked. It was Wang Haoren, who saw that the time was right, causing a commotion. Ding! The host has advanced the main plot of the female lead, Gu Yuro. Obtained 1000 villain points. Gu Yuro's protagonist aura -50. The host's villain aura +50. After kicking the door open, Wang Haoren walked toward Gu Yuro and pushed Lu Beige, who was blocking his way, away. Lu Beige staggered and the thing in his hand fell out. It was buzzing like a snake crawling on the ground and it looked funny. You're really stupid. Don't you have any defense against women? Wang Haoren looked down at Gu Yuro, who was sitting on the stool weakly. Gu Yuro looked up slightly and a tall figure was reflected in her eyes. She was dazed for a moment. Ding! The female lead, Gu Yuro's favorability towards the host has increased by 10 points. Current favorability is 75, unchanging affection, ding. The host has advanced the main plot of the female lead, Gu Yuro. Obtained 2000 villain points. Gu Yuro's protagonist aura -100. The host's villain aura +100. Wang Haoren grabbed Gu Yuro's wrist and felt her pulse. Then, he used his vital energy to expel the poison in her body. Gu Yuro gradually regained some strength. Lu Beige had seen Wang Haoren when he was on set. He knew that he was the young master of the Wang group and was not to be trifled with. Therefore, after being bumped into and pushed, he did not dare to lose his temper. Cui Yutong did not know Wang Haoren. She was shocked when Wang Haoren kicked the door open and walked in. Then, she called out to Lu Beige in confusion. Brother? Lu Beige knew that he still had to do something. After taking a deep breath, he looked at Wang Haoren and asked, "This is your woman?" "I don't have such a stupid woman." Wang Haoren took on the role of the cold male protagonist and naturally denied it. Naturally, Lu Beige didn't believe him and started to negotiate. "I have some conflicts with Gu Yuro, but since you're standing up for her, I won't do anything to her in the future. Let's pretend this never happened. What do you think?" Wang Haoren did not answer immediately. Instead, he waited for a few seconds. There was no response from the system. Obviously, Lu Beige was just pretending to comfort her. He would continue to find trouble with Gu Yuro in the future. After coming to this conclusion, Wang Haoren directly slapped Lu Beige's face and said coldly, "What are you talking about? Who do you think you are? How dare you bargain with me?" Lu Beige stumbled from the slap and fell to the ground. One side of his face was swollen. Gu Yuro was stunned by Wang Haoren's explosive boyfriend power. Ding! The host has stirred up the heart of the female lead, Gu Yuro. Obtained 700 villain points. Brother! Cui Yutong exclaimed when she saw Lu Beige being slapped. Then, she glared at Wang Haoren. However, she only glared at him and didn't dare to make a move. Lu Beige looked so tall but he couldn't even withstand a slap from Wang Haoren. How could she, a weak woman, be a match for him? Wouldn't she be asking for a beating if she made a move? "Do you like your brother?" Wang Haoren asked a question that had been in his heart. After asking, he realized that he wasn't clear enough and added, "I'm not referring to the affection between a man and a woman." "Why should I tell you?" Cui Yutong asked stubbornly. Wang Haoren didn't reply but raised his hand slightly. Cui Yutong was so scared that her face turned pale. She quickly replied, "Yes, yes." Lu Beige already knew this and didn't find it strange at all. Gu Yuro, on the other hand, was stunned. Weren't these two siblings? After Wang Haoren received her reply, he couldn't help but click his tongue. The plot in the female channel was so melodramatic. Lu Beige was originally the male lead in Gu Yuro's plot. If the plot had progressed smoothly and Lu Beige had become the male lead, Cui Yutong would have become Gu Yuro's love rival. As a bootlicker, Lu Beige would probably put justice before family in order to prevent Cui Yutong from hurting Gu Yuro. This would show how important Gu Yuro was in Lu Beige's heart. "Look, for you, I can even give up my sister. Don't I care about you enough?" This was similar to "I'm willing to be the enemy of the world for you." He had to admit that this plot was really disgusting. In order to highlight the existence of the female lead, there was no need to design such a plot, right? There were so many plots that could be designed. Why did it have to be so melodramatic? However, on second thought, although this plot was melodramatic, the female channel liked it very much. After complaining for a while, Wang Haoren looked at Cui Yutong, who had a morbid persona. Suddenly, a strange idea popped up in his mind. Could this morbid persona be corrected? Wang Haoren had the ability to correct it. After this idea popped up in his mind, he immediately communicated with the system and issued a command. Ding! The host has successfully used the charm halo on Cui Yutong. Cui Yutong's favorability toward the host has increased to 100 points. After receiving the notification from the system, Wang Haoren was secretly delighted. Then, he turned his attention to Cui Yutong's face. He saw that the resentment in Cui Yutong's eyes had completely disappeared. Instead, it was replaced by an infatuated tenderness. Cui Yutong found this very strange. However, she found Wang Haoren very pleasing to the eye. He was so handsome and charming. In the past, she had thought that Liu Beige was the most handsome person in the world. However, now that she compared Liu Beige to Wang Haoren, she suddenly felt that her brother was too ordinary. Why did she like him in the past? She was crazy. Go with your brother. Wang Haoren pinched Cui Yutong's face and smiled faintly. He had to deal with Liu Beige, but this was not the right place. Moreover, Wang Haoren did not intend to do it himself. This was because after gaining Cui Yutong's favorability, he had a good idea to deal with Liu Beige. After hearing Wang Haoren's words, Cui Yutong replied with a soft "oh" like a well-behaved wife. When Wang Haoren saw this reaction, he naturally understood that Cui Yutong's illness had been cured. Liu Beige was very puzzled by Cui Yutong's reaction, but in this situation, it was not convenient for him to ask more. Soon, Liu Beige and Cui Yutong left. Stupid woman, take a taxi home yourself. Wang Haoren still had a dinner appointment, so he could not send Gu Yuro back. Moreover, Xiao Wanwan was outside the restaurant. Nothing would happen to Gu Yuro. Thank you. Gu Yuro was not angry when Wang Haoren called her a stupid woman. Instead, she thanked him gratefully. This woman was actually not stubborn anymore. Was it because her favorability had increased? Wang Haoren was secretly surprised. After Gu Yuro left, Wang Haoren returned to the other room. He continued to drink with Ji Shuiyao and Song Zhenyu. The two of them became even more drunk. When they were almost done, they paid the bill and left. Ji Shuiyao and Song Zhenyu took a taxi home. Wang Haoren drove a sports car, so it was not convenient for the two of them. Moreover, he was drunk, so it was not convenient for him to drive. After leaving the restaurant, Wang Haoren found an excuse and said that he had to leave to settle some matters, so he could not send them back. However, he was worried that the two of them would go back like this, so he suggested that they find a hotel nearby to stay for the night. After that, Wang Haoren sent the two of them to a hotel and booked a room for them to stay in. He then escorted them to their room. Then, he pretended to leave, but at this moment, someone called. The caller was actually Wen Jing. Wang Haoren had deliberately sent her a message to ask her to make a call. He answered the call in front of Ji Shuiyao and Song Zhenyu. Hello, you don't need me to go? Alright then. Wang Haoren spoke into the phone for a while and ended the call. Seriously, if she had called earlier, I would have been able to send you back. Wang Haoren hung up the phone and pretended to complain. Ji Shuiyao and Song Zhenyu looked at each other, speechless. If they could go back, who would want to stay outside, especially Ji Shuiyao, who was even more unwilling. Tan Taoyue had warned her not to stay outside. But now that the room had been booked and the money had been paid, even if they checked out now, they couldn't get all the money back. You can stay here tonight, I'll go back first. Wang Haoren put his phone in his pocket and pretended to leave the room. His steps were a little shaky, as if he was drunk. Ji Shuiyao and Song Zhenyu were a little worried. Sure enough, Wang Haoren didn't take more than a few steps before he fell to the ground with a bang. It was as if he had fallen heavily. Ji Shuiyao and Song Zhenyu jumped in fright and hurriedly rushed over to help him up. How are you? Are you okay? You didn't fall anywhere, right? Ji Shuiyao and Song Jinyu asked with concern. I'm fine. Wang Haoran shook his head, broke free from their hands, and continued to walk out. He was still shaky. How could Ji Shuiyao and Song Jinyu be at ease? You can stay here tonight, I'll get you another room, Song Jinyu said. No need, it's a waste of money. Wang Haoran quickly stopped her. Song Jinyu was treating today, and she insisted on paying for the meal and the room. Look at you, you're even more drunk than we are. I'm really worried about you going back alone, just listen to me. Song Jinyu persuaded. Yeah, I'll stay here. Ji Shuiyao agreed. Although the two were quite drunk, they only felt a little dizzy and their steps were a little shaky, but it wasn't to the extent that they couldn't walk properly. Wang Haoran's condition was clearly worse than the two of them. Of course, this was only their wishful thinking. What I mean is, don't waste the money. I'll stay here with you. Wang Haoran felt that it was enough, so he made a suggestion. Ji Shuiyao and Song Jinyu were both dumbfounded. Wang Haoran pointed to the sofa in the luxurious suite and added, I'll just sleep there. It's not like I'm going to fight for space with you. But if you don't trust me, then forget it. I'll go home by myself. Ji Shuiyao and Song Jinyu exchanged glances, wondering if the other party would mind. It doesn't matter to me. What about you? Ji Shuiyao asked nonchalantly. Then let's save some money and not waste it, Song Jinyu replied. After getting the approval, Wang Haoran staggered to the sofa. He collapsed on the sofa and soon, the sound of his even breathing could be heard. There are 2 beds in the room. Song Jinyu wanted to tell him to squeeze in with Ji Shuiyao and leave the other bed empty. However, Wang Haoran fell asleep right away. He didn't even have time to say this. Ji Shuiyao and Song Jinyu went to wash up and then went to rest. The room was dark. They seemed to have fallen asleep. But at this moment, Wang Haoran, who was pretending to be asleep on the sofa, suddenly opened his eyes. The moonlight shone through the curtains. Wang Haoran could clearly see the layout of the room. Ding, the host has captured the female lead Ji Shuiyao for the first time. Gained 2,800 villain points. Ji Shuiyao's female lead Halo -140. Host's villain Halo +140. Ding, the host has captured the female lead Song Jinyu for the first time. Gained 1,800 villain points. Song Jinyu's female lead Halo -90. Host's villain Halo +90. Ding, the female lead Song Jinyu's favorability towards the host has increased by 10. Current favorability is 70, unchanging affection. The next morning, Wang Haoran woke up on the sofa as if nothing had happened. After washing up, he went to have breakfast with Ji Shuiyao and Song Jinyu. During breakfast, Ji Shuiyao and Song Jinyu both felt guilty and didn't say a word. Wang Haoran was secretly laughing, but he also kept silent. That's right, both of them thought that they had done something bad and felt guilty. The reason was naturally because they were exposed one by one. Simply put, when Ji Shuiyao was busy, Song Jinyu was asleep and had no idea what had happened. When Song Jinyu was busy, Ji Shuiyao was asleep and didn't know what had happened during this period. To do this, it was too easy for Wang Haoran. Not to mention his current true qi cultivation, even if he was a master of neutral strength who had 50 years of true qi cultivation, he could easily tap a person's sleeping acupoint. Of course, Ji Shuiyao and Song Jinyu wouldn't cooperate. But they couldn't stop a certain someone from acting shamelessly. After all, they had drunk wine and their hearts were already taken, so they naturally gave in to a certain someone. In addition, the two of them were also a little drunk. Under the combination of all these reasons, it was only natural that they would do something like this. During breakfast, they were silent for a long time. But in the end, Ji Shuiyao and Song Jinyu couldn't help but test each other. Otherwise, they would feel uneasy. Ji Shuiyao was the first to break the silence. Sister Song, did you sleep well last night? When Song Jinyu heard this, her heart jumped to her throat. She couldn't have found out, right? Suppressing her wildly beating heart, she replied calmly, I slept well. I slept quite well. I slept all the way until dawn. Ji Shuiyao heard this and secretly heaved a sigh of relief. She said, me too. I slept until dawn. After testing each other, the two of them looked at each other and couldn't help but smile. They seemed to be very glad, thinking to themselves, thank goodness she didn't find out. When Wang Haoren heard this, he almost laughed out loud. But he stuffed his mouth with food in time and didn't laugh out loud. After breakfast, Wang Haoren flagged down a car and let Ji Shuiyao and Song Zhenyu get in while he followed in a taxi. The taxi stopped near Qingling University. Ji Shuiyao had just finished her postgraduate exams and didn't have anything to do for the time being. She was more free now and was about to go to Ji Shuiyao's dormitory to rest. Wang Haoren offered to send her there. Song Zhenyu naturally didn't object. Ji Shuiyao was also on vacation and didn't have anything to do. However, she really didn't want to walk back. This wasn't because she was lazy, but because of another reason. Wang Haoren was a veteran of the Jianghu, so of course he knew this. He secretly sent a message to Ji Shuiyao, asking her to wait for a while. Ji Shuiyao was secretly delighted, thinking that this guy was quite considerate. Song Zhenyu sat in the passenger seat. Wang Haoren drove the car into Qingling University and headed for the dormitory building. But when they passed by a quiet and deserted campus road, Wang Haoren suddenly stopped the car. Song Zhenyu looked at him, puzzled. Sigh, I really deserve to die. Wang Haoren was possessed by the movie king and kept slapping himself in the face. Song Zhenyu was startled and hurriedly grabbed his hand to stop him. Stunned, she asked, why are you hitting yourself? Wang Haoren turned his head and saw that his eyes were red and his face was full of self-blame and guilt. Song Zhenyu was stunned for a moment, then she said softly, idiot, I'm not blaming you. Why are you hitting yourself? I've let you down, and I've let Mayan down. Wang Haoren sighed. Song Zhenyu was startled and vaguely understood something. After figuring this out, Song Zhenyu subconsciously became angry, but this anger didn't last long and gradually dissipated. At that time, she could have kicked him away, but she didn't have the heart. This was her indulgence of him. Thinking back, it didn't seem to be his fault. Moreover, in fact, she also had a faint premonition about Su Muyan's matter. When the two were in Water Sheen, they were both top students in the class and had a lot of contact in the past. It could be said that they were a golden couple and couldn't be more compatible. It would be strange if they weren't together. Since it has already happened, it's useless for you to hit yourself. Even if you don't feel pain, I feel pain. Song Zhenyu glanced at Wang Haoren with hidden bitterness and asked nervously. Then what are you going to do about it? You forgive me? The self-blame on Wang Haoren's face dissipated a little as he asked. What else? Beat you up and then cut ties with you? I want to, but my hands won't listen to me. What can I do? Song Zhenyu rolled her eyes. I will talk to Mayan about this. You don't have to show up. Wang Haoren comforted. If you let me go, I won't have the face. Song Zhenyu's expression was strange, and then she showed some worry. If Mayan doesn't accept, what will you choose? I'm not a child. Do I need to choose? Wang Haoren secretly ridiculed, but on the surface, he said sincerely, I told you before, wherever I am is your home. These words will always be valid and will not change because of anything. Song Zhenyu was startled, and infinite tenderness gushed out from her heart. Ding, the host has stirred the heart of the female lead, Song Zhenyu, received 800 villain points. Seeing this, Wang Haoren knew that Song Zhenyu had calmed down. He drove towards the dormitory building. After sending Song Zhenyu to her destination, Wang Haoren returned to the place where Ji Shuiyao got off and sent her back to Lu Yu's villa. Ji Shuiyao had a guilty conscience and didn't dare to let Wang Haoren send her in. Wang Haoren was also happy and at ease. He drove away quickly. Ji Shuiyao arrived at the main hall. Tantai Yaoyue was sitting on the sofa. After seeing Ji Shuiyao's figure, she frowned and said, You also know to come back? Big sis, I'm not a kid anymore. It's just a night away. It's not a big deal. Ji Shuiyao said weakly. That's right, he's no longer a child. He's a true adult. When Tantai Yaoyu said this, her tone was especially strange. Ji Shuiyao was extremely flustered. She knew that her elder sister had noticed something. However, the way she moved did indeed look strange. It was no wonder that eldest sister would be suspicious. Big sister, what are you talking about? I don't understand. Ji Shuiyao still wanted to quibble. Tan Taiyaoyue got up from the sofa and walked towards Ji Shuiyao's room. Come with me. Ji Shuiyao vaguely guessed what Tan Taiyaoyue wanted to do and followed in dejectedly. After a while, Ji Shuiyao stopped quibbling. Tan Taiyaoyue saw substantial evidence. This matter couldn't be hidden even if they wanted to. When did you talk? Tan Taiyaoyue asked. We talked for a long time. It's been a few years. Ji Shuiyao guessed that her big sister was angry, so she didn't dare to tell the truth. Thus, she lied. What does he do? Tan Taiyaoyue continued to ask. Research workers. He's an important person in the scientific world. Ji Shuiyao's words weren't completely a lie. Wang Haoren had published many important scientific papers before and caused a huge wave in the scientific world. He was definitely an important person. It was just that he didn't appear in public. Tan Taiyaoyue heard this and wasn't angry anymore. First, sixth sister was a research worker. Finding someone in the same field as her and having a good topic to talk about would make them a good match. Second, her family wasn't wiped out by that despicable fellow. More accurately, other than Ji Shuiyao, there was also Bu Fian. There were two fish that escaped the net. Tan Taiyaoyue's mentality was different from Qiu Qianwei's. Qiu Qianwei hoped that the sisters would compete on the same stage and be harmonious. But Tan Taiyaoyue didn't want that. As the big sister, she had the dignity of a big sister in her heart. If she could let one less sister laugh at her, then she would let one less sister laugh at her. After all, if they competed on the same stage, as the big sister, she would be watched and it would be very embarrassing. But after knowing that Ji Shuiyao's partner was a research worker, Tan Taiyaoyue had a feeling of relief that they weren't wiped out by that fellow. Pay attention to protect yourself. Tan Taiyaoyue relaxed her mentality and didn't pursue the matter with Ji Shuiyao. Instead, she reminded her out of love. I have protection. Ji Shuiyao subconsciously replied. But as soon as she said this, she suddenly realized something. Why would that guy carry a safety net with him? Was it premeditated? Ji Shuiyao was startled but quickly felt that it didn't matter. This was what she wanted. Now that she got what she wanted, wasn't it better? Should she go find trouble with him? She would just be looking for trouble. It would be best to pretend that she didn't know anything. Maybe, seeing how obedient she was, he would pamper her even more. After all, other than Qiu Qianwei, she was the youngest. She deserved to be pampered, right? Ji Shuiyao felt that she had to change her serious and rigid appearance from now on. At least in front of him, she had to change. It would be best to learn from the gentle and sweet seventh sister. After Wang Haoren sent Ji Shuiyao back, he returned to his own villa. It was still the holidays and he had nothing to do, so he took the initiative to contact Su Muyan. Are you playing games or doing something else? He typed a message and sent it to Su Muyan. Qin Yunhan found out. She's been laughing at me these days. I'm hiding in my room to rest. Su Muyan quickly replied. Are you feeling better? Wang Haoren asked. I've applied medicine. Much better. Su Muyan replied. Wang Haoren, do you want to continue resting, or do you want me to chat with you or play games with you? Su Muyan, why do I feel that you've suddenly become much more enthusiastic towards me? Seeing this message, Wang Haoren was secretly shocked. A woman's intuition was really accurate. Wang Haoren, this is how it should be. You've been so tolerant towards me, so of course I have to treat you better. Su Muyan, you know how good I am, right? Then you have to treat me well. Do you even need to say it? But if I do something bad in the future, can you not be angry with me? Wang Haoren asked tentatively. Su Muyan, do I have another sister? Wang Haoren, first come, first served. You're the older sister. I'll find an opportunity to ask her to serve you tea. Su Muyan's reaction wasn't very big. After all, she already had Qin Yunhan, so she didn't mind having another sister. However, she still had some doubts, so she sent a message. It doesn't matter if she serves me tea or not, as long as she doesn't quarrel with me like Qin Yunhan. Otherwise, I'm afraid that I'll get high blood pressure at a young age. Wang Haoran, of course not. Sumu Yan heaved a sigh of relief and then asked 3 questions in a row. What's her name? Do I know her? What does she look like? Wang Haoran felt that he had to give Sumu Yan some time to prepare. Hence, he did not intend to say it out loud. After thinking for a while, he typed a reply. When I have time, I will arrange for you to meet so that you can get to know each other. All right then. Sumu Yan did not insist and did not continue the conversation. Instead, she typed another reply and sent it out. Play games with me? I will log in and you will help me. After that, the two of them began their delightful underground tour. On the other hand, Ling Nanqiu, who was also on vacation, did not slack off either. Zhao Taizhu brought Ling Nanqiu to Siam for a vacation. Siam was famous for its silk, tropical fruits, gold and silver jewelry, and rice. However, the most representative product of Siam was another specialty of Siam, human hair. It was worth mentioning that Siam surgery was the best in the world. Siam could fulfill the wishes of boys who were dissatisfied with their natural gender. At this moment, Ling Nanqiu was lying on a mobile bed and was being pushed to the operating room. Originally, Zhao Taizhu had invited Ling Nanqiu to Siam for a vacation. However, Zhao Taizhu had used all his skills and the cultural environment of Siam to persuade Ling Nanqiu. Moreover, Zhao Taizhu said that he would pay for all the expenses. He even swore that he would marry her in the future. Of course, someone would reimburse him. However, it was true that he would marry her. After a difficult struggle, Ling Nanqiu made up his mind. After being pushed into the operating room, Zhao Taizhu waited anxiously outside. After a few hours, the door of the operating room was finally pushed open. The chief surgeon said to Zhao Taizhu in Siamese, "The surgery went well." There was no interpreter around, so Zhao Taizhu could not understand. However, he could tell from the smile on the doctor's face that the surgery had gone well. Ding. The host manipulated behind the scenes and indirectly induced Ling Nanqiu to undergo a sex change surgery. The reward is 4,000 villain points. Ling Nanqiu's protagonist halo minus 200. The host's villain halo plus 200. Ding. Ling Nanqiu's sex change has been successful. The cross-dressing boss system has automatically removed him from the main character's identity. That's it? After receiving the system notification, Wang Haoran was stunned for a moment. He felt that it was too fast. This Zhao Taizhu was truly a genius. Wang Haoran originally thought that it would take at least a few months or even longer for Zhao Taizhu to accomplish this. Who knew that Zhao Taizhu would do it so quickly, as expected of a capable person? Wang Haoran communicated with the system and checked the list of villains on the interface. Villain points, 237400. After such a long time of hard work, he had finally reached his ideal point. Wang Haoran spent 200,000 villain points in one go and exchanged them for 200 years of true qi. At the same time, his combat power increased from 9236 to 18236. His combat power had increased by 9,000. Wang Haoran clearly remembered that the last time he checked Qin Fan's information, his combat power was 16,726. If Qin Fan's combat power didn't change, he would be able to crush him. Of course, the possibility of it not changing was not high. Yan Yuntian's supreme carefree skill required the balance of yin and yang in order to increase his strength. However, after that aspect was destroyed, this supreme carefree skill was equivalent to being crippled, and his cultivation base did not improve at all. However, Qin Fan was different. He could cultivate normally. Wang Haoran did not think that he would always be at the same place. Of course, he would definitely improve, but it would not be too exaggerated. At most, his combat power would increase by 1,000, right? That would only be a little more than 17,000. He was still weaker than himself. Wang Haoran was sure that he did not need to fear Qin Fan anymore. He did not need to pretend like before. With the confidence to face him head-on, he could naturally do more things. It was now evening. Wang Haoran had just finished his trip with Su Muyan. Qiu Qianwei called and asked him to go over for dinner. Wang Haoran naturally agreed. On the way to the Seven Sisters Villa, he began to feel the changes brought about by the 400 years of true qi. In general, his perception had increased by several levels. His body had been tempered by the extremely dense true qi, and had become much stronger. The most obvious improvement was the terrifying power brought about by the circulation of his true qi. Wang Haoren estimated that if he used all of his true qi, he could even tear down a villa in a few seconds. Why is this guy here? When Wang Haoren neared the Seven Sisters villa, he saw a person pacing back and forth nearby. Wasn't this Qin Fan? After being surprised for a moment, he quickly understood. This Qin Fan must have come to apologize to Tan Taiyue. Was he near the villa, waiting for Tan Taiyue to come out? Wang Haoren secretly guessed. Very quickly, Qin Fan also noticed Wang Haoren, and immediately ran towards Wang Haoren. Wang Haoren immediately spent some villain points to check Qin Fan's status panel. As expected, Qin Fan's battle power had increased from the original 16726 to 17345. Compared to his own 18236, it was much worse. Wang Haoren immediately relaxed. If he directly attacked Qin Fan now, he would definitely be able to instantly kill him. However, Wang Haoren did not plan to do so. Qin Fan, this sheep, was still quite fat. If he directly killed him, it would be too wasteful. It would be better to leave him to harvest more wool. Moreover, if he left Qin Fan alive, his other disciples would appear one after another. Wang Haoren did not have the slightest interest in Qin Fan's male disciples, but he wanted to make friends with the female disciples. Before, he always used all kinds of methods to cover for them, and was very sullen. He did not dare to speak about Tan Taiyue, and also did not dare to speak about Song Zhihui. But now it was different. In front of Qin Fan, he pursued his disciple. How would he feel? What are you doing here? Wang Haoren saw Qin Fan walking in front of him, and asked. Indifferently. Seeing this, Qin Fan was surprised. Because Wang Haoren's current attitude and tone was completely different from the shy and honest little boy from before. However, Qin Fan did not pay much attention to it, because he was anxious about his own matters. You didn't give me a definite answer. I wanted to find your sister in private and personally apologize to her. Qin Fan did not hide his intentions, and then impolitely asked. But when I knocked on the door, no one opened it for me, so I was thinking of sneaking in, but it's good to see you. Just find a reason and call your sister out. Wang Haoren raised his head to look at the evening sky, and felt that it was still too bright to do anything, so he pretended to agree. Okay, then wait, when it's dark, I'll call my sister out. That's great. Haoren, if your sister can be good to me, I'll remember you for a lifetime. Qin Fan said excitedly. Wang Haoren laughed, but he was completely amused by Qin Fan. What the hell was this guy thinking? After bidding farewell to Qin Fan, Wang Haoren walked towards the Seven Sisters villa and knocked on the door. There was a surveillance camera at the entrance of the villa, so he could see who it was. When the people inside saw that it was Wang Haoren, someone quickly opened the door for him. After Qin Fan saw it from afar, he was filled with anticipation. Xianxia and the others were busy in the kitchen. Wang Haoren was in the hall, waiting for dinner. During this time, he contacted Jiang Gaoxian. Wang Haoren already had a plan to deal with Qin Fan, but he was too lazy to wash his hands, so he still planned to call Jiang Gaoxian over. After all, Jiang Gaoxian had 2 experiences, so he would definitely be proficient in this. Everyone sat around the table to eat. Wang Haoren noticed that one person was missing and asked curiously, where did fourth sister go? He did not go to the kitchen and thought that everyone was busy in the kitchen. Only now did he realize that Bufian was not there. Fourth sister took on a mission and left Xingling yesterday. Xiao Qianwei replied. Wang Haoren nodded. Thinking about it carefully, it seemed that among the 7 sisters, only Bufian had escaped the net. He was originally planning to get in touch with Bufian. But since Bufian was not here, he could only wait for her to come back. This fish is delicious, you should eat some. Tan Taiyue put some food into Wang Haoren's bowl and said gently. Other than Xiao Qianwei, who knew the reason, the rest of the sisters looked at Tan Taiyue suspiciously. Tan Taiyue felt a little guilty and said with a straight face, what are you looking at? He's Weiwei's boyfriend and we're family. What's wrong with me putting food into his bowl? Is it strange? It's not strange, not strange. Luo Qingqian was educated by Tantai Yaoyue and had a strong desire to live. She immediately replied with a smile. After speaking, she also put some food into Wang Haoren's bowl. Eat this. Luo Qingqian smiled sweetly at Wang Haoren. Bian Suwen saw this and followed suit. Lu Yu, Ji Shuiyao, and Qiu Qianwei also felt that they could not stay idle and did the same. The bowl was only so big. Everyone took their chopsticks and the food piled into Wang Haoren's bowl. Tantai Yaoyue did not feel strange about Luo Qingqian, Bian Suwen, and Lu Yu's actions. After all, she already knew about these things from Qiu Qianwei. But what was going on with Ji Shuiyao? Why did she look so attentive and eager to show off? Tantai Yaoyue looked at Ji Shuiyao suspiciously but immediately felt that she was overthinking. Perhaps Ji Shuiyao saw him picking up food for Wang Haoren, so she was just picking up food for him out of concern for her brother-in-law. She didn't have any other intentions. Tantai Yaoyue didn't think about this for now, her attention was on Bian Suwen. She already knew that third sister was one of them. According to the order of arrival, Bian Suwen seemed to be only after seventh sister. She could be considered as his elder sister. Tantai Yaoyue revealed a smile and suddenly said to Bian Su, third sister, when we were young, eldest sister often disciplined and scolded you. It was all for your own good, you won't blame eldest sister, right? Bian Suwen didn't reply immediately because she noticed Tantai Yaoyue's smile, she felt it was a bit scary. Tantai Yaoyue had always been very dignified. Suddenly revealing. This kind of smile made Bian Suwen feel a little flustered. Could it be that big sister found out that he and, the more Bian Suwen thought about it, the more she felt that it was possible. She shrunk her neck and admitted, big sister, I was wrong. Tantai Yaoyue was stunned. She originally wanted to talk about the past with third sister and talk about their sisterly relationship. Then she would give her a heads up. When we were young, I disciplined you strictly for your own good. So don't be calculative with me. Don't use the identity of big sister to purposely suppress me. But Bian Suwen didn't do as she expected. Big sister, I will tell you the truth. Actually my boyfriend is him. But there is a reason for this. Bian Suwen pointed at Wang Haoren and said to Tantai Yaoyue. Before Tantai Yaoyue could reply, Luo Qingqian also raised her hand and said, big sister, I was wrong too. And me. Lu Yu also said weakly. Qiu Qianwei saw the scene and couldn't help but find it funny. She couldn't help but say, big sister already knows and said that she won't blame you. Luo Qingqian, Bian Suwen and Lu Yu heard and instantly let out a sigh of relief. They all expressed their gratitude to Tantai Yaoyue. The meaning of their words was that Tantai Yaoyue was the best sister in the world. Big sister, do you have anything you want to say? Qiu Qianwei took the opportunity to ask Tantai Yaoyue. Tantai Yaoyue also felt that this was a very good chance. If she didn't say it now, when would she say it? Actually, I also have a secret that I want to tell you. Tantai Yaoyue glanced at Luo Qingqian, Bian Suwen and Lu Yu and said nervously. Luo Qingqian, Bian Suwen and Lu Yu looked at each other and were confused. They then looked at Tantai Yaoyue and waited for her reply. Tantai Yaoyue was suddenly at a loss for words. She didn't know what to say, so she glanced at Wang Haoren as if asking for help, hoping that he would say something. Wang Haoren pretended not to see and continued to eat. Tantai Yaoyue was a bit depressed. She opened her mouth a few times but didn't say anything. Qiu Qianwei was anxious and said for her, big sister wants to say that she made the same mistake as you. When she said this, Luo Qingqian, Bian Suwen, Lu Yu and Ji Shuiyao all opened their eyes wide in disbelief. Tantai Yaoyue was extremely embarrassed but she still braced herself and asked, so can you accept me? Luo Qingqian, Bian Suwen and Lu Yu were afraid of being scolded so they didn't dare to say it. Now that big sister joined in, they were actually quite happy. Plus, seventh sister was the main person. Seventh sister didn't have an opinion, what opinion could they have? I also have something to say. Ji Shuiyao, who had been silent, suddenly raised her hand nervously. Other than Wang Haoren, everyone looked at her. Big sister, actually the person I told you about this morning is him. Ji Shuiyao pointed at Wang Haoren. What? Tantai Yaoyue was shocked and knocked her bowl over. She was about to slam the table. But she suddenly remembered that on this matter, The one who had the biggest say was not her but Qiu Qianwei. So she controlled herself. Tan Taiyaoyu and the others all looked at Qiu Qianwei. Sixth sister, you also, this is great. Qiu Qianwei not only wasn't angry, she was actually very happy. She smiled at Wang Haoran, only fourth sister is left. Whether us 7 sisters can live together forever, it all depends on you. Tan Taiyaoyu and the others were stunned. Qiu Qianwei was too generous, but, wasn't she the big sister? As the little sisters, how could they blame the big sister? After revealing their cards, Tan Taiyaoyu and the other sisters looked at each other strangely. Originally they were just sisters but now they became sisters in another sense. This really needed time to get used to. Wang Haoran, on the other hand, was secretly happy for quite a while. This was something he had hoped for a long time ago. Or it could be said that this was something that would only happen at the end of Lin Chen's main storyline. Of course, more accurately speaking, he still needed Bu Fei Yan to complete it. The dinner ended in a harmonious atmosphere. Today Wang Haoran didn't drink red wine, but he calmly stayed. Anyway, no one here would drive him away. Wang Haoran took out his phone and looked at it. There were many messages, most of them were from Qin Fan, urging him to quickly call Tan Taiyaoyu out. And one of them was from Jiang Gaoxin, saying that he was already in position nearby and the tools were ready. Wang Haoran looked at the sky and found that it was already dark outside. It was time to act. On the other side, Qin Fan sat on a bench on a small path not far from the 7 sisters' villa, waiting anxiously. On the small path, some people living in the villa area would walk by from time to time. Occasionally, there would be 1 or 2 beauties. But Qin Fan's standards were very high, ordinary beauties couldn't enter his eyes. But not long after, he suddenly saw a beauty, whose beauty was no less than Tan Taiyaoyu's, walking by. Qin Fan only felt that it was a celestial being. Moreover, this woman's steps were light, her breathing was long, and she didn't deliberately hide her true qi cultivation. Qin Fan naturally found that this was a woman who cultivated martial arts. Women who cultivated martial arts generally admired the strong. Qin Fan felt that with his explosive strength, if he pursued this kind of woman, the success rate would be quite high. If he could take Tan Taiyaoyu and this beauty in front of him, it would be too wonderful. Qin Fan was looking forward to it. While he was imagining some scenes, the woman quickly walked past him. Qin Fan was afraid that he would miss this beautiful woman in the future. He couldn't help but chase after her and ask, "Hello, beauty, can I ask you for directions? Where are you going?" Out of politeness, Feng Xuanzu asked subconsciously. "To the road in your heart." Qin Fan used the flirting skills he learned on the internet when he was a shut-in. Feng Xuanzu initially wanted to show Qin Fan the way out of goodwill. However, after hearing his words, she frowned. This seemingly confident guy before her was obviously trying to hit on her. Feng Xuanzu wasn't a hot-tempered person. Although she was displeased, she wouldn't speak ill of him. She replied to Qin Fan coldly. "I have a husband." Qin Fan was stunned for a moment before he reacted. The husband that this femme fatale mentioned was naturally her husband. However, it didn't matter how she addressed him. The important thing was that Qin Fan's heart was about to break. This beauty looked to be in her early 20s. To think that she already had a husband. What a pity. He felt sad for a moment. However, his eyes immediately lit up. He felt that this beauty might be lying to reject him. Feng Xuanzu didn't know what Qin Fan was thinking. However, after knowing Qin Fan's intention to hit on her, she ignored him completely. She walked along the path and prepared to go home. Qin Fan stayed where he was for a moment. He sent a message to Wang Haoran, telling him to inform him when he called Tan Taiyaoyu out. Then, he followed Feng Xuanzu. He wanted to see where this femme fatale stayed. It was night time. There were street lamps on the path. As long as Feng Xuanzu turned around, she would see him following behind her. Therefore, Qin Fan purposely walked along the ornamental lawn where the street lamps couldn't reach. It was clearly written on the lawn that no one was allowed to step on it. However, Qin Fan didn't care about that. He only had 2 thoughts in his mind right now. First, he wanted to know where this femme fatale stayed. Second, he wanted to see if she really had a husband. However, in Qin Fan's opinion, the possibility of this beauty having a husband was very small. Even if she did, Qin Fan didn't want to give up. For such a femme fatale, even if she had a husband, he could still accept it. Just as Qin Fan was having these thoughts, he didn't notice that someone was following him from behind. If it was under normal circumstances, Qin Fan wouldn't have done that. However, his attention was completely focused on Feng Xuansu. He didn't notice the approaching danger at all. It wasn't until the person behind him was within 10 steps that Qin Fan realized it. 10 steps was considered a long distance for an ordinary person. If the person behind wanted to do something to the person in front, the person in front would be able to react in time and make preparations. However, at Wang Haoren's level of cultivation, 10 steps could be covered in the blink of an eye. Just as Qin Fan was startled, Wang Haoren moved. 400 years' worth of true qi was fully activated. It carried the power of wind and thunder as it slammed heavily towards Qin Fan's back. Qin Fan hurriedly turned around and raised his hand. However, he was unable to circulate all of his true qi in an instant. When the two palms collided, there was a sudden explosion. The air was stirred up, and the area within a radius of dozens of meters instantly became a vacuum zone. Outside the vacuum zone, a gust of wind blew. Qin Fan let out a muffled groan as his body retreated. His legs plowed out 2 deep and long marks on the grass that were more than 10 meters long. By the time he steadied himself, Wang Haoren was already by his side. The light was dim and the movement was fast. Qin Fan did not even see who attacked him clearly. He only felt a pain in his neck and fell to the ground. On a small path not far away, some passers-by looked over in surprise because of the explosion and the gust of wind. However, the grass field was dark and they could not see the situation clearly. No one knew what happened over there. After a while, the source of the commotion calmed down. There were 1 or 2 brave passers-by who ran over to take a look. However, they only saw the marks on the grass field. Other than that, they did not see anything else. At this moment, Qin Fan had already been brought to a secluded corner near the villa area. Wang Haoren cleanly shattered his dantian with a palm strike. Ding! Host destroyed Qin Fan's dantian, causing Qin Fan to lose his cultivation. Received 10,000 villain points, Qin Fan's protagonist aura -500, host's villain aura +500. Although Wang Haoren intended to keep Qin Fan alive to take advantage of him, he naturally wouldn't allow him to retain his strength while controlling him. Letting Qin Fan lose his martial strength was the safest way. This way, Qin Fan would not be a threat to him. Wang Haoren waited in this corner for a while before Jiang Gaoxian came over. After giving some instructions to Jiang Gaoxian, Wang Haoren left quickly and returned to Lu Yu's villa. When he was near the entrance of the villa, Wang Haoren received a notification from the system. Ding! Host manipulated behind the scenes, causing Qin Fan to lose his manhood completely. Received 8,000 villain points, Qin Fan's protagonist aura -400, host's villain aura +400. As expected of a protagonist with over 10,000 protagonist aura. The rewards provided were really plentiful. Wang Haoren was secretly surprised. At the same time, he could not help but feel a little happy. When Qin Fan was hitting on Feng Xuansu, he had seen it from afar with his X-ray vision. There was no need to mention his relationship with Feng Xuansu. Qin Fan was so daring to have ideas about Feng Xuansu, he deserved to be cut. He wondered how Qin Fan would feel when he woke up. After losing that thing, would Qin Fan still have the heart to chase after girls? Wang Haoren thought jokingly. Of course, making Qin Fan lose that thing was just a part of the plan. Qin Fan had already become famous because of his craftsmanship. Wang Haoren planned to let Qin Fan become famous again. Anyway, Qin Fan's popularity had just dissipated. It would be too easy for him to become popular again. Late at night, Wang Haoren began to get down to business. Except for the owner of the 6th room, who had just experienced the storm and could not handle it. None of the others were left out. Ding! Host captured the female lead Tan Taiyue. Received 6,000 villain points, Tan Taiyue's female lead aura -300, Qin Fan's protagonist aura -300, host's villain aura +600. Ding! Congratulations to host for breaking through the 20,000 villain aura. The system is calculating the rewards. Please wait a moment. When the sky had just brightened, Wang Haoren in the 7th room received a series of notifications. He was full of anticipation. Not long after, the system sent another notification. Ding! Villain aura has broken through the 20,000 villain aura. Reward calculation complete. Congratulations to host for receiving the protagonist memory copy card. Wang Haoren immediately contacted the system and checked the description. Protagonist memory copy card, worth 210000 villain points, can perfectly copy all of the protagonist's memories. The description was very short, making Wang Haoren feel that this reward was a bit useless. Copying the protagonist's memories, what was the use of that? This was his first thought. But after thinking about it, it seemed to be a bit useful. Copying the weak protagonist's memories naturally had no meaning. But if he copied the memories of a protagonist stronger than himself, then it was very meaningful. At the very least, he could know what abilities the protagonist had and be on guard. Moreover, he could obtain all of the protagonist's knowledge from the memories. After all, knowledge were also included in the memories. After sorting out this, Wang Haoren felt much better. Looking at the sky outside, it was still a bit early to get up. When the sun was high up in the sky, Wang Haoren left the villa and went home. On the way, he couldn't help but sigh. He was an experienced person. When he was in school, he read in history books that the ancient kings had their countries destroyed because of women. Wang Haoren had always thought that it was ridiculous. But now, he didn't think about it anymore. Instead, he understood the kings who had their countries destroyed because of women. Femme fatale beauties are really monsters. Wang Haoren had done the accident in the dark, so he didn't feel it that deeply. But after he revealed his cards, he became bolder and turned on the lights. That scene, it was simply deadly. If Tan Tai Yaoyue hadn't chased him away, Wang Haoren really wouldn't have left until the end of time. But then again, he still had a femme fatale. Wang Haoren's eyes were unfocused, and no one knew what he was thinking. But before he could think for too long, he was suddenly disturbed by a commotion in front of him. Not far ahead, a group of people were gathered together. It was as if something big had happened. After Wang Haoren saw it with his X-ray vision, he couldn't help but smile. He ran toward the crowd in front of him. He pushed through the crowd and came to the inner circle. He saw Qin Fan lying on the ground. Somewhere was a bloody mess, and he looked very miserable. There were already people calling the ambulance, and there were also people taking out their phones to record and take pictures. Because everyone recognized that this was the celebrity that had gone viral on the internet. In this day and age, there was a trend of don't panic when you encounter something, take out your phone and post it on your moments. Wang Haoren suddenly felt that he didn't even need to deliberately add fuel to the fire, and Qin Fan's news would spread quickly. The people around weren't familiar with Qin Fan, so they naturally didn't dare to go forward. Wang Haoren knew that Qin Fan's life wouldn't be in any danger. After Jiang Gaoxian was done, he stopped Qin Fan's bleeding. Plus, Qin Fan's physique was good, so he would be fine. After a while, the ambulance arrived. Wang Haoren said that he knew Qin Fan, so he went with the ambulance. After treatment, Qin Fan woke up very quickly and was pushed into the ward. When Qin Fan opened his eyes, he was a little dazed. Soon, he felt pain in a certain part of his body. At the same time, he thought of the strong enemy he had met last night. A sense of panic rose in Qin Fan's heart. Immediately after, Qin Fan carefully sensed for a moment and immediately realized that something was missing. In an instant, Qin Fan felt as if he was struck by lightning. Ding! The host manipulated from behind the scenes, causing Qin Fan's mentality to be damaged. The reward is 3,000 villain points, Qin Fan's protagonist aura minus 150, and the host's villain aura plus 150. After a long while, Qin Fan's eyes finally regained some color. He looked at Wang Haoren who was beside him with a questioning look in his eyes. I called my sister out last night to contact you, but you didn't pick up the phone. I was wondering what was going on at that time. Wang Haoren pretended to be ignorant and asked Qin Fan instead. I found you on the path of the villa this morning. What happened? Why were you? Qin Fan's lips started to tremble. he did not know how to answer. Since it has already happened, you should look on the bright side. I already explained to my sister for you and she also said that she forgave you. Also, I've already notified her. She'll be here soon. Wang Haoren pretended to be comforting. But when these words fell into Qin Fan's ears, it made him feel uncomfortable. Quickly call your sister and tell her not to come. Qin Fan hurriedly said. Ah? Alright then. Wang Haoren already saw that Tan Taiyue had come to the corridor outside. He pretended to agree and took out his phone to make a call. After making the call, Tan Taiyue had already arrived at the door of the ward. After such a thing happened to Qin Fan, he naturally did not want to see Tan Taiyue. How could Wang Haoren not know? Thus, when Qin Fan was sent for treatment, he notified Tan Taiyue to come over. Master, what happened to you? Tan Taiyue only knew that Qin Fan was sent to the hospital, but she did not know what kind of injuries Qin Fan had. Qin Fan wanted to find an excuse to deceive her. However, Wang Haoren took the initiative, moving close to Tan Taiyue's ear and said something in a low voice. Tan Taiyue was shocked and stunned hearing this. Seeing that the matter was exposed, Qin Fan felt so much pain that he could not breathe. Ding, the host caused Qin Fan's mentality to be damaged. Received 3000 villain points, Qin Fan protagonist aura -150, host villain aura +150. Master, with your ability, why would you be plotted against like this? Tan Taiyue did not understand. Before this, she only thought that Qin Fan was the strongest person in the world, the peak of martial strength. But now that Qin Fan had become like this, Tan Taiyue's belief had completely collapsed. As expected, there was always someone stronger. In fact, before Qin Fan met with this, he also thought so. In the world, he had no opponent. But reality taught him a lesson. Or perhaps, if his attention was not on that calamity-level beauty, even if he was not a match, he would not have been subdued. But unfortunately, there were no ifs. It's because I underestimated the enemy that I was plotted against. Qin Fan's voice was hoarse as he replied. Then do you know who plotted against you? Tan Taiyue asked. I don't have a clue. Qin Fan shook his head, his expression sad. Master, you have to pull yourself together. After your injuries are healed, I will go with you to investigate. We will definitely find the culprit. Tan Taiyue saw that Qin Fan was so pitiful and could not help feeling sympathy. Adding on their master and disciple relationship, she wanted to help. My dantian was shattered, already lost all of my cultivation. Qin Fan stuttered. What? Tan Taiyue was shocked. What Wang Haoren had told her earlier was that Qin Fan had been sliced off. He did not mention anything about his dantian being destroyed. After all, he still maintained the identity of a normal person in front of others. Normal people naturally could not see that Qin Fan's dantian was destroyed. Then I can't do anything. Tan Taiyue wanted to take back the words of investigating the culprit. Even Qin Fan was not a match. How could she be a match? Rashly investigating, wasn't that courting death? She still wanted to grow old with a certain person, she did not want to court death. Seeing Tan Taiyue's reaction, Qin Fan naturally did not blame her. Because Tan Taiyue really could not handle this matter. Asking Tan Taiyue to investigate was simply forcing her. I have already paid the medical fees and also paid a lot of deposit. The money for hospitalization is definitely enough. You can rest here at ease. Wang Haoren said to Qin Fan. He was not doing this out of kindness, but because he wanted to let Qin Fan recuperate quickly and provide more wool. Thank you, Haoren. Qin Fan said gratefully. It's what I should do. Wang Haoren smiled. This matter was done by me. Isn't it right for me to pay the medical fees? After staying for a while, Wang Haoren suddenly said. Yaoyue, let's go. Finished speaking, he held Tan Taiyue's slender waist. Qin Fan saw this and opened his mouth wide in shock. You too? Qin Fan looked at Wang Haoren and Tan Taiyue's actions in disbelief. I was really careless, you actually found out. Wang Haoren pretended to be annoyed and directly said to Qin Fan, actually I won't hide it from you, we are lovers. Before he covered up because he was afraid Qin Fan would plot against him. But now it was different. Qin Fan was already a cripple. Did he still need to be afraid of him? Wang Haoren's actions just now were for Qin Fan to see. That's not right, aren't you brother and sister? How did you become lovers? Qin Fan did not want to believe this fact and questioned. Don't misunderstand, we are not related by blood. Tan Taiyue saw that Wang Haoren had already said it and did not plan to hide it anymore and explained to Qin Fan. I know this, but even if you are not related by blood, aren't you siblings? I remember you mentioned this before. Qin Fan said. The person I was talking about is my brother Lin Chen. He is already dead. Tan Taiyue looked at Wang Haoren affectionately as she spoke. From the beginning to the end, he was not my brother. He called me big sister, but it was just a title. Qin Fan saw this and felt his heart being pierced. Ding, host caused Qin Fan's mentality to be damaged. Received 2000 villain points, Qin Fan protagonist aura -100, host villain aura +100. Haoren, don't you have a girlfriend? Yaoyue doesn't know about this, right? Qin Fan suddenly thought of something and exposed it in front of everyone. Wang Haoren really wanted to sew Qin Fan's mouth shut so that he would not speak nonsense. Luckily, Qin Fan did not directly call out his name, so he quickly said, that's right, but Yaoyue knows about this. Qin Fan was stunned. He looked at Tan Taiyue and saw that her expression was normal. Yaoyue, are you not angry? Qin Fan asked in disbelief. I'm not angry. Tan Taiyue indifferently replied. She thought that Qin Fan was talking about Qiu Qianwei or some other sister. Yao you. Qin Fan didn't know what to say. Wang Haoren was afraid that Qin Fan would continue to blabber about Munanji, so he hugged Tan Taiyue and said, let's go. Tan Taiyue nodded. Master, I will come see you when I have time. After that, he left the ward with Wang Haoren. Qin Fan looked on helplessly as his heart felt extremely unbearable. After Wang Haoren and Tan Taiyue left the hospital, they sent her back to the villa and then went home. After he got home, Wang Haoren called Song Zhihui and Munanji and asked them to visit Qin Fan. Or to be more precise, he wanted to stimulate Qin Fan a little more. Qin Fan had impure thoughts towards these beautiful female disciples. Now that he had been amputated, how could he not feel upset when he saw his beautiful female disciples going to visit him one by one, in the Ma family's villa? After Ma Hongxing learned about what happened to Qin Fan on the internet, he was so happy that he jumped up and down. He even wanted to light firecrackers to celebrate. He dared to touch his wife. Now he was getting retribution, right? After Qingrui saw this scene, she even called Wang Haoren and told him about it. After Wang Haoren heard it, he couldn't help but feel a little funny. After ending the call with Qingrui, Xianxia suddenly came in front of him. Wang Haoren looked at her in confusion. I'm going back to Cangzhou, Xianxia said reluctantly. Are you not happy living here? Why do you suddenly want to go back to Cangzhou? Wang Haoren asked with concern. If the female lead ran too far away, it wouldn't look good. She might be seduced by the male lead. Of course, Wang Haoren was very concerned about it. It's pretty good here. If possible, I even want to stay here forever, Xianxia muttered in a very small voice, then she raised her voice and explained, there's some turmoil in the martial arts world of Cangzhou. I don't know where this Master Yi came from, but he's caused quite a stir in the martial arts world of Cangzhou. Several seniors from martial arts families have suffered great losses at the hands of this Master Yi. The top 10 martial arts families of Cangzhou are preparing to discuss this matter. As the current head of the Ning family, I have to go back. Master Yi? Hearing this title, Wang Haoren's heart moved. He asked, how old is this Master Yi? There are different opinions. Some say this Master Yi is 17 or 18 years old. Some say he's 50 or 60 years old. I don't know who to believe, Xianxia said. After Wang Haoren heard it, he suddenly felt that the 17 or 18 years old statement was more likely. Because he felt that this Master Yi was very likely to be the male lead. Since he was the male lead, how could he be 50 or 60 years old? 17 or 18 years old was normal. After the things in Cangzhou settle down, if you still welcome me, I'll come back to Qingling. Goodbye. Ning Aoshue said goodbye. I'll go with you, Wang Haoran suddenly said. You'll go with me? The reluctance on Ning Aoshue's face froze. Actually, I don't want to leave you either. I'll go with you to Cangzhou. I'll see what the place you grew up in is like. Although he mainly wanted to see if this Master Yi was the male lead, Wang Haoran naturally wouldn't say it out loud. Therefore, he found himself a reason to flirt with Ning Aoshue. Ding. The host has flirted with the female lead Ning Aoshue's heart. Obtained 600 villain points. As expected, when Ning Aoshue heard it, her slightly cold face flushed with excitement. She had been living here for quite some time. Before this, Wang Haoran didn't say anything. This seemed to be the first time he said something like this to her. Then let's go together. Ning Aoshue was overjoyed, but she still tried to keep calm on the surface to avoid embarrassing herself. Feng Xuanzu was tending to the plants in the garden. Wang Haoran came to the garden and told her about his trip to Cangzhou with Ning Aoshue. When Feng Xuanzu heard it, she pouted. Ding. The host has made the female lead Feng Xuanzu jealous. Obtained 700 villain points. I want to go too, Feng Xuanzu couldn't help but say. I'm going for business. It's not because of Ning Aoshue. Stay at home and be a good girl. Wang Haoran wasn't going for sightseeing. Naturally, he didn't want to bring Feng Xuanzu along. Moreover, Feng Xuanzu and Ning Aoshue liked to bicker. If he brought them along, he wouldn't be able to have a peaceful time. Moreover, more importantly, Wang Haoran wanted to use this opportunity to develop his relationship with Ning Aoshue. With Feng Xuanzu around, it would be inconvenient. Then. Alright. I'll be back soon. When Feng Xuanzu heard Wang Haoran's words, she didn't throw a tantrum. Instead, she nodded obediently like a little wife. After talking to Feng Xuanzu, Wang Haoran went out to look for Cui Yutong. He already had an idea about how to deal with Liu Beige. It was only because he was busy dealing with the female lead that he delayed it. After leaving Qingling, he definitely wouldn't be back in a day or two. In order to prevent Liu Beige from finding trouble with Gu Yuro, he had to solve this problem. After Wang Haoran found Cui Yutong, he asked her to be a witness to sue Liu Beige. Liu Beige had bad intentions at that time. In theory, it was an attempt. If it was confirmed, it would be more than 3 years and less than 10 years. Wang Haoran noticed that Cui Yutong had recorded it. With the video and Cui Yutong as a witness, it was more likely that Liu Beige would be detained. At first, Cui Yutong didn't agree, but Wang Haoran coaxed her for a while and painted a big picture for Cui Yutong. Cui Yutong, who had maxed out her favorability, was so smitten that she couldn't tell north from south. She immediately agreed. Cui Yutong was only an accomplice, but nothing would happen if she became a witness. After Wang Haoran and Cui Yutong agreed, he and Ning Aoshue embarked on the journey back to Cangzhou. Qingling City bordered Cangzhou, so it was not far away. They arrived at Qingling high-speed railway station and boarded the train. In less than 2 hours, Wang Haoran and Ning Aoshue stepped on the land of Cangzhou. Ning Aoshue brought Wang Haoran to the Ning family. When the people of the Ning family heard that Wang Haoran was Ning Aoshue's friend, they welcomed him warmly without any contempt. Wang Haoran was not surprised at all. He was not the main character. Naturally, he would not encounter the kind of situation where he was despised or ridiculed and then slapped in the face. In the living room, Ning Aoshue and Father Ning talked about Master Yi. Wang Haoran sat beside them and drank tea while listening. According to Father Ning's narration, this Master Yi appeared out of nowhere and did not belong to any martial arts family in Cangzhou. Among the 10 martial arts families in the Tsang province, half of them had already been challenged by this Grandmaster Yi. The 5 martial arts families who had been challenged were naturally resentful. The remaining 5 martial arts families, on the other hand, began to panic, fearing that they would be the next one. Therefore, the 10 martial arts families united to discuss how to deal with this Master Yi. After Wang Haoran heard the narration, he was almost certain that this Grandmaster Yi was the main character. As for the direction of the plot, Wang Haoran had already thought of it. There were 2 versions of the path. In the first version, during the meeting of the 10 martial arts families of the Tsang state to discuss Grandmaster Yi, Grandmaster Yi suddenly appeared and single-handedly trampled the 10 martial arts families under his feet, making the martial arts world of the Tsang state bow their heads. In the second version, after the meeting of the 10 martial arts families ended, they organized people to besiege Grandmaster Yi, and Grandmaster Yi defeated everyone. Comparing the two versions, Wang Haoren felt that the first version was more likely, because he was more pretentious. Just think about it, at the meeting of the 10 martial arts families, all the people with high status in the families would definitely be present. This was practically the gathering of all the martial artists in the entire Tsang province. Besieging Grandmaster Yi would only pick a portion of the elites. In comparison, Grandmaster Yi would definitely show up at the meeting of the martial arts heroes of the Tsang state and trample the martial arts world of the Tsang state. That would be more likely. After Wang Haoren sorted out his thoughts, he suddenly asked Father Ning, "Uncle Ning, what are the top fighters of the 5 martial arts families challenged by Grandmaster Yi?" Father Ning replied, 4 neutralizing masters and 1 neutralizing great master. What's the level of the top combat strength among the top 10 martial arts families? Wang Haoren continued to ask. Father Ning answered without hesitation, Dan Jin Master. Wang Haoren was a bit confused, what's the specific true qi cultivation? Father Ning saw Wang Haoren's reaction and felt a bit strange. Ning Aoshue on the side explained, his cultivation is higher than mine, but his cultivation method is different, so he doesn't know about the recognized cultivation levels. Father Ning suddenly understood. Ning Aoshue said to Wang Haoren, a Dan Jin master's true qi cultivation is about 150 years. A Dan Jin master's true qi cultivation is 200 years. After explaining, Ning Aoshue continued, above that is the supreme force. A Dan Jin master with 300 years of true qi cultivation is a supreme force master. A Dan Jin master with 400 years of true qi cultivation is a supreme force master. A Dan Jin master with 500 years of true qi cultivation is a land immortal. It is said that a land immortal can live up to 200 or 300 years. A land immortal is the limit of humans. But for some reason, not to mention human immortal Lu Di and vigorous strength grandmasters, even elixir strength grandmasters are rare. After hearing what Ning Aoshue said, Wang Haoren finally had a general understanding of all the martial arts realms. So he was a supreme force master now. Wang Haoren understood why Ning Aoshue said so few people could reach such a high level of true qi cultivation. It was nothing more than the thin spirit qi in the modern world. Wang Haoren knew this by heart. But because of this, Wang Haoren couldn't help but suspect that this Master Yi was most likely a cultivator. This was because the concept of thin spiritual qi would usually only appear in urban cultivation novels. After coming to this conclusion, Wang Haoren was both worried and happy. What he was worried about was that cultivator protagonists were extremely difficult to deal with. He was only a supreme force master now, how could he fight against cultivator protagonists? What he was happy about was that this was an opportunity. The female protagonists beside him were all mortals. They were all in their prime and were unbelievably beautiful. However, no matter how beautiful their faces were, they couldn't withstand the ravages of time. They would grow old and become wrinkled. They would no longer be beautiful. Moreover, Wang Haoren himself didn't want to live for 200 or 300 years and then die. After all, a land immortal at the limit of martial arts could only live for 200 or 300 years at most. If he was a cultivator, it would be different. Not only could he live for a long time, but the female protagonists around him could also stay young forever. Just thinking about it made him feel very happy. The key to this opportunity was the protagonist memory duplication card that he obtained when the villain Halo broke through 20,000 points. If this Grandmaster Yi was an immortal cultivator, then after copying his memories, he would be able to obtain all of his knowledge and knowledge. That naturally included the immortal cultivation method. Of course, stopping the plot from progressing smoothly was also a very important task. After all, this could give him villain points and Halo points. A cultivator protagonist's fleece was definitely boundless. According to Wang Haoren's guess, this Master Yi was not at the beginning, but at the end of the early stage of the plot. After making the Tsang state martial arts world bow their heads, it was equivalent to clearing the map of the Tsang state. Next, it was time to show off elsewhere. If he stopped this key plot in the early stage, he would definitely get a lot of rewards. Uncle Ning, is it possible to make the 10 major martial arts families cancel the meeting? Wang Haoren asked. After saying that, he suddenly felt that these words were suspected of distracting the Tsang state martial arts, so he added, I don't mean to harm the Tsang state martial arts world. I can't tell you the reason for doing this, but I can tell you with certainty that if you do as I say, it will only be good for the Ning family and not bad. This meeting of the 10 major martial arts families was undoubtedly a stage for Master Yi to show off. If this stage was dismantled, Master Yi would not be able to show off for the time being. As for whether Master Yi would take the initiative to provoke, Wang Haoren was not worried. Because in this kind of pretentious cultivation plot, generally, the villain would recklessly provoke the protagonist. The protagonist would not deliberately provoke the villain. If he guessed correctly, the Tsang state martial arts families must have provoked Master Yi, or someone close to Master Yi. That was why the conflict was caused. The 10 major martial arts families were not convinced that they were trampled on and actually joined forces to deal with Master Yi. They were simply looking for trouble. As long as the 10 major martial arts families did not join forces to deal with Master Yi, then Master Yi would not be able to complete the early stage of the plot. Wang Haoren would also be rewarded for this. Father, I believe in him. Ning Yaoxue said. Ning Yaoxue's father trusted his daughter, and naturally, he also trusted the person that his daughter trusted. He did not doubt Wang Haoren. But this is imperative. It is absolutely not something that the Ning family can stop. Ning Yaoxue's father said very awkwardly. Is that so? Wang Haoren felt a little regretful. Unless the Zhuoqiu family, the head of the 10 major martial arts families, is willing to take the lead. Ning Yaoxue's father thought about it and suddenly changed his mind. Old Zhuoqiu is a stubborn old man. He hates it when others threaten his Zhuoqiu family's position. That Master Yi is a threat. How can he give up the opportunity to unite the 10 major martial arts families? Ning Yaoxue felt that this was unlikely, so she could not help but interrupt. That's not necessarily true. Isn't Zhuoqiu the most obedient to his little granddaughter? If his little granddaughter is willing to persuade him, then it's a different story. Ning Yaoxue's father said half-jokingly. The woman of the Zhuoqiu family is very unruly. How can we persuade her? After hearing her father's words, Ning Yaoxue couldn't help shaking her head. I know that. I was just joking. Father Ning said. The speaker didn't mean it, but the listener did. Wang Haoren had lost hope in stopping the martial arts conference of the 10 great families, but after hearing Father Ning's words, he rekindled some hope. His ability to deal with the protagonist was not good, but dealing with women was definitely his strength, not to mention that he was unreasonable. How is the relationship between the Ning family and the Zhuoqiu family? Wang Haoren asked Ning Yaoxue. You want to go to the Zhuoqiu family? Ning Yaoxue understood. Wang Haoren nodded, yes. Father Ning continued, the Ning family and the Zhuoqiu family are just friends on the surface. Yaoxue and the woman of the Zhuoqiu family even have some conflicts. I'm afraid I can't take you to the Zhuoqiu family to persuade them. It doesn't matter. I just need to know where to find the granddaughter of the old man Zhuoqiu you mentioned. Wang Haoren said. Ning Yaoxue didn't answer immediately, but subconsciously looked at the sky outside. Seeing the clear sky, she replied to Wang Haoren. Looking at the sky outside, it shouldn't rain tomorrow. The old man Zhuoqiu and his granddaughter have a habit of practicing martial arts in the Tsangzhou Park early in the morning when the sky is clear. You can find them there. Wang Haoren secretly noted it down, and then asked, what's the name of the granddaughter of the old man Zhuoqiu? What does she look like? Zhuoqiu Luoyan. Ning Yaoxue answered half of the question, and then paused for a moment. Before continuing, I'll go with you tomorrow morning. When they were in Qingling, they didn't have many opportunities to contact each other in private. Now that they were in Tsangzhou, she naturally wanted to spend more time with Wang Haoren. Okay. Wang Haoren naturally didn't object, and then murmured the name Zhuoqiu Luoyan. Because this name reminded him of Zhuoqiu Qinyu. One Qinyu, the other Luoyan, was this a coincidence, or was there a connection? Wang Haoren secretly guessed. After the discussion, Ning Yaoxue personally prepared the best guest room for Wang Haoren. The next morning. Ning Aoshue came to the guest room to find Wang Haoren and took him to Songzhou Park. The Ning residence was not far from Songzhou Park. The two of them walked for less than 10 minutes and arrived at Songzhou Park. In Song Prefecture, martial artists could be seen everywhere in the park. The age range was extremely large, ranging from children less than 10 years old to old people in their 70s and 80s. Ning Aoshue was wearing a light green long dress. Her black hair naturally fell to her slender waist. Her face was slightly powdered, which made her already delicate facial features even more bright and moving. The cinnabar between her eyebrows added a unique and mysterious charm. Ning Aoshue was definitely a famous figure in Songzhou. No matter if it was her appearance or martial arts talent, she was almost the best in Songzhou. Especially when the Ning family announced not long ago that Ning Aoshue would step into the transforming strength great grandmaster in 1 or 2 years. Her father even directly gave the position of the head of the Ning family to Ning Aoshue. This made Ning Aoshue even more in the limelight. However, when the Ning family announced this, Ning Aoshue went to Qingling and did not show up. At this time, Ning Aoshue suddenly appeared in front of people, which also caused a stir. Many people frequently looked to the side. Some young martial artists looked at Ning Aoshue with eyes full of worship and admiration. Most of the women were envious and jealous. Wang Haoren, who was beside Ning Aoshue, also received a lot of attention because of this. Everyone was curious about who this person was and how he could walk side by side with Ning Aoshue. Moreover, looking at their behavior, they seemed to be quite familiar with each other. However, even so, no one provoked or ridiculed Wang Haoren, saying that he was not worthy of Ning Aoshue. Instead, everyone felt that Wang Haoren and Ning Aoshue were a good match. After all, Wang Haoren was not the main character. The plot of being ridiculed and then being humiliated really had nothing to do with him. Wang Haoren was quite happy about this. Who the hell liked to be ridiculed when they were full? Only the main character would like this. Wang Haoren preferred the feeling of being respected wherever he went. Ning Aoshue looked straight ahead and ignored the surrounding gazes. Her face looked very calm, but she could not help but feel happy in her heart. This kind of happiness did not come from the attention she received, but from the fact that people seemed to have misunderstood her relationship with Wang Haoren. Ning Aoshue was not the kind of person who talked a lot. If people misunderstood, then so be it. She would not explain at all. Not long after, she took Wang Haoren to a very quiet place in the park. Because this was the place where Master Zhuqiu and his granddaughter often practiced martial arts, ordinary people did not dare to disturb them. Those who came to the park to practice martial arts would deliberately avoid this place. Ning Aoshue gestured to the bench not far away and said to Wang Haoren, "Sit for a while. They should be here soon." Wang Haoren nodded and sat on the bench with Ning Aoshue to wait. Not long after, as expected, a pair of grandfather and granddaughter slowly walked over. Wang Haoren's field of vision was relatively far, so he immediately fixed his eyes on them. He saw that the old man's hair was all white, but he looked hale and hearty, without the feeling of lethargy. The girl next to him looked to be 13 or 14 years old. She was exquisite, cute, and very delicate. "They are coming," Ning Aoshue reminded him. Hearing this, Wang Haoren was completely sure that the girl was Zhuqiu Luoyan. But he could not help but feel confused. Before this, he thought that Zhuqiu Qinyu and Zhuqiu Luoyan had some relationship. Maybe they were twin sisters. But the age gap between them seemed to be a little too big. Zhuqiu Qinyu was almost 25 years old, while Zhuqiu Luoyan looked to be only 13 or 14 years old. How could there be such twins? Don't look at how young Zhuqiu Luoyan is. In fact, she is 4 or 5 years older than me, Ning Aoshue suddenly said. Wang Haoren raised his eyebrows and looked at Ning Aoshue in surprise. Then, he carefully looked at Zhuqiu Luoyan, who was not far away. Ning Aoshue was almost 20 years old, and Zhuqiu Luoyan was 4 or 5 years older than her. Then, wouldn't Zhuqiu Luoyan's age be about the same as Zhuqiu Qinyu's? It seemed that these two people should be related. Moreover, after Wang Haoren took a closer look, he found that Zhuqiu Luoyan was a little like a miniature version of Zhuqiu Qinyu. Maybe they really were twins. After coming to this conclusion, Wang Haoren could not help but feel happy. He was still regretting that there were so many female leads in the harem. How could there be no twin female leads? This was the standard for the harem. Now, wasn't it here? Wang Haoran was secretly happy for a while, but he suddenly felt a little strange. It was because Zhuqiu Luoyan looked too young. Just thinking about it made him feel guilty. Why does Zhuqiu Luoyan look like she's only 13 or 14 years old? Wang Haoran asked Ning Aoxue curiously. The Zhuqiu family has a family heirloom technique. After practicing it, you can maintain your current body shape. When you practice it to the highest level, your body shape can become normal in a short time. Ning Aoxue slowly explained. Ning Aoxue explained slowly, Zhuqiu Qinyu started practicing when she was 13 years old. She hasn't mastered it yet. That's why she looks like this. When Wang Haoran heard this, he immediately understood. It sounded a little ridiculous, but when he thought about it, it made sense. It was like the 8 Baron Liuhe unique skill practiced by the Tianshan child in the Sky Dragon. She could return to her youth after a certain number of years. Of course, the cultivation method of the Zhuqiu family was definitely not the 8 Baron Liuhe unique skill, but it had a similar effect. The Zhuqiu family was able to become the top of the top 10 martial arts families, and the old man Zhuqiu was also a master of Danjin. The cultivation method of the Zhuqiu family must be very powerful. To some extent, the cultivation method of the Zhuqiu family was even more powerful than the one practiced by the Tianshan child. Because the level of martial arts in this world seemed to be higher than that of the Sky Dragon. After all, the true qi cultivated in the Sky Dragon could not be cultivated for several years in 1 year. It was completely dependent on the number of years. Moreover, only that kind of superior cultivation method could accumulate true qi to a certain extent. The 3 masters of the Xiaoyao sect each had 70 years of genuine qi, which added up to 210 years. The old man Zhuqiu alone had 150 years of genuine qi. Judging from the density of his genuine qi, he could be compared to 2 masters. It was reasonable to say that the cultivation method of the Zhuqiu family was above the 8 Baron Liuhe unique skill. Thinking of this, Wang Haoran estimated himself. Now that he had 400 years of genuine qi, did it mean that he could be compared to 2 masters of the Xiaoyao sect who had 210 years of genuine qi? Wang Haoran suddenly had an idea and started to estimate. Just as these thoughts flashed through his mind, Zhuqiu Luoyan and old man Zhuqiu walked closer and closer until they were less than 10 meters away from him. Wang Haoran and Ning Aoxue's gazes were noticed by both of them. Old man Zhuqiu's eyes were calm, and there was no obvious change in his expression. When Zhuqiu Luoyan saw Ning Aoxue, a trace of tit for tat flashed in her eyes. If Ning Aoxue was the number 1 genius in Songzhou, then Zhuqiu Luoyan would be number 2. However, the world would only pay attention to the first place and would not pay much attention to the second place. Zhuqiu Luoyan naturally took this to heart. Therefore, she wanted to compete with Ning Aoxue everywhere. After staring at Ning Aoxue for a while, Zhuqiu Luoyan moved her eyes slightly and looked at Wang Haoran next to her. A look of amazement suddenly flashed through her. Young and tender eyes that carried a hint of seduction. Clearly, she was impressed by Wang Chang's handsomeness. Wang Haoran counted 3 seconds in his heart, but the system did not even move a fart. In other words, the super peach blossom halo did not activate. Wang Haoran could not help but feel depressed. At this moment. Ding, the important supporting female lead Zhuqiu Luoyan's favorability towards the host has increased by 40. Current favorability is 40, very friendly. Wang Haoran was stunned for a moment and did not react immediately. Zhuqiu Luoyan was actually a supporting female lead and not the female lead? This result greatly exceeded Wang Haoran's expectations. Although Zhuqiu Luoyan looked to be only 13 years old, her exquisite body was already beginning to take shape. One could see her future beauty from her slightly tender and delicate face. Wang Haoran could predict that after Zhuqiu Luoyan's cultivation technique was completed, she would definitely grow up to be like Zhuqiu Qinyu. However, there were some differences in temperament between the two. Zhuqiu Qinyu had the temperament of a fierce older sister, while Zhuqiu Luoyan gave people a feeling of gentleness with a bit of arrogance. The two were completely different. The two who seemed to be twins, one was the female lead and one was the supporting female lead. This was something that Wang Haoran did not expect at all. After thinking for a bit, Wang Haoran suddenly understood something. In Master Ye's main storyline, there should be a single female lead. Zhuqiu Luoyan should only be a very important supporting female lead. To put it bluntly, it was the type that did not care after flirting. Don't think that a single female lead meant she was noble. From Wang Haoran's point of view, this kind of lead was even worse. Choosing a single female lead, how many supporting female leads' lives were ruined? Since there was no interest, why flirt with them? Flirting with them and not caring, that was too much. Like Yanghua. Wasn't that how seeing Yanghua ruined their lives came about? Flirting with them when they didn't like them and not taking responsibility after flirting with them. How many women were left alone for a lifetime? On this point, Wang Haoran shamelessly felt that he was a more realistic villain. He was a scumbag, but he had the firm thought of giving all the girls he flirted with a home. Wouldn't it be great if everyone was happy? Wang Haoran silently cursed for a bit before communicating with the system and giving an order. Zhuqiu Luoyan being a supporting female lead was even better. Ding. The host has used the charm halo on the important supporting female lead Zhuqiu Luoyan. Zhuqiu Luoyan's affection towards the host has increased to 100. Ding. The host has influenced the plot. Received 4,000 villain points. Yi Fan protagonist aura -200, host villain aura +200. Yi Fan, such a main character name. There was no need to mention the main character surname Yi, and the character Fan was also a common character. Not to mention, Qing Fan's Fan was a good example. After receiving the system notification, Wang Haoran looked at Zhuqiu Luoyan again. He saw that the way she looked at him had clearly changed. Wang Haoran knew that this girl had completely fallen. But to be honest, although Zhuqiu Luoyan was actually 24 or 25 years old, she only looked 13 on the surface. Being stared at by Zhuqiu Luoyan like this, Wang Haoran felt quite strange. Ning Aoxue, who is this person beside you? Is he your lover? Zhuqiu Luoyan clearly wanted to know about Wang Haoran, but she was too embarrassed to ask Wang Haoran directly. So she provoked Ning Aoxue and wanted her to say it. This is my friend. Although Ning Aoxue's heart belonged to someone, but her face was not thick enough to lie before confirming her relationship with Wang Haoran. So it's a friend. Zhuqiu Luoyan smiled happily. But Ning Aoxue frowned. A woman's intuition had always been very accurate. She could faintly see that Zhuqiu Luoyan had other thoughts about Wang Haoran beside her. After determining this, Ning Aoxue looked at Zhuqiu Luoyan. Her originally unkind eyes were now filled with hostility. Ning Aoxue and Zhuqiu Luoyan's eyes met in the air, and sparks were faintly flashing. Wang Haoran suddenly felt that the atmosphere was a bit wrong. He really wanted to say that they didn't need to fight. But on such an occasion, he could only think about it in his heart. He couldn't say it out loud. Little brat, pay attention to yourself. Don't think too much. After staring at each other for a while, Ning Aoxue broke the silence first and said some sharp words. Zhuqiu Luoyan didn't pay much attention to her figure just now. After being reminded by Ning Aoxue, she immediately reacted. She did look a little small. Compared with Ning Aoxue, she didn't have any advantage. However, Zhuqiu Luoyan was naturally unwilling to admit this. Thus, she retorted, "You don't have to worry about that. My family's cultivation technique will be completed very soon. At most, in a few months, I will be able to recover my normal figure." After hearing that, Ning Aoxue's rosy lips curled into a faint sneer. As far as I know, it seems that the Zhuqiu family's heirloom cultivation method requires one to reach the realm of neutralizing strength Great Grandmaster before it can be regarded as complete. What you're trying to say is that you'll be able to become a neutralizing Jing Grandmaster within a few months. Why don't we have a competition? Zhuqiu Luoyan's inner thoughts were exposed. She secretly gritted her teeth and said angrily, "Come on, do you think I'm afraid of you?" Ning Aoxue was indeed stronger, but Zhuqiu Luoyan believed that even if she lost, Ning Aoxue wouldn't gain too much advantage. The atmosphere suddenly became hostile. Just when Zhuqiu Luoyan was about to step forward and fight with Ning Aoxue, the old man Zhuqiu who had been silent suddenly said, "Luoyan, the martial arts conference of the top 10 aristocratic families is imminent. It's not good to make more trouble. When the voice entered her ears, Zhuqiu Luoyan immediately calmed down. The old man Zhuqiu didn't deliberately lower his voice, so Ning Aoshue naturally heard it. Ning Aoshue instantly extinguished the idea of fighting with Zhuqiu Luoyan. The old man Zhuqiu was here. Although he wouldn't bully her, if she made Zhuqiu Luoyan suffer a big loss, the old man Zhuqiu would definitely not stand by. This confrontation was actually unfavorable to Ning Aoshue. Ning Aoshue was not stupid. She had already understood this point, but because she cared too much about Wang Haoran, she lost her mind. Old man Zhuqiu's words gave her a way out. How could Ning Aoshue be insensible? Old man Zhuqiu gave Wang Haoran a deep look. He was old and shrewd. Naturally, he could see that his granddaughter was jealous of Ning Aoshue, but he didn't oppose it. He even acquiesced to Zhuqiu Luoyan's actions. Although Wang Haoran didn't seem to have the slightest bit of true energy, and looked like an ordinary person, it was precisely because of this that he was even more shocked. Ning Aoshue was the favored daughter of heaven in the Tsong province. She was jealous of the man next to her. To a certain extent, this proved that this man was absolutely not an ordinary person. He was most likely a cultivator. A cultivator that even he could not see through was enough to prove that this young man was very strong. At least, she was better than Ning Aoshue. Otherwise, how could Ning Aoshue let go of her delicate attitude, and this young man was about the same age as Ning Aoshue, which made old man Zhuqiu more interested. He even wanted to pull Wang Haoran to the Zhuqiu family. The girl of the Ning family was beautiful. Was the girl of the Zhuqiu family bad? You are not from the Tsong province, are you? How should I address you? Old man Zhuqiu asked Wang Haoran with a smile. If he was the protagonist, would this old man warn him to stay away from Zhuqiu Luoyan? Wang Haoran thought with interest and replied, that's right. Qingling, Wang Haoran. Old man Zhuqiu nodded and said with a smile, no wonder. If you are in the Tsong province, you must be a well-known figure. Even Ning Aoshue is far inferior to you. Old fox, do you think I can't see through such an obvious test? Wang Haoran secretly complained, but on the surface, he acquiesced. He didn't pretend to be an ordinary person as usual. The purpose of his coming here was to persuade the Zhuqiu family to cancel the meeting of the top 10 martial arts families. If he didn't have any ability, how could he make the Zhuqiu family listen to him? How could he make Zhuqiu Luoyan faint with his handsomeness? It was true that old man Zhuqiu doted on his granddaughter, but this was related to the martial arts situation in the Tsong province and the position of the Zhuqiu family's leader. Zhuqiu Luoyan might not be able to persuade him. Now that old man Zhuqiu thought that his martial arts were outstanding, of course, he would follow his wishes. Why should he deny it? You are a guest from afar. I see that you and I are fated. After the morning exercise, would you do me the honor of visiting my humble home? Old man Zhuqiu saw that he was almost done, so he invited. Senior, it would be impolite for me to refuse your kindness. Wang Haoran originally wanted to talk with old man Zhuqiu. This was exactly what he wanted, so he naturally agreed. After Zhuqiu Luoyan heard it, she was so excited that she almost jumped up. Seeing this scene, Ning Aoshue frowned slightly, as if she was afraid that Wang Haoran would be snatched away by Zhuqiu Luoyan if he went to the Zhuqiu family. Don't worry, I'm going to do something serious. Wang Haoran comforted Ning Aoshue with a sound transmission using genuine qi. Ning Aoshue's frowning brows relaxed in an instant. Old man Zhuqiu and Zhuqiu Luoyan began to practice a set of light punches and kicks. Wang Haoran sat on the side and waited, not doing anything. Ning Aoshue also didn't leave immediately, but quietly accompanied by the side. Wang Haoran looked at the punches and kicks in front of him thoughtfully. To be honest, except for Wing Chun, he didn't have any other punches and kicks. He relied on genuine qi to fight. In the case of genuine qi cultivation, naturally, he was always at a disadvantage. It could be said that one force could break all methods. But in a situation where the cultivation of true qi was about the same, the martial arts of fists and feet would be very important. Wang Haoran carefully looked at the set of light and slow moves that old man Zhuqiu and Zhuqiu Luoyan were practicing. It looked ordinary, but there was something special about it. Wang Haoran secretly learned a little, and even demonstrated it in his mind. Soon, he found that this set of moves wasn't smooth, and seemed to be flawed and incomplete. The moves were flawed, incomplete, the park, the old man, the young girl. Some words appeared in Wang Haoren's mind, and he was terrified when he thought about it. F***ck, what a familiar trick, wasn't this the classic, melodramatic, routine in many novels? The old man in the park, the young girl, the moves flawed and incomplete. Everything was ready, the stage was set, and they were just waiting for the protagonist to show off. After Wang Haoren judged this point, he was very excited. There was no doubt that the protagonist of this routine was Master Yi, who was suspected to be the protagonist of Immortal Cultivation. Wang Haoren had a protagonist memory copy card. If he copied Master Yi's memory, he could get all the Immortal Cultivation techniques in his memory. I've been looking forward to it for so long. Finally, I have a chance to change from martial cultivation to immortal cultivation. Wang Haoren was nervous and excited. He looked around, looking for Master Yi. Most people would not dare to disturb the place where old Master Xianxia and his granddaughter were cultivating. Wang Haoren scanned his surroundings, looking for this ignorant person. Soon, he found a boy who looked like he was 18 years old. The boy looked ordinary, but when he walked with his hands behind his back. His face was calm, as if nothing could affect his mood. He did not look like an 18-year-old boy at all. Moreover, he did not know if this guy liked peace and quiet or if he was ignorant. He was walking toward old Master Xianxia and his granddaughter. However, it did not matter which reason it was. The important thing was that Wang Haoren was almost certain that this boy was Yi Fan. He communicated with the system and checked it immediately. Protagonist, Yi Fan, Combat Strength, 26087 Charm, 89 Protagonist Aura, 29078 Skill, Golden Finger. A celestial failed unification and was reborn 1000 years ago. Current cultivation level, Qi Refinement Level 5. After Wang Haoren took a quick look, he couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air, and his heart twitched. Initially, he had thought that Yi Fan would stumble upon an immortal cultivation method and embark on the path of immortal cultivation. It turned out that Yi Fan was not an ordinary immortal cultivator. He was reborn as an immortal. The disparity between the two was huge. However, this feeling of depression did not last long. It was soon replaced by ecstasy. From the perspective of the protagonist memory duplication card, it was better that Yi Fan was a celestial. This was because Wang Haoren would be able to gain more knowledge and knowledge. This Yi Fan had 1000 years of experience, just the thought of it was terrifying enough. Wang Haoren communicated with the system nervously and immediately issued an order. Ding. The host has used the protagonist memory duplication card on Yi Fan. Beginning to duplicate Yi Fan's memory and insert it into the host's memory. As the system's notification rang out, Wang Haoren felt as if there were mountains and seas of information surging into his mind. Images of Yi Fan's childhood flashed through Wang Haoren's mind rapidly. These memories were not important at all. They were just some things from a child's childhood. It was very boring. Wang Haoren flipped through it and felt very stuffy. These memories were transmitted according to the timeline. For the time being, Wang Haoren stopped looking at these memories and focused on reality. While Wang Haoren was investigating, Yi Fan was getting closer and closer. Fortunately, he was walking very slowly and was still a few dozen meters away. Old Man Xianxia and Xianxia Luoyan were focused on practicing the light and slow martial arts. Wang Haoren could already guess what would happen when Yi Fan got closer. When Yi Fan saw Old Man Xianxia and Xianxia Luoyan's martial arts, he laughed and shook his head. Xianxia Luoyan was a bit unruly, so she was not convinced. She asked Yi Fan why he was laughing. Yi Fan ignored him. Xianxia Luoyan attacked. Yi Fan could start showing off and intimidate Xianxia Luoyan. Old Man Xianxia was shocked when he saw Yi Fan attack. This young man is more powerful than me. Then, he wanted to befriend Yi Fan. At this time, Yi Fan would definitely not reveal his real name. Because if he did, Old Man Xianxia would know that he was the person the 10 great families were targeting. In that case, the meeting of the 10 great families would not be able to proceed. It would not be convenient for Yi Fan to show off. As long as he hid his identity, he could create the effect of showing off. During the meeting of the 10 great families, Yi Fan suddenly appeared. Old Man Xianxia's expression would definitely be very interesting, but it was too late to stop him. The 10 great families joined forces and attacked Yi Fan. At first, it was a one-on-one battle, but after a while, Yi Fan felt bored and said, "All of you, come at me." Wang Haoren was all too familiar with this kind of old trick. He put away the thought of complaining and quickly said to Old Man Zhuqiu and Zhuqiu Luoyan before Yi Fan came over. "I've heard a lot about the Zhuqiu family, the leader of the 10 great families in Songzhou. I really can't wait. Why don't we go to the Zhuqiu family now?" Hearing Wang Haoren's words, Old Man Zhuqiu and Zhuqiu Luoyan stopped fighting and held their breath. Zhuqiu Luoyan could not wait to invite Wang Haoren to the Zhuqiu family. After hearing Wang Haoren's words, she was naturally very happy and immediately replied, "Okay, let's go now." Old Man Zhuqiu also nodded with a smile. "It's my negligence to let you wait here." Wang Haoren smiled and told Ning Aoxue to go back first. Ning Aoxue was a little worried, but she still nodded and asked Wang Haoren to come back as soon as possible. Wang Haoren agreed and then urged Ning Aoxue to go quickly. Although Yi Fan's main storyline was a single female lead, Wang Haoren was still afraid that there would be some plot with Ning Aoxue. Naturally, he wanted Ning Aoxue to leave quickly. Wang Haoren was relieved after seeing Ning Aoxue leave. At this moment, Yi Fan was about 10 meters away. Wang Haoren quickly asked Old Man Zhuqiu to lead the way. Seeing Wang Haoren in such a hurry, Old Man Zhuqiu thought that he really could not wait to visit the Zhuqiu family. He immediately smiled from ear to ear and quickly led the way. Without the boxing incident as a trigger, Yi Fan did not have any interaction with Old Man Zhuqiu after seeing him. Old Man Zhuqiu had never seen Master Yi before. He only thought that he was an ordinary boy and did not pay much attention to him. Just like that, Yi Fan missed the plot. Ding! The host has influenced the plot. Received 4,000 villain points. Yi Fan's protagonist aura -200. Host's villain aura +200. Wang Haoren successfully received a wave of rewards and went to the Zhuqiu family with Old Man Zhuqiu and Zhuqiu Luoyan. After some time, Wang Haoren arrived in front of a grand and imposing mansion. Most of the buildings in Songzhou maintained the ancient style. The Zhuqiu family's mansion was absolutely luxurious. It was comparable to the mansion of a prince in ancient times. However, the Zhuqiu family's position as the head of the top 10 martial arts families was completely worthy of this mansion. Old Man Zhuqiu invited Wang Haoren into the mansion and came to a living room. After asking the servants to serve the best tea, Old Man Zhuqiu and Wang Haoren chatted for a while and gradually got to the point. "Little friend, if I'm not wrong, your strength is definitely in the realm of neutralizing Grandmaster. Even in the hidden Jianghu, with this cultivation, you would be the master of a sect. You're really a young hero." The sudden compliment made Wang Haoren guess something. "Senior, you want me to attend the meeting of the top 10 martial arts families in Songzhou, right?" Old Man Zhuqiu was stunned. Then, his old face squeezed together and revealed a smile. "Little friend, you're really smart. No wonder your martial arts cultivation is so high at such a young age. Actually, I'm here for the meeting of the 10 martial arts families." Wang Haoren picked up the teacup on the tea table next to him, took a sip, and continued, "Actually, I came here for the meeting of the 10 martial arts families. However, I hope that the meeting of the top 10 martial arts families will be cancelled." The smile on Old Man Zhuqiu's face grew wider when he heard the first part of Wang Haoren's speech. However, the second part of his speech made his old face scrunch up. "What do you mean, young friend?" Old Man Zhuqiu's expression turned serious. He could not tell whether Wang Haoren was a friend or a foe. "Don't worry. I'm not with Mr. Yi," Wang Haoren clarified and continued. "At least you know each other, right?" Old Man Zhuqiu asked in surprise. "You can take it that we're enemies," Wang Haoren said. Old Man Zhuqiu was even more confused when he heard that. "If that's the case, why are you stopping the meeting of the 10 martial arts families?" "Because you're too weak. Even if all of you work together, you won't be able to defeat Master Yi," Wang Haoren said bluntly. "You must be joking, young friend." Old Man Zhuqiu naturally did not believe him. The martial arts in Songzhou had been developing for many years. The 10 martial arts families were extremely powerful when they joined forces. How could they not even defeat Master Yi? Seeing Old Man Zhuqiu's reaction, Wang Haoren knew that this stubborn old man would not change his mind if he did not show him something practical. With that in mind, Wang Haoren did not deliberately hide all of his true qi. He revealed half of his true qi cultivation base. His aura spread out and soon disappeared. Even so, old man Zhuqiu still noticed it. "You're actually an elixir gene grandmaster?" Old man Zhuqiu was shocked. He thought that Wang Haoren was only a Huajin grandmaster with 100 years of true qi. He never expected that Wang Haoren was actually an elixir gene grandmaster with 200 years of true qi. Wang Haoren caught a glimpse of old man Zhuqiu's reaction and was secretly amused. 200 years of true qi and you're so surprised? If I reveal 400 years of true qi cultivation base, you'll be scared to death. He thought to himself mockingly. However, the mockery soon dissipated. Although 400 years of true qi was amazing, it was nothing compared to Yi Fan's. As he absorbed more and more memories, Wang Haoren also had a basic understanding of some of the ways of immortal cultivation. The limit of martial arts was 500 years worth of true qi. Hence, they were known as land immortals. But if he really wanted to make a fuss about it, the title of human immortal Lu Di was just smearing gold on his face. This was because human immortal Lu Di was only equivalent to the 5th level of qi disciple. What was the refinement stage? This was the beginning stage of cultivation. There were a total of 9 levels in the qi refinement stage. The gap between martial arts and immortal cultivation was like a natural chasm. He might be impressive in front of old man Zhuqiu, but he was nothing in front of Yi Fan. Wang Haoren's villainous aura was already very high. Logically speaking, when he met Yi Fan, even if Yi Fan did not show any hostility towards him, he would at least pay special attention to him. But Yi Fan didn't. The reason was simple. Even though Yi Fan was only at the 5th level of qi disciple, he still had the vision and pride of a celestial lord. In Yi Fan's eyes, the people around him were just ants. Why would he pay special attention to ants? That's nothing. That Grandmaster Yi is even more powerful. If the 10 great martial arts families gather together to deal with Grandmaster Yi, it's like hitting a rock with an egg. You're just asking for trouble, Wang Haoren said calmly. Old man Zhuqiu became timid when he heard that. Forget about Grandmaster Yi, even if the martial arts families worked together, they might not be able to gain an advantage over someone of Wang Haoren's cultivation. If we don't work together, are we going to let Grandmaster Yi deal with us one by one? Old man Zhuqiu was worried. Wang Haoren had already guessed that one of the 10 great martial arts families had offended Yi Fan. And after knowing that Yi Fan was a celestial lord, he was almost certain of that. If it wasn't necessary, Yi Fan would definitely not mess with martial arts cultivators. It was not worth it at all. Moreover, Wang Haoren had obtained Yi Fan's memories and learned about Yi Fan's way of doing things and principles. Yi Fan would not provoke ants. If he really did make a move, it could only mean that the ant was too noisy. It was like a normal person walking on the road. If he saw an ant, he would not deliberately step on it. However, if the ant insisted on walking on the road, it would be a different story. That was probably the reason why Yi Fan had a conflict with some of the martial arts families. Of course, Wang Haoren would definitely not say those words to old man Zhuqiu. If you guys work together, you'll only alert the enemy and affect my plan. Cancel the meeting of the 10 great martial arts families. I'll deal with Grandmaster Yi, Wang Haoren said. In that case, I'll have to trouble you, little friend, old man Zhuqiu agreed. He then reminded earnestly, little friend, you must be careful so that you won't be at a disadvantage in the hands of Grandmaster Yi. He's at most a little stronger than me. If we really fight, I might not be able to defeat him, but I won't be at a disadvantage, Wang Haoren said casually. However, in reality, he was no match for Yi Fan at all. That guy was also an immortal venerable. Although he was only at 50% of the qi refinement stage, Wang Haoren was still far from being his match. The only thing Wang Haoren could rely on was his deep understanding of Yi Fan's character after copying his memories. Yi Fan was definitely not someone who would take the initiative to cause trouble. It was impossible for him to be calculated with an ant. Wang Haoren had grasped this point. As long as the meeting of the 10 great martial arts families to discuss how to deal with Yi Fan was cancelled, Yi Fan would definitely not cause trouble. Although old man Zhuqiu was old and experienced, Wang Haoren's acting was worthy of being called the best actor. Old man Zhuqiu could not tell that Wang Haoren was bluffing at all. After hearing Wang Haoren's words, he immediately believed it. Old man Zhuqiu looked at Wang Haoren with an even more fervent gaze after this thought popped up in his mind. "Why are you standing outside and eavesdropping? Hurry up and come in," old man Zhuqiu said to the direction outside the living room. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhuqiu Luoyan's head popped out from the door of the living room. Old man Zhuqiu and Wang Haoren had long discovered that Zhuqiu Luoyan was eavesdropping. However, they did not point it out. It was only when old man Zhuqiu suddenly thought of something that he called out Zhuqiu Luoyan who was eavesdropping. "What eavesdropping?" "I'm just passing by," Zhuqiu Luoyan walked in openly. She did not admit that she was eavesdropping at all. Naturally, old man Zhuqiu would not dwell on this matter. In fact, he had long seen through his granddaughter's thoughts about Wang Haoren. Old man Zhuqiu did not object to this at all. In fact, he even wanted to facilitate this matter. After organizing his words, old man Zhuqiu chuckled and said to Wang Haoren, "Young man Zhuqiu, you don't seem to understand. Young friend, don't be fooled by Luoyan's appearance of 13 or 14 years old. In fact, she is already over 20 years old. It's only because she has practiced our Zhuqiu family's heirloom cultivation method that her figure is petite. But you don't have to worry. When Luoyan's heirloom cultivation method is fully mastered, it won't take long for her figure to return to her normal age." While speaking, Zhuqiu Luoyan looked at Wang Haoren meaningfully and continued. "Young friend, didn't you say earlier that you wanted to take a good look at the Zhuqiu family? The Zhuqiu family is very big and it will take some time to tour. Why don't you stay in my Zhuqiu clan's residence for the night and let Luoyan take you around?" Old man Zhuqiu's words were like a broken window paper. He almost pushed Zhuqiu Luoyan into Wang Haoren's arms. As long as one was not a fool, one could naturally understand old man Zhuqiu's meaning. Zhuqiu Luoyan's face was red. She blamed her grandpa for speaking without thinking. She opened her mouth and wanted to refute, but she closed her mouth again after thinking about it. Although her grandfather's words were straightforward and made her feel ashamed as a girl, this was what she had been looking forward to. Since her grandpa intended to facilitate this matter, wasn't it good? Thinking of this, Zhuqiu Luoyan suddenly looked nervously at Wang Haoren to see his reaction. Facing old man Zhuqiu's enthusiasm, Wang Haoren's eyes flickered, and then he replied, "Thank you for your kindness, old man Zhuqiu. But I have something to do later, so I won't stay here." This was not him being pretentious, but Zhuqiu Luoyan looked too young. What could she do here? At most, they could chat. Wang Haoren was not interested. If he had to talk with a woman all night, he would rather go back to Ning family to find Ning Xiaoxue. After hearing Wang Haoren's tactful refusal, old man Zhuqiu's wrinkled face flashed with disappointment. Zhuqiu Luoyan on the side bowed her head and said nothing. Her expression was extremely gloomy. Her small hands were also tightly grasping the corner of her clothes, which showed that her heart was not calm. After a moment of silence, Zhuqiu Luoyan raised her head again. She seemed to have gathered her courage and said, "In your eyes, I'm not as beautiful as Ning Xiaoxue, right? You are all beautiful. Each of you has your own charm. There is no difference between the two of you." Wang Haoren explained with a smile. "Then why do you? Is it because I look too young? In 2 years at most, my family's cultivation method will definitely be cultivated to the advanced level. At that time I will be able to look like a normal person." Zhuqiu Luoyan cared too much about this matter, so she couldn't help but anxiously reveal her heart. As she spoke, she suddenly felt that 2 years was too long, so she immediately added, "I know that 2 years is a little long, but it doesn't affect anything." In ancient times, women had already given birth at the age of 13. After saying this, Zhuqiu Luoyan's face was so red that it was about to bleed. However, the meaning behind his words was already very clear. The implication was that she could do whatever Ning Xiaoxue could do. When old man Zhuqiu heard his granddaughter's words, an awkward expression appeared on his old face. His granddaughter was considered a young lady from a prestigious family. How could she be so shameless when she spoke? It was simply ruining the reputation of the Zhuqiu family. But on second thought, how was his words any better than his granddaughter's? Any normal person would be able to see that she was pushing her granddaughter into Wang Haoren's arms. Old man Zhuqiu weighed the pros and cons and still felt that the future of the family was more important than the reputation of the family. Moreover, there was only Wang Haoren here, so he probably wouldn't tell anyone. Thinking of this, old man Zhuqiu added, "My young friend, Luo Yan is no worse than Ning Aoshui of the Ning family, and there is one thing that Ning Aoshui can't compare with her." While speaking, old man Zhuqiu's eyes revealed a trace of wretchedness. Wang Haoren caught this slight emotional change and immediately became curious. He asked subconsciously, "What is it?" "My young friend, have you heard of the word nurture?" Old man Zhuqiu hinted. Hearing this, Wang Haoren glanced at Zhuqiu Luo Yan, who was in a lowly form, and immediately understood. Old man Zhuqiu looked serious. He was originally a frivolous old man, but he actually knew about nurture. However, when he said that and was reminded by this frivolous old man, Wang Haoren was weirdly moved. "Old man, you lead me astray," Wang Haoren secretly complained for a while, but on the surface, he maintained a serious look, looked at Zhuqiu Luo Yan, and said, "It's not that I don't mean it, but I really have something to do tonight, so it's really inconvenient for me to stay here. Next time, if there's a chance, I'll definitely come over and have a chat with Miss Zhuqiu." While speaking, he cast a glance at Zhuqiu Luo Yan. Zhuqiu Luo Yan instantly turned from worry to joy, and she was overjoyed. Saying such frivolous words to his granddaughter in front of him. Old man Zhuqiu was slightly embarrassed. However, this was a great thing for the Zhuqiu family. "By the way, do you have a twin sister?" Wang Haoren suddenly thought of something and asked Zhuqiu Luo Yan. "Twin sister?" "Of course not." Zhuqiu Luo Yan was puzzled for a while, shook her head and replied. "No." Wang Haoren couldn't help but be a little disappointed. Was it really a coincidence that Zhuqiu Luo Yan and Zhuqiu Qinyu had similar names and appearances? However, just as Wang Haoren was thinking about this, old man Zhuqiu suddenly asked in surprise. "My young friend, why do you ask?" "I have a friend called Zhuqiu Qinyu. She's about 24 or 25 years old." Wang Haoren paused for a while, looked at Zhuqiu Luo Yan, and continued. "She's very similar to you. In terms of appearance, she's basically an adult version of you." Zhuqiu Luo Yan was stunned, and looked at her grandfather with some doubts. Old man Zhuqiu's face was filled with shock, and he immediately jumped up from his seat. He hurriedly asked, "My young friend, are you serious?" "I'm not that bored to make such a joke," Wang Haoren said. "Then, is there a tattoo of the word Zhuqiu Qinyu in red on her left shoulder?" Old man Zhuqiu was so excited that he asked incoherently. When Wang Haoren heard this, he couldn't help but want to ridicule this old man. He already said that he was friends with Zhuqiu Qinyu. What did this old man mean? Did he think that he had taken a look? However, to be honest, Wang Haoren had seen it with his X-ray vision. He vaguely remembered that there were these words on one of Zhuqiu Qinyu's shoulders. At that time, he only thought that Zhuqiu Qinyu had tattooed herself because she thought it was fun. After all, Zhuqiu Qinyu was a big sister. Wasn't it normal to have some tattoos? Moreover, the tattoo was her name. This was even less of a surprise. However, after seeing old man Zhuqiu's reaction, he understood that the tattoo on Zhuqiu Qinyu's shoulder was related to her background. No wonder Zhuqiu Qinyu kept the name Zhuqiu Qinyu after she was separated from the Zhuqiu family. It turned out that it was tattooed on her body. "I'm not sure about this, but I can make a call and ask." Of course, Wang Haoren wouldn't directly say that he had seen it. After saying that, Wang Haoren walked to the side and pretended to make a call. Then, he replied to old man Zhuqiu. "She said there is. It must be her. So Qinyu is still alive." "Luo Yan, you do have a twin sister called Zhuqiu Qinyu." Old man Zhuqiu was so excited that he was like a child. He danced with joy and even seemed a little crazy. When Wang Haoren saw his reaction, he guessed that this was a scene of a lost child. "Sister." Zhuqiu Luo Yan muttered to herself. Then, she revealed an extremely excited smile. She had always been looking forward to what she would look like when she grew up. However, no matter how she imagined it, it felt a little unreal. Her twin sister's appearance must be what she would look like when she grew up, right? "Young friend, where is Qinyu?" "Where is she?" Old man Zhuqiu quickly asked. She's in Qingling, Wang Haoren replied Old Man Zhuqiu. She's in Qingling? That's great. Little friend, quickly take me to her. Old Man Zhuqiu was very agitated and urged him. The date of the meeting of the top 10 martial arts families in Songzhou has been set. You can't stop it if you don't show up personally. Wang Haoren reminded him. He could understand Old Man Zhuqiu's feelings, but it was urgent. Zhuqiu Qingyu was in Qingling, and she wouldn't run away. However, he had to solve the problem in Songzhou as soon as possible. Yes, you're right, Old Man Zhuqiu suppressed his eagerness and said quickly after hearing Wang Haoren's words. I'll inform the other martial arts families to cancel the meeting immediately. That's great. I'll go back to Qingling after this. Let's go together. Wang Haoren said. Old Man Zhuqiu nodded and asked Zhuqiu Luoyan to entertain Wang Haoren, while he went to do something important. Wang Haoren stayed in the Zhuqiu family for half a day. He visited the Zhuqiu family's mansion symbolically and returned to the Ning family in the evening. Ning Aoshue was afraid that Wang Haoren wouldn't come back. She stood at the door of the Ning family like a rock waiting for her husband. When she saw Wang Haoren, Ning Aoshue, who was in a petrified state, seemed to come back to life. The Ning family prepared a sumptuous dinner to entertain Wang Haoren. After dinner, Wang Haoren went back to his bedroom to organize his memories. He started to receive Yi Fan's memories in the early morning. He didn't finish until now. Wang Haoren immediately flipped through these memories and found some key points from them. Before Yi Fan was reborn, his cultivation was at the peak of the tribulation stage. Cultivators at this stage were called immortal primes. Yi Fan was his name, but he had another name, Xiantian, which was Yi Xiantian. After he started cultivating, Yi Fan used the name Yi Xiantian. Therefore, after Yi Fan reached the tribulation stage, he was called Xiantian Immortal Primes. He was one of the few immortal sovereigns in the universe. After the peak of the crossing calamity stage, it was the unifying path stage. Merging one's body with the universe and achieving immortality was known as Dao unification. If the Dao integration was successful, Yi Fan would become the supreme ruler of this universe. However, it was a pity that Yi Fan's heart demon had appeared when he was trying to merge with the Dao. This inner demon directly caused Yi Fan to fail his unification and almost die. However, with the blessing of the protagonist's halo, he was lucky enough to be reborn as a teenager on the Blue Planet. The so-called Blue Planet was the planet that Wang Haoren was standing on. As for Yi Fan's heart demon, it was also very interesting. It was because of a woman. She was a woman who also lived on the Blue Planet, and her female lead halo was very powerful. Because this woman had also embarked on the journey of cultivation. In Yi Fan's memory, he liked this woman in his previous life. However, due to various reasons, the two of them did not end up together. Later on, because of an accident, this woman was killed and her Dao dissipated. When Yi Fan heard the news, he was furious. At that time, his cultivation was also very high. In order to seek revenge, he slaughtered all life on the planet that had caused the woman's death. Since then, Yi Fan had been brooding over it, but he eventually forgot about it. He did not deliberately think about it and even forgot about this woman. Even when he was in the tribulation transcendence realm, nothing happened. However, when he was trying to merge with the Dao, his past memories surfaced. Only then did he realize that his heart was missing, resulting in a terrifying inner demon. So he had not forgotten that woman and had always loved her deeply. However, this woman was already dead, becoming an irreparable regret for him. During the Dao unification, the greatest taboo was to lose one's heart. This caused Yi Fan to fail his Dao unification. From Yi Fan's memories, Wang Haoren learned that this woman's name was Fang Yuru. After embarking on the path of cultivation, her cultivation progressed very smoothly. After she became famous, she was called Fairy Yuru. Wang Haoren was 100% certain that this was the single female lead in Yi Fan's main storyline. After Yi Fan's rebirth, he began cultivating again. In order to make up for the loss in his heart, he naturally wanted to make up for this regret. After sorting out these thoughts, Wang Haoren had a good plan to deal with Yi Fan. Fang Yuru was absolutely important to Yi Fan. She was even related to the progress of Yi Fan's cultivation. In the path of immortal cultivation, there was a saying that one had to have a clear mind. Only by having a clear mind could one's cultivation progress rapidly. If one's mind was not clear, one's cultivation would be hindered. Under depression, it might even lead to inner demons. This was a very terrifying thing for immortal cultivators. Ignoring ordinary immortal cultivators, even immortal supremacies at the tribulation transcendence realm would not be able to withstand inner demons. Immortal supremacy mystic heaven was the best example. If Feng Yuru's heart was stolen by someone, or even, what would happen, what would Yifan think? In his previous life, although Yifan and Feng Yuru liked each other, they had never held hands. After Yifan's rebirth, he was determined to woo Feng Yuru. But before he even took action, Feng Yuru was already someone else's. How uncomfortable would that be? Wang Haoran thought for a moment and instantly felt that this plan was brilliant. Moreover, looking at the timeline, this plan was very feasible. Because in his previous life, Yifan and Feng Yuru did not know each other at this time. At this time, Yifan was still in his third year of high school in Xianxia while Feng Yuru was in her third year of high school in another city. They only met in university after their third year of high school. It was only October now. The college entrance exam would be in June next year and school would start in September. It was still a long time before the two of them met. Of course, Yifan had the memories of his previous life and naturally knew Feng Yuru. But at this time, Feng Yuru still did not know Yifan. Wang Haoran wanted to use this information gap to intercept Yifan. The plan to deal with Yifan was already clear. Wang Haoran quickly thought of another thing. Yifan was now at Qi refining stage 5, which was equivalent to a demigod at the limit of martial arts. However, his real combat power could kill a demigod instantly. This was because Yifan's skills were not martial arts, but divine martial arts. Under the same conditions of true Qi, Yifan's divine martial arts would naturally kill other martial arts. Moreover, to be precise, Yifan did not have true Qi but spiritual Qi. Under the situation where Yifan had not improved, Wang Haoran could not defeat Yifan even if he had reached the level of a demigod with 500 years of true Qi. This was the shortcoming of martial arts cultivation. Only those who cultivated immortality could defeat those who cultivated immortality. Wang Haoran flipped through Yifan's memories and began to look for ways to cultivate immortality. Yifan's 1,000 years of accumulation was simply too huge. There were countless ways to cultivate immortality. Wang Haoran directly looked at Yifan's most powerful immortal cultivation skill, Yudi Longevity Manual. Yifan had relied on this skill to reach the peak of tribulation stage and was only one step away from unification stage. The potential of this skill was actually enough to allow one to reach unification stage. It was naturally self-evident how powerful it was. However, after Wang Haoran roughly looked through it, he realized that the cultivation requirements of this skill were too harsh. This was because the beginner level of the Yudi Longevity Manual required a lot of supplementary cultivation resources. These resources could not be found on Blue Planet. In his previous life, Yifan had also spent a long time collecting the supplementary cultivation resources needed for the youthful the Arch Longevity secret art after he left the Blue Planet and embarked on his journey across the universe. In other words, Yifan had yet to cultivate the youthful the Arch Longevity secret art. Apart from the supplementary cultivation resources, there was another harsh condition, and that was to have the aptitude to cultivate. Wang Haoran did not have it. He only had the aptitude of a mortal. After coming to this conclusion, Wang Haoran could not help but feel a little sad. Speaking of which, he was originally just a rich second-generation villain in the main storyline. It was only with the help of the supervillain system that he gradually became stronger. It was normal for him to not have the aptitude to cultivate. Wang Haoran adjusted his mentality and began to search for an immortal cultivation method that was suitable for him. There were many immortal cultivation paths. However, there were many paths that led to the same destination. The youthful the Arch Longevity secret art was only one of the paths that led to Dao unification. This cultivation method was not created by Yifan. It was created by someone else. However, even the creator of this cultivation method had not succeeded in Dao unification. Yifan had not succeeded either. This was because there could only be one Dao unification cultivator in a universe. There were no Dao unification cultivators in the universe he was in at the moment. This youthful the Arch Longevity secret art had been cultivated by at least 2 people, but both of them had failed. If they did not cultivate it, then so be it. Wang Haoran soon got over it. He searched Yi Fan's memories for other powerful immortal cultivation methods. After searching for a while, Wang Haoran saw a cultivation method called the Devil Emperor Inner Sutra. In essence, this cultivation method was actually a dual cultivation method. However, the name Devil Emperor Inner Sutra was actually given by Yi Fan. However, this cultivation method was not purely about plundering and nourishing. It was beneficial to both parties. This was because a part of the cultivation method was cultivated by the female party. The reason why it was named Devil was because the creator of this cultivation method had a unique behavior. Hence, it was crowned with the word Devil. The creator of this cultivation method was known as the Extreme Heaven Devil Emperor. The Extreme Heaven Devil Emperor was particularly fond of the Tao partners of other male cultivators. Most of his cultivation partners were the Tao companions of other immortal cultivators. Those weak male immortal cultivators who had their Taoist companions snatched naturally had to swallow their anger. However, not only did this Extreme Heaven Devil Emperor snatch the Tao companion of a weak cultivator, he even abducted the Tao companion of a tribulation-passing immortal venerable. In any case, as long as he took a fancy to a female cultivator, he would kidnap her and be done with it. He would not care about the cultivation level of this female cultivator's male companion. In fact, the higher the cultivation of the male companion of a female cultivator, the more interested and excited the Extreme Heaven Devil Emperor was. After the first attempt, the Extreme Heaven Devil Emperor became more and more enthusiastic. He even snatched the Tao companions of 3 male transcending tribulation immortal venerables. Because of this, he incurred the wrath of the public. The Extreme Heaven Devil Emperor's cultivation was only at the tribulation passing stage. The 3 transcending tribulation immortal venerables joined forces and found 2 other transcending tribulation immortal venerables as helpers. One of them was profound heaven immortal venerable Yi Fan. The 5 tribulation passing stage immortal venerables besieged the Extreme Heaven Devil Emperor. The aftermath of the battle had destroyed countless planets. One should know that a celestial venerable in the tribulation passing stage could easily shatter a planet like the blue planet with a single punch. One could imagine the impact caused by the battle of 6 tribulation passing stage immortal venerables. However, what Yi Fan and the others did not expect was that the Extreme Heaven Devil Emperor was much more powerful than they had expected. After a fierce battle, the Extreme Heaven Devil Emperor died with great regret. However, Yi Fan's side also paid a heavy price. Among the 5 tribulation passing stage immortal venerables, profound heaven immortal venerable Yi Fan was severely injured and only fully recovered after 10 years of rest. As for the other 4 tribulation passing stage immortal venerables, one died, one lost half of his cultivation level, and the other 2 suffered irreversible injuries and would never be able to reach the Tao unification stage again. After the Extreme Heaven Devil Emperor died, Yi Fan, who had the lightest injuries, took care of the aftermath. Tribulation passing stage immortal venerables usually had a dojo. This dojo was at least a planetary sector, or it could be many planetary sectors. There were countless planets in a planetary sector. Yi Fan was going to the Extreme Heaven Devil Emperor's dojo to deal with the possible threats. During the search, Yi Fan killed all of the Extreme Heaven Devil Emperor's disciples and all of the Extreme Heaven Devil Emperor's Tao companions. The Extreme Heaven Devil Emperor did not have many disciples, less than 10. It was easy to deal with them. However, the Extreme Heaven Devil Emperor had a terrifying number of Tao companions. As Yi Fan dealt with them, he did a rough calculation and found that there were at least 30 million of them, 30 million Tao companions. Yi Fan was shocked at that time. However, he did not show any mercy and killed all of them. This was because the Extreme Heaven Devil Emperor's cultivation method was too terrifying. More importantly, the Extreme Heaven Devil Emperor had risen in a shorter time than any of the immortal venerables. Not only was the cultivation speed fast, but it was also very strong. Yi Fan was, of course, curious about this. When he was dealing with the threats, he even extracted the memories of the Extreme Heaven Devil Emperor's disciples and Tao companions and obtained the Extreme Heaven Devil Emperor's cultivation method. However, Yi Fan had already cultivated the youthful Thearka's secret art of longevity and his cultivation base had reached the tribulation passing stage. Naturally, he could not change his cultivation method. Moreover, it was not in line with his Tao. Other than Feng Yorua, he had never liked any other woman. In fact, he had never been with Feng Yorua. It could be said that he had been single for 1,000 years. It would be too difficult for him to cultivate such a cultivation method. This was because there were conditions to cultivate the extreme Heaven Devil Emperor's cultivation method. The cultivator and the woman who cultivated the same cultivation method must love each other and have the same thoughts. The extreme Heaven Devil Emperor had 30 million Tao companions. To a certain extent, it was not purely based on the power of his cultivation base. Being popular with women was one thing. Secondly, it was to make those women fall deeply in love with him. However, Yi Fan admitted that he was far from being able to please women. However, the existence of such a cultivation method made Yi Fan feel greatly threatened. The tragic situation of the 5 immortal venerables fighting the extreme Heaven Devil Emperor had just passed. Yi Fan definitely did not want another extreme Heaven Devil Emperor to appear. Therefore, Yi Fan killed everyone who knew about the Devil Emperor's internal scripture. He wanted to make the Devil Emperor's internal scripture disappear forever. However, he neglected one point, which was that he had read the Devil Emperor's internal scripture himself. Cultivators in the Qi refinement stage had a photographic memory, let alone immortal venerables in the tribulation passing stage. Yi Fan knew about the Devil Emperor's internal scripture, so he naturally remembered all the contents. And Wang Haoren obtained Yi Fan's memory, so he also obtained the Devil Emperor's internal scripture. After Wang Haoren finished reading the entire Devil Emperor's internal scripture, the joy in his heart was indescribable. Because this Devil Emperor's internal scripture was just too suitable for him to cultivate. Firstly, the Devil Emperor's internal scripture did not require cultivation talent. Even mortals could cultivate it. Secondly, he was very loving, and it was easy for girls to fall in love with him. This was in line with the Devil Emperor's internal scripture's conditions of mutual love and telepathy. Thirdly, it was not limited by the external spirit Qi environment. Most cultivation methods were to absorb spirit Qi into one's body. In an environment like the cerulean planet where spirit Qi was thin, the progress of one's cultivation would be very slow if one used conventional cultivation methods to cultivate. Yi Fan was currently using conventional methods, which were limited by the external spirit Qi environment. Otherwise, the progress would not be so slow. Yi Fan had already gone through the Qi refinement stage to the tribulation passing stage. Naturally, he had a lot of cultivation experience. If he was in a place with abundant spirit Qi, he would definitely not be at the 5th level of Qi refinement stage. Fourthly, Wang Haoren did not have the weird habit of snatching other people's partners like the extreme Heaven Devil Emperor. Even if he did, he would not do it openly, so he would not be surrounded. This Devil Emperor's internal scripture was completely tailor-made for him. As long as he cultivated well and kept a low profile, he would definitely become stronger step by step. Even the Tao integration stage was within his reach. Now that he had a suitable cultivation method, Wang Haoren naturally wanted to start cultivating as soon as possible. This was also the reason why Wang Haoren didn't want to stay overnight at Suiqiu's house. Because he wanted to sort out Yi Fan's memory and find a suitable cultivation method for himself. However, even if he found the method, he couldn't cultivate it alone. He needed someone to cooperate with him. At present, in Songzhou, the two partners that Wang Haoren could think of were undoubtedly Ning Aoxue and Suiqiu Luoyan. However, although Suiqiu Luoyan was in her 20s, she looked a little young and felt a little guilty. Moreover, she was in Ning's house now. He couldn't go to Suiqiu's house in the middle of the night to find her, right? Wang Haoren directly set Ning Aoxue as his primary target. Thinking of this, he planned to leave the room to trick Ning Aoxue. However, just as he was about to get up, he suddenly heard footsteps outside. Wang Haoren opened his X-ray vision and found that it was Ning Aoxue. Judging from the direction that Ning Aoxue was walking, she seemed to be coming towards him. Wang Haoren simply sat in the room and waited. Not long after, there was a knock on the door, accompanied by Ning Aoxue's voice. "It's me. Is it convenient for me to come in? The door is not closed. Please come in." Wang Haoren sat at a table in the bedroom and replied. Ning Aoxue opened the door and walked in. She walked to the stool at the table gracefully and sat down opposite Wang Haoren. She asked with concern, "You just came to Songzhou?" Are you used to living and eating here? It's quite good. Wang Haoren smiled and said, there are so many delicious dishes in the evening, all of which are to my liking. As for the living environment, there is nothing to be picky about. The environment is quiet and the decoration of the room is extremely luxurious. Of course, these are only secondary. More importantly. While speaking, Wang Haoren couldn't help but stare at Ning Aoshua's eyes and continued, more importantly, I have beauties to accompany me. If possible, I really want to stay here for the rest of my life. Ning Aoshua was stunned, and her face blushed little by little. She was so shy that she didn't dare to look straight into Wang Haoren's eyes. Ding. The host has touched the heart of the female lead, Ning Aoshua. Reward, 900 villain points. It's great that you're satisfied here. I thought you wouldn't be used to it. Ning Aoshua lowered her eyes and said softly. Actually, she knew that Wang Haoren's words sounded like he was trying to please her. After all, Qing Ling had another woman waiting for him. Would he really stay in Song province forever? The answer was, of course, impossible. But even so, Ning Aoshua was still very happy when she heard this. Except for a small number of special women, most women liked sweet talk. Even if they knew it was to coax, they would still be happy. Ning Aoshua lowered her head shyly. She was so nervous that her fingers inadvertently played with the corner of her clothes. Wang Haoren didn't pursue the topic because he was afraid that he would scare her if he said it directly. After all, Ning Aoshua's favorability was only 50 at present. Therefore, Wang Haoren planned to give her a little buffer time and guide her patiently. Suddenly, he changed the topic. With your current genuine qi cultivation, you're not far from the great grandmaster of transforming strength, right? Speaking of this topic, Ning Aoshua's nervousness suddenly dissipated a little. She raised her eyes and looked at Wang Haoren. Currently, my genuine qi cultivation is close to 90 years. I can become a great grandmaster of transforming strength in 1 year, or 1.5 years. If I remember correctly, you're only 19 years old. No wonder you're the most favored girl in Song province. Wang Haoren flattered. Compared with you, I'm still far behind. Ning Aoshua shook her head in shame and then guessed. Your genuine qi cultivation should be between 120 and 150 years, right? Wang Haoren smiled and didn't answer immediately. Instead, he stretched out his hand with his palm facing up. Ning Aoshua understood. She stretched out her hand shyly and put it on Wang Haoren's palm. When their palms touched, Ning Aoshua's heart suddenly beat faster. But before she could carefully feel the feelings of this man and woman, she suddenly found a surge of genuine qi surging toward her. Ning Aoshua was shocked and lost her voice. Your genuine qi cultivation should be 400 years. How is this possible? How did you cultivate? Wang Haoren kept her in suspense and didn't say it directly. Instead, he asked, 1.5 years is too long. Do you want to improve your genuine qi cultivation as soon as possible and become a great grandmaster of transforming strength? Of course. Ning Aoshua answered subconsciously. Then she said with some disbelief, you have a way to help me? Yes, and this method won't cause any bottlenecks in your cultivation. It can even help you reach the peak of martial arts. Ning Aoshua didn't believe that Wang Haoren directly said that he was going to cultivate without any evidence. Therefore, she lowered her expectations. However, as a martial artist, she still had endless yearning for the peak of martial arts. Ning Aoshua was no exception, but she was still a little worried. This method of cultivation should have side effects, right? Wang Haoren was silent for a few seconds before he nodded. This kind of cultivation method is very beneficial to you and me. Of course, the one who benefits the most is me. But for you, while you can gain benefits, you will also lose something. What side effects? Ning Aoshua was still relatively naive. She didn't understand the deep meaning and asked like a curious baby. Yes. Wang Haoren kept her in suspense again, which made Ning Aoshua very anxious. Suddenly, he shook his head and sighed. Forget it. It's too difficult to talk about. Let's not talk about it. It doesn't matter. Just say it. Ning Aoshua was more curious and kept asking. Alas, to be honest, if I didn't encounter a strong enemy, I would never tell you this kind of thing. Wang Haoran looked helpless. You have 400 years of genuine qi cultivation. I'm afraid no one in this world can compete with you, right? Will there be a strong enemy? Ning Yaoxue was surprised and worried. There is always someone better than you. 400 years of genuine qi cultivation is very strong in your eyes, but it's still far from being invincible in the world. Wang Haoran said. Ning Yaoxue thought for a while and then said seriously, in this case, you can say it directly. No matter what side effects it is, I can bear them. No matter what side effects it is, are you willing to accept them? Wang Haoran asked Ning Yaoxue again as if to confirm. Yes, no matter what side effects it is, I have no problem. Ning Yaoxue first answered affirmatively, then she was a little nervous and couldn't help but ask, no. Won't it kill me directly? Of course not. Wang Haoran shook his head. Will it cause my body to be disabled? Ning Yaoxue asked again. To some extent, it will indeed cause some part of your body to be disabled, but this is what many women have to go through. Wang Haoran said. Hearing this, Ning Yaoxue showed a thoughtful expression, but she was still confused and couldn't understand. Is there such a thing? What is it? Wang Haoran secretly thought that Ning Yaoxue's comprehension ability was a little too poor, but it was understandable. She focused on martial arts cultivation and was indeed a little ignorant. If it was a girl of Ning Yaoxue's age who grew up normally in the city, she would have understood it in seconds. In desperation, Wang Haoran whispered to Ning Yaoxue and said it directly. When the voice entered her ears, Ning Yaoxue was instantly stunned. So what's your decision? Wang Haoran asked. Ning Yaoxue's face was bright red. Even the back of her ears and neck were obviously red. One could imagine how shy she was. After hearing Wang Haoran's question, she lowered her head, and there was a trace of resistance in her heart. However, this kind of resistance was quickly suppressed by other emotions. Wang Haoran just said clearly that there was a strong enemy threatening her, and she needed to improve her strength quickly. She didn't have time to think for so long. For example, it was impossible to reply in a few days or half a month. She had to make a decision as soon as possible. If we cultivate together, will you treat me well in the future? Ning Yaoxue asked carefully. Wang Haoran grabbed Ning Yaoxue's hand and stared into her eyes. Do you still need to ask? Of course, I will treat you well. After hearing this, Ning Yaoxue took a deep breath and nodded to Wang Haoran as a response to his previous question. Wang Haoran smiled. After saying so much, Ning Yaoxue finally agreed. Wang Haoran struck while the iron was hot and told Ning Yaoxue all the cultivation methods of the female side of the inner canon of the Demon Emperor. Ning Yaoxue remembered all of it and tried to understand it. This part of the cultivation method was actually very simple and easy to understand. Not to mention that Ning Yaoxue had the talent for martial arts cultivation and had a good comprehension ability. Even an ordinary woman who had read a little could understand the meaning of it. After finishing the preparation work, Wang Haoran locked the room from the inside and then began to cultivate officially. Ding! The host has captured the female lead Ning Yaoxue for the first time. The reward is 8,000 villain points, Ning Yaoxue's female lead halo -400, the host's villain halo +400. Wang Haoran received the prompt message from the system. At the same time, he also started to cultivate the inner canon of the Demon Emperor. And the effect was also obvious. This kind of cultivation method, the effect was the most obvious at the beginning. The reason was that he had obtained vitality and yin. This kind of thing could only be obtained by a woman who was a blank piece of paper. Of course, Ning Yaoxue did. Wang Haoran benefited a lot. Not only did his 400 years of true qi transform into spiritual qi, he reached the 4th level of the refinement stage, but he also advanced by one level, directly leaping to the 5th level of the refinement stage. He was at the same cultivation level as Yi Fan. Of course, Wang Haoran did not think that he could win against Yi Fan. Although he had replicated Yi Fan's memories and obtained Yi Fan's knowledge, and even combat experience, Yi Fan's strength was not as strong as before. Yi Fan was indeed at the 5th level of the qi refining stage, but his soul was at the level of an immortal sovereign. Although his soul was a lot weaker due to his rebirth, it was only weak in comparison to a normal person. Yifan possessed soul power and knew some soul attack techniques. Although he was only at the 5th level of qi refining, he was able to kill enemies above his level. It was a standard setting for the main character to kill enemies above their level. Wang Haoren was well aware of this. Thus, he would naturally not go and cause trouble for Yifan at a time like this. Of course, now that he had reached 50% of the qi refining stage, he could protect himself. He was no longer as afraid of Yifan as before. And there were more things that he could do. This was because Wang Haoren's true combat power had already surpassed the peak of the martial Dao, the land human immortal. And with the foundation of 50% of the qi refining stage, he could also practice some of the immortal martial arts in Yifan's memory. Wang Haoren was happy for a while, then he focused on Ning Aoxue. Ning Aoxue also benefited a lot. She originally only had 90 years of true qi cultivation, but now she had become a neutralizing grandmaster, and her true qi cultivation was not exactly 100 years, but 120 years. After this cultivation, Ning Aoxue directly increased her true qi cultivation by more than 30 years. At first, Ning Aoxue was a little dispirited because of the first wind and rain, but after discovering this, she immediately became energetic. I'm not dreaming, right? This increase is too big, right? Ning Aoxue said in disbelief. Whether it's a dream or not, you can feel it carefully. Wang Haoren smiled. When Ning Aoxue heard this, she paused and seemed to really feel it. Soon, she was completely sure that this was definitely not a dream. And the way to judge was a little similar to pinching herself to see if it would hurt. Of course, Ning Aoxue did not pinch herself, but she did feel pain. Ning Aoxue was originally a little disappointed, but now it was completely overshadowed by joy. If she cultivated normally, it would take her about 3 years to increase her true qi by more than 30 years. But now, a simple hour was equivalent to 3 years of hard work. This cultivation came too easily. And all of this was thanks to Wang Haoren. Thinking of this, Ning Aoxue looked at Wang Haoren with a much gentler gaze. Ding! Ning Aoxue's favorability towards the host has increased by 20. Current favorability is 70, unchanging affection. What kind of martial arts technique is this? It's too magical. Ning Aoxue exclaimed. This is not a martial arts technique, but an immortal cultivation technique. Wang Haoren felt that Ning Aoxue should not think that he was talking nonsense, so he took the opportunity to say it. Ning Aoxue was stunned for a moment. Immortal cultivation technique? Wang Haoren suddenly stretched out his hand and gently snapped his fingers. A string of flames rose from his fingers. A wave of heat came to her face. After true qi was transformed into spiritual qi, it was too easy to do this. Spiritual qi could actually be understood as a kind of magical energy in the universe. Flames, on the other hand, were actually a form of energy. Wang Haoren just catalyzed spiritual qi into flames. And besides catalyzing flames, spiritual qi had many other magical uses. For example, spiritual qi could endlessly regenerate cells and keep them in a young state. This was the secret of immortal cultivators not aging. In addition, spiritual qi could also heal all kinds of injuries and accelerate the recovery of the body. For example, if Wang Haoren used a small knife to cut the skin and then used spiritual qi to heal the wound, the speed of healing could be clearly seen by the naked eye. In less than 10 seconds, the wound would heal and form a scab without leaving any scars. Ning Aoxue looked at the flame on Wang Haoren's fingertips and was surprised and happy. Naturally, she believed Wang Haoren's words. Some martial arts could also catalyze true qi into flames, but that kind of flame was completely different from Wang Haoren's. Ning Aoxue was very close to it. She could clearly feel what kind of power was contained in this seemingly small flame. She had no doubt that if she was burned by this flame, she would certainly turn into ashes in a moment. So you are an immortal cultivator. Ning Aoxue could finally understand why Wang Haoren was so strong at such a young age. As long as you and I practice well, you can also become an immortal cultivator. Wang Haoren saw the yearning deep in Ning Aoxue's eyes, so he said with a smile. Really? I can do it too. Ning Aoxue said in surprise. Take a closer look. You should be able to see some changes in your Xianxia, Wang Haoren reminded him. Hearing this, Ning Xiaoshui immediately ran her true qi and soon found that her true qi was purer than before. Then how long will it take for me to become an immortal cultivator? Ning Xiaoshui asked expectantly. It depends on how hard you practice. The harder you work, the faster your progress will be. Wang Haoran looked at Ning Xiaoshui with a smile. Ning Xiaoshui understood, and the blush on her face rose again in an instant. The next day. It was late in the morning. Old Zhuqiu visited Ning's family in person and told Ning's father that the top 10 martial arts conference was cancelled. The current master of Ning's family was Ning Xiaoshui. Ning's father asked the maid to inform Ning Xiaoshui to come here. However, the news he got was that Ning Xiaoshui didn't go back to her room to sleep last night. Ning's father could only agree on behalf of Ning Xiaoshui. After all, he had prepared before. After hearing Old Zhuqiu's words, he had no reason to object. After sending Old Zhuqiu away, Ning's father wanted to tell Wang Haoran about it. He asked the maid where Wang Haoran went. Ning's father learned that Wang Haoran didn't have breakfast and didn't seem to wake up. He was a little puzzled. Because he didn't think Wang Haoran was the kind of lazy person who liked to sleep in. It was really strange that he didn't get up at this time. Thinking of this, Ning's father went to Wang Haoran's room to have a look. However, when he just came to Wang Haoran's room, he was about to knock on the door. The door suddenly opened automatically. It was Ning Xiaoshui who opened the door. It seemed that she was about to come out. Ning Xiaoshui's black hair was a little messy, which obviously didn't seem to be tidied up. If Ning Xiaoshui came to see Wang Haoran, it didn't seem to make sense. Ning Xiaoshui didn't have the habit of being slovenly. She looked like she just got up. Ning's father looked at her carefully and saw his daughter's radiant face. He immediately thought of something. Ning Xiaoshui was in a good mood and didn't pay attention to the movement outside. After pushing the door and walking out, she found that Ning's father was outside. Father? Ning Xiaoshui was startled and looked flustered. Ning's father increasingly felt that his guess was correct. He looked over Ning Xiaoshui and looked at Wang Haoran in the room. He saw that Wang Haoran just got up and was putting on clothes. A burst of anger rose from Ning's father's heart. Although he acquiesced Wang Haoran to get close to his daughter, he didn't expect that it would progress so fast. His Ning family was a prestigious martial arts family in Songzhou. Ning Xiaoshui was the only daughter of Father Ning and was also an influential figure in Songzhou. Even if Wang Haoran wanted to reach this stage with his daughter, he needed to at least give his daughter a status first. Good morning, Uncle Ning. Wang Haoran calmly put on his clothes and greeted Ning Xiaoshui's father with a smile. However, Father Ning couldn't laugh at all. I treat you as a guest, provide you with good food and accommodation, and even acquiesce in my daughter's relationship with you, but you are too much. How dare you treat Xiaoshui? Halfway through his words, Father Ning felt a little embarrassed and snorted angrily. Father, I did it willingly. It's not his fault. Ning Xiaoshui defended Wang Haoran. Xiaoshui, you. How can you be so shameless? Ning's father was surprised and seemed to know his daughter again. Because Ning Xiaoshui's action completely subverted his cognition. Originally, he thought that Ning Xiaoshui was deceived by him half-heartedly. But Ning Xiaoshui's attitude and reaction clearly showed that it was not the case. Ning Xiaoshui was blamed by her father and blushed immediately. She couldn't refute at all. Father Ning flicked his sleeves angrily and looked at Wang Haoran. When are you going to marry Xiaoshui this year? Since it had happened, Father Ning could only try his best to make up for it. Of course I have this plan, but I'm afraid not this year. Wang Haoran shook his head. Last night when they were intimate, he and Ning Xiaoshui discussed this matter. Ning Xiaoshui expressed that she would listen to everything he said. This matter must be done within this year. Father Ning insisted. Sorry, I can't do it, and you don't have to be so excited. I just gave Xiaoshui some guidance in her cultivation. It's not like what you think. Wang Haoran fooled him with a half-truth, but he didn't believe it himself. Father Ning naturally didn't believe it. Give Xiaoshui some guidance in her cultivation? Do you think I'm a fool? Father Ning was so angry that he directly attacked Wang Haoran. Ning Xiaoshui had been watching her father's action. After seeing this scene, she flashed in front of Wang Haoran and hit her father's palm. When the two palms met, Father Ning kept stepping back, and the floor under his feet was also cracked inch by inch. Father Ning turned pale with fright. His cultivation was only one step away from the great grandmaster of transforming strength, which was a little stronger than Ning Aoshua's cultivation. However, when their palms met, he clearly felt that his daughter's cultivation was far above his own. "Father, I'm sorry. I didn't mean it." Father Ning also did this in a hurry. When he saw his father's face was slightly pale because of his palm, he immediately stepped forward and apologized. Father Ning was not angry, nor did he scold Ning Aoshue for being a disobedient daughter. Instead, he asked in horror, "Aoshue, what's wrong with your cultivation?" "Father, I'm already a great grandmaster of transforming strength. My cultivation of genuine qi is about 130 years. Ning Aoshue explained. "That's impossible. How can your cultivation progress so fast?" Father Ning asked in disbelief, looking at Wang Haoran subconsciously. Just now, Wang Haoran said that he gave Aoshue some guidance in her cultivation. Was it true? "It's all thanks to Haoran that my cultivation can progress so fast." Ning Aoshue pursed her lips and explained nervously and shyly. "Tell me, what's going on?" Father Ning's gaze towards Wang Haoran became softer as he asked his daughter. Ning Aoshue found it difficult to speak, so she didn't want to say it clearly, so she said vaguely, "Anyway, it's Haoran who gave me guidance. You don't need to ask more. Besides, his cultivation is far above mine, even to the point that you can't imagine." "The point that you can't imagine? Is he a great grandmaster of elixir strength? Or a great grandmaster of elixir strength? Or a great grandmaster of gang strength?" After hearing his daughter's words, Father Ning boldly guessed. "Don't ask. Don't ask." Father Ning didn't entangle with this matter. His face was beaming with joy, and the anger just now disappeared in an instant. Looking at Wang Haoran, he felt that the more he looked at him, the more pleasing he felt. He said kindly, "Haoran, since you are giving guidance to Aoshue, you can continue. I won't disturb you. You can go on." With that, Father Ning walked out with a warm smile on his face. When he left, he even closed the door behind him. Ning Aoshue was speechless when she saw her father's change of face. "I'm going back to my room." Ning Aoshue smoothed her slightly messy black hair and said softly to Wang Haoran. "Didn't your father say that he wanted me to give you guidance? You want me to guide you in your cultivation? Since that's the case, I'll guide you again." Wang Haoran winked at her. Ning Aoshue panicked and wanted to escape, but her feet seemed to be nailed to the ground and didn't move. She practiced martial arts. After all, she was not a flower in a greenhouse. After experiencing a little wind and rain, she couldn't bear it. Ning Aoshue was quite able to bear hardships in her cultivation. In fact, there was joy in the bitterness. It could even be said that compared with the joy, the bitterness was too insignificant. While Wang Haoran was busy cultivating, Yi Fan was standing in front of Yunyan Lake in Songzhou with his hands behind his back. "Grandmaster Yi, I don't know why, but the meeting of the top 10 martial arts families was suddenly cancelled. They seem to have given up on teaming up to deal with you." A middle-aged man behind Yi Fan reported respectfully. The middle-aged man was the master of a martial arts school in Songzhou. His name was Yin Qi. He had previously provoked Yi Fan and was intimidated by Yi Fan. He submitted and followed Yi Fan everywhere. Yi Fan did not like to deal with those trivial matters, so he naturally did not object to having Yin Qi as his subordinate. After hearing Yin Qi's report, Yi Fan's eyes flickered slightly. Then, he regained his composure. "So be it," Yi Fan said calmly. "Grandmaster Yi, what's your plan? Are you going to look for trouble with them?" Yin Qi asked. "They're not worthy." Yi Fan's voice was calm and emotionless. From the beginning to the end, he had never taken the top 10 martial arts families seriously. If the top 10 martial arts families really gathered to discuss how to deal with him, he would definitely make a trip there. However, now that the top 10 martial arts families had cancelled the meeting, he would not look for them one by one. They were just a bunch of ants. Were they worthy of the profound heaven celestial venerable personally looking for trouble with them? Yes. Yin Qi nodded respectfully. Then, he asked carefully, "Grandmaster Yi, Do you have any other orders? I plan to go to Xianxia. Help me arrange it, Yifan said. Go to Xianxia? Yinqi was stunned. He was curious but did not ask further. Yes, I'll arrange it as soon as possible. Yifan did not turn back to look at Yinqi. He only raised his hand gently and made a gesture. Yinqi understood and left quietly. Yifan looked at the vast Yunyan lake. His eyes flickered and he lost his usual calmness. Xianxia was where she lived. She was currently in her 3rd year of high school. When he was about to see her again after 1,000 years, even with the profound heaven celestial venerable state of mind, he could not remain calm. In this life, I will never let you down. I will not let the tragedy in my previous life happen. I will make you the happiest and most dazzling woman in the world. Yifan looked at the vast Yunyan lake and muttered to himself. Ding. The host manipulated behind the scenes, causing the cancellation of the Tsang province's 10 great martial arts aristocratic families meeting, greatly affecting the direction of the plot. The reward is 6,000 villain points, Yifan's protagonist aura -300, and the host's villain aura +300. Wang Haoran looked at the system message he had just received, deep in thought. Old man Zhuqiu had started to lobby the various aristocratic families yesterday. It seemed that his efficiency was pretty good. In the end, Yifan's stage was destroyed by him. Wang Haoran had originally guessed that after Yifan showed off at the meeting of the top 10 martial arts families in Xianxia, the storyline in Xianxia would basically end. Next, he would probably leave the Tsang state. Wang Haoran had copied Yifan's memories, so he had some understanding of Yifan's way of doing things. He immediately put himself in Yifan's shoes and thought about what he would do at this moment. Soon, Wang Haoran thought of a possibility. If he was Yifan, he would most likely look for Feng Yarua. After Wang Haoran finished cultivating with Ning Yaoxue, he immediately went to the Zhuqiu family and told old man Zhuqiu that he had to rush back to Qingling as soon as possible. Old man Zhuqiu was anxious to see Zhuqiu Qinyu, so he naturally agreed immediately. Zhuqiu Luoyan also wanted to see her sister, so she wanted to go with him to Qingling. When he returned to the Ning family again, Wang Haoran said goodbye to Father Ning. Good son-in-law, are you going back so soon? Father Ning did not regard him as an outsider at all and called him in advance. Ning Yaoxue, who was next to him, subconsciously covered her face. She only felt that her father was so embarrassing. Wang Haoran was stunned for a moment, then he said to Father Ning, I have something important to do back to Qingling. Well, I won't keep you any longer. Father Ning nodded. Father, I also have to go to Qingling to deal with some things. Ning Yaoxue suddenly said. How could Father Ning not understand his daughter's thoughts, but he did not point it out. Then you can go with Haoran, and you will have a companion on the way. Your father's health is still very good, so you don't need to worry about the Ning family for the time being. Thank you, Father. Ning Yaoxue said happily. After the discussion, Wang Haoran had lunch in the Ning family and set off in the afternoon. Ning Yaoxue was a little surprised to see that Zhuqiu Luoyan and Zhuqiu Luoyan were also with them. However, Ning Yaoxue did not say anything. Now that she had established a relationship with Wang Haoran, she thought that she was better than Zhuqiu Luoyan. Even if Zhuqiu Luoyan came, she should be behind her, right? Moreover, she was a woman who understood the big picture. Since Wang Haoran asked Zhuqiu Luoyan and Zhuqiu Luoyan to follow him, there must be something else. Otherwise, he might only take Zhuqiu Luoyan alone. After 1 or 2 hours, Wang Haoran and others came to Qingling. I'm going to take them to a place. You go home first. Wang Haoran said to Ning Yaoxue. Hearing the word home, Ning Yaoxue felt a sense of belonging in her heart. Her eyes were slightly curved into a crescent moon. She nodded and said, well, I'll wait for you at home. Zhuqiu Luoyan heard it and could not help but twitch her mouth. She secretly thought that Ning Yaoxue was a vixen. Otherwise, how could they be together so quickly? It must be Ning Yaoxue who took the initiative to seduce him. Wang Haoran made a phone call and asked where Zhuqiu Qinyu was. After getting a reply, he set off with Zhuqiu Luoyan and Zhuqiu Luoyan. Ning Yaoxue went back to Wang Haoran's villa. Feng Xuanzu was taking care of the flowers and plants in the garden leisurely. When she saw Ning Yaoxue come back, she immediately asked, why are you back alone? Where's Haoran? He has something to do. Xianxia replied and walked into the villa while twisting her waist. Feng Xuanzu looked at her suspiciously. Because she felt that Xianxia seemed to be a little different from before, but she could not tell what was different about her. Black Peony Bar. In the middle of the afternoon, the bar was very quiet and deserted. Suoqiu Qingyu was originally in the office calculating the profit and loss of the bar this month. However, calculating was really not her strong point. After calculating for a while, she made several mistakes. She only felt that her head was about to explode. At this time, Wang Haoran suddenly called. Suoqiu Qingyu was too lazy to do it herself. She planned to find a younger brother who was more educated to do it. In the office, there were some makeup products and clothes for her to deal with the situation of an impromptu date. She took advantage of this time to quickly apply a facial mask to moisturize and then put on makeup carefully. In fact, she did not like to put on makeup because she thought it was too troublesome. However, her boyfriend was coming, so she still wanted to show her best side to him. After putting on makeup, she also chose a red dress that showed her figure. Then she went to find a bottle of the most expensive red wine and opened it in advance to sober up the wine. After doing this, Suoqiu Qingyu waited. Not long after, there was a knock on the door, accompanied by Wang Haoran's voice. "It's me. Can I come in?" "Wait a minute." Suoqiu Qingyu immediately replied. She poured a glass of red wine and put it in her mouth. Because before changing clothes, Suoqiu Qingyu had locked the door. She opened the door with a pout. Because she was too close, Wang Haoran was all she could see. She immediately leaned over and accurately passed the wine to him. After a while, Suoqiu Qingyu took a sip of wine. Her face was rosy, and she looked at Wang Haoran with a smile. "How is it? Did I make a lot of progress?" It seemed that she wanted to ask for praise. Wang Haoran's scalp was a little numb. He secretly blamed himself for not telling Suoqiu Qingyu the situation in advance. Suoqiu Qingyu's reaction seemed to be that she did not know what was going on. She only thought that he had asked her to go on a date. Wang Haoran stepped aside to avoid blocking Suoqiu Qingyu's view. At this time, Suoqiu Qingyu finally noticed that there was an unfamiliar old man and young girl not far behind Wang Haoran. They were staring at her in shock. When Suoqiu Qingyu received Wang Haoran's call, she thought that Wang Haoran was looking for her on a date. When she opened the door, all she could see was Wang Haoran. She was so happy that she wanted to show off that she did not notice that there was someone behind her. Seeing the strange old man and young girl's expressions, Suoqiu Qingyu knew that they must have seen what she did just now. Suoqiu Qingyu suddenly felt so embarrassed that her scalp went numb. It was true that she was bold, but it depended on the situation. When it came to men and women, she still had the basic modesty of a woman. If there was only Wang Haoran here, Suoqiu Qingyu would be very calm. However, there were outsiders here, so it was a different story. The atmosphere in the room was a little strange. As old man Suoqiu and Suoqiu Luoyan sized up Suoqiu Qingyu, they also looked at Wang Haoran strangely. Wang Haoran had said that he and Suoqiu Qingyu were just friends. However, what they did just now, was that the behavior of ordinary friends? At the very least, they should add the word girl in front of their friends. However, old man Suoqiu and Suoqiu Luoyan did not dwell on this issue. Or rather, they had something important to confirm first. "Young friend, is the Suoqiu Qingyu you mentioned her?" After old man Suoqiu sized up Suoqiu Qingyu, he found that she indeed looked very similar to Suoqiu Luoyan. Therefore, he asked excitedly. "Yes, that's her," Wang Haoran replied affirmatively. Old man Suoqiu almost burst into tears when he heard this. He walked closer to Suoqiu Qingyu and opened his arms to hug his long-lost granddaughter. Suoqiu Qingyu saw the strange old man's actions and was a little suspicious. She first warned him out of habit, "Old man, what are you doing? Are you trying to take advantage of me? Are you looking for a beating?" "Qingyu, I'm your grandfather," old man Suoqiu said in a choked voice. "Nonsense, my grandfather died a long time ago." Suoqiu Qingyu frowned. "Who are you?" Old man Suoqiu was stunned and looked at Wang Haoran for help. Wang Haoran had heard some information about Suoqiu Qingyu's past. Her grandfather was in the underworld. Suoqiu Qingyu had been raised by her grandfather. Later on, she was forced to walk this path. After her grandfather passed away, Xianxia took over the business and became the boss. At that time, Wang Haoran only thought that Xianxia's grandfather was her biological grandfather. But now, it seemed that Xianxia had been adopted or picked up. As for her deceased grandfather, he probably did not tell her about Xianxia's past. Wang Haoran used his X-ray vision to look at the name tattoos on Xianxia and Luoyan's shoulders. He discovered that the words on the tattoos were exactly the same. They must have been written by the same person. However, in order to confirm, Wang Haoran still asked Xianxia, "When did you get the name tattoo on your shoulder?" Hearing this, Xianxia was stunned. She was somewhat curious as to how Wang Haoran knew. She never wore off-shoulder clothes. Under normal circumstances, it was reasonable to say that she would not be seen. Moreover, the two of them had not developed to the point where they could see each other openly. However, Xianxia quickly recalled that when she first met Wang Haoran, he had knocked her unconscious. He must have seen it then, right? Perhaps he had not only seen her shoulder. He had also seen Xianxia's face heated up. Then, with some confusion, she responded to Wang Haoran's question. "I've had it since I could remember. I don't know when. It was tattooed." Old man Xianxia quickly added, "That's right. The children of the Xianxia family will have their names tattooed not long after they are born. This was tattooed by me." As he spoke, he gestured to Xianxia Luoyan beside him. "She is your twin sister. Your tattoo is on your left shoulder, and hers is on the right. There are twins who are more than 10 years apart." "That's ridiculous," Xianxia questioned. "Her actual age is the same as yours. You should believe me, right?" Wang Haoran interrupted. Xianxia subconsciously sized up Xianxia Luoyan carefully. She thought she was a young girl just now, so she did not look at her carefully. However, at this moment, after being reminded by Wang Haoran, he looked at her seriously again. Suddenly, she felt a sense of déjà vu. It was not that she had seen Xianxia Luoyan before. She felt that Xianxia Luoyan looked like herself when she was in her teens. Xianxia thought about the distant past and felt a sense of déjà vu when she saw herself more than 10 years ago. She could not help but believe it. "My name is Xianxia Luoyan. You are really my sister." While Xianxia was sizing her up, Xianxia Luoyan was also staring at her. In contrast to Xianxia Luoyan felt a sense of déjà vu when she grew up. Upon closer inspection, the two's facial features and silhouettes were very similar. However, Xianxia Luoyan was very young, and Xianxia was very mature. It's not ancient times now. It's very simple to be 100% sure. Both of you can take a strand of hair each and do a DNA test. Isn't that enough? Wang Haoran suggested. That's a good idea. Xianxia Luoyan nodded in agreement. Okay. Xianxia naturally did not object. After the discussion, Wang Haoran took them directly to Tianhui Clinic. Under normal circumstances, it would take a while for a DNA test to be done at a formal institution. The main reason was that there were not enough people and so on. After all, a professional DNA testing institution could not serve just one person. Usually, after the sampling, the results would only be out after half a month or even a month. However, the Wang family had acquaintances in Tianhui Clinic. They had the most professional team here. The results would be out in about an hour. The DNA comparison showed that there was a 99% chance that Xianxia and Xianxia Luoyan were sisters. Due to the rigor of medicine, the results of the DNA test were almost not 100% certain. However, with a 99% chance, it was already confirmed that the two were sisters. After confirming that they were related by blood, the next step was the family reunion. Seeing that his task was completed, Wang Haoran did not stay to witness the joy of the family reunion. Instead, he chose to leave temporarily. The situation in Songzhou had stabilized. Yi Fan would probably go to find Fang Yorua. Wang Haoran wanted to race against time with Yi Fan, so he did not want to waste any more time. To deal with Yi Fan, Fang Yorua was the most important. After leaving Tianhui Clinic, Wang Haoran directly embarked on the journey to Qiongzhou. In order to save time, Wang Haoren took a plane this time. Previously, because he was practicing martial arts, he felt that it would be very dangerous if he had an accident on a plane. But now, he did not have to worry too much about this problem. He was now a cultivator. Although he was only at the 5th level of the Qi refinement realm, he would definitely not die if he fell from a high altitude. Of course, broken tendons and bones might be unavoidable. But this was not a big problem. With the treatment of spiritual energy, he could recover quickly and there would be no sequelae. Besides, the probability of an accident was very small. In order to get to Qiongzhou before Yifan, he could still take this small risk. 2 or 3 hours later, Wang Haoren successfully set foot on the land of Qiongzhou. Now that the holiday was over, the students had started classes as usual. Relying on the memory copied from Yifan, Wang Haoren came to the middle school where Fang Yorua studied. Wang Haoren stood outside the school and looked at the situation with his X-ray vision. It was almost evening and the afternoon class had just ended. The students were preparing to go to the cafeteria for dinner. As far as the eye could see, there were simply too many people. Trying to find one person among them was not something that could be done in a short period of time. Wang Haoren planned to go inside and take a look. There were school security guards guarding the gate, prohibiting outsiders from entering. However, this was not a problem for Wang Haoren at all. This place was so big. There had to be a wall, right? Did he have to enter through the gate? What's more, he was a cultivator in the Qi refinement realm. To him, a wall was not much different from a normal wall. He quietly entered the school. Wang Haoren was a freshman and he was not dressed in fancy clothes. He looked very much like a student and it was not out of place for him to blend in with the third-year students. The only problem was that his appearance was too outstanding and eye-catching. Some students looked at him from time to time, as if they were curious about who this person was. Such a handsome boy couldn't be unknown in the school, right? However, he was too unfamiliar and no one had seen him before. Wang Haoren could not help but feel a little depressed when he saw the way the people around him were looking at him. He just wanted to keep a low profile and come in to look for someone, but he was still noticed. Fortunately, no one thought that he was a bad person when they saw him and informed the security guards to drive him away. It was not a good idea to keep looking for her. Wang Haoren found a girl who looked like she was in her 3rd year of high school and asked if she knew which class Fang Yorua was in. He had already determined that Fang Yorua was the female lead. Since she was the female lead, how could she be an unknown character? Wang Haoren didn't even need to think to know that Fang Yorua was the school belle. Since she was the school belle, she must be very famous. Sure enough, after asking the girl, she immediately told him. The girl's mentality was also very simple. Since this handsome guy asked her, she would answer truthfully. She did not think that he was a bad person and was not on guard against him. After Wang Haoren got the answer, he thanked the girl and smiled at her. The girl was so fascinated that she couldn't come back to her senses for a long time after Wang Haoren left. Wang Haoren's appearance was already very outstanding. Coupled with his charm aura, he was extremely lethal to girls. When he arrived at Fang Yorua's class, Wang Haoren glanced around but didn't see Fang Yorua. He guessed that she must have gone to eat. Wang Haoren stood in the corridor outside the classroom and waited. After some time, Fang Yorua and a girl walked towards the classroom from a distant corridor, talking and laughing. Fang Yorua was the 3rd femme fatale that Wang Haoren had seen. After all, she was the single female lead of the Xianzun Xinglu. Her appearance, figure, and temperament were the 3 best. There was almost no flaw to be found. She was simply perfect. However, compared to Feng Xuanzu and Tan Taiyue, Fang Yorua lacked the charm of an adult woman. This was not because Fang Yorua was inferior to Feng Xuanzu and Tan Taiyue. Instead, it was because of her age. Fang Yorua was still a few months away from reaching 18 years old. She still had a touch of immaturity and purity. However, it was precisely because of this immaturity and purity that she had a kind of attraction that Feng Xuanzu and Tan Taiyue did not have. Wang Haoren's vision was far away. He saw Fang Yorua from afar, but Fang Yorua hadn't seen him yet. Seeing that Fang Yorua was getting closer and closer, he retracted his gaze. Wang Haoren stood next to the classroom door. If Fang Yorua wanted to enter the classroom, she would definitely see him. Wang Haoren didn't deliberately look at Fang Yorua at this time. He just stood quietly in the corridor at the door, pretending to be looking at the scenery downstairs, lost in thought. When Fang Yorua came here, she noticed Wang Haoren. She couldn't help but cast a few more glances at him. No matter what kind of girl she was, when she saw a good-looking boy, she would inadvertently look at him. This was just like when a man saw a beautiful woman, he would also inadvertently cast a glance at her. Of course, there might also be men who didn't look at beautiful women. But such men were either pretending to be serious or there was something wrong with them. Fang Yorua's gaze was calm. She only looked at him with an appreciative attitude. She was far from being infatuated. After a few more glances, Fang Yorua naturally withdrew her gaze and walked into the classroom with the female classmate. Wang Haoren couldn't help but sigh. The reason why he was standing here was to show his face in front of Fang Yorua. This super peach blossom halo was really getting more and more useless. At the critical moment, it didn't trigger the halo effect. If the effect was triggered, then the problem would be much simpler. But now that it wasn't triggered, the plan needed to be changed. Under normal circumstances, the female lead was a very difficult character to deal with. In addition, she was a villain. If he wanted to pursue her, it wouldn't be something that could be done in a short time. Wang Haoren was sure that the speed at which he pursued Fang Yorua would definitely not be as fast as Yi Fan's speed in reaching Xianxia. After thinking for a while, he decided not to pursue Fang Yorua for the time being. Because if he didn't handle it well, Yi Fan might find out about it. Although Wang Haoren wasn't very afraid of Yi Fan now, he didn't want to have a head-on conflict with him. Although Yi Fan didn't care about ants, when it came to his true love, Fang Yorua, Yi Fan had a special set of rules. This could probably be described as a dragon has a reverse scale. Anyone who touches it will die. For example, after Fang Yorua died in his previous life, Yi Fan went crazy and slaughtered all the life on a planet. Among them, many innocent lives suffered because of this. From this point, it could be seen that Yi Fan was very extreme when it came to Fang Yorua. Before he had absolute confidence that he could completely destroy Yi Fan, Wang Haoren didn't want to alert the enemy. Wang Haoren could protect himself if he faced Yi Fan head-on, but he couldn't guarantee that the people around him wouldn't be hurt. If something happened, he could run, but Wang Xiang, Zhenli, and the female leads who were with him wouldn't be able to run away. Don't think that the protagonist, Yi Fan, would have kindness in his heart. For living immortal cultivators, the word kindness almost didn't exist in their dictionary. Why did he say that? Because the kind immortal cultivators were all dead. When one's strength reached a certain level, one could ignore the rules. The law of the jungle was vividly reflected in the cultivation world. In short, the world of immortal cultivators was a world of cannibalism. Kind immortal cultivators couldn't survive at all. Because the person who called you brother in 1 second might kill you in the next. Yi Fan had experienced too many things to be able to become a celestial supremacy in the tribulation stage. His hands were stained with countless blood. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to describe him as Old Demon Yi. Celestial supremacies who had reached the tribulation stage almost never had clean hands. The only difference was that some celestial supremacies did it neatly and didn't leave any traces to be criticized. For example, celestial supremacy Xianxia was very respected in everyone's eyes. This was also one of the reasons why the 3 celestial supremacies whose partners had been snatched away went to ask Yi Fan for help. In fact, what they didn't know was that Yi Fan was very scheming. 5 celestial supremacies besieged the extreme heaven demon emperor, but Yi Fan was the least injured. Only Wang Haoren, who had replicated Yi Fan's memories, knew the real reason. The 5 celestial supremacies had paid a heavy price to attack the extreme heaven demon emperor. The extreme heaven demon emperor was only one of the reasons. The other reason was that Yi Fan had chosen to go easy on them at the critical moment. Thus, one of the celestial supremacies had died and the other 3 were severely injured. If Yi Fan had used his full strength, the situation might have been different. At the very least, that celestial supremacy would not have died. It was common knowledge in the cultivation world that there would only be one Dao integration cultivator in the universe. Under normal circumstances, all tribulation transcendence cultivators had the chance to reach Dao integration. From this point of view, all tribulation transcendence celestial supremacies were rivals. Yi Fan's action had not only eliminated 4 of his rivals, but he had also obtained most of the Extreme Heaven Demon Emperor's cultivation resources. After all, Yi Fan had been the least injured and had gone to deal with the aftermath of the Extreme Heaven Demon Emperor's death. While Yi Fan had eliminated the hidden dangers, he had also taken most of the Extreme Heaven Demon Emperor's cultivation resources for himself. This was also one of the reasons why Yi Fan could reach Dao integration so quickly. Respected celestial supremacy Yi, sinister and cunning old demon Yi, these words could almost be used to describe Yi Fan's cultivation life from a mortal on the cerulean planet to a tribulation transcendence celestial supremacy. Of course, from Yi Fan's point of view, this was not wrong. Wang Haoran even agreed with this set of rules. Only someone with Yi Fan's personality and way of doing things would be able to survive in the immortal cultivation world like a fish in water. He was even close to reaching Dao integration. In other urban cultivation novels, some celestial emperors or celestial supremacies were extremely wretched when they returned. They could not move when they saw beautiful women and even licked them. Was this how celestial emperors and celestial supremacies should be? They were King naughty. This was just too ridiculous. Yi Fan's behavior was normal. Wang Haoran secretly complained for a while before he used his X-ray vision to look at Fang Yorua in the classroom. Only then did he leave reluctantly. Fang Yorua was indeed the female lead in the returning celestial supremacy genre. There was nothing to complain about. Even though Wang Haoran was experienced, he was still drooling over her. After leaving the school, Wang Haoran did not return to Qingling. Instead, he found a place to stay and waited for Yi Fan's arrival. After copying Yi Fan's memories, Wang Haoran was able to accurately predict Yi Fan's actions. In Wang Haoran's opinion, it was true that Yi Fan had come to look for Fang Yorua, but he might not necessarily pursue her immediately. In his previous life, the reason why Fang Yorua got to know Yi Fan was because of a melodramatic plot of a hero saving a damsel in distress in university. It was Fang Yorua who was stopped and teased, and Yi Fan acted bravely. However, Yi Fan was just an ordinary person at that time. Although he succeeded in saving the damsel in distress, he was beaten up so badly that he had to lie in the hospital for 2 to 3 months. Fang Yorua was grateful and took care of Yi Fan during this period of time. As time passed, she secretly fell in love with Yi Fan. At that time, Yi Fan had some guesses, but he wasn't sure. He could only ask Fang Yorua what kind of boy she liked. Fang Yorua was thin-skinned. How could she say it out loud? In fact, due to a girl's stubbornness and shyness, she said the opposite and said that she liked handsome guys. Yi Fan was silly at that time and believed it after hearing it. Coupled with the fact that he was introverted, he was naturally dealt a huge blow and did not dare to confess to Fang Yorua. On the other hand, how could a girl like Fang Yorua take the initiative? The two people who liked each other hid their own thoughts just like that. This also laid the groundwork for the tragic ending in Yi Fan's previous life. When Yi Fan finally realized this, it was already a few months later. A cooling-off period of a few months was enough for a girl who had just fallen in love to lose most of her passion. At this time, Yi Fan went to look for Fang Yorua again and found that her attitude was much colder than before. Fang Yorua also had a handsome suitor by her side. When Yi Fan saw this, he naturally couldn't help but recall that Fang Yorua had once said that she liked handsome guys. Yi Fan was dealt a huge blow again, but he pretended to be strong on the surface, so his attitude was very cold. Seeing Yi Fan's attitude, Fang Yorua was very disappointed. She didn't even explain to Yi Fan that she didn't have any interest in this handsome guy who was pursuing her. In fact, she hated him. Yi Fan was silly and didn't ask. Just like that, the two of them missed each other again. After that, many things happened that caused the two of them to miss each other again. By the time Yi Fan understood this, it was already too late. Because Fang Yorua was already dead. In order to avenge Fang Yorua, Yi Fan used a secret technique to search Fang Yorua's remnant soul and searched her memories in order to find her murderer. Yi Fan succeeded and obtained Fang Yorua's memories. He knew who the murderer was and also knew Fang Yorua's behavior over the years. Fang Yorua actually liked him and would even use a diary to record the thoughts of these little girls. When Yi Fan found out about this, his heart ached. After avenging Fang Yorua, he spent a long time calming down these inner wounds and regrets and even completely forgot about them. Of course, this was only what he thought. The wounds and regrets in his heart were all exposed during the Dao unification, which almost killed Yi Fan. Yi Fan would definitely not be so silly in this life after being reborn. However, the stubbornness in his personality would not change. Fang Yorua had said that she liked handsome guys. Yi Fan knew that she was hiding something at that time, but he still wanted to satisfy Fang Yorua's expectations and requests. When an immortal cultivator's cultivation reached a certain level, they could change their appearance. Moreover, this change was a change in the root of their cells and bone structure. It was similar to changing one's genetic structure. In order to do this, one had to at least pass the Qi refinement realm. Wang Haoran felt that Yi Fan would use his handsome appearance to pursue Fang Yorua and satisfy her greatest expectations before wooing her. However, Yi Fan's current cultivation was only at the 5th level of the Qi refinement realm. It would take some time for him to pass the Qi refinement realm. In other words, even if Yi Fan came to look for Fang Yorua, it was unlikely that he would directly pursue her. Perhaps he would just come over to take a look. Of course, this was only Wang Haoran's conjecture about Yi Fan. He still needed time to verify the specifics. However, it did not take long. Wang Haoran stayed in Xianxia for 2 days. When it was close to the end of the evening self-study period, he saw Yi Fan at the entrance of Fang Yorua's school. Wang Haoran stayed in a nearby guest house. During the day, he would use his X-ray vision to observe Fang Yorua's movements. At night, after school, he would secretly follow Fang Yorua. Until Fang Yorua returned home. Yi Fan's appearance naturally did not escape Wang Haoran's eyes. At this moment, Yi Fan was sitting in a commercial car. There were 3 people in the car. One was the driver, one was a middle-aged man, and the other was Yi Fan. After Yi Fan arrived, he sat quietly in the car and looked in the direction of the school gate. Not long after, the bell rang for the end of the evening self-study period. The students who were studying went home one after another. Fang Yorua's family was very well-to-do. She was a fair, rich, and beautiful woman. After school, she would be picked up by a luxury car. In this regard, she was similar to Wang Haoran. Not long after, Fang Yorua, who was holding a book in her arms, appeared at the school gate. After seeing her, Yi Fan's expression was obviously moved. The light in his eyes was extremely complicated, but in the end, it was dominated by joy, hope, and longing. However, after Fang Yorua got into the luxury car, Yi Fan still did not get out of the car. "Master Yi, are you here to look for this girl? Then, why don't you get out of the car?" Xianxia, who was in the car, asked in confusion. "It's not the time to see her yet." Yi Fan closed his eyes and responded. His voice had lost its usual calmness. The mixed emotions in it could only be understood by himself and Wang Haoran, who had replicated Yi Fan's memory. "Then when is the time to see her?" Xianxia was really curious, so he asked another question. "The day when I become famous." Yi Fan was in a good mood, so he was not stingy with his answer. Then, he silently said in his heart, "You wrote in your diary that you hoped that the person you loved would be a hero of the world, and that one day, he would come to marry you on a rainbow cloud. I know that this is just a little girl's daydream. Perhaps you knew this when you wrote it, but I will make your wish come true." After saying that, Yi Fan's eyes flickered. After a while, he retracted his gaze and said to Xianxia, "Let's go." "Where do you plan to go, Master Yi?" Xianxia asked in confusion. Yi Fan answered without hesitation, "Hong Kong Island." "Why are you going to Hong Kong Island?" Xianxia was a little curious. This time, Yi Fan did not satisfy his curiosity. Instead, he remained silent and did not answer. The reason he was going to Hong Kong Island was that the handsome man who pursued Fang Yorua in his previous life was from Hong Kong Island. After obtaining the memories of Fang Yorua's previous life, Yi Fan naturally knew that this man had been pestering Fang Yorua many times. Although Fang Yorua did not let him take advantage of her, this man had contributed greatly to the fact that he and Fang Yorua did not end up together in their previous life. After his rebirth, Yi Fan naturally wanted to settle this matter properly. Seeing that Yi Fan did not answer, Xianxia tactfully did not ask further and asked the driver to drive. Not long after, the car merged into the traffic. Wang Haoren retracted his gaze and his eyes flickered with surprise. He had naturally seen the conversation between Yifan and Yinqi and knew what they were talking about. What Wang Haoren had expected was a little different from Yifan's behavior. He originally thought that Yifan would change his appearance to become a handsome man after passing the Qi refinement realm and then start pursuing Fang Yorua. However, Yifan said that he would only meet Fang Yorua when he became famous. This meeting could actually be understood as pursuing. Moreover, from Yifan's words, it seemed like he did not intend to change his appearance. This was a little beyond Wang Haoren's expectations, but on second thought, he felt that it was reasonable. Yifan looked ordinary in his previous life, but Fang Yorua still fell in love with him. Why would he change his appearance to pursue her? A celestial venerable had the pride of a celestial venerable. Yifan seemed to hope that Fang Yorua would fall in love with his original appearance. If he turned into a handsome man, he would not be the real Yifan. Yifan probably hoped that Fang Yorua would fall in love with him and not because he was handsome. Wang Haoren did not expect this mentality in advance. After all, as a super handsome man, he could not truly understand the thoughts of the ordinary-looking Yifan. Fortunately, Wang Haoren's general direction was not wrong. Yifan didn't immediately chase after Fang Yorua. He didn't even show himself to catch her. Although there were twists and turns, the result was still within Wang Haoren's expectations. This didn't affect his plan to intercept Fang Yorua in advance. After Yifan came to see Fang Yorua, he wouldn't be coming for a while. Wang Haoren's plan could now be implemented. He immediately left the homestay. In the past 2 days, Wang Haoren had already figured out where Fang Yorua's house was. He also knew the route that the driver would take to pick her up. When he was tailing Fang Yorua, Wang Haoren had already come up with a plan. Now that Yifan had left, it was time to carry out this plan. Avoiding the crowd, Wang Haoren began to rush toward the road that Fang Yorua had to pass through on her way home at a speed comparable to a car's 100 km/h speed. Not long after, Wang Haoren arrived at a road. Wang Haoren estimated the time. Even if there was no traffic jam, it would take at least 5 minutes for the car to pick up Fang Yorua. Wang Haoren glanced around, searching for a suitable target. Soon, he saw a young woman pushing a stroller. While waiting for Yifan's arrival, Wang Haoren also picked some relatively simple but practical spells to learn. Among them, there was a spell called Bewitchment. After reaching the 5th level of the Qi refinement stage, he could use this spell. However, because he had just started learning it, the effect wasn't particularly strong. For example, using Bewitchment to confuse cultivators with strong willpower would have almost no effect. However, it was no problem to deal with ordinary people. Wang Haoren immediately used Bewitchment on the young woman pushing the stroller and successfully bewitched her. After waiting for a while, Wang Haoren used his X-ray vision to see the car Fang Yorua was in from afar. The speed of the car was about 40 to 50 km/h. Wang Haoren pretended to be walking on the side of the road and came to the zebra crossing. The young woman pushing the stroller also came here. However, the two of them were some distance away. It was as if they didn't know each other at all. When the car approached, Wang Haoren used Bewitchment on the driver again. The driver's willpower was relatively strong, and he only lost his mind for a short while. However, this short period of time was more than enough. When the car was about to reach the zebra crossing, the young woman's hand that was pushing the stroller accidentally slipped, and the stroller slipped forward. It looked like the stroller was about to be hit by the car. However, at this critical moment, Wang Haoren rushed up and pushed the stroller back. The stroller successfully dodged and was safe and sound, but Wang Haoren was sent flying a few meters away and rolled on the ground for a while. After rolling for a while, Wang Haoren adjusted himself to a more handsome posture and then lay on the ground. He was covered in blood and looked terrible, as if he was about to die. The chauffeur was shocked when he bumped into the man and hurriedly stopped the car. "Uncle Lee, what's wrong?" Fang Yorua was reading in the back seat. After hearing the noise, she asked in surprise. "Miss, I hit someone." The driver responded to Fang Yorua with a trembling voice. Then, he quickly took off his seat belt and walked toward Wang Haoren, who was lying in a pool of blood in front of him. Fang Yorua immediately put down her book and got out of the car to take a look. Soon, the two of them came to Wang Haoren's side. Wang Haoren's face was facing the sky, his eyes were closed, and he seemed to be unconscious. Fang Yorua recognized him at a glance. He was the boy she had seen 2 days ago. She was not a fangirl, but her impression of handsome men was definitely deeper than the average person's. The driver immediately called the emergency number and then the traffic control. Fang Yorua gathered her courage and squatted down to check Wang Haoren's breathing. When she found that Wang Haoren was still breathing, she was slightly relieved. Not long after, the ambulance and the traffic control arrived. Wang Haoren was sent to the hospital. The traffic control checked the surveillance cameras next to the zebra crossing and found out what had happened. The situation was that a young woman's hand slipped and accidentally let the stroller slip out. A careless driver did not notice and did not slow down in time when he approached the zebra crossing. He was about to hit the stroller. However, at this moment, a brave young man rushed up and saved the stroller, but he was hit by the car. After figuring this out, the traffic control praised the young man who saved the stroller. At the same time, they could not help but worry about the young man's safety. Fang Yorua was also impressed when she heard this. She did not expect that the handsome man she had met once was such a kind and brave person. The driver was suspected of dangerous driving and was taken away by 2 traffic control officers. The remaining 2 traffic control officers decided to go to the hospital to check on the young man's safety. Fang Yorua was also worried, so she followed them to the hospital. After Wang Haoren was sent to the hospital, he was pushed into the emergency room for resuscitation. After Tong Guan and Fang Yorua arrived at the hospital, they waited at the door of the emergency room. About an hour later, the warning light outside the emergency room went out, indicating that the operation was over. Soon, the door of the emergency room opened. Tong Guan and Fang Yorua hurried forward and nervously asked about the safety of the young man who had sacrificed himself to save others. When the attending doctor replied that his life was no longer in danger, Tong Guan and Fang Yorua both heaved a sigh of relief. Wang Haoren lay on a moving bed and was pushed into a ward. The doctor asked Fang Yorua if she knew the patient. Fang Yorua said that she didn't know him, but she took the initiative to say that she was willing to bear all the medical expenses. Firstly, it was her driver who had hit him. Secondly, Fang Yorua was very kind and she couldn't contact the patient's family for the time being. Even if it was out of kindness, she should help. Of course, Fang Yorua was still a student and didn't have any income. However, for a rich girl, this wasn't a problem at all. Although she didn't have any income, she had saved up New Year's money. The amount of New Year's money was as high as 7 digits. It was enough to pay for the medical expenses. "Doctor, will that boy have any sequelae?" After discussing with the doctor about paying the medical expenses, Fang Yorua asked about the details. Fang Yorua had seen Wang Haoren before and thought that he was good-looking. If such a good-looking boy had any sequelae such as disability in the future, it would be terrible. If he's taken good care of, he definitely won't. The anesthesia will wear off soon. He should wake up soon. You can ask him and contact his family to take care of him. The doctor gave a suggestion. Fang Yorua nodded. "Thank you, doctor." After saying that, she went to Wang Haoren's ward. Wang Haoren was lying flat on the hospital bed with his eyes closed and a vital signs monitoring device tied to his body. He looked unconscious. After Fang Yorua arrived, she waited quietly beside the bed. While waiting, she inadvertently sized up Wang Haoren. Previously, she had only taken a quick look and didn't look very carefully. Now that she was up close, she realized that this boy was really handsome. After taking a few more looks, she felt mesmerized. Fang Yorua was a little shy and quickly averted her gaze. However, there was no one else beside her, and the boy hadn't woken up. Who would notice her? Fang Yorua calmly looked at Wang Haoren's face while waiting for him to wake up. In fact, Wang Haoren had always been conscious. He seemed to have closed his eyes, but he could see his surroundings with his X-ray vision. In order to trick Fang Yorua, Wang Haoren went all out. She was hit by a car on the road, and it was indeed a solid hit. His internal organs were severely shaken, and he was in incomparable pain. The blood was real. However, although it looked scary, it was only a minor injury for Wang Haoren. During the rescue, it seemed like he would die if he was not careful. This was also the reason why Wang Haoren deliberately controlled his vital signs. This was the power of immortal cultivators. They could even fool scientific instruments. The reason why he had put on such an act was because he wanted to use this opportunity to get closer to Fan Yorua. Wang Haoren had copied Ji Fan's memory, so he naturally knew how much Fan Yorua liked Ji Fan in his previous life. At that time, Yi Fan was a hero who saved the beauty. He was beaten up badly and stayed in the hospital for a long time. During the hospitalization, Fan Yorua had been taking care of Yi Fan. As they came into contact, they developed feelings for each other. Wang Haoren had carefully analyzed the reason. Fan Yorua was a very kind person. She especially appreciated boys who had the trait of acting bravely for a just cause. Wang Haoren had gone through all this trouble just to show this trait of his to Fan Yorua. With this first impression, it would be much smoother for them to come into contact later. Fan Yorua naturally wouldn't like such a boy just because of these traits. Later on, getting along with each other was very important. Yi Fan was introverted and clumsy. During his stay in the hospital, Fan Yorua fell in love with him. Wang Haoren felt that the reason was because Fan Yorua had too few contacts with boys. In the past, she had deliberately kept a distance from boys. She didn't even have any male friends and had never been so close to a boy. A girl's first awakening of love, and Yi Fan happened to walk into her world. Coupled with the fact that Yi Fan had a trait that she admired, it didn't take long for her to develop feelings for him. To be honest, Wang Haoren felt that if it were any other boy who had Yi Fan's experience, Fan Yorua might fall in love with him. Of course, the premise was that he had the providence that came with the protagonist's halo. Those without providence wouldn't be able to encounter such a good thing. However, Wang Haoren felt that he was completely in line with this. He now had more than 20,000 villainous halos. The villainous halo also had providence, and this providence was extraordinarily strong. He had both the trait and providence. Wang Haoren was much better than Yi Fan when it came to wooing girls. If Yi Fan could do it, why couldn't he? At the end of the day, Yi Fan did not deliberately pursue Fan Yorua. Yet, Fan Yorua fell in love with him. Not only was Wang Haoren experienced in flirting with girls, but he also had a condition that Yi Fan did not have: he had to be handsome. Currently, he had all the basic requirements, but he was still lacking an opportunity for Fan Yorua to take care of him while he was hospitalized. Wang Haoren had been paying attention to Fan Yorua's reaction. He knew about the conversation between Fan Yorua and the doctor. The doctor meant for Fan Yorua to ask his family and get them to take care of him. Wang Haoren continued to pretend to be asleep for a while. He moved his fingers gently and the signs of waking up gradually intensified. Soon, he woke up. Fan Yorua had been guarding by his side the whole time, so she naturally noticed Wang Haoren's movements. Seeing Wang Haoren wake up, Fan Yorua asked softly, "How are you?" I'm in heaven, right? Am I dead?" Wang Haoren pretended to be weak as he replied. He looked very weak. "You're not dead. You're still alive. This is the human world," said Fan Yorua. "The human world? How can there be an angel in the human world?" Wang Haoren stared at Fan Yorua and muttered. Ding. The female lead Fan Yorua's favorability towards the host has increased by 10. Current favorability is 40, very friendly. Fan Yorua was stunned for a moment before she realized that this boy was treating her as an angel. She didn't know how many people had praised her for her beauty, but she had never felt her heart race like this time. This was because in Fan Yorua's mind, this kind of praise was not flattery, nor was it flirting. After all, would a person who had just escaped death know how to flirt? How was that possible? "I'm not an angel. My name is Fan Yorua. We met at school 2 days ago. Don't you remember?" Fan Yorua reminded him. Hearing Fan Yorua's words, Wang Haoren seemed to have calmed down a little because he had just woken up. He seemed to recall for a moment and quickly pretended to be enlightened. "Oh, I remember now." After responding, he reported his name. "My name is Wang Haoren." Wang Haoren. Fan Yorua repeated the name silently and remembered it. Why are you here?" Wang Haoren asked in surprise. Hearing this, Fang Yorua felt a little guilty and said carefully, "Actually, it was my family's driver who hit you. He usually drives very carefully and has never had an accident. He definitely didn't do it on purpose." As she spoke, she suddenly made a statement. "Of course, I'm not expecting you to forgive him. After all, many mistakes in the world are unintentional. Just because it's unintentional doesn't mean that you don't have to pay the price." Hearing this, Wang Haoran's understanding of Fang Yorua deepened. Fang Yorua was indeed very kind, but she wasn't the kind of annoying saintess. Regarding this point, Wang Haoran pondered for a moment and felt that this should be the case. In Yifan's main storyline, Fang Yorua was going to embark on the path of cultivation in the future. The path of cultivation was full of twists and turns and difficult. Without a strong heart, one couldn't go further. It's not his fault. Wang Haoran appeared very magnanimous. He was the one who secretly manipulated this matter, so of course, he wouldn't blame anyone else. "Thank you for understanding," Fang Yorua said. Although she didn't expect Wang Haoran to forgive her, she was still very grateful to Wang Haoran for saying so. "By the way, why did you suddenly rush over to save that baby? You aren't you afraid of death?" Fang Yorua asked curiously. "My first reaction was to not let the baby get hit. I didn't have time to think about other questions." Wang Haoran gave a very reasonable answer. In fact, most people who acted bravely for a just cause didn't have much time to think. If one had enough time to consider whether they would be in danger before acting bravely for a just cause, many acts of bravery for a just cause would not have happened. Wang Haoran felt that it would be strange if he boasted that he would rather lose his life to save the baby. Because if he said that, it would seem like he was doing it on purpose. Only a saint would do something like risking his life to save someone. However, the saint was just an exception. After hearing this, Fang Yorua's admiration for Wang Haoran did not diminish at all. Even if it's the first reaction, it's already very rare. There aren't many people like that. However, the price was that I almost lost my life. Wang Haoran laughed self-deprecatingly. "You're already in such a state, yet you're still in the mood to joke around." Fang Yorua had a strange look on her face. Misfortune may be a blessing in disguise. Maybe this is not entirely a bad thing. At least I've made a friend, right? Wang Haoran smiled handsomely at Fang Yorua, and then added, "You're right. Of course, the premise is that you're willing to be my friend." "That's exactly what I want." Fang Yorua smiled back. Wang Haoran smiled. He smiled very happily. But soon he remembered that he was a patient who had just been out of danger. It was really inappropriate for him to smile so happily, so he immediately pretended to aggravate his injuries and coughed a few times, coughing until his face turned red. Fang Yorua was shocked. Her eyes were full of concern, and she almost called the doctor. However, Wang Haoran's face quickly returned to normal, but he still looked a little pale as if he had lost too much blood. "What's the phone number of your family? I'll call your parents for you. You still need someone to take care of you while you're in the hospital." Fang Yorua saw that it was getting late, so she immediately talked about important matters. Hearing this, Wang Haoran looked gloomy and fell silent. Fang Yorua realized that she might have said something wrong, so she quickly apologized. "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to ask this. There's no need to inform my parents. They're busy with the divorce, so they won't care if I live or die," Wang Haoran said casually. These words sounded very vague, but Fang Yorua got the key information from them. After sorting out these things, Fang Yorua couldn't help but sympathize with Wang Haoran a little more. She comforted him. "How can that be? Which parents don't care about their children? I'm just a nobody. Even if I were to die, no one would care." Wang Haoran's expression was mournful. Fang Yorua saw this and felt a little sorry for him. It turned out that such a good-looking boy had such an unhappy family. It was really rare for a boy to grow up in such an unhappy family to have such a good heart. The world is so big, there must be someone who cares about you. Fang Yorua comforted Wang Haoran softly. "Who would care?" Wang Haoran asked in a mournful tone. Fang Yorua didn't know the people around Wang Haoran. After hearing this, she couldn't help but feel a little speechless. However, Wang Haoran's expression really made her heart ache. In a hurry, she blurted out, "Me, I care about you." Wang Haoren was stunned and looked at her seriously. Fang Yorua blushed a little and hurriedly added, "We're friends." "Yes, we're friends." The sadness on Wang Haoren's face seemed to lessen a little, and a faint smile appeared on his face. Fang Yorua breathed a sigh of relief when she saw that his expression had improved. But soon, she realized another problem. If Wang Haoren didn't want to inform his family, who would take care of him, hire a senior nurse? Fang Yorua had this idea, but she quickly shook her head. Because she felt that what Wang Haoren needed now was not simply someone to take care of him, but more spiritual comfort. And the caregivers that were hired with money were far from being able to meet this requirement. Thinking of this, Fang Yorua pondered for a moment and soon made a decision. "Don't think too much. Have a good rest. I will take care of you while you are in the hospital. We are friends. Shouldn't friends help each other? You have to go to school. Won't this delay your studies?" Wang Haoren said politely. "The third year of high school is all revision. I've learned everything I need to learn. Reading in the classroom and here is not much different. It won't affect my studies." Fang Yorua felt that she could take care of him while studying. Then I'll have to trouble you." Wang Haoren maintained his weak appearance and agreed. "You're welcome." Fang Yorua waved her hand and stood up from the stool. "I'm going home to pack my daily necessities and clothes. I'll come over as soon as possible, and I need to tell my parents about this. But you can rest assured that my parents are very open-minded and will definitely respect my decision." After hearing Fang Yorua's words, Wang Haoren nodded with a smile and then looked sleepy. After all, he was a patient who had just been rescued. It was a little strange that he had talked to Fang Yorua for so long. When he saw that Fang Yorua had succeeded in tricking him, he naturally did not say anything more. "Have a good rest. I'm going home first." Fang Yorua saw that Wang Haoren seemed to be sleepy, so she quickly said. Wang Haoren nodded and closed his eyes. Soon, there was the sound of even breathing. Seeing this, Fang Yorua quietly left the ward and gently closed the door. When he heard the sound of the door opening and closing, Wang Haoren suddenly opened his eyes again. To be honest, it was really boring to just lie there like this. Wang Haoren went through Yifan's memory, intending to find a magic spell that could be cultivated by 50% of the qi refining stage to strengthen his fighting strength. After about an hour, there was some movement outside the ward. Wang Haoren closed his eyes at the right time. Fang Yorua gently pushed the door open and entered. She was pulling a suitcase in her hand. There was a middle-aged couple with Fang Yorua. The woman looked to be in her 40s. Although there were some traces of age on her face, she was still charming. It could be vaguely seen how beautiful she was when she was young. Her appearance was 50% similar to Fang Yorua's. The middle-aged man next to her was tall and handsome. If he was not mistaken, they were Fang Yorua's father and mother. There was a reason why Fang Yorua was so beautiful. When she was at home, Fang Yorua had explained the situation to her parents. Her parents also appreciated this good young man who had acted bravely for a just cause and sympathized with Wang Haoren's family, so they agreed to Fang Yorua's proposal. However, they still wanted to come to the hospital to see this young man who had acted bravely for a just cause. After arriving at the ward, Fang Yorua's parents saw that Wang Haoren was sleeping. They did not disturb him and just secretly looked at him. When they were young, they were also handsome and beautiful. When they saw Wang Haoren's appearance, they all exclaimed in admiration. This young man was really handsome. Then, the two of them looked at their daughter suspiciously. Both of them felt that Fang Yorua's offer to take care of Wang Haoren was not purely out of sympathy. After being stared at by her parents for a while, Fang Yorua didn't understand what they meant. After a while, she reacted and quickly explained, "Dad, Mom, I've only met him once before. It's not what you think." She was afraid of waking up Wang Haoren, so she deliberately lowered her voice. "We didn't say anything. Why are you so nervous?" Mother Fang smiled. "I'm just afraid that you'll think too much. I'm in my third year of high school now. I just want to study hard and not be distracted by other things," Fang Yorua said seriously. "Don't be so serious. I've been through this before. I'm still very open-minded about this kind of thing. My father and I met in middle school. Fang Qiu's mother looked very relaxed, but then she declared, of course, I'm not supporting you. You just have to look at this kind of thing with a normal heart. In short, you know what to do. Mom, don't worry. I won't fall in love before I get into university. Fang Yorua couldn't help but swear out of her shyness and yearning for a top university. Daughter, I support you. Father Feng smiled and gave her a thumbs up. As a father, he was actually a little repulsed by the matter of his daughter finding a partner. He didn't want his daughter to come into contact with this kind of thing so early. Some things can't be stopped. It's useless to swear. I even swore back then. Mother Feng muttered and glanced at her husband. Hearing this, Father Feng's eyes lit up. He remembered some proud memories from long ago and couldn't help but be in high spirits. Fang Yorua smelled the scent of gossip and looked at her parents with curious eyes. Okay, you've seen enough. Let's go back. Mother Feng didn't give her daughter a chance to ask. After saying that, she left with her husband. Fang Yorua's curiosity didn't diminish. She thought that she would ask her mother when she had the chance in the future. This ward was a separate advanced care ward. In addition to the hospital bed, there was also a bed for the nurses to sleep in. Fang Yorua quietly placed her luggage and then read for a while. When she felt a little sleepy, she lay down to rest. The night passed quickly. The next morning, Fang Yorua got up early. As a senior in high school, her biological clock was almost fixed. After washing up, she read for a while. At this time, Wang Haoran also woke up. In fact, Wang Haoran almost didn't sleep. He was secretly studying magic. The reason why he pretended to be asleep was to make himself look like a patient. Seeing this, Fang Yorua immediately put down her book and walked to the bed to look at Wang Haoran. You look much better than yesterday. Fang Yorua was surprised. Then, she went to get some water and helped Wang Haoran wipe his face. After doing this, she asked, what do you want to eat? I'll buy it for you. I don't have much of an appetite. Wang Haoran shook his head. As a patient, wasn't it strange to say that he wanted to eat this and that? Wang Haoran naturally wouldn't order food. Moreover, after his cultivation reached the qi refinement realm, his need for food was far less than that of ordinary people. Because spiritual energy could make up for most of the energy consumed by the human body. Ordinary people had 3 meals a day, but Wang Haoran's one meal could last for 3 days. How can you not eat? Eat a little. Fang Yorua persuaded. I really don't want to eat. Wang Haoran shook his head again. Of course, Fang Yorua couldn't rely on a patient. She didn't ask Wang Haoran and left the ward for a while. When she came back, she brought a variety of breakfasts. She bought these breakfasts from a nearby hotel. Because she was afraid that Wang Haoran wouldn't be used to the breakfast in the hospital cafeteria. Fang Yorua hadn't asked about Wang Haoran's family's financial situation. But when she saw Wang Haoran's temperament, she was sure that he was definitely not a child of an ordinary family. Since he was from a rich family, he must be picky. Look, I bought a lot of breakfasts. Which one do you want to eat? Fang Yorua put the boxes on the table in the ward, opened them all, and then asked Wang Haoran. Wang Haoran glanced at them and shook his head. No, you must eat. Fang Yorua said firmly. She picked up a piece of pastry with her chopsticks and sent it to Wang Haoran's mouth. Wang Haoran didn't want to eat it at first, but if Fang Yorua was willing to feed him, he could reluctantly eat a little. He opened his mouth and ate the pastry. Good boy. Fang Yorua was delighted and praised him. She sounded like she was praising a child. Wang Haoran felt a little strange. End of chapter 586. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.